Chapter 33-36. All the arrogance and sense of accomplishment he had in Qin Shao had been smashed to pieces today and vanished without a trace. He no longer had any face to speak of in front of Qin Shao. His face had been trampled on by Qin Zhao's foot and was in such a miserable state. This was a pitiful and laughable matter. He brought all this on himself, but he wasn't happy and unwilling to accept this. He still felt that they were in the primal chaos space. If they were outside, then he would have been able to fight back. He would have been able to suppress Qin Shao, just like before. But now, all he could do was sit there. Gu Lingwei. The fire god looked at Gu Lingwei and said in a low voice, "It's up to you whether we can regain some of our dignity. Since he's not fighting back, now is your best chance. Go and kill him." Gu Lingwei glanced coldly at the fire god, but didn't say anything this time. However, there was a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. She didn't like it when the fire god ordered her to do something in such a commanding tone. The fire god also knew that his words would make Gu Lingwei unhappy, but he didn't care so much at this time. He only wanted to teach Qin Shao a lesson and kill Qin Shao. And Gu Lingwei was probably the only one who could kill Qin Shao now. As long as she was willing, she should be able to do so. Therefore, the fire god naturally didn't care so much. Another man from the fire god palace chimed in. "That's right, young palace master Gu Lingwei. You have to make a decision for our young palace master. This child of the immortal domain is really too arrogant. He doesn't take our heavenly laws Dao palace seriously at all. How can we tolerate such wanton behavior and violation of our dignity? Young palace master Gu Lingwei, please take action and uphold the dignity of our heavenly laws Dao palace." Gu Lingwei snorted softly and didn't say anything. Her cold gaze fell on Qin Shao. Qin Shao looked at Gu Lingwei as well. The injuries he had suffered from Gu Lingwei's attack just now were far less severe than the cold look in Gu Lingwei's eyes right now. The pain in Qin Zhao's heart could not be expressed in words. As he looked at Gu Lingwei, he wondered if she was really going to make a move against him. Could it be that Gu Lingwei really wanted to injure him, or even kill him? Was she really so cold-blooded and heartless? Qin Shao did not believe it. She really did not believe it. As he looked at Gu Lingwei, his eyes were filled with an indescribable feeling. Go Hua, who was behind Gu Lingwei, shook his head and sighed. He didn't know what to say now. From her point of view, she had to support Vulcan's words. After all, the 5 palaces of the heavenly laws Dao Palace were of the same origin. They had to be united as one. It was indeed unjustifiable for her, Gu Lingwei, to not intervene in such a matter. However, Go Huan knew Gu Lingwei the best. Gu Lingwei, what are you still hesitating for? Could it be that what you said earlier was all false? Were you trying to deceive me? What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Vulcan urged when he saw that Gu Lingwei was still hesitating. Gu Lingwei snorted and glared at Vulcan. I've said it before. I don't need you to tell me what to do. I know what I want to do. I don't need you to urge me again and again. Vulcan also sneered. It's best that you don't need me to urge you. I'm just afraid that you'll be soft-hearted. In that case, I'll wait and see. Don't let us down. Gu Lingwei looked at Qin Shao again and strode over. At this moment, her steps were like sharp blades, stabbing Qin Shao with every step, stabbing deeply into the depths of Qin Zhao's heart. This kind of pain could not be described with any adjectives. This was probably the most painful thing in the world. Qin Shao had never had a deep understanding of love before. He didn't even know what love was. But at this moment, he seemed to have understood a little, comprehended a little, understood a little. Perhaps this was what it felt like to love someone. Gu Lingwei came over with a sharp coldness. She was really going to attack Qin Shao. The corners of Vulcan's mouth curled into a smug sneer. This was the result he wanted to see. He glared at Qin Shao with incomparable hatred. His heart was filled with extreme hatred. Qin Shao, you despicable bastard. I'll definitely kill you. I'll definitely kill you. His hatred towards Qin Shao had already changed its flavor at this time. Now, it was a little crazy. Qin Shao stood there, his heart in a mess. His mind was in chaos. It was as if a bottle of mixed feelings had been knocked over in his heart. He couldn't describe the feeling. The pain had already annihilated, engulfed, and completely enveloped Qin Shao. Brother Qin, you can't do this. You cannot fight back anymore. Wake up. Sister Gu Lingyue is no longer the Gu Lingyue you used to know. She has changed. She won't show mercy anymore. If you don't fight back, you'll really die. You'll really die. Brother Qin, I beg you, don't do this. She has changed. Why do you still do this? Yuan was really anxious. She took Qin Zhao's arm and said with red eyes. Her eyes were already filled with tears. If she hadn't tried to hold it in, she would have burst into tears. At this time, she was also begging Qin Shao bitterly. However, Qin Shao didn't seem to hear it. He ignored Yuan and still stood there with an indifferent face. Endless pain, endless sorrow. Looking at him like this, it made one's heart ache and lament. Gu Lingyue continued to approach. Her hands were already on the verge of attacking Qin Shao. The situation grew more and more tense. It was becoming more and more dangerous. However, Qin Shao was still standing there. He had said that he wouldn't attack Gu Lingyue. Faced with Gu Lingyue's attacks, he wouldn't dodge or fight back. He would only stand there and watch. Like a living target, he would allow Gu Lingyue to attack him. Such an action was too foolish, too foolish. Gu Lingyue. In the end, Yuan was unable to contain herself. She extended her hands and stood before Qin Shao. She looked to Gu Lingyue with a resolute expression. Stop right there. You're not allowed to take another step forward. You're not allowed to attack Big Brother Qin. How could you act like this? Big Brother Qin loves you so much. You used to love Big Brother Qin so much too. How could you act like this? How could you be so cold-blooded and heartless? Big Brother Qin couldn't bear to harm a single hair on your head. He'd rather be injured by you than attack you. Can't you feel that? You're actually going to attack Big Brother Qin? Do you have no conscience at all? Have the feelings you had for Big Brother Qin truly ceased to exist? How could you do this? How could you do this? Towards the end, Yuan's tears involuntarily flowed down. Perhaps this was the first time she had cried. Furthermore, it was the first time she had cried for a man. Seeing Yuan's appearance, Qin Shao was also very moved. However, that was all he could do. Gu Lingyue, on the other hand, had a look of anger on her face. She snorted and looked coldly at Yuan. It's merely the past on the path of reincarnation. To me, the past is nothing more than a dream. It's long since dissipated like smoke and no longer exists. You're truly too naive to still be so stubborn. Qin Shao and I have already made our grievances clear. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. Since he was so arrogant today and injured the young palace master of my heavenly laws Dao Palace's fire palace, I naturally can't stand by and do nothing. I didn't tell him not to fight back. He was the one who didn't fight back. How can you blame me for that? What's the point of saying all this to me? Since you like Qin Shao so much, why don't you come out and fight for him? Yuan looked a little anxious for a moment. She couldn't help but blush shyly. However, she immediately shook her head and waved her hands. No. Sister Gu Lingyue, you've really misunderstood. Big Brother Qin and I are sworn siblings. He's my big brother and my senior brother. I treat him as family. It's not what you think between us. Oomph. Gu Lingyue chuckled. Women understand women best. Your words and actions have already betrayed you. Why don't you admit it? Yuan was so embarrassed that she wanted to cover her face with both hands. She desperately shook her head like a rattle drum. No, I really don't. I'm still young. I really don't know what love is. I've never thought about it. Speaking of which, Yuan really didn't understand these things. Therefore, she really hadn't thought about how she felt about Qin Shao. Did she like him? Did she love him? She didn't know. She really didn't know. She had never thought about these things. She had always felt that these things were too far away from her. She only knew that apart from her parents, Qin Shao was the closest person to her. Therefore, when she saw that Qin Shao was in trouble, she wanted to protect him at all costs. All right, don't say any more. You know best in your heart whether you like him or not. That's your business. I don't want to pursue the matter. Gu Lingyue waved her hand and said coldly, Are you going to step aside, or are you going to stand up for Qin Shao? Yuan looked at the heartless Gu Lingwei and wiped away her tears. She gritted her teeth and seemed to have made up her mind. Her eyes immediately became resolute. All right, since you insist on fighting, I'll fight with you. Don't. However, Qin Xiao pulled Yuan back and shook his head at her. Yuan, step aside. This has nothing to do with you. This is between me and Gu Lingwei. I'll take care of it. Don't get involved. Don't fight with her either. I don't want to see you fight, nor do I want to see any of you get hurt. Therefore, let me take care of this matter. Yuan panicked again. But, Big Brother Qin, you don't know how to fight back. How are you going to take care of it? Use your life to take care of it. Qin Xiao smiled and said confidently, that won't happen. I believe she won't really kill me. So don't worry. I won't die. At most, I'll suffer some injuries. This bit of pain is nothing to me. You don't have to worry about me. All right, quickly step aside. Be good. Yuan was still worried. However, she saw Qin Zhao's incomparably resolute gaze and the tone in his voice that didn't allow her to resist. After thinking for a bit, she decided to compromise. No matter how worried she was, she knew that this was a matter between Qin Xiao and Gu Lingwei. Outsiders couldn't interfere. They were the only ones who could resolve this matter. The more she interfered, the more likely it was that she'd get what she wanted. Yuan was also a smart person. Although she was very ignorant, there were some things that she would immediately understand as long as she was told and pointed out. She also knew what was at stake here. Therefore, in the end, she chose to step aside. However, her heart was already in her throat. She could only silently pray in her heart, Big Brother Qin, please be fine. Chapter 33-37. I'll remember it in 1 second. Wonderful, no pop-up window, free reading. Lingwei. Qin Xiao looked at Gu Lingwei, his voice trembling slightly. If you really want to kill me, then come at me. To be able to die in your hands, I'm more than willing. Perhaps this thought was a little silly, but it was indeed Qin Zhao's truest and most impulsive thought. Although Qin Xiao still had many things to do, he didn't want to die. Yao Shiwilian was still in the hands of the Bloodbath Alliance, and his master, Red Dust Guest, was still in the hands of the Prodigies. He still had to protect his family and his primordial universe. But there were always times when people were impulsive and had thoughts of their own. Men at this time were the most foolish and the most foolish. Perhaps this moment was also the truest and clearest. Humph. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Gu Lingwei snorted coldly. Qin Xiao shook his head with a wry smile. I know you dare, but I won't back down. If I really die at your hands, it only proves that I was wrong, and I'm willing to pay for my mistakes. Gu Lingwei said coldly. It seems you still have some delusions in your heart. Since you need me to use this method to shatter your delusions, then fine, I'll fulfill your wish. With that, Gu Lingwei really did attack. Big Brother Qin. Yuan's voice was choked with sobs, and her body trembled nervously. Seeing that Gu Lingwei had finally attacked, Fire God's smile widened. In the face of Gu Lingwei's attack, Qin Xiao stood there without dodging or counterattacking. He stood there in a daze, and even looked at Gu Lingwei with a slight smile on his face. Bang! Gu Lingwei's heavy blow landed on Qin Xiao's body and sent Qin Xiao flying. Rumble! Qin Xiao fell heavily to the ground in pain. His throat squirmed, and a hot taste of blood surged up. Qin Xiao forced herself to swallow it back, but there was still a trace of it overflowing from the corner of her mouth. Gu Lingwei didn't hold back in this attack. It was indeed an all-out attack. Qin Zhao's body felt like it was about to fall apart, and she was in incomparable pain. In addition to the previous strike, the 2 strikes had seriously injured Qin Xiao. However, Qin Xiao quickly stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and continued to look at Gu Lingwei. Are you really not going to fight back? Do you think you can win sympathy by doing this? Humph, you're courting death. Gu Lingwei coldly snorted and attacked again. Pong! Another heavy blow landed on Qin Zhao's body. This time, Qin Xiao could no longer hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Even though Qin Zhao's defense was strong, he couldn't bear being hit like a live target. After being hit 3 times in a row, an ordinary person would have been half dead, if not dead. Ha ha ha! Vulcan's face was ferocious and crazy at this time, and he laughed wantonly. He wanted Qin Shao to die. Even in his dreams, he wanted Qin Shao to die. Yuan's tears flowed down again. Her appearance really made people feel pity for her. Big brother Qin, I beg you to fight back. Otherwise, you will really die. You will die. She won't show mercy. She won't. Yuan cried and begged. There were several times when she wanted to rush out and fight for Qin Shao. But she knew that doing so would make Qin Shao very unhappy. Pung! Another blow knocked Qin Shao to the ground. Qin Shao got up with difficulty. More than 30% of his divine body had been shattered. If he persisted like this, he would die at Gu Lingyue's hands sooner or later. But he still didn't retreat. He still stood there and let Gu Lingyue attack him. Pung! 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 After 10 consecutive strikes, 70% of Qin Zhao's saint body had been shattered. At this time, Qin Shao had turned into a bloody man. It was too horrible to look at. It was a ghastly sight. Qin Shao, who was supposed to be a peerless genius, was now in a terrible state. But Qin Shao still got up with difficulty and stood in front of Gu Lingyue. Even when he looked at Gu Lingyue, there was still a slight smile on his face. Being hurt by the woman he loved like this, Qin Shao didn't have the slightest resentment. He didn't even feel pain. For the first time, Qin Shao was so crazy. Even Qin Shao himself found it unbelievable that he could be so crazy. This was something he had never dared to imagine before. Seeing Qin Shao so crazy, Gu Lingyue's expression became even colder and deeper. Her eyes seemed to become a little complicated, but they were still covered by that layer of coldness and didn't leak out. Qin Shao, are you really not afraid of death? Gu Lingyue asked. Qin Shao smiled and said, if I have to say, I'm not afraid of death. Of course, I don't want to die either. I believe that many people with lofty ideals are not afraid of death. They just don't want to die. As the saying goes, a bad life is better than a good death. If you can live, who wants to die? Death is the most helpless and tragic choice one can make. Death is the most sacrificial choice. If others want to kill me, I, Qin Shao, naturally won't give in. But if you, Gu Lingyue, want to kill me, I can give you one chance and only one chance. I'm gambling the biggest gamble of my life. I know there's a possibility of losing, but I'm not afraid of losing. Since I dare to gamble, I'm prepared for everything and prepared for the worst. Although life is long, it's also boring. Life should have some meaning. Only by doing a few meaningful things can one live a life not in vain. Even if I, Qin Shao, am destined not to live long, my life is not in vain, and I don't lose anything. Acting according to one's self-esteem is the real life. Gu Lingyue said, there are so many useless principles that only apply to you. People are different. What you approve of may not be recognized by others. Qin Shao, I can give you a chance. If you leave now, I can spare your life. Hearing Gu Lingyue's words, Huoshan was immediately unhappy. He immediately said unhappily, Gu Lingyue, what do you mean by this? Why are you letting him go? You can kill him right away, and now you're letting him go? I have to express my doubts about your actions. Could it be that what you did before was just an act? It seems that you still have old feelings for Qin Shao, and you still can't bear to kill him, right? Huoshan was enraged and jealous. The thing he didn't want to see the most was Gu Lingyue still having feelings for Qin Shao. This was something he couldn't tolerate. Now that Gu Lingyue wanted to let Qin Shao go, it naturally hurt him deeply, causing him to become agitated. Gu Lingyue glared at Huoshan and scolded, Huoshan, can you please use your brain when you speak in the future? You want to kill Qin Shao, don't you? Then you can do it. Why do you have to use my hands? I have an obligation to protect the dignity of the heavenly laws, Dao Palace. I've already done that, but you still want to stir up trouble. What are your intentions? Do you think Qin Shao is an ordinary person? Qin Shao is also the personal disciple of Sage Li and a student of the Firmament Academy. If I kill him for no reason, won't I be causing trouble for myself and the Aqua Palace? You have a good plan. You, Huoshan, came to instigate me to kill him and then sit back and relax, right? If you want to kill him, I won't stop you. But if you want me to stir up unnecessary trouble for you, I'm sorry, you're thinking too much. How could Huoshin not understand this logic? If it were someone else, Huoshin naturally wouldn't have the slightest excuse. But if something like this were to happen to Qin Shao, the fire deity, would definitely not tolerate it. Therefore, Huoshin didn't care so much at this time. He said again, Gu Lingyue, don't make it sound so dignified. No matter how good the reason is, it can't hide your true thoughts. What nonsense is this about not wanting to cause trouble? Once you enter the chaos space, life and death are up to fate. Why do you have so many concerns? You obviously can't bear to kill Qin Shao and still have old feelings for him. Why are you still pretending? Gu Lingyue was completely enraged. She glared at Huoshin. Unreasonable person. I have nothing to say to you. It's not up to you to judge how I, Gu Lingyue, do things. Let's not talk about the fact that I haven't married you yet. Even if I do, you have no right to restrict me. You, Huoshin, think too highly of yourself. You can't order me to do anything. Since you're willing to say so, I won't do as you wish. Then Gu Lingyue waved her hand and said to Minghua Saint, Sister Minghua, let's go. Gu Lingyue didn't care about the 3-power origin crystals anymore. Then, he left with Minghua Saint. Seeing this, Fire God was furious. But what could he do? If Gu Lingyue wanted to leave, how could he stop her? Damn it. Qin Shao. He naturally had to put all of this on Qin Zhao's head. Gu Lingyue was the Fire God's, woman. She was his future wife. But she actually had another man in her heart. How could he tolerate this? Moreover, this man had almost killed him just now. How could he tolerate the humiliation he had just received? The monstrous hatred had already driven the fire deity into incomparable madness. But Gu Lingyue had left. He didn't have the strength to fight against Qin Shao now. This was the most painful and infuriating thing. Seeing Gu Lingyue leave, Qin Shao smiled. Her smile was very brilliant. Although he was injured all over, he felt much better. Lingyue, it seems that you still have me in your heart. Although you act cold-blooded and heartless, I can feel that you still have feelings for me. You're just pretending to be heartless. You attacked me 10 times and seriously injured me. But you're just putting on an act for others to see. Perhaps you're just using this method to make me give up. But I bet that you won't kill me. If you're really ruthless enough to kill me, it'll prove that you don't have me in your heart anymore. I bet my life that you still care about me. Now it seems that I've won. You have your own difficulties. You have your own circumstances. I know all of that. I won't force you. I'll slowly wait. I'll work hard. I'll quickly become stronger. I'll become so strong that you can cast aside all of your worries, break through all of your shackles, break through all of your obstacles, and return to my side. Lingyue, wait for me. Wait for me. You must wait for me. I'll definitely be able to do it within an epoch. I'll definitely be able to do it. Qin Shao secretly thought in his heart and also encouraged himself. Although he'd put his life on the line this time and had been seriously injured, he'd still gained something. He'd now confirmed what Gu Lingyue was thinking. This was what he'd always wanted. Chapter 33-38. He was not afraid of having a big goal. What he was afraid of was not having a goal. No matter how big a goal was, as long as one worked hard and got closer to it, one day, one would be able to achieve it. As the saying went, where there was a will, there was a way. With a goal and a dream, one was already halfway to success. As for the other half, it would depend on one's luck and hard work. One did not have to care about what others said. One just had to work hard. Qin Shao had always been very firm in his goal, and he had been moving toward this goal. After collecting his thoughts, Qin Shao looked at Fire Deity, who had a gloomy and ugly expression on his face. When Fire Deity saw Qin Zhao's gaze, he felt an inexplicable sense of weakness. The man from Fire Palace who was supporting him could not help but be shocked and involuntarily took a step back. Fire Deity gritted his teeth. Although he was more or less worried that Qin Shao would go crazy and do something to him, as the young palace master of the Fire Palace, he could not be weak at this time. Therefore, he still had some confidence. He believed that Qin Shao would not dare to kill him for no reason. The two men's gazes collided in the air, fiercely colliding with each other, creating thick sparks. After an unknown period of time, Qin Shao spoke up. What? You're still not leaving? Are you waiting for me to make a move? Fire deity, I didn't kill you this time not only because you're the young palace master of the Fire Palace, but also because I don't want to cause trouble. I have a good reason to kill you. I didn't kill you because I was thinking about the Great Thousand World. The calamity of the Great Thousand World is coming. In the face of the big picture, I choose to be magnanimous. But don't think that I don't dare to kill you because of your status. This time, I'll let you go. If there's a next time, Qin Shao, can tell you responsibly that I won't let you go. If you don't believe me, you could try next time. Such threatening words made Fire Deity very unhappy. However, Fire Deity did not dare to say anything at this time. His skills were inferior, so what could he do? He could only bow his head obediently. At the very least, he had to lower his head now. Humph, Qin Shao, don't be so arrogant. Today, Gu Lingwei let you go. Let's wait and see. The fire god said coldly and left with his people. After sending off the fire god and fire god, the world was finally quiet. Only Yuan and he were left. Yuan finally stopped crying and walked over with a smile. Her smile was like a blooming flower. Big brother Qin, it's great that you're fine. I was really worried to death just now. Thank goodness you're fine. Qin Shao smiled at Yuan. Seeing that there were still tears on Yuan's face, she couldn't help but reach out to gently wipe them away for her. This girl had shed tears for him just now. This was probably the first time in her life that she had cried for him. It was impossible to say that he wasn't moved. But for Yuan, Qin Shao actually treated her as a younger sister. He didn't care too much about her. But Yuan was indeed a very good girl. Silly girl, don't worry about me. I know Gu Lingwei won't kill me, Qin Shao said. Yuan pouted and looked a little unhappy. She said, oh, based on the situation just now, it was indeed quite worrying. Although Qin Shao had that confidence in his heart, it was hard to say if that was really the case. Fortunately, he won the bet. After a moment of silence, Yuan suddenly raised her head and looked at Qin Shao. She said with a serious face, Big brother Qin, actually after thinking about it, I think big sister Gu Lingwei still has you in her heart. Although she looks cold-blooded and ruthlessly attacking you as if she wanted to kill you. But in fact, she was just bluffing. She was just putting on a show for us. In the end, she chose to stop and didn't kill you. In fact, she didn't even think about taking the 3 power origin crystals and directly left. So, I think big sister Gu Lingwei still loves you. It's just that she might have her own difficulties against her will. So, she couldn't show it or admit it. It's also possible that big sister Gu Lingwei just wanted you to give up so that you could leave her and forget her. That's why she did that. In any case, I think big sister Gu Lingwei should be a very good woman. She shouldn't be a cold-blooded and ruthless person. I've heard a lot about big sister Gu Lingwei from you. In my impression, she should be a very outgoing and lively woman. But now she's so cold and aloof. She's put herself in a high and mighty position that keeps people thousands of miles away from her. She's like a piece of 1,000-year-old ice. It's possible that she's deliberately acting like this in order to disguise herself. If a person wants to deliberately disguise themselves like this, it must be very painful. Qin Shao nodded and agreed with Yuan's words. He also thought of this point. The current Gu Lingwei was indeed like a different person from the Gu Lingwei he knew. She had become so strange. It was said that a leopard could not change its spots. Even if Gu Lingwei had awakened the memories of her previous life and was a reincarnator, it was still very difficult to change one's character all of a sudden. Qin Shao also knew some reincarnators. There was a Heaven's Pride in front of them and Brother Pure behind them. Their temperament would not change much. Judging from Brother Chuanjia's performance, it was even more obvious. Brother Pure's character had not changed at all from before. It was still that familiar feeling. How could a person's character change so easily? If that was the case, then the biggest possibility was that she was trying hard to disguise herself. And such a disguise was very uncomfortable and painful. Therefore, Qin Xiao also had reason to believe that Gu Lingyue's indifference should also be a disguise. She was enduring great pain all the time, but her heart shouldn't have changed. Now that things had calmed down, Qin Xiao thought of many things. Brother Qin, you're seriously injured. Sit down quickly and recuperate. I'll keep watch for you. It should be relatively quiet here now, Gu Lingyue said again. Qin Xiao nodded. This time, he was indeed seriously injured. With such serious injuries, if he relied on himself to recuperate, it would probably take millions or even tens of millions of years to fully recover. After all, this was the chaotic space, not the outside world. There was no heaven and earth spirit qi. Therefore, if he recuperated here, the speed would naturally be very slow. Most importantly, Qin Xiao was really seriously injured this time. Therefore, Qin Xiao's heart stirred, and he thought of the power origin crystal. In the chaotic space, he had been looking for the power crystal and did not have time to digest it. Of course, he did not know how long it would take to consume a piece of power crystal, so he had not tried it. Now that he was seriously injured, he could only think of the power crystal. Qin Xiao did not hesitate and immediately tried it. He took out a power crystal and began to swallow it to cultivate. Sure enough, with the help of the power crystal, the speed of his recovery soared a lot, much faster than outside. This kind of feeling was simply as if he had consumed a miracle elixir. Fortunately, he had the power crystal. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to recover. On one hand, he was recovering his body. On the other hand, Qin Xiao was also using his body to swallow the power crystal. Previously, when he swallowed the power of the chaotic space, it was mainly from his inner world. This time, it was mainly from his body. Sure enough, a single power source crystal contained a great deal of chaotic space energy. It was much more chaotic space energy than the initial region of chaotic space energy added together. Moreover, it was denser and purer. The efficiency of swallowing was also much higher. With the help of the power crystal, Qin Xiao only took 1,000 years to completely recover. Not only did his body completely recover, but his body also improved by almost 2 times. Such a degree of improvement could be said to be huge. One could imagine the effect of a power crystal. It was really a treasure. It was also completely beyond Qin Xiao's expectations. After knowing the effect of the power crystal, Qin Xiao also had a greater desire for it. Qin Xiao's gaze landed on the 3 power crystals not too far away. This was a huge treasure trove. He had to get his hands on it. His body had completely recovered and his strength had increased a lot. This made Qin Xiao more confident. Big brother Qin, you have completely recovered. Yuan smiled and asked with concern. Qin Xiao nodded and said, yes, yes. With the help of the power crystal, I recovered very quickly. This power Yuan crystal is way too mystical. It's simply a supreme treasure. It is so magical. I am afraid it is difficult to find something comparable to it outside. Therefore, we must try our best to get as many power crystals as possible in the chaotic space. The significance of this to us is simply too great. It will be of great help to improve our strength. Every power origin crystal can be said to be a great opportunity. The more we get, the more we will gain, and the further we will go in the future. I feel that the fight for the power crystals will be more intense in the future. Therefore, we must be mentally prepared. Oh, it is good that you are fine. Yuan nodded. She did not care about other problems. She only cared about Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao's body had completely recovered. This was the best news to her. As for the power crystals, she did not care about them at all. Looking at Yuan, Qin Xiao could not help but shake his head and smile. This was quite good. She did not have to consider so many things and did not have so many worries. It was quite good. All right, Yuan. I have to study how to get those 3 power crystals first. If you don't want to study it, you can play by the side for a while, Qin Xiao said. Yuan stuck her tongue out at Qin Xiao and said with a smile, it is fine. I will study it with you. It is not fun for me to be alone. It is even more boring for me to stand by the side and look at you. So, why don't I study it with you? Who knows, I might be able to find out something. Hee. Qin Xiao smiled and nodded. Yuan was actually very smart. Her talent and potential were not below his. Moreover, she had a natural affinity with the chaotic space. She had a kind of power that others did not have. Therefore, Yuan might really be able to find out something. With Yuan's help, it was naturally the best thing that could happen. Hence, the two of them began to research on how to obtain the 3 energy crystals. Author, Cruel Death. Chapter 33-39. The space here was very strange and peculiar. It was different from any other space. It was a novel thing that had never been seen before. The surroundings of the 3 power origin crystals seemed to be isolated by the broken belt of space. No matter what, there was no way to reach the 3 power origin crystals. Qin Xiao had tried many methods, but all of them failed. There was no way to succeed. No matter whether it was making various attempts or trying to get close to the other side with brute force, they all ended in failure. It was impossible to break the belt of space. It was impossible to completely isolate everything. There was no way to get close. This was something that did not make sense. Therefore, Qin Xiao felt that the biggest possibility was that every point there corresponded to thousands of paths. Countless points meant that there were countless paths and possibilities. However, there was no way to distinguish these possibilities. There was no way to reason clearly. Therefore, one could only rely on one's luck to try. Even if one could reason clearly, if one wanted to try each of the countless possibilities, it would probably take an endless amount of time to succeed. What's more, if you don't understand it at all, it's simply impossible to make such an attempt, unless one's luck was heaven-defying. However, it was still not very realistic to have such luck. Therefore, Qin Xiao still wanted to study the situation here clearly before making a targeted attack. In this way, there was a possibility of success. The 3 power origin crystals were placed there, and it was an enormous temptation. However, great opportunities were also accompanied by great dangers or tests. There was no danger in front of him, but this test was very big. It was obviously impossible to just rely on luck. Qin Xiao had made many attempts before. In the end, it was proved to be a failure. Normal thoughts wouldn't work. It seemed that he had to use a different way of thinking. Qin Xiao was not in a hurry to try again. Instead, he studied there and thought about all the impossibilities. The more impossible the idea was, the more he had to think about it. His state of mind was completely empty. His heart was as clear as a mirror and as calm as still water. With the previous experience of swallowing the power of the chaotic space, Qin Xiao could now easily enter the absolute state of mind as calm as still water. After entering this state, Qin Xiao could devote himself to studying the state of mind of this strange space. His mind was completely empty. Gradually, Qin Xiao felt that he had entered an empty grassland. The boundless grassland made people feel relaxed and happy. Qin Xiao walked slowly on the boundless grassland. His heart was unprecedentedly calm and peaceful. This feeling was too wonderful. His whole body and mind were relaxed and full of happiness and beauty. He was like a carefree child. He did not have to think about all the troubles. It could be said that there were no troubles at all. After walking on this boundless grassland for an unknown period of time, Qin Xiao stopped and simply lay down on the grass when he was tired. Bathed in the sunlight, Mo smiled happily. Qin Xiao did not know how long it had been since he felt so relaxed and comfortable. At this time, he just wanted to lie there and do nothing. He just wanted to lie there quietly. He threw away everything in his heart, cleared everything, and completely relaxed. Suddenly, Qin Xiao's eyes moved. He saw a familiar figure appear in his field of vision. Qin Xiao quickly got up and looked over. Sure enough, in the distance, he saw a figure walking on the grassland. From here, he could only see the background. But Qin Xiao was too familiar with the background. Who else could it be but Gu Lingyue? What was going on? How could he see Gu Lingyue in his own state? Moreover, this feeling was so real. Wasn't it too strange? Qin Xiao was actually very clear-headed. He knew that he was in his own state at this time. Everything was not real. This was a world of thoughts, a world that was made up of imagination. He did not think of Gu Lingyue. But what was going on? Why did Gu Lingwei appear in his own world of thoughts? It was completely unreasonable. For a moment, Qin Xiao was puzzled and frowned deeply. Since he did not understand, he had to find a way to figure it out. Qin Xiao walked over, but no matter how he walked, he was still so far away. There was no way for him to get closer. How could this be? Was his own world of thoughts a little out of his control? Qin Xiao really couldn't figure it out. But he also quickly understood that the Gu Lingwei in front of him was not real. It was just a thought. Whether it was his own thought or not, it was just a thought. Logically speaking, if it appeared in his mind, then it should be his thoughts. Could it be that he was thinking of Gu Lingwei in his subconsciousness? Otherwise, such a situation wouldn't have happened. But why didn't he feel anything at all? Could it be that this subconsciousness was hidden very deeply? Qin Xiao shook his head. He did not understand. He really could not figure out what was going on. Forget it. There was no need to figure out. It was not a bad thing. Seeing Gu Lingwei, Qin Xiao's heart suddenly surged with an indescribable feeling. It was a feeling of joy and a wonderful feeling. Perhaps this was like his relationship with Gu Lingwei now. He could see her, but there was only a background. He could only see a relatively small part of her. He wanted to get closer, but found that no matter what, there was no way to get closer. It seemed that she was right in front of him. However, when he really wanted to get closer, it seemed to be far away. This kind of feeling that seemed close yet far at the same time gave people an indescribable feeling. This made Qin Xiao's thoughts surge again. Gu Lingwei was the cause of his injustice at this time. Pieces of memories also surged out involuntarily. The beautiful memories from before were now blooming in his heart like peach blossoms. Scene after scene after scene, thought after thought, they were all beautiful memories. The background, the grassland, and the distance that could not be crossed. That year, the flowers bloomed, just waiting for your arrival. The background gradually disappeared, but a smile suddenly appeared on Qin Xiao's face. The smile grew wider. Ha ha ha! Qin Xiao laughed. Flowers suddenly bloomed all over the grassland. Flowers quickly emerged from the ground and bloomed, turning the endless grassland into a sea of flowers. The endless fragrance made the world even more beautiful, endlessly wonderful. In this fragrant sea of flowers, Qin Xiao's heart was completely immersed, and he entered another realm. The scene in front of him changed, and an extremely complicated world appeared in front of Qin Xiao's eyes. It was like a huge and complicated maze. Densely packed lines, densely packed roads, and densely packed connecting ports. It was so complicated that one would be dazzled at a glance. It was impossible to distinguish it clearly. Seeing this, Qin Xiao's heart skipped a beat, and he was pleasantly surprised. Could it be that this was the structure of that space? If this was the case, then he could study the whole situation and find a way out. The detailed structure of the whole space was completely presented in front of his eyes. It was naturally not difficult to find a way out. At most, it would take a little time. Qin Xiao did not hesitate and immediately began to study it. With such a detailed structure in front of him, Qin Xiao naturally studied it and mastered it quickly. He also quickly found a way out. It turned out that this space was strange and strange. It was just that he had no way to understand it. But once he understood it and was familiar with it, he would find that it was not as complicated as he had imagined. Outside the door and inside the door were indeed two different worlds. Qin Xiao opened his eyes abruptly and returned to reality. Everything just now was completed in the world of consciousness. But Qin Xiao believed that it should work. Therefore, Qin Xiao did not hesitate at all and immediately began to try. This time, to Qin Xiao, it was equivalent to having a card up his sleeve. He already knew the structure of the whole space in his heart, and he had also studied the way out. What he needed to do now was to try to walk and see if the way he had studied was correct. Qin Xiao once again took a step forward and once again walked towards the 3 power crystals. But this time, he walked with a specific purpose. His pace was very strange. It was sometimes forward and sometimes backward, sometimes left and sometimes right, sometimes up and down. After taking a few steps forward, sometimes he would take a few steps back. After taking a few steps to the left, sometimes he would take a few steps up, It looked like there was no pattern to his movements at all. It was really hard for people to understand what was going on. It was as if a drunk man was walking around aimlessly. But this time, they didn't let him down. Nothing unexpected happened. After walking for a while, Qin Xiao actually got close to the 3 power crystals. The 3 power crystals were right in front of him, and he could reach them with his hand. Ha, it worked! Qin Xiao was overjoyed and laughed loudly. It turned out to be true. He really succeeded. This situation also caused Qin Xiao to be a little surprised. He really did not expect that this problem could be solved in the world of consciousness. Seeing Gu Lingyue's background in the realm of consciousness could inspire him so much that he could study it in one go. Thinking about it, he felt that it was very magical and had an indescribable sense of mystery. What was the connection between the two? It was not clear. Qin Xiao also did not know. He really did not know. But what was worth being happy about was that he succeeded. He did it. He studied the law of this space. After being in the chaotic space for more than 6 million years, Qin Xiao also studied the law of the chaotic space for the first time. This was a huge gain. That year, the flowers bloomed, just waiting for your return. Sometimes love is also a kind of magical power. Subconscious thoughts have given me such a huge gain. It seems that Gu Lingyue has already entered the depths of my heart, but I have never noticed it. Qin Xiao smiled and thought for a while. After calming himself down, Qin Xiao stretched out his hand and took the 3 energy crystals. Good stuff. He had dug up a big treasure. 3 power origin crystals were in his hands. This was a great opportunity. Qin Xiao quickly kept the 3 power origin crystals and retreated back to where he came from. Chapter 3340. He had already spent a lot of time in here after obtaining the 3 power Yuan crystals. Qin Xiao and Yuan quickly left that strange space. After coming out, they found that the door just now had quickly disappeared. Did the door disappear after coming out? Or did the strange space hide because the power Yuan crystals inside were taken away? However, Qin Xiao didn't think too much about this problem. There was nothing he could do. Anyway, he had already obtained the power Yuan crystals, so the rest didn't matter. The two of them continued to walk in the primal chaos space, but this time, Qin Xiao sensed something strange. He found that the number of people in the chaotic space seemed to have decreased a lot. Originally, he could still meet some people from time to time, but now, he rarely met other people. What was going on? It was a little strange. Could it be that the number of people in the chaotic space was decreasing? If the number of people in the chaotic space was decreasing, then it could only mean one thing, and that was that many people in the chaotic space had died. Once they came in, they would have to stay in there for 100 million years, so they shouldn't be able to get out so quickly. The battle in the chaotic space was so fierce that it was normal for people to die. But if this was really the case, then the chaotic space had indeed become very terrifying and dangerous, and it was still something that was hard to imagine. The atmosphere seemed to have become even more tense and strange. The situation seemed to be a little wrong. Qin Xiao also became more cautious. However, he now had some control over the chaotic space. Qin Xiao had also studied a lot of things in the strange space previously, and he could still apply them to the chaotic space. Basically, the situation was similar. It was just that the chaotic space seemed to be a little bigger and more strange and complicated. However, with the previous foundation, it would be much easier. Therefore, Qin Xiao's search seemed to be a little easier than before. He had a goal, and he wouldn't be so blind and completely rely on luck. But although Qin Xiao's control over the chaotic space was much stronger, it seemed to have become much easier to search, and he also found a lot of new places. But the harvest was still very little, and he still didn't find anything new. Want to find another power origin crystal was really a very difficult thing. In the next hundreds of thousands of years, he didn't see anyone, and he didn't find anything. This feeling even made people wonder if this was still the primal chaos space. But at this point, he finally saw a figure, and it was a familiar figure. Not only was it a familiar figure, but it also made Qin Xiao's expression change slightly. Seeing the person, Yuan couldn't help but become a little nervous. She looked at the person with a cold gaze, and her mouth slightly pouted. Gu Lingwe. The person was none other than Gu Lingwe. Right now, Gu Lingwe was alone. Minghua Saint wasn't with her. His cold face was like an iceberg that kept people 1,000 miles away. Just looking at him was enough to make people feel an inexplicable chill and not dare to get close. Even from afar, the Peerless ice made people feel very, very cold. Yuan Yuan's face was filled with vigilance. Yuan Yuan looked at Gu Lingwe warily. She was a little scared. As soon as she saw Gu Lingwe, she thought of what had happened before. Gu Lingwe's strength was not very strong, but the problem was that she could handle Qin Shao. Qin Shao also looked at Gu Lingwe. The three of them stared at each other like this, making the atmosphere become stiff and oppressive. Their stares didn't seem as strange as before, as if they had found some of the feelings of the past. Qin Shao couldn't help but walk towards Gu Lingwe. Seeing Qin Shao going there, Yuan Yuan suddenly became a little worried. She pulled Qin Shao and shook her head at him, saying, "Brother Qin, don't go there." Qin Shao looked at Yuan Yuan and said to her, "It's okay. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Wait for me here. She didn't really kill me just now, and she won't do that now. Don't worry too much." But Yuan Yuan still wanted to say something, but Qin Shao had continued to walk in that direction. Yuan Yuan had no choice but to stop and swallow the words that were about to come out of her mouth. Moreover, she actually didn't know what to say. This was a matter between Qin Shao and Gu Lingwe. As an outsider, she naturally couldn't say anything or interfere. Qin Shao walked in front of Gu Lingwe. Gu Lingwe didn't stop Qin Shao from approaching. She kept staring at Qin Shao coldly and stood there without saying a word. It wasn't until Qin Shao stopped beside her that she took a slight step back, indicating Qin Shao to stop moving forward. Qin Shao also stopped and didn't move forward. At this time, the distance between the two was only 10 feet. This distance could be said to be very close. "Lingwe, I know you have your own difficulties just now. You don't really want to do anything to me, right?" Qin Shao said. Gu Lingwe looked at Qin Shao, but didn't answer. Instead, she said, "Are you really not afraid of dying for me?" "Huh?" Qin Shao was slightly taken aback and looked at Gu Lingwe with a little surprise. He didn't quite understand why she suddenly asked such a question. At first, it was indeed a little inexplicable. However, Qin Shao didn't hesitate much and immediately said, "Yes, for you. I'm not afraid of dying. I could do anything. From the past to the present, and even to the future, this won't change." This was a promise that he, Qin Shao, had made. It was also a persistence that he had always had. From the past to the present, it hadn't changed. Even in the future, Qin Shao wouldn't change. Gu Lingwe said again, "Well, this is what you said. I believe that you, Qin Shao, are a person who keeps his promises. You won't lie to me, right? Since that's the case, I also wish to know. I wish to verify whether or not you, Qin Shao, are truly someone who keeps your word. Is that really the case? I really don't believe that you, Qin Shao, are not afraid of death and will really do anything for me. With your current achievements, your talent and potential are limitless, and your future is limitless. Will you really give up everything for me?" I don't believe a single punctuation mark from the words of you, man. Do you really think that I will believe you, Qin Shao? Huh? You don't believe me? If you don't believe me, why did you ask me this question? Gu Lingwe's words made Qin Shao feel a little strange. Why would she say such a thing? Strange. It was really too strange. Qin Shao really couldn't figure this out. This didn't seem like Gu Lingwe's style of doing things. But speaking of which, the current Gu Lingwe was indeed no longer the Gu Lingwe he knew back then. Therefore, it was not impossible to say that it was impossible. Thinking about it, Qin Shao shook his head and decided not to think about this for now. Qin Shao looked at Gu Lingwe and said with a serious face, "No matter how great my talent and potential is, no matter what my future will be, it's not the most important thing for me. I've always been pursuing strength, great strength, but it's not what I'm most greedy for. I pursue strength only to better protect the people around me, for you, Gu Lingwe. If I lose all of this, then strength is not even worth mentioning to me. What use is there for me to have it? I desire strength, but it's not what I'm most greedy for. Therefore, for you, I can really do anything, and I'm not even afraid of death. Because in my heart, you're more important than anything else. Oomph. Qin Zhao's words were heartfelt, but Gu Lingwei didn't believe them. Gu Lingwei sneered and said with some disdain, "Your words are really better than your singing. You've captured the hearts of many women with these words, haven't you? I have to admit that this move of yours is indeed brilliant. It's indeed very good at moving the hearts of women. Unfortunately, Gu Lingwei, don't fall for it. You'd better use this move on Yuan. Don't use it in front of me." Huh? Qin Xiao was a little speechless. What was wrong with Gu Lingwei? Was she jealous? But it felt like it wasn't as simple as jealousy, right? Yuan was also a little anxious. She hurriedly shook her head and explained, No. Big sister Gu Lingwei, you've misunderstood. It's not what you think. It's really not like that. Gu Lingwei glared coldly at Yuan, scaring her. Qin Xiao was also very helpless. She shook her head and said, Lingwei, you're thinking too much. It's not what you think. It's not? Gu Lingwei snorted again and said, It's really not? Why don't I think so? All right, if you insist on denying it, then prove it to me with your actions. That way, I'll believe you. Come on, prove it. Didn't you say that for me? You'd do anything, not even afraid of death? I don't believe it. Unless you're right in front of me right now, prove it to me and speak with facts. Otherwise, it's all fake. I hate it the most when men pretend, especially when it comes to feelings. That's the most disgusting. If I say that I want your 3 power origin crystals, will you be willing to give them to me? 3 power origin crystals? Qin Xiao frowned slightly. Humph, what a hypocrite. Gu Lingwei immediately sneered and said, See, you were so confident just now. Now that I mentioned 3 power origin crystals, you immediately change your face. You can't even bear to take out 3 power origin crystals. Don't you think what you said just now is laughable? Very laughable? In the future, don't mention half a word of those words to me. It's disgusting to hear. Author, cruel death, sorry. I have something to deal with these 2 days. Chapter 3341. Qin Xiao didn't care about the 3 crystals, nor was he unwilling to risk his life for Gu Lingwei. It was just that Qin Xiao felt it was very strange to hear these words from Gu Lingwei's mouth. He had never thought that Gu Lingwei would say such things to him. These words shouldn't have come out of Gu Lingwei's mouth. When a person was willing to give up everything for another person, it wasn't because they were stupid, nor was it because they were hot-headed, and it wasn't purely out of love. If it was purely out of love, then it was the actions of a fool. If someone was willing to give up everything for another person, then it was definitely because it was worth it. But if the other person wanted you to use death or other things to prove your love for her, then could it really be called love? This was what Qin Xiao was puzzled about, and it was also what made Qin Xiao hesitate. Love was mutual, giving was mutual, and cherishing was mutual. It was precisely because of this that a person would give up everything for another person, even sacrificing themselves. Qin Xiao looked at Gu Lingwei with an indescribable feeling of discomfort in his heart. He didn't understand why Gu Lingwei would say and do such a thing, but he didn't believe that Gu Lingwei really didn't care about him anymore. Perhaps it was just because she was jealous, because she was angry, or perhaps there were some other reasons that he didn't know. All of these were possible. In any case, Qin Xiao didn't really believe that Gu Lingwei would actually treat him like this. Since she had done this, then she definitely had her reasons. With this thought, Qin Xiao made his decision. Gu Lingwei sneered and was about to leave with a wave of her hand, looking very disappointed in Qin Xiao. Right at this moment, Qin Xiao's hand moved, and he took out 3 crystals and handed them to Gu Lingwei, saying, 3 crystals, I'll give them to you. Gu Lingwei's expression seemed to improve slightly when she saw Qin Xiao take out 3 crystals, and she stopped. After glancing at Qin Xiao, she didn't hold back and took the crystals from Qin Xiao. It seems that I can trust you, Qin Xiao. However, I still don't completely trust you, Gu Lingwei said after putting away the 3 crystals. After saying this, he turned around and left without saying anything else. Leaving just like that? Leaving with 3 strength crystals? Looking in the direction that Gu Lingyue had left, Qin Xiao was also a little stunned. For a moment, she seemed to have an indescribable feeling. He had an inexplicably bad premonition in his heart. Yuan stood there with a confused look on her face. She blinked her eyes as if she was thinking about something, but no one knew what she was thinking about. Finally, Yuan could not help but say, "Big brother Qin, I have something to say, but I'm afraid you won't be too happy to hear it. So, I don't know if I should say it, but I really don't mean anything else." Qin Xiao looked at Yuan and could roughly guess what she wanted to say. After thinking for a moment, he said to Yuan, "Since you want to say something, then say it." Yuan gently bit her lower lip before saying, "Big brother Qin, don't you feel that big sister Gu Lingyue is strange? Why do I keep feeling that it's very strange? It doesn't seem like her at all. This doesn't seem like something big sister Gu Lingyue would do at all. It's a very strange feeling. But, judging from her aura, it's really big sister Gu Lingyue. It doesn't seem fake. I've always felt that big sister Gu Lingyue should still love you very much, big brother Qin. Although I don't know what love is, I've always felt that once a person, especially a woman, loves someone else, she definitely wouldn't do such a thing. I really don't understand why big sister Gu Lingyue would want big brother Qin to use your death to prove your love for her and 3 strength crystals to prove your love for her. I really feel that this isn't something a woman like big sister Gu Lingyue would say or do." Qin Xiao frowned slightly. In fact, wasn't he also thinking about this matter? In fact, how could he not feel that it was strange in his heart? That's right, this shouldn't be something that Gu Lingyue would do. Yet, he had actually done so. Thus, it was truly puzzling to everyone. In fact, there were also some very strange thoughts in Qin Xiao's mind. It was just that Qin Xiao really didn't want to think about these thoughts too much. Shaking his head, Qin Xiao cast away some of the distracting thoughts in his mind and said, forget it. Let's not think about this matter anymore. There must be something wrong with this matter. Perhaps Gu Lingyue has some difficulties of her own. We don't understand for the time being, so let's not make any more guesses. But I believe in her. She shouldn't be like this. Let's go. 3 strength crystals it is." Yuan pouted and didn't say anything more. But in her heart, she admired Qin Xiao's actions very much. For a man to be able to do this for the woman he loved, it was indeed very affectionate. But big brother Qin was so affectionate, yet he couldn't win back big sister Gu Lingyue's heart. How sad was that? She was really a little anxious for them. But it was obviously useless for her to be anxious about this matter. The 2 of them continued forward. After giving Gu Lingyue 3 strength crystals, Qin Xiao fortunately still had 1 strength crystal left. They walked hurriedly, and another 1,000 years passed. It was still 1,000 years without any harvest. When Qin Xiao cracked a place, he found that there was a harvest. A power origin crystal appeared not too far away, causing Qin Xiao to rejoice in his heart. Qin Xiao and Yuan quickly went over. But just as they were heading over, on the other side, a figure walked out of the void and appeared in front of Qin Xiao and Yuan. Obviously, the figure's eyes were fixed on the strength crystal, and he was also walking over. Someone's here? This wasn't a good sign. A strength crystal was enough to make people go crazy and risk their lives for it. However, when Qin Xiao saw the person who had come, he couldn't help but feel a little happy and even a little excited. "Senior Woodcutter, it's you," Qin Xiao shouted. The person in front of him was the woodcutter old man, whom he had met twice before. He was a very strange senior expert. Previously, Qin Xiao didn't know who the woodcutter old man was. He didn't know what kind of background he had. It was only after he killed his way onto the Heaven's Declaration Saint list that he found out who the woodcutter old man was. It turned out that the woodcutter old man was ranked 4th on the Heaven's Declaration Saint list. But after he found out about the woodcutter old man's background, he had never seen the woodcutter old man again. Unexpectedly, he was able to meet the woodcutter old man again in the chaotic space. Naturally, Qin Shao was overjoyed and felt a sense of familiarity with the woodcutter old man. Qin Shao was very grateful to the woodcutter old man. When he had just left the Hongmeng universe, he had met the woodcutter old man for the first time in the Heaven Fire secret land. At that time, he had only felt that the woodcutter old man was mysterious and powerful. It was far beyond his imagination. It was also because of the woodcutter old man's help that he had been able to escape from danger. The second time he had met the woodcutter old man, he had also received some help from the woodcutter old man. Qin Shao had always remembered the woodcutter old man's kindness. He had always regarded the woodcutter old man as his benefactor. The third time they had met was in the chaotic space. The woodcutter also saw Qin Shao, and a slight smile appeared on his face, which was filled with indifference and firmness. When he looked at Qin Shao, his eyes flickered with a strange light. "Qin Shao, it's you. It's only been 3 days, but I have to look at you with new eyes. Ha ha ha. You're no longer the same person I met last time. Not bad, not bad. Your talent and potential and your speed of growth are really amazing. This is the result of your hard work. I've finally met you after being in the chaotic space for so long." The woodcutter old man's words were a little like the concern of an elder to a junior. Qin Shao smiled and said, "Yes. Speaking of which, I haven't seen the woodcutter old man for a while. The scene of our last meeting is still vivid in my mind. In the blink of an eye, many years have passed. I'm really happy to see the woodcutter old man here. I won't fight with the woodcutter old man for this power crystal. Please accept it." The woodcutter old man looked at Qin Shao and shook his head with a smile. "That won't do. How can I take advantage of you?" Qin Shao shook his head and said, "You're too serious. How can this be considered taking advantage of me? This power crystal doesn't belong to me in the first place. There's no such thing as taking advantage of me. Besides, I, Qin Shao, will always remember the kindness you've shown me. Since I met you at such an awkward time today, I naturally don't dare to fight with you for this power crystal. So please don't stand on ceremony and accept it. It's not really a small token of my appreciation. Besides, even if we really want to fight, I may not be able to win against you." The woodcutter old man shook his head and smiled. "Qin Shao, oh Qin Shao, you're too modest. I know how strong you are. You're not weaker than me now. Old man, if I really want to fight with you, I may not be able to gain the slightest advantage. A single power origin crystal is too valuable, so it's not suitable for either of us to give in. Everyone entered the primal chaos space in the first place for this great opportunity. Now that it's right in front of us, there's no reason to back down. If you say so, it's not advisable. Since we've met, it's a kind of fate and also a competition. Speaking of which, we haven't fought yet. I watch you grow up step by step and become so powerful. Qin Shao, since we've met today, why don't we have a competition to decide who will get the power crystal? Old man, I've lived for so long. It's not right for me to ask you, a junior, to give in to me. Elder, this, Qin Shao felt embarrassed. He really didn't want to fight with the woodcutter old man. If it had been someone else, Qin Shao wouldn't have given in even if it had been the person ranked first on the Heavens Declaration, let alone the person ranked fourth on the Heavens Declaration. The reason why Qin Shao had given in to the woodcutter old man was because he was grateful to him. Therefore, Qin Shao naturally wouldn't fight with the woodcutter old man for the power crystal. He would rather give in. However, the woodcutter old man didn't want to take advantage of him. This made Qin Shao admire the woodcutter old man even more. Chapter 33:42. To those who were worthy of admiration, there was no such thing as suffering losses. Of course, Qin Shao was modest in front of the old man. Even if they had to fight, Qin Shao was confident that he would not lose to the old man. Perhaps his confidence was a little inflated, but that was indeed the case. He had only used 30% of his strength to suppress the fire deity. The old man waved his hand and said, "There's no need for that. Anyway, the old man doesn't need you to go easy on him. Of course, if the old man goes easy on you, you won't accept it. The old man is now ranked 4th on the Heavens Declaration, and you are ranked 5th. However, I think your strength has improved greatly during this period of time, given your talent and potential. I've seen you grow from an ordinary life to what you are today. This proves that the old man was right about you. However, the old man has underestimated you. In his heart, he had always admired the woodcutter's old man. This was not an empty compliment. It was indeed the case. Although this was only the third time that Qin Shao had met the old man, it did not make any difference. When Qin Shao heard the old man's suggestion, he hesitated. However, after all, how could someone like him need others to go easy on him? That would be a great humiliation to him. Qin Shao hesitated if he really wanted to go all out. This time, he sounded serious. Qin Shao smiled bitterly in his heart. How could he go all out? When he had attacked the fire deity with all his strength, he had severely injured the fire deity. He had lost 90% of his life. It was precisely because of this that Qin Shao was still somewhat hesitant. When one stood at a certain level, one would consider different things and see different things. Qin Shao hesitated, but he still shook his head and said, "Senior, I don't think we should fight. So if Senior really wants to compete, why don't you see if there's a better way?" Qin Shao did not know what to say. Did he really want to fight with the old man? This really put Qin Shao in a difficult position. Hee, I've always wanted to get a power crystal. Hearing Yuan's words, the old man looked at her. Apparently, this was the first time that he had seen her. Looking at Yuan, the old man smiled and said, "That's a good idea. It's a good solution to a difficult problem." Senior, this. Qin Shao was a little embarrassed. If Yuan were to take the crystal, it would seem that everything would be fine. If you want to compete with her, then compete with her. Yuan's words. He nodded and said, "All right then. Since Senior Woodcutter has said so, then let's do it." Previously, when she followed Qin Shao, she actually obtained 5 power origin crystals. Gu Lingwei, of course, Qin Zhao's. Now that Yuan had obtained one, it was naturally something to be happy about. But this encounter was probably going to come to an end. Sometimes it's not just your eyes. Your consciousness, your feelings, and your cognition can all deceive you. To put it simply, you can't trust anyone or anything except yourself. Qin Shao understood the first part of this sentence, but the last sentence really made Qin Shao a little confused. The meaning expressed seemed to be very contradictory. Didn't this mean that she had to reconsider the old man's words? It did sound like something that didn't make sense. His reminder should have a deeper meaning, and it couldn't be fake. But what was the meaning behind the last paragraph? She felt that it seemed to be expressing something. By the time Qin Shao came back to his senses, the figure of the old man had already disappeared. Has the situation in the primal chaos space become so terrifying? According to the old man's words, doesn't it mean that I can't trust anyone in the chaotic space except for Yuan? It's better to be on my guard. What is he trying to say? Qin Shao thought about this question. She vaguely felt that there were some thoughts, but she could not grasp them. After thinking for a while, she still could not figure out the reason. Yuan was very happy to have gotten a power crystal that belonged to her. Forget it. Let's not think about it now. I'll figure it out one day. So, there must be a lot of things to happen in the chaotic space. In the following time, although the number of people they met was indeed much less than before, they still met some occasionally. There was no lack of some indifferent people. But Qin Shao felt that they had fallen into a misunderstanding and entered a bottleneck. She did have this feeling, and this feeling was getting stronger and stronger. "Hey, big brother Qin, I saw 2 figures flash past over there just now." Qin Shao was thinking about something just now and did not notice. But what Yuan said should not be wrong. After thinking for a while, Yuan shook her head and said, "It was just a flash. I didn't see it clearly. I just felt that it was familiar. We should know each other, right?" Qin Shao thought for a while and nodded. So the two of them chased after them. Chapter 33:43. Qin Shao and Yuan chased all the way and finally saw the 2 figures again. Yuan and Ming Hua, Saint. She was overjoyed, but also had an indescribable feeling in her heart. A thought flashed through her mind. She was a little unhappy with Gu Lingyue just now, but she forgot about it after a while. She even pulled Qin Xiao to chase after them. Gu Lingwei and Yuan also saw Qin Xiao and stopped. Minghua Saint saw Qin Xiao, and there seemed to be a complicated look in the depths of her eyes. Her voice was as cold as a sharp sword, stabbing into Qin Xiao's heart. The situation didn't seem right. Gu Lingwei looked at Yuan with an even colder expression, and her jade eyes flashed with a strange coldness. No, I'm not talking about the last time. It's that time more than 1,000,000 years ago. You came alone to look for Big Brother Qin and took away 3 power origin crystals. Yuan immediately said. Hearing this, Gu Lingwei snorted coldly and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? I didn't even take 3 power origin crystals in that strange space. Why would I come back to take them? I don't understand what you're saying more and more." Yuan was also a little confused by Gu Lingwei's words. What was going on? She clearly didn't say anything wrong. She wasn't talking nonsense. Seeing Gu Lingwei's cold expression, she didn't dare to say anything more. Could it be? Qin Xiao looked at Gu Lingwei and didn't notice that she was lying. Gu Lingwei, after leaving that strange space, you really didn't come to find me alone? Qin Xiao asked seriously. Both of these are completely impossible. So do you really think that I would go and look for you? If that's the case, then I can only tell you that this method is too inferior. It doesn't work on me at all. That's not right. Qin Xiao also wanted to figure out what was going on, but he didn't know yet. But if what Gu Lingwei said was true, then what was the situation last time? There was no problem with the aura, so how could there be a problem? I've never used underhanded methods, and there's no need for me to use this to deceive you. I won't get any benefits from it. That's why I wanted to ask you about it. In that case, it should be beneficial for all of us. Since Qin Xiao had said it so seriously, it was indeed not a lie. It must be a matter of fact. Therefore, she was also very puzzled and confused. Therefore, I can also take responsibility for what you said. I can tell you with certainty that it definitely didn't happen. Besides, with our young palace master's character, even if he really went to look for you, it's impossible for him to take the 3 crystals from you, Lord Qin Xiao. This is also something that doesn't make sense. Qin Xiao nodded. Yes, he naturally understood Gu Lingwei and believed in her character. But in terms of personality, it shouldn't change. However, in the end, he didn't think too much about it and still handed over the 3 crystals. With Qin Xiao's current strength, it should be impossible to deceive him in terms of aura. But it wasn't necessarily an absolute thing. When the 2 situations collided, Qin Xiao really didn't know which one to believe. With Gu Lingwei and Saint Minghua in front of him, he felt that there was no problem. If he believed the words in front of him, didn't it mean that there was a problem last time? But Yuan and I didn't lie, nor did we talk nonsense. This situation did happen before. Saint Minghua frowned deeply. She also realized the complexity of the situation, but she was also very puzzled and couldn't figure it out. How about this? Can you tell me in detail what happened before? After hearing it, Gu Lingwei snorted heavily and seemed to be very angry. She said, I didn't say those words. I wouldn't say those words. Are you and Miss Yuan really sure that there's no problem with your aura? Others may make a mistake, but how can I, Qin Xiao, be wrong? Qin Xiao said. However, she had to nod and admit that Qin Xiao definitely wouldn't make a mistake about Gu Lingwei's aura. Gu Lingwei frowned and said thoughtfully, I've never heard of such a situation. If it really happened now, then we'd better believe that it's true for now. If even such a situation can happen, who knows how many dangers are waiting for us in the future. After saying that, Gu Lingwei left with Saint Minghua. Qin Xiao could only helplessly swallow the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Yuan blinked and looked at Qin Xiao. She didn't know how to comfort Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao frowned deeper and deeper. His expression became darker and colder. Don't be too sad. I feel that you're in a very bad mood. I'm just thinking about that thing. Judging from the current situation, there are some terrifying situations in the chaotic space. That's why this matter is very important. We must get to the bottom of it. Yuan nodded. She didn't want to get involved in such a complicated matter. Various situations and thoughts kept flashing in Qin Zhao's mind. making Qin Shao think about this problem. Chapter 3344. Brother Pure made a bold guess because of what happened to Prince Shijin. Was there a strange life form in this world that could completely imitate and disguise as other people? Even the aura could be completely disguised. This guess was extremely bold. Qin Shao also made some assumptions and thought that it might not be impossible. The great thousand worlds were vast and boundless. Anything was possible. Qin Shao also asked his master, Li Sheng, about this matter, but Li Sheng was not sure and only said that it was possible. But the possibility might not be great, at least according to Li Sheng's knowledge. If a reincarnation sovereign said that the possibility was not great, then it was indeed not very likely. Therefore, Qin Shao did not think much about this matter. He also felt that the possibility should not be great. If such a situation could really happen, it would simply be too inconceivable. It would break the understanding of common sense. Thinking about it, he also felt that it was unlikely. He did not believe that such a possibility existed. It was too terrifying. If one could not accurately judge a person's aura, then the world would be a little chaotic. However, given the current situation, Qin Shao had no choice but to think about this matter again. Now it seemed that this was the only possibility that could explain this matter. Apart from this, Qin Shao really could not think of any other possibility. Moreover, Qin Shao could not help but think of what the woodcutter said before. Now it seemed that the woodcutter's deep meaning in his words was to remind him to pay attention to this situation. Perhaps the woodcutter also had some doubts about this, but because it was too incredible, the woodcutter did not say it explicitly. He just reminded Qin Shao to be careful. Looking at all these situations together, Qin Shao felt more and more that this possibility should be very high. It's better to believe it than not. At least for now, this is the most likely possibility, and it is also the most plausible explanation for everything. So we should make a bold guess. But Qin Shao thought of another serious problem. That was, if there was really someone who could disguise as someone else, where did this impersonator come from? Could there be other life forms hidden in the chaos space? This possibility should not be too big, right? After all, the chaos space had always been guarded by reincarnation sovereign. Those reincarnation sovereigns have been studying the chaos space, but they did not discover this situation. If reincarnation sovereign had discovered this earlier, he would have told everyone about it. So if that was the case, then those impersonators must have snuck in from the outside, but the possibility of sneaking in should not be high. After all the people who entered this time were personally sent in by reincarnation sovereign, and each reincarnation sovereign only had 2 quotas. But in this case, it did not make sense. Everyone who came in was personally sent in by the existence of samsara. So this kind of situation shouldn't have happened, right? If there were really impersonators, how did they sneak in? Could it be that an imposter had sneaked into samsara supremacy's underlings in advance? But could it be that even reincarnation sovereign could not discover the impersonator? If this was the case, it was really too terrifying. However, there was another possibility. Just like how there were people from the land who came in, there were also some evil people who were sent in by reincarnation sovereign. So it was also possible that there were impersonators who sneaked into the chaos space among this group of people. Right now, anything could happen. It seems that it is really like what the woodcutter said. I have to be careful in everything. In the future, I can only trust myself and not others easily. There may not be only one impersonator, there may be 2. But as for how to judge others, there should be no problem as long as I stick to my own principles and bottom line. Trust others, but not absolutely trust others. Anyone who wants to get something from me is not worth trusting. Anyone who wants to hurt me is not worth trusting. After thinking about this problem, Qin Shao was a little heartbroken. In that case, his 3 power origin crystals were cheated away by the impersonator. Damn it! 3 energy crystals. How could they be cheated just like that? What made Qin Shao even more unbearable was that he had given away the 3 power origin crystals so easily. These were 3 power origin crystals. This was an unparalleled fortune. This was a huge opportunity, and it was given away by him just like that. If he had really given them to Gu Lingyue, it would not be a big deal. But the problem was that it seemed that he had given them to the impersonator. It seems that everyone has their own weakness, and I am no exception. And my weakness is very fatal. If Gu Lingyue had persevered a little more, I am afraid that I might have died in her hands. Although this weakness is a little fatal, I still think that it is a good weakness. Comradeship is the most precious thing in the world, and it's also the most beautiful thing. The more precious something is to others, the more fatal it is to a person's weakness. Thinking about this situation, I really don't know whether to laugh or cry. The creator of all things is just that amazing. After thinking here for a long time and sorting out his thoughts, Qin Shao calmed down. Ever since he had this idea, Qin Shao could not help but wonder if the person he met was the impersonator. But unless it was a very familiar person who could detect some flaws from the person's speech and behavior, there was no other way to find any problems. Therefore, it was indeed not an easy task to find the impersonator. On this day, a suspicious figure appeared in the vision of Qin Shao and Yuan Yuan. There is only one person who gave Qin Shao a feeling that he was a little sneaky. Therefore, Qin Shao and Yuan Yuan quietly followed him, wanting to see what this person wanted to do and whether he was an evil person. In fact, Qin Shao guessed that he might be the impersonator. In the primal chaos space, everyone basically traveled in pairs. It was relatively rare for one person to act alone. After all, the situation was getting more and more dangerous, so it was indeed very dangerous for one person to act alone. It was rare for Qin Shao to see a person acting alone, but that was not the main problem. The main problem was that Qin Shao felt that the person was a little sneaky, so he thought so. There must be a demon in everything. It was very abnormal to be sneaky. After following the sneaky person for a while, they were finally discovered by the other party. The other party was extremely vigilant. After discovering that Qin Shao and Yuan Yuan were following him, the sneaky person quickly ran away. It was as if he had seen his enemy. He ran away without saying anything. This situation was a little strange. Those able to enter the primal chaos space, not a single one of them was simple. Moreover, there was no enmity between them. There was no conflict of interest, nor was there a direct competition between them. Therefore, if he ran away as soon as he saw the other party, was it a sign of a guilty conscience? Based on this consideration, Qin Shao always felt that there might be something wrong with this sneaky person. Therefore, Qin Shao naturally would not let him go easily. He chased after him as soon as possible. The sneaky person ran away very fast, so Qin Shao and Yuan Yuan chased him all the way. It was very difficult to chase him. They chased him for a long time, but still didn't catch him. However, they didn't lose him. This sneaky person's speed was really fast. Moreover, it seemed that he knew the chaos space well and could travel freely. Qin Shao had studied the chaos space for a long time, so he had some basic understanding and control of it. However, compared with this sneaky person now, Qin Shao was a little ashamed. There was a big gap between them. The more it was so, the more Qin Shao felt that it was necessary to catch up with him. He wanted to see who this sneaky person was and whether or not he was an imposter. Qin Shao was very distressed now. His 3 power crystals were still in the hands of the imposter. Therefore, if he was really an imposter, Qin Shao must catch him. He must chase him to the end. Now, regardless of whether he was an imposter or not, the first thing was to catch up with the sneaky person. However, the sneaky person's speed was indeed very fast. Moreover, he was very familiar with the chaos space. Therefore, it was very difficult for Qin Shao to catch up with him. He chased him all the way, but there was no real progress. This situation really made Qin Shao very unhappy. He continued to chase. "Hey, Qin Shao. Haha, brother, we meet again. It's so good to see you." All of a sudden, a figure walked out and laughed at Qin Shao. The person who came out was none other than Brother Pure. Seeing Qin Shao, Brother Pure was in a good mood. He reached out and wanted to give Qin Shao a bear hug. Seeing Brother Pure, Qin Shao was also in a good mood. However, after being interrupted, the sneaky person had disappeared. If he continued to chase after him, it would be very difficult to find him. If he couldn't find him, how could he catch up with him? There was no way to catch up with him. Brother Pure, you came at the right time. Qin Shao curled his lips, shook his head, and could only smile bitterly. Brother Pure looked at Qin Shao with a puzzled face and said, "Brother, what do you mean? Why can't I understand? What do you mean by I came at the right time? Did I disturb you?" When he said this, Brother Pure glanced at Yuan intentionally or unintentionally. It seemed that he didn't need to say anything more. Qin Shao rolled his eyes at Brother Pure and said, "I was chasing after a sneaky person just now. You suddenly jumped out and interrupted me, and the sneaky person ran away. Damn, how could such a thing happen? Why didn't you say so earlier?" Brother Pure suddenly grinned and immediately jumped up and shouted, "Where is he? Where is that sneaky person? Where did he run to? Let's chase after him. If we chase after him now, it's still possible to catch up with him." Chase after him now? It had already been a while, and that sneaky person had already hidden himself somewhere long ago. It was impossible for them to chase after him now. Therefore, Qin Shao shook his head and said, "Forget it. Since he's lost, there's no need to chase after him. We can't waste our efforts." Chapter 33:45. Facing Brother Pure, Qin Shao was reminded of what had happened before. Apart from himself, he had to remain vigilant towards everyone else. Therefore, Qin Shao naturally did not dare to believe Brother Pure so easily. Based on this consideration, Qin Shao thought for a moment and said, "Brother Pure, do you remember the bold guess we made before?" Brother Pure looked at Qin Shao and asked, "Are you referring to the bold guess I made when we were dealing with Crown Prince Shijian? I was wondering if there was anyone in this world who could completely disguise themselves as another person and whose aura could not be distinguished." Hearing this, Qin Shao felt relieved in his heart. This was a little secret between him and Brother Pure. It was impossible for an imposter to know. Since Brother Pure could say it, it proved that he was not an imposter. Using this method to test the waters would not cause Brother Pure to misunderstand. Qin Shao nodded and said, "Yes, Brother Pure, it was this bold guess. Didn't you say it was unlikely? You've asked your master, and you've asked my master as well. Both of them said it was unlikely," Brother Pure said. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "Yes, I did ask my master, and my master also said it was unlikely. According to common sense, this is indeed something that is not very possible. However, I've recently discovered some things that may explain some things. It's like this." Qin Shao told Brother Pure about Gu Lingyue's incident in detail, analyzed it, and told him some of his conjectures. After hearing this, Brother Pure could not help but frown deeply and look thoughtful. After thinking for a long time, Brother Pure said, "Brother, based on what you said, there is indeed a very strange race in this world that can completely disguise themselves as another person. This ability is so advanced that even the reincarnation supremacy can't distinguish it. Let's call this life form an imposter for now. Is there really an imposter race in our vast 1,000 domains? An imposter has sneaked into the chaotic space. If this is really the case, it's really a little scary. Even reincarnation's sovereign was not sure of its existence. I didn't expect it to really appear now. Furthermore, he even managed to sneak into the primal chaos space. In that case, we'll have to be even more careful in the future. How about this? Let's act together. Now it seems that it will not be so easy to find the power crystals again. If we act together, we can also avoid encountering an imposter." Qin Shao thought for a moment and nodded. "Yes, sure. It's okay for us to act together now. However, even if we act separately, there won't be any problems. At most, we will encounter an imposter and verify it first. No matter how skilled the imposter is in disguise, he can't possibly know some little secrets that only we know, right? Verify it more, then we can be sure that nothing goes wrong." Brother Pure nodded and expressed his agreement with Qin Shao. The existence of impersonators was a fact that had been set in stone. If that was the case, then the sword-washing crown prince was most likely an imposter. Only in this case could everything be explained. Otherwise, it was indeed impossible to explain. In that case, there should be a force of impersonators in the great wide world. Perhaps this force was not small, and it had already infiltrated the 8 great holy realms. This was a very frightening thing. An incomparably mysterious and incomparably powerful force had silently infiltrated the 8 great sacred realms, camouflaging itself extremely well. However, there was a problem that made Qin Shao ponder deeply and feel puzzled. According to the prophecy of the Xianbei clan, only the Bloodbath Alliance and the Nightwalker clan could bring about a great calamity to the vast thousand domains. Therefore, the Bloodbath Alliance and the Nightwalker clan were the initial forces and the ultimate forces of the chaos. All the forces of chaos should be led by the Bloodbath Alliance and the Nightwalker clan. The Imposter clan did not appear in the prophecy of a Xianbei clan. What was going on? This situation really puzzled Qin Shao. Based on the current situation, the power of the Imposter clan was still very terrifying. The main thing was that their means were extremely powerful. Moreover, the forces they sent were very powerful. Such a powerful force. How could it be a small character? Brother Pure, do you remember that we made an inference before that the Imposter was related to the Nightwalker clan? Previously, we all thought that the Shijian Crown Prince was very likely to be a member of the Nightwalker clan. However, based on what we know so far, the Nightwalker clan doesn't seem to have the ability to disguise themselves. Of course, I've asked my master about this, but he doesn't know what kind of ability the Nightwalker clan has, and he doesn't know everything about the Nightwalker clan. Therefore, we can't rule out this possibility. Now I'm also thinking, could the Imposter be a member of the Nightwalker clan? After hearing Qin Zhao's speculation, Brother Pure thought seriously for a while before he nodded and said, "It's indeed possible. We've already guessed this before, but it hasn't been confirmed yet. However, based on the current situation, it's really very likely. The Nightwalker clan, whether in the prophecy of the Xianbei clan or in the long history of the vast thousand domains, has a certain position. It's just that for countless years, the Nightwalker clan has been very low-key and hasn't revealed much of their strength. It's also because of this that the 8 great holy regions have never paid attention to the Nightwalker clan and have always allowed them to hide in the vast thousand secret realms. Recently, the Nightwalker clan has started to take some action. Previously, the Nightwalker clan had almost no sense of existence. Therefore, I think it's still possible to say that it's possible. In this case, it's more in line with the prophecy of the Xianbei clan. Qin Shao nodded. It was also based on these considerations that he felt that it was possible that the Imposter was a member of the Nightwalker clan. Such a conjecture was very likely. If this was really the case, then the situation was getting more and more complicated. He shook his head and threw away some of the distracting thoughts in his mind. Forget it. Let's not think about this for now. We'll keep these guesses to ourselves. For the time being, we don't have any evidence, so we can only make some guesses. Well, Brother Pure, there's no need to stay here. Let's move on. We'll have to stay in a chaotic space for a long time, Qin Shao said. Brother Pure grinned and didn't think much about it. The 3 of them left. 10 million years had passed. The chaotic space had been open for 10 million years, but there were still 90 million years before it would expire. In the depths of the endless universe sea, in an area of absolute darkness, a huge light ball floated there, illuminating the area. And in that huge light ball, there were many figures standing in it. Every single one of them was incomparably tall and imposing, and they exuded a power that could cause even the absolute darkness to tremble. If Qin Shao were here at this time, he would definitely recognize some of them. Sage Li and the Divine Sword Emperor were also examples. Those imposing figures were all reincarnation sovereigns. Dozens of figures stood there, radiating endless light. Such a grand and unprecedented gathering was indeed a rare thing. Everyone, according to our previous agreement, when the chaotic space reaches 100 million years, the calamity of the Great Thousand World will officially begin. 100 million years is for us to prepare, and it's also an opportunity for us. But judging from the current situation, the situation in the chaotic space seems to be very bad. What I didn't expect is that many reincarnation sovereigns in the 8 regions would still be so selfish at this time. They indulged their own people, causing them to kill our own people in the chaotic space. Humph, don't you think such actions are very shameless and selfish? A displeased voice said coldly. There was a strong sense of anger in the voice. Immediately, another voice replied with a sneer, "There are great opportunities in the chaotic space, but there are also great dangers. This is a mutual matter, and there's nothing much to say. The winner is king, and the loser is a bandit. What we need are people who can really grow up in the chaotic space. They're the true power of the central pillar. As for the others, if they die, so be it. What's there to feel pity about? Even if they don't die in the chaotic space this time, they will still die when the calamity erupts. So what's the difference? If they can't grow up properly in the chaotic space, they might as well die with a bang, lest they come out to die." These words clearly arouse the anger of many people. You're wrong. The more dangerous it is, the more the 8 great holy regions should unite and face the enemy together. The calamity of the great 1,000 world is coming. If we, the reincarnation sovereigns, can't unite, then what hope does the great 1,000 world have? Are you really going to watch as the great 1,000 world is destroyed? Do you want the 8 regions to be destroyed? Flame Emperor, you're wrong too. What do you mean we want to watch the great 1,000 world be destroyed? Don't think too highly of the Bloodbath Alliance and the Nightwalker clan. How can the foundation of the 8 regions be shaken by them? Patriarch Arcanum, don't be too conceited. Don't forget the prophecy of the despicable clan. It's absolutely possible. None of us should take it lightly. If we underestimate the enemy, we may be the unlucky ones in the end. Are the 8 regions still the 8 regions of the past? Don't forget that the Mechanical Sanctuary and the Dark Sanctuary did not participate this time. They're no longer on the same side as us. I'm afraid that this time, the Mechanical Sanctuary and the Dark Sanctuary will stand opposite us. Isn't it just the Mechanical Sanctuary and the Dark Sanctuary? They don't have much of a presence in the 8 regions. We don't have to pay attention to them. What about the 6 regions? Are they very united? I think they're still in a state of disunity and fighting among themselves. Everyone has their own ideas. Why do you have to say so much, Flame Emperor? Chapter 3346. Qin Shao and the other 2 soon came to a strange space door. Qin Shao studied it for a while, but still didn't find anything. But he felt that it should be a space door. The more difficult it was to crack, the more likely it was to have a big opportunity behind it. Just like when they entered the strange space last time, there were 3 power crystals in it. Brother, this place doesn't look ordinary at all. There should be a passageway that leads to an opportunity. It seems that our luck is very good. Brother Pure said with a grin. According to their previous experience, it should be so. This time, the situation was not like the last time, where they could enter directly. Therefore, Qin Shao also began to study it seriously. After looking at it for a while, he still didn't find any clues. Hey, Yuan, you have a good experience. Brother Qin Shao and I are still studying hard. We didn't expect you to open it so quickly. How did you do it? Brother Chuanjia gave Yuan a thumbs up and said, Brother Chuanjia, you've been through a lot. What are you studying? Isn't it just a door? You know how to open it at a glance. You just need to move your hand gently and it will open. Yuan said it so casually and easily, which made Qin Shao and Brother Pure a little embarrassed. It didn't make sense. They had been studying it seriously just now, but they didn't find anything. It didn't make sense. Brother Pure looked at Yuan with a face full of shock and said, Is it so easy? Tell us quickly, how did you do it? What? Yuan's words sounded very casual, but after thinking about it carefully, they could understand the deep meaning. Qin Shao said to Brother Pure, It seems that we have entered a misunderstanding. Our thinking has been wrong from the beginning. Only after breaking through the layers of shackles and breaking through the thresholds can this door be opened. So, this made us enter a misunderstanding in our thinking. Once we enter this misconception, we will become the authorities and enter a maze. Actually, it's just a simple door. You only need to push it lightly with your hand, and it'll open. Brother Pure pondered over Qin Zhao's words and nodded heavily. The onlooker sees more clearly than the person directly involved. From the very beginning, we entered a misconception, so naturally, we complicated a simple problem. Cough, cough. This is interesting. It feels like I've been slapped in the face. It wouldn't be considered a slap in the face. However, these are not important. What was important was that Yuan had already opened the door. The three of them did not hesitate and immediately walked in through the door. In other words, this door was irreversible and could only be used once. As long as one entered it, there was no way to retreat from the original path. This was different from the last time he entered that strange space. Qin Zhao frowned and couldn't help but look back with a blush. Brother, this situation doesn't seem right. Why do I feel like we've fallen into a cage? Brother Pure said with a serious look. After all, they had already discovered that the number of people in the chaos space was getting fewer and fewer. If this was the case, the situation was indeed not good. This place was like a cage, making it difficult for people to get out after entering. Brother Pure immediately frowned and said, Qin Zhao, Yuan, have you noticed that the power inside is more powerful and terrifying than outside? It's not simple inside. It became even more frightening. Not only that, the entire space gave off a feeling of oppression, a very strong sense of oppression. Danger was everywhere. Qin Zhao, do you think we've entered the core area of the chaos space? Within this primal chaos space, there's an extremely dangerous existence. Maybe now we've really entered the core area. Qin Zhao nodded and said, yes, it's possible. I'm also thinking about this matter. The possibility is very high. Now, we should have entered the core area. Perhaps there will be even greater opportunities hidden within, but there will definitely be even more terrifying dangers within. So, we'd better be careful. What was meant to come was meant to come. We'll face it bravely. Ha ha. I've long wanted to show off my skills. There's great danger, but there is also great excitement. Ha ha ha. Come on, let the storm come a little fiercer. Qin Zhao shook his head. He didn't like fighting. Let's go. This power was definitely extremely terrifying and not simple. Even from afar, Qin Zhao and the other two could feel a destructive aura within it. Moreover, this meteorite-like thing was extremely fast as a shooting star. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of them. After the meteorite-like thing passed through, it didn't turn back. Instead, it kept moving forward and disappeared in another direction. What the hell is that? What a powerful and terrifying power. It feels like a power mass formed by a strange power. And that power feels very similar to the power of the chaos space. Qin Zhao thought for a while and analyzed it. Then, he shook his head and said, I don't know. It's a little similar, but not completely. Chapter 33:47. Ahem. What do you mean by a little like it, but not exactly like it? Brother Pure stared at him and said, I'm thinking if that thing was formed by the power of the chaotic space, does that mean we don't have to be afraid of it? Perhaps we can capture that thing and see if we could devour it. If it's really formed by the power of the chaotic space, then I think it's completely possible. Great dangers must also be accompanied by great opportunities. There are very few power crystals outside, so it's very difficult to get them. As soon as we entered here, we saw that thing. If it's really formed by the power of the chaotic space, then is it like the power crystals? It's just that the form is different, but it might be more effective. This idea was indeed bold enough. But it couldn't be said that there was no such possibility at all. Qin Zhao also analyzed it seriously. After thinking carefully, he said, this possibility should still exist. But when that thing passed by us just now, we all felt that it was emitting a powerful and terrifying power. It's absolutely not to be underestimated. I feel that I might not be able to block that terrifying power. If we try to block that power by force and do something to it by force, it's very likely that we'll set ourselves on fire and hurt ourselves. So, this idea is constructive, but we shouldn't try it casually. Brother Pure curled his lips and said, well, That's true. Just from the aura I felt just now, that thing is really too powerful and terrifying. That power of destruction feels like it can destroy everything. If we try it casually, we might be hurt. But I always feel that there's such a possibility. If we don't try it, it's really itchy. Qin Xiao shook his head and said, "Let's talk about this later. For now, it's just some guesses. It's good to have these bold ideas, and it's also right to dare to think about it. But after thinking about it, we still have to act according to the reality. We can't act rashly. Let's wait and see. We should be able to encounter those powers again. Once we encounter them, we can do further research. Let's do more research and then make a decision." Brother Pierre nodded. This was the only way. The three of them continued to move forward. As Qin Xiao expected, those meteorite-like things flashed from time to time. Some of them were like meteors flashing through the sky, leaving behind a bright light. Some of them seemed to have grown eyes, attacking Qin Xiao and the others, bringing with them a destructive force. Some of them, however, passed by Qin Xiao and the others, but they didn't attack Qin. These powers should still be dead and not sentient. Their attacks should also be random, without any order. Therefore, it was a good time to dodge it. The further they went forward, the more powers they encountered. Sometimes there were even two groups of such things attacking Qin Xiao and the others. Fortunately, Qin Xiao and Brother Pure were very strong and had fast reactions, so they could avoid them in time. Yuan had been following Qin Xiao. With Qin Xiao's protection, she was very safe and didn't have to think about anything. Qin Xiao, come and see. Brother Pure suddenly shouted. Qin Xiao and Yuan quickly came over. They came to the place where Brother Pure pointed and found a broken sword there. That broken sword was emitting an extremely powerful aura. Although this aura was greatly suppressed, it was still detectable. This is a world magic weapon, Qin Xiao said with some surprise. This broken sword was actually a world magic weapon. It was a world magic weapon, but it was destroyed here. And judging from the situation, this world magic weapon should have been destroyed recently. There was still a residual aura. It was terrible. Brother Pure grinned and said, "I don't know if it was destroyed by someone or by other forces." Tut, tut, tut. Although the world magic weapon is greatly suppressed here, it can't be used. At most, it can't exert its great power, but its strength is still there. It's very difficult to destroy a world magic weapon, even in here, right? Could it be that the internal strife has already reached such an intense stage? Qin Xiao frowned and pondered. He was also thinking about this question. Was it man-made or something else? If it was man-made, it was indeed a little scary. The internal strife had reached such a level that it was truly frightening. But no matter which possibility it was, it pointed to a very practical problem. It is indeed more dangerous here than outside. It seemed that we found that there are fewer and fewer people outside. The biggest possibility is that many people have entered here. And judging from the current situation, many people should have died in the chaos space. Those who are able to enter the chaos space are all top-notch experts. Yet they all died in the chaos space. I really don't know how many things are hidden in the chaos space that we don't know. I feel that it is getting more and more complicated. Yes, it was getting more and more complicated and more confusing. Qin Xiao felt more and more confused. The chaos space, logically speaking, should not be so complicated. The 6 great samsara supremes of the 6 great holy realms each sent 2 people in here. They all came for the great opportunity. Even if there was an enormous danger, it should have come from the chaos space itself. But judging from a situation along the way, the chaos space itself did not show much danger. On the contrary, the forces of villains poured out. They fought among themselves and killed each other. There were also impersonators who entered and messed up the situation. Strange, it was really strange. The situation should not be like this. What was going on? This situation really made Qin Xiao somewhat unable to make sense of it. Whoosh. At this moment, a group of meteorite-like things suddenly appeared around them. This time, it seemed that there was an organized attack. More than a dozen of them appeared at the same time and surrounded Qin Xiao and the other 2. They whistled and rushed toward Qin Shao and the other two. Qin Shao, Yuan, be careful. Brother Pure immediately shouted anxiously. Qin Shao frowned and said to Yuan, hurry up, follow me. Let's go. Qin Shao pulled Yuan and left quickly to avoid the attacks of the meteorite-like things. But this time, there were too many of them, and they all came for Qin Shao and the other two. In addition, Qin Shao had to protect Yuan. So in fact, they came for Qin Shao and Brother Pure. The two of them had to share the attack of more than a dozen meteorite-like things, which was very terrible. Although Qin Shao tried his best to dodge, because he had to protect Yuan, he was somewhat affected. In terms of speed, he was naturally a little slower. Therefore, soon, a group of meteorite-like things hit Qin Shao, which made it difficult for Qin Shao to dodge completely. 1/3 of the meteorite-like things still hit Qin Shao. Since there was no way to dodge, he could only brace himself to face them. Qin Shao did not hesitate. He broke out all his strength and punched the meteorite-like things. That meteorite-like object was a highly concentrated mass of highly pure energy. As soon as Qin Shao's fist hit the meteorite-like things, a powerful collision immediately broke out. The fierce collision, the confrontation of strength, completely broke out in an instant. As soon as it broke out, a powerful and terrible force completely broke out like a bomb explosion. Qin Shao also urged the strength of his internal world to the extreme. It surged out and confronted with the meteorite-like things. At this time, he could only fight hard. There was no way out. Fortunately, the meteorite-like object didn't hit Qin Shao's body head-on. It was just a deflection. Therefore, in terms of strength, they should be weakened a little. In addition, if Qin Shao's full power were to erupt, it was indeed extremely powerful and terrifying. The strength of his internal world was pushed to the extreme. How powerful was that? Under such a powerful force, Qin Shao successfully knocked away the meteorite-like things and turned the danger into safety. He dodged the disaster. Brother Pure was so worried that he almost screamed when he saw the scene just now. Fortunately, Qin Shao managed to resolve this crisis without any mishap. Brother Pure was lucky to have dodged the meteorite-like things. Phew, brother, are you all right? You scare me to death just now. Luckily, you're strong. Otherwise, if it were me, even if I didn't die, I would be half dead. Brother Chunjia walked over and asked with concern. Qin Shao nodded and said, well, I'm fine. Not bad. I managed to hold on. I was very worried just now. I was afraid that my strength could not hold on. But fortunately, I managed to survive. From the looks of it, the power of that meteorite-like thing isn't so strong that we can't resist it. Brother Pure grinned and said, that's you, Brother Qin Shao. If it were someone else, would you give it a try? Not everyone can be as monstrous and heaven-defying as you, and possess such powerful strength. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to hold on. Cough. Qin Shao coughed awkwardly, but he had to admit that Brother Pure's words did make sense. That was indeed the case. If it were someone else, he would not be able to block it. The meteorite-like things were very powerful. Qin Shao did his best to block them. That was why he did not suffer losses. But the power of his inner world was heaven-defying. It was a power that others did not have. Therefore, if it were someone else, he would not be as powerful as Qin Shao. Without Qin Shao's powerful strength, he would not be able to block the meteorite-like things. Naturally, he would suffer. Therefore, thinking of this, Qin Shao felt that the world magic weapon that was destroyed just now was very likely to be destroyed by these forces. The destructive power of those meteorite-like things was really too strong. It was estimated that they could really kill many people here. The situation just now was very dangerous. But Qin Shao believed that it was definitely not the most dangerous situation here. There would definitely be many more dangerous situations in this place. Chapter 33:48. The situation inside was getting more and more complicated, and it was getting more and more dangerous. The visible danger was increasing. The three of them continued to move forward. The further they went, the more dangerous it was. Those meteorite-like objects were not fixed in size. There were big ones and small ones. It was so big that even Qin Shao could smell the aura of death. He didn't dare to touch it. Qin Shao suddenly exclaimed in surprise. When he saw a meteorite-like object, his heart couldn't help but jolt. Qin Shao was sure that he did not see wrongly. He did see a power crystal hidden in that meteorite-like object, and it was surrounded by a powerful and terrifying force. However, the power origin crystal was hidden in that meteorite-like object. It was not an easy task to take it out. I was a little far away just now, and that meteorite-like object was too powerful. I did not dare to get too close to it, so I only took a glance at it. That should be right? However, it won't be easy to obtain that power origin crystal. What should we do? Should we think of a way to take that power crystal out? However, how is he going to retrieve the power crystal from that meteorite-like object? The bigger it was, the more terrifying the force it contained. However, seeing a power crystal but not being able to take it was also a very maddening thing. Being able to obtain one more would have an incomparably huge and extraordinary significance. Brother Pure thought for a while and shook his head helplessly. It seems that there is no good way. It is difficult for us to take that power crystal out of that meteorite-like object. There is obviously a power crystal, but it is hidden in that meteorite-like object, so we have no way to get it. Hearing Brother Pure's words, Qin Shao felt that it was indeed the case. Since there was a power yuan crystal hidden in that meteorite-like object, then theoretically, there must be a way to take it out from there. Otherwise, wouldn't it be completely meaningless? He did not dare to say that he was the absolute number one in the chaotic space, but he should not be too far off. At least, he should be at the top of the list. Speaking of which, there should not be many people who could do it. Hiding the power yuan crystal in something that no one would be able to obtain? Wasn't that just toying with people? After all, this was the primal chaos space. This place shouldn't be artificially created. It shouldn't be under the control of any artificially created force. From his point of view, everything was still possible. Brother, shall we give it a try? A power origin crystal? I think it's worth it for us to give it a try. We just want to get the power crystal from that meteorite-like object. We don't want to do anything to it. Brother Pure proposed a suggestion. After all, the attractiveness of a power crystal was indeed very great. Qin Zhao's heart was also very itchy. Therefore, Qin Shao also felt that it was better to give it a try. Maybe they could really get it. The value of the power crystal was naturally incomparably huge to Qin Shao. In order to obtain good things, one naturally had to take great risks. This was an indisputable matter, and Qin Shao had always understood it very well. However, the meteorite-like thing was simply too fast. Trying to catch up to it was clearly not a realistic thing to do. Therefore, Qin Shao and Brother Pure were both prepared. When that meteorite-like object flew back, Qin Shao and Brother Pure were ready to stop it. Everywhere it passed, it caused the heavens and earth to fall into a state of silence. It was truly a sight that caused one's heart to tremble with fear. This was definitely a matter of risking their lives. It was extremely dangerous. The two of them each guarded one side. They stared coldly at that meteorite-like object and were ready for anything. Qin Shao took the lead. Soon, that meteorite-like object had arrived in front of Qin Shao. The closer it was to that meteorite-like object, the more terrifying it was and the more frightening it was. Since he had chosen to take a risk, there was nothing to be afraid of. However, even if he risked getting injured, Qin Shao must take out that power crystal. Without any hesitation, Qin Shao immediately attacked with all his strength. A powerful force surged out and directly rushed toward that meteorite-like object. Although Qin Zhao's strength was very strong, he was very confident in himself. Then, he rushed toward this opening and broke out all his strength. It fiercely smashed toward Qin Shao. Therefore, when the two forces collided, the power of that meteorite-like object broke out violently. It surged toward Qin Shao with the power to destroy the heavens and earth. The remnants of the powerful force smashed onto Qin Zhao's body. Hit by this force, Qin Zhao was directly sent flying. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. However, it was also very embarrassing. On the other side, when Qin Zhao failed to make a move, Brother Pure also made a move. Therefore, Brother Chunjie naturally couldn't get any advantage from him. After a confrontation, he was directly sent flying by that meteorite-like object and spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. But obviously, he was more embarrassed than Qin Zhao. Otherwise, if Brother Pure confronted this meteorite-like object head-on, it was very likely that he would be seriously injured. This meteorite-like object was really too powerful. Chapter 33:49. What should we do? Brother, we are no match for it if we fight it head-on. Even with our combined strength, we still can't deal with this meteorite-like thing. It's so frustrating. The two of us brothers are also very strong. Okay? How could this be? This is too humiliating. Brother Pure smacked his lips and looked very unhappy. Indeed, he was very displeased by such a thing. He originally thought that if he and Qin Zhao joined forces, they wouldn't do anything to the meteorite-like thing. If they just wanted to take out the power crystal from the meteorite-like thing, it would be a great success. However, they didn't expect that when they fought with the meteorite-like thing, they didn't even have a chance to touch it. They were directly sent flying and even vomited blood. This was simply being abused. Naturally, it was something that was hard for them to accept. Qin Zhao shook his head and said, "There's nothing we can do even if we feel frustrated. In fact, we should have expected this result long ago. We should have been mentally prepared. It's normal. The power of that meteorite-like thing is really too strong. We have felt it before. Naturally, it won't be easy to fight it head-on. Even if we can't deal with it with our combined strength, it's still acceptable. But it's frustrating that we can't get the power crystal in it. Alas, helpless, too helpless. What should they do? Could it be that they should just give up like this? Directly give up? But this was a power origin crystal. If he were to let it go now, wouldn't it be a pity? Thinking about it, they felt it was a pity. They were a little reluctant to give it up. Brother Pure also looked very unconvinced. He smacked his lips and looked like he was unwilling to give up and wanted to find a way to regain his dignity. His eyes were fixed on the meteorite-like thing, as if he wanted to fight with it again. Qin Zhao knew Brother Pure's thoughts. In fact, how could Qin Zhao be willing to give up? He was unwilling to give up. But no matter how unwilling he was, what could he do? They had already exchanged blows earlier, but they were still defeated. There was still no way for them to do this. A single exchange of blows directly caused Qin Zhao to vomit blood. Attack again? Wasn't that just asking for a beating? Of course, Qin Zhao wouldn't do such a thing easily. It was just that Qin Zhao was still a little unconvinced in his heart. In other words, he didn't want to admit defeat so easily. He didn't want to give up so easily. He wanted to try again. It was rare to encounter such a good opportunity. If he gave it up so easily, it would be difficult for him to calm down. Qin Zhao was originally a very strong-willed person. He would not give up easily no matter what. How could Qin Zhao easily give up on such a matter? Therefore, Qin Zhao was still thinking about the possibilities and wouldn't give up easily. Furthermore, Qin Zhao also felt that since there was a power origin crystal in that meteorite-like object, there should be a high probability that there would be a way to obtain it. But the method shouldn't be fixed. Since he couldn't get it through brute force, there might be other ways. If they couldn't get it by force, they might be able to get it by force. Indeed, there were many things that could not be solved with just fists. But how could they get it by force? Qin Zhao was seriously thinking about this problem and thinking about all the possibilities. Alas, brother, I think we'd better forget it. I guess we can't get that power crystal. Forget it, forget it. Let's keep moving forward. Who knows? We might encounter even more power crystals later on. Who knows? There might be some weaker meteorite-like objects that have strength crystals in them. Maybe in this space, power crystals exist in those meteorite-like things. So, if we can't get this one, we shouldn't waste more time here. We should keep moving forward and look for more meteorite-like things. In this way, maybe we can get more. Brother Pure shook his head and said, giving up the power crystal in front of them. This was a helpless action. Brother Pure's idea was not wrong. It should be very desirable. It was just that Qin Shao still couldn't let it go in his heart. Qin Shao didn't like failure. He never liked failure. Especially in this matter, Qin Shao had tried. If he still failed, it would be a very sad thing. With Qin Zhao's pride, it was difficult for him to accept such a thing. Therefore, Qin Shao had been thinking about whether there was a way to get the power crystal in a meteorite-like thing. Qin Shao didn't want to care about how many power crystals there were, nor did he want to make some guesses. But what Qin Shao saw was that there was a power crystal in the meteorite-like thing in front of him. This was a real thing. That was enough. There was no need to think about other things. Grasping the real thing in front of him was more important than anything else. Everything else was too uncertain. No one dared to be 100% sure. Seeing that Qin Shao didn't want to leave, Brother Pure didn't say anything more. In terms of understanding, no one knew Qin Shao better than Brother Pure. Once Qin Shao decided to do something, he would never give up easily. Whoosh! That meteorite-like thing roared and whizzed towards them again. This seemed to be the attitude of a winner. With an arrogant attitude, it rushed over again, showing Qin Shao and Brother Pure the joy and arrogance of a winner. This time, Qin Shao didn't figure out a reason, so naturally, he didn't confront the meteorite-like thing head-on. Instead, he quickly dodged. But this kind of dodging was not what Qin Shao wanted to do. If I can't confront it head-on, how can I get it? Coincidence, how can I get it? If you want to get the power crystal in the meteorite-like thing, you have to get close to it. Once you get close, the power in the meteorite-like thing will launch a fierce attack on you. This kind of attack is absolutely terrible. It's not simple at all. Confronting this kind of power is an act of self-abuse. If it comes a few more times, I'm afraid I'll be in danger of dying. But if I can't get close to the meteorite-like thing, how can I get the power crystal in it? Is there a way to draw out the power crystal in the meteorite-like thing? Thinking of this idea, Qin Shao couldn't help but think seriously. But after thinking about it for a while, he still couldn't come up with a clue. It sounded like something that wasn't very possible. The power crystal was an object, not a living thing, and it didn't have a soul consciousness. So, how could he draw out the power crystal? This was something that was simply impossible to achieve. If he couldn't do it, could it be that he had to confront it head-on? But that didn't seem right. No one could take the path of a head-on clash with the enemy. This wouldn't work, that wouldn't work. Could it be that there was no way to get the power crystal in the meteorite-like thing? Was it really impossible? No, it couldn't be. Qin Shao shook his head. For the time being, he hadn't given up. He didn't think it was impossible. He still believed it was possible. It was just that he hadn't thought of it yet. There were thousands of ways in the world. How many could he think of? It was just because one or two of them didn't work. But there should be some that would work, right? Brother Pure, let's try a few more times. Qin Shao said to Brother Pure. Holy **T, again? You're really not afraid. Brother Pure grinned and stared at Qin Shao with his eyes wide open. He was a little scared. Just now, he suggested Qin Shao to give up. But Qin Shao didn't want to give up. Don't talk nonsense. Let's try a few more times. Qin Shao didn't want to say anything more to Brother Pure, so he said directly. In front of Brother Pure, Qin Shao didn't care so much, and he was very sure that as long as he asked, Brother Pure wouldn't refuse. Brother Pure smacked his lips, gritted his teeth, and said resolutely, Well, I'll risk my life to accompany you. After all, Qin Shao is my best brother. For my brother, even if I die, it's no big deal. What's more, it's not death. It's not a big deal. At most, I'll get hurt. Don't be afraid. Come on, let's fight together. Brother, I'll listen to your command now. I believe you can succeed. Would he succeed? Qin Shao also hoped that this was the case. But hope was just hope. It didn't mean he could succeed. He could only try his best and have a clear conscience. Man could do something, but God could do it. At least, Qin Shao didn't have much confidence to do so now. Although he didn't have much confidence, he still had to try his best and fight. Soon, the meteorite-like thing roared toward them again with terrible power, which made people's hearts palpitate. But Qin Shao and Brother Pure were like fearless warriors, and they got into formation. Once again, they attacked with all their strength and collided head-on with a meteorite-like thing. Once again, they confronted each other. However, the result this time was obviously not much better than the previous one. This time, Qin Shao and Brother Pure were also hit and flew out. They spat out blood again and fell to the ground awkwardly. Damn, I'm not convinced. Again, damn it, I don't believe you. Brother Pure wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and it seemed that he was really angry. He was really angry. When people were angry, they would feel invincible. They would not be afraid of anything and dare to fight with their lives. Again, Qin Shao didn't give in. Then let's fight again. What's there to be afraid of? But the reality was still very cruel. The two of them attacked 6 times in a row, but they were defeated each time. They didn't make any substantial progress. Qin Shao also tried several methods, but he still didn't gain anything. On the contrary, he was beaten back by the meteorite-like thing every time, and he didn't know how much blood he had spat out. After this, they were seriously injured, and nearly 30% of their divine bodies were broken. Cough, brother, shouldn't we admit defeat? If we continue to fight like this, I'm afraid we will be seriously injured. Once we get seriously injured in here, it's not a good thing for us. It's very dangerous here, and there are dangers everywhere. We better take it easy. In fact, think about it. There's no need to be obsessed with this for a power crystal. If we really can't do it, why don't we try to give up? There's no other way. No one else saw it, so it's not shameful. Brother Pure coughed awkwardly and said to Qin Shao. Author Kanshong said, "Third update, begging for flowers." Chapter 3350. Wasn't it shameful? Although no one else saw it, it was still a shameful thing. Qin Shao had never been abused like this. Did he really have to give up? After persisting for so long, he still had to give up. However, it seemed that he had no other choice but to give up. He couldn't try blindly anymore. Otherwise, the loss would outweigh the gain. Forget it. Qin Shao shook his head and had the idea of giving up in his heart. After trying 6 times, he still had no clue. He had tried several methods, but they all ended in failure. Therefore, there was nothing to continue trying. It was better to give up. Indeed, he couldn't waste more time and energy here. With the time and energy, it was better to continue moving forward. Maybe he could gain more. This was also something that he had no choice but to do. With this decision, Qin Shao was about to tell Brother Pure. But at this time, Yuan unexpectedly went to the meteorite-like thing. Seeing Yuan's action, Qin Shao was really shocked. He hurriedly shouted, Yuan, get out of the way. Don't touch it. It's very dangerous." As he said, Qin Shao also rushed over there. But it was still a little late. Yuan went to the meteorite-like thing. When Qin Shao realized it, it was actually too late. Therefore, it was obviously too late to chase after her. But at this time, Yuan had already clashed with the meteorite-like thing. But a strange thing happened. Yuan's hand actually reached into the meteorite-like thing lightly. How did her hand end up in that meteorite-like object? As soon as Yuan's hand reached into the meteorite-like thing, she grabbed the power crystal. Seeing this scene, Qin Shao and Brother Pure suddenly opened their eyes wide and looked at Yuan in surprise. They didn't expect that Yuan could do what they tried 6 times, but failed to do so easily. However, although Yuan reached into the meteorite-like thing with one hand and grabbed the power crystal, the situation was not good. But the situation was not good. Yuan and the meteorite-like thing were close to each other. The meteorite-like thing emitted a powerful force and smashed on Yuan's body. Yuan's other hand also burst out with full strength to resist the powerful force of the meteorite-like thing. But obviously, Yuan's strength was obviously far from the meteorite-like thing's opponent. Therefore, after this confrontation, Yuan was naturally sent flying in an instant. Yuan spat out several mouthfuls of blood in the air, and several blood lotuses bloomed. After flying for several thousand feet, she fell to the ground. Qin Shao chased over and hugged Yuan. Only then did Yuan not fall to the ground. Seeing the red blood at the corner of Yuan's mouth, he felt sorry for her. Hugging Yuan, this was the first time that Qin Xiao was so close to Yuan. At this critical moment, Qin Xiao didn't care so much and didn't think too much. He just wanted to catch Yuan and prevent her from falling to the ground. Being in Qin Xiao's arms, Yuan felt a wonderful feeling in her heart, which made her feel an indescribable sense of beauty and joy. With this thought in mind, Yuan's face suddenly flushed red. This was also her first time. She had known Qin Xiao for so long, but this was the first time that she was held in Qin Xiao's arms. It had to be said that this feeling was really strange and wonderful. It was an indescribable feeling. It was a feeling that she had never felt before. This feeling was so wonderful that she was a little greedy and was reluctant to let it end. After stabilizing her body, Qin Xiao asked with concern, Yuan, are you okay? Yuan looked at Qin Xiao with a little infatuation. She just looked at Qin Xiao like this, as if her eyes were going to wear out. She didn't seem to hear Qin Xiao's words and didn't reply. Instead, she stared at Qin Xiao, and her face became redder and redder. Qin Xiao felt a little embarrassed to be stared at by Yuan in such a daze. After letting Yuan stand firmly, Qin Xiao immediately let go of her. After being let go by Qin Xiao, Yuan suddenly felt like she had been separated from the land of warmth and tenderness. She felt an indescribable sense of loss. Only then did Yuan react. She quickly lowered her head and said, it's okay. I'm fine. Hey, your face is red. You're so red. TSK. This is the look of love. It's so similar to that, love, right? Ha. Yuan, you like my brother Qin Xiao very much. Brother Pure walked over and stared at Yuan, teasing her. After being teased by Brother Pure, Yuan lowered her head even more and her face became hot. Not only her ears, but even her neck became red. Yuan was so embarrassed that she wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. She lowered her head and couldn't help but explain, no, I don't understand what you're talking about. Ha, that's not it. I don't understand. Brother Pure continued to tease her and said, your expression and eyes have betrayed you. You don't know how to lie. Everything is written on your face. I don't need to expose you. Huh? Everything is written on my face? Sob. Yuan covered her face with her hands. She was so ashamed that she wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. After being teased by Brother Pure, Yuan didn't know what to say. However, was this really love? It couldn't be. She really didn't think that she really fell in love with Qin Xiao. In her heart, she had always felt that she only treated Qin Xiao as her big brother, as her closest kin. This shouldn't be love, right? Maybe she just worshipped him too much and was too close to him. However, at this time, she didn't know how to explain it to Brother Pure. All right, Brother Pure, don't make fun of Yuan. She's very simple. She's not as complicated as you. Qin Xiao shook his head and said. After hearing Qin Xiao's words, Brother Pure immediately restrained himself and said, Okay, I won't say it. I'm just joking. Yuan, don't take it to heart. Okay, let's get down to business. Yuan, you really dare to risk your life. Aren't you too desperate? Just now, my heart was in my throat. I was really afraid that something would happen to you. Even I don't dare to touch the meteorite-like thing directly. You actually dared to touch it alone. You're really a newborn calf who is not afraid of the tiger. Why are you so gutsy? Brother Pure always thought that Yuan was a relatively timid person. However, now it seemed that he only saw one side of Yuan. He only saw a little of the other side now. He didn't expect that Yuan also had such a brave side. Yes, Yuan. Next time, you can't act so impulsively. Don't do such a dangerous thing. The situation just now was really too dangerous. Look at you. Now you're seriously injured. In this kind of thing, if you're careless, the consequences will be unimaginable. You can't joke about your life. No matter what you do, your life is the first place. You can't joke about it. Yuan, did you hear that? I'm serious. I'm very serious. Qin Shao also looked at Yuan Yuan with a serious face and said, just now he was really worried to death. In his mind, he even had a thought. What if something happened to Yuan Yuan? What should he do? He really didn't dare to think about this situation. Oh, I know. Yuan Yuan nodded and said. However, she added, actually, you don't have to be so nervous. Actually, I dare to do this because I have some confidence. Actually, I'm also very scared. I don't want to die. This time, it was indeed more dangerous. Fortunately, everything was within my expectations, so it's actually not too bad. Look at me, I'm fine. Only a little bit of my divine body was injured. However, I've already gotten the power crystal. This price should be very worth it, right? As she spoke, Yuan Yuan waved the energy crystal in her hand. Previously, Yuan Yuan had obtained a power origin crystal. This time, she obtained another power origin crystal. This kind of harvest was very good. Hearing Yuan Yuan's words, Qin Shao couldn't help but frown. Yuan Yuan was confident. Everything was within her expectations. If that was the case, Yuan Yuan had already studied the situation thoroughly. That was why he said such words. Cough. He and Brother Pure had tried so many times and studied for so long, but they didn't find a reason. Unexpectedly, Yuan Yuan was able to study the situation thoroughly just by standing by the side. Cough, cough. Yuan Yuan, are you deliberately trying to hurt Qin Shao and me? Brother Pure twitched his mouth as if he was a little provoked. This was indeed a big blow. How could it be so easy to do this? But Yuan Yuan said it very casually, as if it was written casually. Qin Shao couldn't help but ask, yes, Yuan Yuan, you said you had a backup plan. You said it was within your expectations. Then I don't know how you did it. Brother Pure and I have tried 6 times, but we didn't make any progress. You actually succeeded in 1 try. Can you tell us how you did it? What did you find? Yuan Yuan had already succeeded, so her words should not be false. However, Qin Shao and Brother Pure really didn't understand how Yuan Yuan did it. Yuan Yuan finally raised her head, but the blush on her face hadn't disappeared. She looked at Qin Shao and said, yes, I think everything is within my expectations. This doesn't seem to be so difficult, does it? Although the meteorite-like thing is very powerful and terrifying, I found that it becomes stronger when it meets a strong force. Once a force collides with it, there will be fierce sparks, and it will burst out a strong force. If there is any resistance, it will at most be hit, but it won't be too terrible. So, I was thinking whether you only need to reduce your strength to infinitely low, or even to the point of 0, then you can easily enter the meteorite-like thing and take out the power crystal. Based on this consideration, I observed your attempts a few more times and made a judgment. I'm basically sure that it should be like this. So, I made an attempt just now. It turned out that it was indeed like this. My hand didn't use the slightest bit of strength, so it was easy for me to reach into the meteorite-like object and take out the power crystal. The power of the meteorite-like thing hit me, but it wasn't too strong, so I wasn't seriously injured. That's the general situation. Chapter 3351. Qianqianha? That's it. After listening to Yuan Yuan's story, Qin Shao and Brother Chunjia also looked at each other and were stunned for a while. So simple. In other words, the meteorite-like object would become stronger when it met a strong opponent and weaker when it met a weak opponent, but it didn't seem to make sense. Was that really the case? It didn't seem right. If that was the case, Yuan Yuan could directly withdraw all his power and rush directly to the meteorite-like thing. If that was the case, wouldn't he be able to easily enter that meteorite-like object and retrieve the power crystal? And he wouldn't be attacked by the meteorite-like thing? Was that really the case? Qin Shao didn't think it was possible. If that was the case, Yuan Yuan wouldn't be attacked. But Yuan Yuan had a good grasp of the situation, and the power that attacked him wasn't very strong. Otherwise, Yuan Yuan wouldn't just be slightly injured. The power of that meteorite-like thing was extremely terrifying. If it hit Yuan Yuan with all its strength, it would be a very dangerous thing. Therefore, Qin Shao and Brother Pure were a little confused. That's it. I don't know anything else. Yuan Yuan said again. That's strange. Qin Shao was thinking about this problem. According to what Yuan Yuan said, the meteorite-like thing should have some special characteristics. Originally, Qin Shao was also thinking about this matter. He also thought that since the power crystal existed, the meteorite-like thing shouldn't be invincible. There should be a way to crack it. He and Brother Pure had tried 6 times before, but they didn't make any progress. But Yuan Yuan proved with his own actions that there was indeed a way to crack it. And the way to crack it turned out to be like this. Brother Pure, we may have entered a misunderstanding. That's why we have a wrong understanding. If we think about this matter in our way of thinking, we can't get out of the misunderstanding. What we've been thinking is that the meteorite-like thing is very powerful. We can't easily get close to it or touch it. We have to be very careful. Based on this basic consideration, we simply never thought that this would be possible. What we were thinking about was how to break the power of that meteorite-like thing. However, we never thought that there was actually no need to break it at all. Once you enter a wrong zone, it will be very difficult to walk out of it. On this point, Yuan Yuan is different from us. She won't think of things as too complicated. Instead, she thinks of things in the simplest way. That's why Yuan Yuan can often see things that we can't. It was the same last time, and it's the same this time. Our thoughts have taken control of us, causing us to have many wrong thoughts. Qin Shao thought about it seriously and came up with some conclusions. It had happened twice before, and so had Yuan Yuan. From these situations, Qin Shao came to some conclusions. Brother Pure nodded and said thoughtfully, Yes, Qin Shao, we have indeed thought of things too deeply and too complicatedly. We can't be blamed for this. The problem we encountered was originally big. Moreover, we went deep into the chaotic space, which is full of danger everywhere. Therefore, we naturally thought of the problem as too complicated. When we thought too deeply, it was easy for us to enter a wrong zone. In this respect, we can't compare with Yuan Yuan. Yuan Yuan also has a very pure heart. She doesn't need to think about other problems. She only needs to think of this matter with her simplest thinking, and she can find the key to the problem. But I don't think other people can have the same idea as her, right? Yes, Yuan Yuan was unique. She was really too naive and simple. Her heart was too pure. He was just like a child who had just been born. Who could compare with such a temperament? People like Qin Shao and Brother Pure, who had experienced many things in the world, had long been immersed in many things and had been tempered to be very deep. Could they still have the heart of a newborn? That was a very distant thing. Brother, in this case, in fact, we have a way to deal with those meteorite-like things. Brother Pure suddenly said. Thinking of this, he was a little happy. Qin Shao nodded and said, Well, yes, in this case, there is indeed a way to deal with them. We have always thought that those meteorite-like things are too powerful and too terrifying. Of course, they are indeed very powerful and terrifying. However, we should treat these meteorite-like things with a normal attitude. If we look at them from a different perspective, we won't think that they are so terrible. No matter how terrible they are, we can find a way to deal with them. This is also our idea from the beginning. It's just that we can't see through their essence, so we have always been in a misunderstanding. When we look at this problem from this misunderstanding, we're getting deeper and deeper into it. The essence of many things is actually very simple. It depends on whether we can see through the essence or not. Brother Pure nodded. That was indeed the case. This principle was actually not difficult, but it was not easy to understand it when it was applied to a certain matter. If it were not for Yuan Yuan's success just now, Qin Shao would not have been able to understand it for the time being. He would still continue to walk down the wrong path. In fact, he might even walk further and further down the wrong path. This was an extremely terrifying thing. Fortunately, Yuan Yuan's help made him realize it. He did not expect that Yuan Yuan could make such a great contribution. This new discovery also made Qin Shao and the others very happy. Yuan Yuan, put away this power crystal first, Qin Shao said to Yuan Yuan. Yuan Yuan nodded and smiled. Well, I won't be polite. Ha! Why are you being polite? This was originally obtained by you. If you want to be polite, give it to me. I won't be polite. Brother Pure joked. Yuan immediately put away the power crystal and pouted at Brother Pure, saying, I don't want to give it to you. It belongs to others. Let's go. Let's continue. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. With the discovery and harvest just now, the three of them were more confident. The three of them continued to move forward. As they continued to move forward, they saw more meteorite-like things. However, they did not find any more power crystals in the meteorite-like things just now. This was normal. The probability was definitely very low. The power origin crystal was such a precious item, it was definitely not that easy to obtain. The further they went, the more meteorite-like things appeared. On one hand, the more meteorite-like things appeared, the more dangerous it would be, and the more dangerous it would be, which made people have to be more careful. But at the same time, the more meteorite-like things there were, the higher the probability of a power crystal appearing. Opportunity and danger coexisted. This was the truth. Hee, Big Brother Qin, I saw another power crystal. Yuan suddenly smiled and said. Her eyes were very sharp. Qin Shao and Brother Pure did not notice it first, but under Yuan's finger, they vaguely saw it. They did not notice it just now, but Yuan had already seen it. It seemed that Yuan's eyesight was very good when it came to discovering power crystals. Since she found it, she naturally would not let it go. Qin Shao and the others did not hesitate and chased after the meteorite-like things. However, right at this moment, two figures actually appeared, and they were also rushing in this direction. When they saw Qin Shao and the other two flying towards the meteorite-like object that contained the power origin crystal, the two figures that appeared immediately showed signs of enmity, and their speed became even faster. They did not directly snatch the meteorite-like things with the power crystal. Instead, they rushed towards Qin Shao and the others. Obviously, they wanted to stop Qin Shao and the others, and not let Qin Shao and the others get the power crystal. Wow, someone trying to snatch my food. Brother Pure grinned. Qin Zhao's gaze also fell on the two people who had just arrived. He did not recognize who these two people were. However, judging from the aura emitted from the two of them, Qin Shao could clearly feel that the strength of these two people was definitely very powerful. They should not be underestimated. But at this moment, he was naturally fearless. Since they met, they would fight. There was nothing to say. Yuan, you go and get the power crystal. These two people, leave them to me and Brother Pure. Qin Shao said to Yuan. Brother Pure grinned and said confidently, leave it to us. Yuan, you're in charge of getting the power crystal. We will open a path for you and fight for you. I haven't fought for a long time. My hands are really itching. How dare you snatch food from us? How can it be so easy? Brother, the one on the left looks fiercer. I will leave it to you. The one on the right, leave it to me. Qin Shao did not hesitate and immediately rushed towards the one on the left. Brother Pure attacked the one on the right. Soon, the four of them clashed. Qin Zhao's opponent was indeed very strong. At least, Qin Shao felt that he was a little stronger than Fire God. He was really not a simple person. His strength was even stronger than Fire God. He did not know if this person was a world immortal or a four-step ancient saint. On the other side, Brother Pure seemed to be at a disadvantage. He was actually at a disadvantage. Seeing Brother Pure at a disadvantage, Qin Shao did not dare to hesitate. He used 50% of his strength and directly pushed his opponent back. Seeing that his companion was pushed back by Qin Shao, the other person let go of Brother Pure and retreated to join the other man. Both of them stopped and stared coldly at Qin Shao and Brother Pure. At this moment, Yuan had already gotten the power crystal and quickly retreated. The power crystal was already in Yuan's hands. After glancing at it, the two men did not continue to attack. They might have given up. The man on the left finally opened his mouth and said, "Are you Qin Shao and Brother Pure?" Qin Shao nodded. Since the other party had given up, there was no hostility to speak of. It was human nature to fight for treasures. It was understandable. Even if they were in the same situation, they would do the same. It was reasonable to fight for treasures. Naturally, there would not be any enmity between them. As long as they did not go too far, it would be fine. The two men on the other side obviously did not have any intention to fight. Author Can Shang said, "Today is Can Shang's birthday. However, I will not rest today. I will work hard to write more chapters. If everyone is interested, those who have fresh flowers can give it to Can Shang as a birthday present for his 30th birthday." Chapter 3352. Yes, I am Qin Xiao, and this is my brother, Brother Pure. Forgive us for not recognizing you, but how should I address the two of you? Qin Xiao asked as he cupped his fist. The man on the left said, I am Crown Prince Yuan, and this is World God Lu Jiao. Crown Prince Yuan? The Crown Prince of the Yuan clan, the oldest clan in the Great Tao Sanctuary? Qin Xiao and Brother Pure were not very familiar with World God Lu Jiao. They had only heard of him. Crown Prince Yuan was definitely a peerless figure who had been famous for a long time. The Heavens Declaration had always been changing, but the top three names had never changed since the beginning of time. Therefore, Crown Prince Yuan was definitely an extremely ancient and powerful existence, a peerless figure. Did he not have the talent and potential to become a world god? If Crown Prince Yuan could not break through to become a world god, who else in the world could? Besides, Crown Prince Yuan was not the only one. There was also Tian Shengzi, who was ranked first on the Heavens Declaration, and Tao Hai, who was ranked third on the Heavens Declaration. However, they had been stuck at step 4 of the ancient saint realm for a long time and had not been able to break through to the world god realm. Earlier, Qin Xiao had thought that these people should have entered the primal chaos space and should be able to see them. Oh, it's Crown Prince Yuan. Nice to meet you. Qin Xiao cupped his fist again and greeted Crown Prince Yuan. I didn't expect that one day my brother Chunjia would be able to meet your highness the Crown Prince. It's a wonderful feeling to be able to catch Crown Prince Yuan alive here. He had a supreme aura and a domineering presence. It was relatively easy for him to meet Crown Prince Yuan. After all power was suppressed in the chaotic space, and it was difficult for one's aura to be released. However, Crown Prince Yuan still treated Qin Xiao with respect. You have been in the limelight recently. Although you did not make much of a move, your strength has already put me at a disadvantage. Although it's not unprecedented, it's not far off. You are indeed worthy of being praised by the world. When Qin Xiao heard this, he was a little terrified. Qin Xiao was very modest in front of a senior master whom he respected very much. If it was outside, I'm afraid that I would be abused by Crown Prince Yuan. For such a thing, it should be mutual. You managed to rank 5th on the Heavens Declaration in such a short time. You have the strength. This is the glory you deserve. However, there was indeed no problem with this statement. Crown Prince Yuan was full of praise for Qin Xiao. He seemed to admire Qin Xiao very much and also got along well with Qin Xiao. The two of them seemed to be on the same wavelength and started chatting. Now that I think about it, it's really been a long time. It's been so long that I've almost forgotten about myself. The future world belongs to people like you. There seemed to be a hint of sadness in her words. The amount of time that had passed was simply too slow. This was what happened to many people when their consciousness collapsed. In the end, his mind collapsed, his consciousness collapsed, and he walked towards death. If his state of mind wasn't extremely high, it would definitely be difficult for him to withstand it. I think you should want to create your own path, right? For someone like Crown Prince Yuan, it was natural for him to have extremely strong ambitions and lofty ideals and aspirations. Crown Prince Yuan had been trapped in the ancient saint realm for 1,000,000 chaos eras. It should be the same situation. After 1,000,000 universe eras of hard work and struggle, it could be considered as some gains. Whether or not I can cross it depends on fate. It's too difficult to walk a path that belongs to me. If I can walk it out, I can directly cross the world god realm and become reincarnation supremacy. Qin Xiao pursed his lips and said, Crown Prince Yuan, there's one thing I don't quite understand. Why must you be trapped in the ancient saint realm? Why can't you become a world god? You don't know. Crown Prince Yuan glanced at Qin Shao with some surprise. He hadn't asked his master, Li Sheng, so he really didn't know much about the situation. You should know that breaking through to the world god realm is completely mastering a nomological law, which is a path, right? Between Daos, there will always be conflict and rejection, Lin Feng said. Therefore, it's difficult for any path to peacefully coexist with other paths in the body of a person and under the control of a person. But you should know that the paths created are all minor paths, not great paths. It's precisely because of this that if you want to create your own path, you can't break through to the world god realm. It's best to stay in the ancient saint realm. That's why it's very painful to walk a path that belongs to you. It's also an extremely risky thing to do. If I want to break through to the world god realm, it's just a matter of a thought. If you want to walk this path, you have to pay a huge price. Chapter 33:53. These words indeed made one's heart ache a little when they heard it. How could it be easy to walk a Tao that belonged to oneself? In this era, not many people have been able to do so. In the deity domain, only Shakyamuni and Sage Li had been able to do so. In an era, the deity domain had only produced 2 people. In an era, how many people could there be in a great path sanctuary? Once one embarked on this path, it might be a path of no return. It would be an endless path of darkness. The path of a hero is also a path of no return. Life is endless, and the road ahead is long. As a cultivator, there is no end to it. We must pursue the ultimate goal. If we can't stand at the peak, what's the point of walking to the top of the mountains? What I pursue is to surpass reincarnation. I want to be supreme and stand at the pinnacle of the great thousand world. Therefore, no matter how much I have to pay, no matter how much I have to lose, I must walk this path and create my own Tao. Even if I can't walk out of it in my lifetime, I will have no regrets. At least I have worked hard and fought. Crown Prince Yuan said again. His tone was still extremely resolute. The path of a hero was a path of no return. This sentiment touched Qin Zhao's heart and made Qin Shao agree with him. Yes, the path of cultivation was a path of no return. No matter how ambitious a person was, how far his dream was, and how high his goal was, as long as he persevered, he would never reach the end. Taking the reincarnation supremacy realm as the ultimate pinnacle was a path of no return. This was the path that countless cultivators in the great thousand world were pursuing. In fact, Qin Shao had discussed this issue with the woodcutter old man. The woodcutter old man had also said that he wanted to walk his own path. It was too shallow to pursue the goal of the world god realm. Now that he thought about it, it might be because of this that the woodcutter old man was still a 4th-step ancient saint and had not broken through to the world god realm. The woodcutter old man was ranked 4th on the Heaven's Declaration saint list, so there was no reason that he did not have the talent and potential to break through to the world god realm. The world god stage was indeed a higher level of cultivation. However, if one wanted to pursue further, one would have to give up on this realm. Qin Shao was also walking his own path. He also wanted to create his own Tao. If he wanted to create his own Tao, he wouldn't be able to break through to become a world deity. Unable to fully grasp a Tao, can't let the Taos clash. Crown Prince Yuan, is there no example of a world god becoming a reincarnation supremacy? Qin Shao asked doubtfully. In his memory, this path also existed. Crown Prince Yuan nodded and said, there is indeed such a thing, but becoming a reincarnation sovereign is different from creating one's own Tao. To become a reincarnation autark at the world deity level is to walk the traditional path, the path of cultivation. One step at a time, one will reach the level of reincarnation autark. But basically, those who become reincarnation supremes at the world god level don't rely on creating their own Tao path. At least, I haven't heard of it yet. There are many reincarnation supremes in our great wide world, but none of them have walked this path. There are still very few reincarnation supremes who can really create their own Tao. That's why this path is very, very difficult. Perhaps the degree of difficulty isn't any worse than the traditional path. This was a bit interesting. Qin Shao asked again, Crown Prince Yuan, since this path isn't easier than the traditional path, why are there still many people willing to take this path? For example, Crown Prince Yuan, the woodcutter old man, and even Tian Shengzi and Tao Hai should be the same, right? They should all want to take their own path and directly become reincarnation supremes, right? If it's possible to take the traditional path, then there's no need to be entangled in this, right? Crown Prince Yuan smiled and said, yes, you're right. In theory, that's indeed the case. In fact, both paths are possible. As for which one is easier and which one is harder, it's really hard to say. I can only say that it depends on the individual. It depends on which path is suitable for you, and then you'll take that path. To be honest, no matter which path it is, it's extremely difficult. Very few people can touch this path. So, no matter which path it is, as long as you touch it first, then you just have to stick to it. There's nothing more to say about the rest. Qin Shao nodded. Now that he had said that, he felt relieved. Yes, no matter which path to take, it still depended on the individual. There were suitable paths, and there were also unsuitable paths. Those who touched it first would naturally be the first to take it. It didn't depend on the specific choice, but on the level of one's cultivation. Once he reached that stage, he would naturally be able to continue to cultivate. That would be enough. After chatting with Crown Prince Yuan for a while, Qin Shao had indeed benefited a lot. He knew a lot of things that he didn't know before. This allowed Qin Shao to have more confidence and ideas about his future cultivation. He also knew how to walk his own path. This was also a very crucial thing. After chatting with Crown Prince Yuan for a while, they parted ways. Qin Shao and the other two also continued to move forward. Not long after, a group of people suddenly came out. There were more than a dozen people in this group. These people were all aggressive and came towards Qin Shao and the other two. Obviously, they came for Qin Shao and the other two, and their hostility was very strong. Seeing this group of people, Qin Shao couldn't help but frown slightly. What was going on? Among these people, Qin Shao recognized one of them, and that was Fire God. Among the others, judging from their clothes, there were 6 people from the Elemental Sanctuary and the other few people from the Power Sanctuary. In other words, this group of people was from 2 camps, but at this time, they had gathered together and were coming towards him with ill intentions. What was going on? The situation didn't seem right, especially when he saw Fire God. His eyes were spewing thick flames of anger. It could be seen that Fire God was extremely angry at this time. It was normal for Fire God to have such a look. After all, there was hatred between Qin Shao and Fire God. Therefore, when enemies meet, it was natural for there to be some extra hatred. This was nothing, it was very normal. However, what made Qin Shao very puzzled was what was going on with the other people. He had only provoked the Fire God and had only trampled on him. He had not offended anyone else. No matter how capable Fire God was, it was impossible for him to call for so many helpers to take revenge on him, right? This was obviously very unrealistic. Qin Shao didn't believe this. It was definitely impossible. But looking at this situation, it really seemed like they came with ill intentions and were looking for trouble. Brother, what's going on? Brother Pure also asked in a panic. He didn't understand what was going on at all. Qin Shao shook his head and said, I don't know. Let's wait and see. I guess we are in big trouble. Don't worry, calm down first. If it doesn't work, we will act according to the situation. Yuan, follow me closely later. Don't act rashly. You must follow me closely. In the face of such a situation, Yuan was also a little scared and hid behind Qin Shao. Fire God's group soon came in front and surrounded Qin Shao and the other two. The formation was enough to explain everything. This time, they came for Qin Shao and the others. Each and every one of them glared at each other with anger and hatred. This was strange. Qin Shao and Brother Pure were confused. They didn't provoke these people at all. Many of them were even meeting for the first time. There was no conflict at all. Why did these people come to find them one by one? Humph, Qin Shao, we finally found you. Let's see where you can run to. This time, you can't run away. You'd better die obediently. Fire God pointed the long spear in his hand at Qin Shao. He snorted heavily and shouted angrily. His voice was full of killing intent. This killing intent made Qin Shao feel that it was even more intense than the last time. What was wrong with Fire God? Why did he hate him so much? Hadn't it been a long time since the last incident? Could it be that Fire God had just recovered his divine body and found a group of people to make trouble for him? But it didn't seem right. It was a little inexplicable. What was going on? Qin Shao, to think that I used to admire you quite a bit. I have some respect for you in my heart. However, I never expected that you, Qin Shao, would be a beast in human form. You have wasted my admiration for you. I truly never expected that you, Qin Shao, would be such a shameless, despicable vile person. Blood for blood. Give me your life today. A burly man pointed at Qin Zhao's nose and scolded him angrily. His voice was full of grief and indignation. Don't talk so much nonsense with this kind of person. Let's attack together and kill him first. That's right. He pretends to be so righteous, but in fact, he's a shameless villain. Let's kill him first. For a moment, some people were angry. This caused Qin Shao to be instantly confused. His entire head swelled up, and his face was filled with confusion. What was going on? Why couldn't he understand a word of these people? What was going on? Wait. Qin Shao immediately made a stop gesture and said, "Everyone, please calm down and listen to me first." But Qin Zhao's words were immediately interrupted. What else is there to say? A life for a life is a matter of course. What do you have to say? That's right. You're about to die. What else is there to say? Do you want to beg for mercy? It's too late. Some people look like they wanted to rush up and kill Qin Shao, especially Vulcan, who was there to stir up the atmosphere. He hated Qin Shao very much. At this time, he couldn't wait to kill Qin Shao immediately. Seeing such a situation, Qin Shao hurriedly said, "Everyone, even if you want to kill me, Qin Shao, you have to let me understand, right? Until now, I still don't understand what you mean. From what you said, it seems that I killed your people. I think all of you must have made a mistake. I've never seen any of you, let alone the person who killed all of you. I've always been with Brother Chuanjia and Yuan. We've never been apart. I've never acted alone, let alone killed people. Moreover, no matter what, I, Qin Shao, would never kill my comrades. We all belong to the 6 regions. At this time, we should stand on the same line. Logically speaking, we should be united. How could I, Qin Shao, kill anyone? So, please calm down, everyone. Let's make things clear. Chapter 3354. Qin Shao, I thought you were more or less a man, but I didn't expect you to be a coward who doesn't dare to admit what you've done. You still want to quibble at this point? A man from the elemental sanctuary pointed at Qin Shao angrily and reprimanded him. A burly man from the power sanctuary also pointed at Qin Shao angrily and said, "What else do you have to quibble about? We all saw it with our own eyes. Don't tell me we've wronged you." You put so nicely, we're all from the 6 regions. When you killed people, did you ever think that you were from the 6 regions? Although Qin Shao still didn't understand what was going on, he could roughly guess why he was back. It seemed that there was an imposter who had disguised as him to kill people, creating a grudge that was difficult to explain. Previously, when Qin Shao found out about the existence of imposters, he had been worried about this problem. He also thought that the imposter would most likely disguise himself as someone else and go around committing crimes. Qin Shao was also a victim. The imposter had pretended to be Gu Lingyue and swindled 3 power origin crystals from him. Now, the imposter was pretending to be him and going around killing people. Moreover, from these people's words, Qin Shao had gotten a rough idea that there should be 2 people who had died in his hands. One was from the Fire Palace of the Elemental Sanctuary, the man from the Fire Palace who was a 4th-step ancient saint from the Fire Palace. The other person should be from the Power Sanctuary. Therefore, at this time, the people from the Elemental Sanctuary and the Power Sanctuary had basically gathered together to suppress Qin Shao. The fact that these two sanctuary people could gather together was probably due to the fire god's contribution. The fire god already hated Qin Shao to the core. In addition, he believed that the people from the fire palace had died in Qin Zhao's hands. Naturally, he hated Qin Shao even more. Therefore, the fire god would definitely spare no effort to deal with Qin Shao. This was something that could not be blamed. With the fire god here to stir up everyone's emotions, the situation became even more terrifying. At this time, everyone was filled with anger and wanted to kill Qin Shao as soon as possible. Since the atmosphere had been stirred up, it was naturally difficult to calm down and listen to Qin Zhao's explanation. These people were rubbing their fists and palms, and they were already prepared to take action. "You bunch of morons, are you all stupid?" Brother Pure stared at those people and shouted, "Can you all calm down before you speak?" Brother Qin Shao has always been an indomitable spirit. He dares to take responsibility for his actions. If he really killed your people, why would he not dare to admit it? If you didn't do it, then you didn't do it. I've been with my brother Qin Shao recently. I haven't seen you at all, okay? All of you came here to slander my brother Qin Shao and insist on convicting my brother Qin Shao. Are you not allowing others to speak? How? How? Ever since we entered the chaotic space, I've been with Qin Shao. We've never been apart. We've never seen you before, except for the fire god and the strength god. How could he kill your people? Don't slander us. My brother Qin is innocent. Among these people, some did not see Qin Shao kill people with their own eyes. They believed what they heard from the fire god and the strength god. After all, the fire god and the strength god had great reputations in their respective sacred realms, so their words were still credible. Therefore, everyone was convinced and responded to the call to encircle and annihilate Qin Shao. At this time, they saw Qin Shao and the other two deny it. They spoke with conviction and did not look like they were lying, especially Miss Yuan. As the daughter of Sage Li, she had an innocent and pure image. She did not look like she would lie. Therefore, those people couldn't help but hesitate. After all, Qin Shao was not an ordinary person. Not to mention his status, his strength was extremely strong. If they wanted to make a move on Qin Shao, they would have to think twice. Humph! The fire god stood up and glared at Qin Shao with a gloomy and cold face. He said, "I saw it with my own eyes. You killed my people. How dare you deny it? Do you think you can prove your innocence by getting 2 people to testify for you? If that's the case, I can also get a few people to testify for me. Then I can do whatever I want, right? Qin Shao, you're a big shot. Don't you even have the courage to do this?" Qin Shao frowned and looked at the fire god. He said, "Sometimes, what you see with your own eyes may not be true. I, Qin Shao, am an upright person. I've always dared to admit what I've done. I have a clear conscience. What I did is what I did. What I didn't do is what I didn't do. I don't need anyone to tell me what I've done. I'll admit it. Even if you kill me, I won't admit to something I didn't do. I can give you all a reasonable explanation for this matter. However, the prerequisite is that you all must calm down and listen to my explanation. Otherwise, no matter what I say, none of you will be able to hear it." The fire god was even more furious. He was so angry that his whole body trembled. He pointed at Qin Shao and said, "So you're saying that I'm lying? I've wronged you, Qin Shao. My people died at your hands. I saw it with my own eyes. How can I wrongly accuse you? Or could it be that you, Qin Shao, are implying that I am the one who killed the people from my fire palace so that I can frame you?" At this time, the strength god walked out with a gloomy face. He looked at Qin Shao coldly and said, "I also saw you, Qin Shao, kill the people of the Strength Shrine." "I don't know you, Qin Shao. We don't have any grudges. I have no reason to frame him. I'm telling the truth. Why do you have to be so shameless, Qin Shao? You even dragged your 2 friends into this. Don't you feel ashamed?" The fire god and the strength god spoke up again. Everyone started to believe Qin Shao a little. Qin Shao immediately said, "Fire god, strength god, I believe you're telling the truth. You're not making things up. You're saying, Qin Shao, so you admit that we're right?" Do you admit that you, Qin Shao, were behind these two killings? The fire god immediately interrupted Qin Shao and said angrily, since you admit it, that's good. It's easy to deal with now. These two massacres were instigated by you to begin with. There is nothing for you to quibble about. We will not allow you to quibble about it. If you're a man, just be straightforward. Isn't that great? All right, since you've admitted it, let's cut the crap. A debt of blood must be paid with blood. A murderer must pay with a life. Today, Qin Shao is dead. As for the other two, if you don't want to die, don't get involved. Otherwise, humph, we won't be merciful. Wait, seeing that the fire god was about to attack again, Qin Shao gestured for him to stop and said, Fire god, I'm just saying that you're not making things up. You're telling the truth. But this is the truth that you see and think is the truth. It's not the truth that I, Qin Shao, admit. I've just said that what you see is not necessarily the truth. I'm not lying. You're not lying either. But there are some problems. I can explain it to you clearly, but I'm afraid that you won't listen to me in your current state. So I, Qin Shao, would like to ask you, the fire god, the strength god, and all the seniors and colleagues to calm down and listen to me, Qin Shao. Ridiculous. It's simply ridiculous. Since you admit that what we said is true, then you admit that you killed people. What else is there to say? The fire god naturally didn't want to listen to Qin Shao at this time. The hatred between him and Qin Shao was very deep. He had always wanted to find a chance to kill Qin Shao. Not to mention that what Qin Shao said was true. Even if it wasn't, he still hoped that it was true. So, how could he, the fire god, let go of this great opportunity? The fire god naturally wouldn't give Qin Shao a chance to speak. He said directly, Okay, stop talking nonsense. There's no point in saying those useless words. Colleagues, this boy killed people from the elemental saint realm and the strength saint realm. He committed a heinous crime. If we can tolerate it, what else can we do? How can we ignore such a thing? We must seek justice for our people. So, there's no need to listen to this boy's sophistry. Let's kill him first. He admitted it himself. Everyone, let's kill him together. This boy thinks that he could do whatever he wants just because he's strong. He's arrogant and doesn't put anyone in his eyes. Today, let's see how strong he is. Do it. As soon as the fire god gave the order, everyone began to attack without saying anything else. Their emotions had already been provoked to a very high point. They were all waiting for the command to ignite all of them. Moreover, Qin Shao really couldn't explain clearly just now. He didn't have a chance to explain clearly at all. Therefore, the fire god seized this point and directly convicted Qin Shao, so that Qin Shao didn't have a chance to explain. Everyone's emotions were already suppressed. Naturally, they didn't say anything more. They directly exploded and rushed toward Qin Shao. Qin Shao's heart was filled with bitterness. He was really helpless. It was indeed something that couldn't be explained clearly in a short time. In the face of such a powerful force, now he could only grit his teeth and brace himself to face it, hoping that he could block it. There were 7 people from the elemental saint realm and the strength saint realm. In total, there were 14 people. A team of 14 people. They had the advantage in numbers. They were extremely extraordinary. Just looking at them gave people a headache. But there was no other way. At this time, they could only fight hard. Qin Shao said to Brother Pure, Brother, take care of Yuan for me. Try not to fight too much. Just protect yourself. As for the rest, just leave it to me. No. Brother Pure naturally resolutely disagreed. He immediately denied Qin Zhao's words and said with a determined face, Is my Brother Pure a person who is afraid of death? Brother is in trouble. How can I hide aside? How can I be afraid of death? Is this still Brother Pure? That's absolutely not possible. Yuan just needs to protect herself. Don't get involved in this matter. I believe that those people won't hurt Yuan. I definitely won't back down. I must stand on the same front as you and fight side by side with you, brother. They have a lot of people. You can't do it alone. Although I'm not very strong, I can share some of the burden for you. So, don't think that I won't get involved. Don't even think about it. There's no room for discussion. I have to get involved. Qin Shao shook his head helplessly. He knew Brother Pure's character. Once he decided on something, there was indeed no way to change his mind. It was definitely impossible for him to stand by and do nothing in this matter. However, Qin Shao was still somewhat worried about Yuan Yuan. Chapter 3355. Qian Qian, Yuan Yuan. As expected, Yuan Yuan interrupted Qin Shao before Qin Shao could say anything. No, I can't step aside at this time. These people are too much. They are accusing you and trying to kill you. I, Yuan Yuan, will be the first one to object. Let's fight it out with them. There are three of us. Although Yuan Yuan is not strong, one more person is still more power, isn't it? Yuan Yuan, who had always been timid, became particularly strong and brave at this moment. For Qin Shao, she, Yuan Yuan, was willing to risk everything. Brother Pure and Yuan Yuan's resolute attitude made Qin Shao feel both helpless and touched. In his heart, he really did not want Brother Pure and Yuan Yuan to get involved. After all, the current situation was quite dangerous and full of uncertainty. Anything could happen. Therefore, if Brother Pure and Yuan Yuan were to get involved, it was very likely that they would die here if they were not careful. Qin Shao naturally did not want to see anything happen to Yuan Yuan. However, at this moment, he obviously could not stop them, so he could only give up. Brother, take it as a favor. I won't be able to take care of them later, so please take care of Yuan Yuan. We're brothers, so I won't stand on ceremony with you. But we must protect Yuan Yuan well. Otherwise, even if I die, I'll be ashamed of Master's training. So, you must help me protect Yuan Yuan. I beg you. Qin Shao said to Brother Pure again very seriously. Brother Pure also knew the importance of this matter, so after thinking for a while, he said, Okay, brother, I'll do my best to protect Yuan Yuan. I won't let any harm come to her. You have to be careful. These bastards, a group of brainless people, they really deserve to die. It's useless to say so much now. Let's fight. Qin Shao shook his head. At this time, Vulcan's group had already arrived. Their target was very clear, Qin Shao. As for Brother Pure and Yuan Yuan, they did not care about them at all. Vulcan was very astute. He had suffered a great loss in the hands of Qin Shao before, so he knew that Qin Shao was very powerful. Therefore, although he looked like he was charging at the front, he was not the first to charge in front of Qin Shao. He clearly had the chance, but he deliberately delayed for a moment, waiting for the people behind to kill him. However, he managed to stir up everyone's emotions very well, making everyone extremely excited. The mighty god's brain seemed to be a little simple-minded. Perhaps he didn't know how strong Qin Shao was. He hadn't been defeated by Qin Shao before. If the fire god hadn't said that Qin Shao was very strong, the strength god would have wanted to fight Qin Shao alone. At this moment, the mighty god took the lead and charged forward. He was as strong as a giant statue. His body was full of muscles, and he was full of explosive power. The mighty god was a person of the power sanctuary, so he naturally had a great advantage in terms of physical strength. Therefore, in the chaotic space, people of the power sanctuary actually had a great advantage. Because of this, the mighty god was very confident in his own strength. Qin Shao, you killed people of the power sanctuary. We will settle this debt properly. The mighty god charged in front of Qin Shao. The huge fist was like a huge rock, as fast as a meteor. It carried a strong destructive power, as if a celestial body was falling, and it smashed towards Qin Shao. Before the fist reached him, Qin Shao felt a strong power. This power could cause a strong fluctuation in the space. Under this strong fluctuation, the power was like a surging sea, vast and mighty. After the mighty god, the fire god and the others followed closely behind. Such a situation was definitely not to be underestimated. Brother Pure and Yuan Yuan wanted to share the pressure of Qin Shao, but there were already 3 people blocking their way, not allowing them to come closer. 3 of the 14 people in the team separated to block Brother Pure and Yuan Yuan. The remaining 11 people charged towards Qin Shao. 11 people besieged Qin Shao. In the face of the mighty god's ferocious attack, Qin Shao did not dare to be careless. 50% of the power of his inner world erupted, and his fist went up to meet the attack. Qin Shao still held back 50% of his strength, so that he could deal with the fire god and the others behind him. This way, he could be more relaxed. Otherwise, if he used his full strength from the start, the fire god and the others behind him would swarm him, and the consequences would be unimaginable. 50% of his strength clashed head-on with the mighty god. Qin Shao was not afraid of anything, and he had some confidence. Previously, 30% of his strength was enough to defeat the fire god. Even if the mighty god was much stronger, he believed that 50% of his strength would be enough to deal with him. The situation was just as Qin Shao had imagined. 50% of his strength was already extremely powerful. A surge of azure dragon power roared out from Qin Zhao's body. Boom! Qin Zhao's fist landed heavily on the mighty god's huge fist, and it felt like a stone hitting a mountain. The powerful strength of the two men instantly gushed out, like an erupting volcano, surging and roaring. It was like two azure dragons, roaring and clashing together. One had to admit that the mighty god's strength was indeed very strong. His strength was indeed very strong, much stronger than the fire god's. This had a lot to do with his own special body. The people of the sanctuary had always been exceptionally strong, stronger than other cultivators of the cultivation path. In terms of pure physical strength, even someone like the fire god, who had a very special body constitution, could not compare to the mighty god. The mighty god was not only a sanctuary person, but he also had the most special and powerful body constitution in the sanctuary. With such a blessing here in terms of pure physical strength, it was naturally far from comparable to others. Others cannot compare, but Qin Shao could. Qin Shao had a unique inner world, and with such a heaven-defying technique, it was enough to make up for all the deficiencies in his body. 50% of the power of his inner world was enough to defeat the mighty god's strength. Therefore, in the collision of their strengths, the mighty god's strength was actually shattered by Qin Shao, and the mighty god was forced to retreat, his expression changing drastically. The mighty god hadn't expected this either. He had always had a strong sense of self-confidence, and he had always felt that he could defeat Qin Shao. He had always disdained the fire god's words. He had originally wanted to suppress Qin Shao with his own strength. He was the first to bear the brunt. He took the lead to charge over, wanting to capture Qin Shao, but he had not expected that his strength would not be able to defeat Qin Shao, and he would be defeated by Qin Shao. This result made the mighty god frown deeply, and the way he looked at Qin Shao became abnormally deep and strange. The mighty god had been beaten back by Qin Shao. The fire god had also arrived in front of him as expected. He had already calculated that after the mighty god and Qin Shao had exchanged blows, he would immediately join forces with the others to attack. This way, he would take advantage of this gap to defeat Qin Shao in one fell swoop. He knew the mighty god's strength, and he was very strong. But he also knew that the mighty god would not be able to deal with Qin Shao. Therefore, he had let the mighty god take the lead, and let the mighty god attract most of Qin Zhao's strength and energy. Then, he would take the opportunity to attack Qin Shao and catch him off guard. He did not believe that Qin Shao would be able to withstand this. Qin Shao, die. Die. The fire god gritted his teeth and roared angrily in his heart. At this time, the other 10 people also attacked almost at the same time, and their power surged towards Qin Shao. The combined power of the 10 people formed a destructive storm, a monstrous wave, and a mass of murderous intent. The power was surging, unstoppable, and it destroyed everything. Everywhere it went, there was a mass of wailing. This was how it should be. At this time, Qin Shao was completely trapped in this storm of power, and he was about to be destroyed and devoured by this power. But Qin Shao had already expected this situation, and he had already known about the fire god's wishful thinking. So, how could he let the fire god get what he wanted? Without any hesitation, Qin Shao immediately attacked with all his strength, and the power of his inner world was pushed to the extreme, and he struck out with a roar. All the power was pushed to the extreme, and when it struck out, it formed a huge protective wall. The power of the 10 people, including the fire god, smashed down with all their strength and hit Qin Zhao's huge protective wall. It was blocked by the powerful force of this huge protective wall. The power of the 10 people and Qin Zhao's power collided head-on, and intense sparks flew out. The sparks bloomed as if a planet had exploded, and it was incomparably bright, and light shone in all directions. But in the confrontation of power, Qin Shao blocked the combined power of the 10 people. He blocked it very well and did not suffer any losses. Phew! Qin Shao secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the power of Vulcan and the others had been blocked. It seemed that the situation was not as bad as he had imagined, and he could still be more confident in himself. His power was indeed very strong. Huh? What? What's going on? Qin Shao actually blocked it? How is it possible? That's impossible. How could Qin Shao block the combined attack of the 10 of us with his strength alone? Did you not use your full strength? That's not it. We all used our full strength and didn't hold back at all. We all came here to kill Qin Shao. So how could we show mercy to him? What's going on? Could it be that Qin Zhao's strength is really as strong as what the fire god said? But no matter how strong he is, he can't be so strong, can he? It's still acceptable that he is stronger than the mighty god. But how could he block the combined attack of the 10 of us? Yes, it's too hard to believe. How could he be so strong? It doesn't make sense at all. Such a situation had truly left everyone completely dumbfounded. The 3 people who stopped Brother Pure were also shocked, and they could not believe it for a moment. How terrifying was the combined power of the 10 people. Among the 10 people, all of them were strong, and they were all very strong. With the combined attack of the 10 of them, even the mighty god could be killed in seconds. However, these 10 people were actually blocked by Qin Shao, and they could not do anything to Qin Shao. The fire god's face was extremely ugly. He knew that Qin Shao was strong, and it was because of this that he incited everyone to join forces to deal with Qin Shao. The strength of more than 10 people joining forces to deal with Qin Shao alone. Originally, such an action was already somewhat shameful. However, under the banner of revenge, it was able to make everyone feel indignant towards a common enemy. However, he did not expect that it would turn out like this, and he could not accept the result. Qin Zhao's strength seemed to be somewhat beyond his imagination. Author Kanshong said, "Third update, begging for fresh flowers." Chapter 3356. Even with the combined strength of 10 of them, it was to no avail. Initially, the mighty god was furious that Qin Shao had forced him to retreat. He felt that his pride had taken a heavy blow. But when he saw that the 10 of them could not do anything to Qin Shao, he felt much better. It seemed that it wasn't that the mighty god was weak, but that Qin Shao was simply too strong. Terrifying, truly terrifying to the extreme. Even with the combined strength of 10 of them, they could not gain any advantage over Qin Shao. In just one exchange of blows, Qin Shao had blocked them all. What kind of heaven-defying strength was this? The mighty god had always thought highly of himself. In the chaotic space, he was even more arrogant. But today, Qin Shao had dealt him a heavy blow. Aha, brother Qin Shao, well done, well done. It seems that Yuan and I've been worrying too much. Seeing that Qin Shao had blocked the mighty god's attack, Brother Pure laughed happily. Brother Pure and Yuan were indeed very worried. After all, the mighty god's group had the advantage in numbers and were very aggressive. They had all come for Qin Shao, so they could not help but worry. If it had been anyone else, it would have been difficult to stop them. But Qin Shao had still managed to stop them. Those people were shocked that Qin Shao had stopped them. They were a little dazed and did not know if they should continue fighting. They had lost their backbone. The mighty god looked at the mighty god. At this time, he did not want to be in the limelight. The strength god glanced at the fire god and nodded in response. The mighty god immediately understood the meaning of the message and returned a look. This time, the mighty god had joined in. That meant that there were 11 of them now. Moreover, the mighty god was extremely strong. With the addition of the mighty god, the strength of the entire team had increased by a lot. In this way, it also greatly encouraged everyone, allowing them to walk out of their shock and raise their fighting spirit. Qin Shao. The mighty god glared at Qin Shao again and said angrily, "You are indeed a peerless monster. We have all underestimated you. Indeed, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. However, a debt of blood must be paid with blood. Right now, 2 lives are in your hands. Today, no matter how strong you are, we will not give up easily. We will fight you to the end. I don't believe that the 11 of us can't suppress Qin Shao alone. Both Vulcan and I saw you kill with our own eyes. Don't even think about quibbling." Qin Shao shook his head and laughed bitterly. "Mighty God, you immediately sentenced me to death. I wanted to defend myself, but none of you would listen. I don't blame you for thinking that way, because I've been tricked before, and I couldn't tell at the time. However, I can tell you that there are impersonators in the chaotic space. They can completely disguise themselves as another person. They can even disguise their auras so well that no one can tell them apart. Can't you calm down and think about this problem carefully? Qin Shao, don't dare to say that I have a good reputation, but I definitely won't go to the extent of killing people indiscriminately. Moreover, even with Brother Pure and Yuan as my witnesses, you still don't believe me. Anyway, no matter what I say, you still don't believe me. You still think that I, Qin Shao, am the murderer. But I'm sorry, this is not my crime. I, Qin Shao, will not admit to it. Impersonator? Upon hearing Qin Zhao's words, many people couldn't help but frown deeply. Indeed, not many people had thought about this problem or encountered it before. The mighty god frowned deeply and looked as if he was deep in thought. In fact, he had thought about this problem before. He also felt that he had encountered it before, but there was no way to confirm it. However, he was certain that he had thought about it before. Although he said that he had thought about it before, he didn't think that this situation would definitely exist. At most, it was just a hypothesis. Now, hearing Qin Shao say that there was an impersonator so decisively, he couldn't help but think carefully. Could it be that there really was an impersonator? Looking at Qin Zhao's appearance, it didn't seem like he was lying. Moreover, he really couldn't understand why Qin Shao would kill people indiscriminately. Up until now, Qin Zhao's reputation was still pretty good. Moreover, with Sage Li's daughter, Yuan, as his witness, this shouldn't be fake. Sage Li's daughter gave people the impression that she was an innocent and pure girl. She didn't seem like someone who would lie. However, everyone, don't listen to his lies. In order to clear his name, he's really willing to do anything. He's actually able to come up with such a huge lie. Impersonator? I think you are the impersonator, right? You are obviously an extremely sinister and despicable villain, but you pretend to be so sanctimonious, so righteous, and so righteous. Don't you think you are disgusting? Your intentions are so sinister. You are really shameless. The mighty god of fire rebuked angrily again. At this point, how could the mighty god of fire let Qin Shao clear his name? Therefore, naturally, he wouldn't give him a chance to explain. The mighty god of fire continued to provoke everyone's emotions and said, "Everyone, don't be fooled by him. How can there be an impersonator in this world? Everyone here is a reputable figure and has a deep understanding of the vast thousand worlds. Who has heard of an impersonator in this world who can completely disguise as another person? The aura is unique, and there's no way to fake it. Furthermore, do you think it's possible to deceive our eyes? Yes, I have never heard of such a thing. There is no such thing as an impersonator in this world. Yes, I think Qin Shao deliberately made up a lie in order to escape. Such a ridiculous lie. Does he really think we are fools? I think there is no need to talk nonsense with him. Let's join forces and kill him first. I don't believe that he can really block all of our attacks. Yes, let's kill him first. Seeing that everyone's emotions have been stirred up again, the mighty god of fire's lips curled into an evil sneer. This was the result he wanted. If he didn't kill Qin Shao today, it would be difficult to vent the hatred in his heart. He must kill Qin Shao and be happy. Now that there was this opportunity, he naturally wouldn't let it go. Do it, the mighty god of fire shouted. Although he had some thoughts in his mind, he didn't think too much about it at this time. He still felt that it was just Qin Zhao's words. He was more willing to believe in his own eyes. Let's not talk about whether there were impersonators in this world. Even if there were, he didn't think that impersonators could really deceive his eyes. Moreover, he had already fought with Qin Shao before. In terms of methods, there was no difference between him and Qin Shao now. Therefore, he didn't think that Qin Zhao's words were possible. Do it, the mighty god of fire also shouted. With the experience of the previous failure, this time, the 11 people attacked at the same time. This time, with the mighty god of fire's participation, the situation was obviously very different. It also made the joint attack of everyone much stronger. Qin Shao was really helpless. What else could he do but smile bitterly? Now, no matter what he said, these people wouldn't believe him. The main thing was that the mighty god of fire was here to stir up trouble. It was very difficult to make everyone believe him and calm down so that they could listen to his explanation. Therefore, there was no other way. Qin Shao also knew that at this time, he was afraid that he could only stop with a battle. If his skills were really not as good as others today, then he was afraid that he would really die here. But what could he do? After encountering such a thing, he really felt like he couldn't wash his hands clean even if he jumped into the Yellow River. The impersonator was really too despicable, too despicable. Qin Shao was also incomparably furious and hateful towards the imposter. Previously, the impersonator pretended to be Gu Lingyue and swindled 3 power crystals from him. This time, the impersonator pretended to be Gu Lingyue and went around killing people, drawing a lot of hatred and pushing him into the abyss. If this matter wasn't handled well, then he wouldn't be able to live. It had to be said that this move was vicious enough. It seemed that he had been targeted by the impersonator. That was why the impersonator had done this to him. But there was no other way. Now, he could only solve the problem in front of him first. The matter of dealing with the impersonator could only be dealt with later. Qin Shao would definitely not let the impersonator off so easily. There would come a time when he would find the impersonator. When that time came, he would definitely kill those despicable impersonators. Now, it was better to think of a way to block the attacks of the Strength God and the others. The Mighty God and the others attacked at the same time. An even more terrifying power surged forth, bringing with it a powerful destructive might and a supreme aura. The murderous intent was surging, but it was all aimed at killing him. Qin Shao gritted his teeth fiercely and mustered up all his strength. I don't believe that Qin Shao, will fall here today. That won't happen. That won't happen. Justice will always triumph over darkness. Light will always brighten this world. I, Qin Shao, am upright. Why should I be afraid of my shadow being crooked? Since you want to fight, then let's fight. Qin Shao let out a roar in his heart. He pushed the power of his internal world to the extreme and attacked with all his might once again. A powerful force came out of his body and met the combined attack of the Fire God and the Strength God. Sure enough, with the addition of the Strength God this time, the situation was obviously very different. The Strength God power was indeed very strong. In an instant, his overall strength had increased by a lot. Originally, Qin Shao could still easily block the attacks of the Fire God and the others. However, with the addition of the Strength God, Qin Shao became very strained. Moreover, in the confrontation, he felt that he was at a disadvantage. This was a very bad situation. For Qin Shao, this was not a good start. Qin Zhao's power had been pushed to the extreme. However, it was not like before, where he could completely block the attacks. At this time, he was a little weak. It was very difficult to block. This made the bitter smile in Qin Zhao's heart become even more intense. It seemed that the situation was worse than he had imagined. Alas, there was nothing he could do about it. The situation had developed to this point, and he was powerless to do anything about it. However, no matter what, Qin Shao would not bow down so easily. He would fight to the death. Moreover, in this situation, there was no possibility of retreat. He could not retreat even half a step, even if it meant death. If he retreated, it would be tantamount to admitting that he was the one who killed those two people. Everyone, Qin Shao can't block our attacks. Let's join forces and attack again. In a few minutes, we can take down Qin Shao. Chapter 33:57. Everyone responded to the call of the god of fire and wanted to take down Qin Shao on the spot. The crowd had long been incomparably enraged. Their emotions had reached such a high level that everyone regarded Qin Shao as an enemy. They all wanted to kill Qin Shao as soon as possible. Therefore, everyone's attacks became more and more ferocious. All of them were attacking at all costs, wanting to kill Qin Shao as soon as possible. The high morale also improved their strength imperceptibly and made their power more powerful. As the situation increased, Qin Zhao's side seemed to be in a disadvantageous position and was slowly getting worse. If the situation continued like this, then it wouldn't be long before Qin Shao would really be defeated. At that time, his life would be in danger. Therefore, the situation was obviously very unfavorable for Qin Shao. He had to find a way to stop all this. He had to find a way to turn the tide. However, Qin Shao had also used all his strength. He had already done everything he could and had reached his limit. This was also a helpless matter. After all, the opponents this time were too strong. 11 people joined forces, including the god of fire and the god of strength. Under the anger of the crowd, it was really difficult to solve. It was very normal to be in a disadvantageous position. If it was another person, he was afraid that he would have been defeated directly in a face-to-face confrontation. He would have been dead long ago. How could he have held on until now? Qin Shao gritted his teeth and desperately held on. He would not easily compromise and bow his head. Damn it, it seems that I was a little too happy too early. These people are King shameless. So many people are besieging my brother Qin Shao, bullying him with numbers. What kind of heroes are they? If this goes on, my brother Qin Shao may really die here. No. At this time, we have to take action and share the pressure of my brother Qin Shao. Brother Pure gritted his teeth angrily and scolded the god of fire and the others many times. Yuan was also very anxious, but she did not know what to do. At this time, Brother Pure said to Yuan, Miss Yuan, if I have any other skills, please show them all. It's time for us to fight desperately. If we can't share some of the pressure of my brother Qin Shao and fight for some opportunities for him, I'm afraid your brother will really die here today. Boo-hoo! Hearing Brother Pure's words, Yuan suddenly looked like she was about to cry. She quickly said, No, I don't want my brother Qin to die. Nothing can happen to him. All right, Brother Chuanjia, let's do our best and fight for a chance for Big Brother Qin. These people are too despicable. Each and every one of them is despicable. Brother Purity nodded and said, Yes, it is too abominable. So we can't bear it. Yuan was completely. She suddenly raised her head to the sky and let out a loud and clear scream. Yuan was angry and flipped out. Her scream seemed to have stimulated all the power in her body. The strong power gushed out. Brother Pure was very cooperative with Yuan at this time. He restrained 2 people by himself. Therefore, all of Yuan's power fell on one person. Yuan had been holding back some of her strength. She did not like to fight. So even in a fight, she would not use all her strength, let alone risk her life. But now, knowing that Qin Zhao's life was in danger, Yuan completely broke out. She broke out desperately. Her courage was stimulated to the extreme. Therefore, she was fearless at this time. She broke out with all her strength and attacked with a strong posture. Oh no! The man of the elemental sanctuary was hit by Yuan's full strength. He was suddenly shocked, and his voice changed greatly. However, it was all too late. He could not dodge in time. Yuan's heavy blow landed on the man's body and sent him flying away. The man was hit by a strong force and could not resist at all. After vomiting a few mouthfuls of blood, he fell heavily to the ground. This blow had injured him quite badly. After Yuan sent the man flying, he unleashed his invincible might and charged towards the two people who were being held back by Brother Chunjia. At this time, Yuan had the aura of a king. She was bold and invincible. Seeing his imposing manner, the two men were scared out of their wits. However, they could not retreat even if they wanted to. They were restrained by Brother Pure at this time, so there was no room for them to retreat. Therefore, the two men could only watch helplessly as Yuan attacked them. While fighting Brother Pure, they took out some of their strength to fight against Yuan. However, at this time, Yuan was showing her power. She was ferocious, and her strength was terrifyingly strong. Therefore, when Yuan attacked, she was very extraordinary. She directly sent the two men flying. Coupled with Brother Pure's strength, the two men were really hit hard and vomited a mouthful of blood. In the blink of an eye, the three men were beaten to the point of vomiting blood by Yuan. Such a scene caused the Vulcan and the mighty god to panic. He had originally thought that the two of them had already been suppressed to death and had no way of coming over to help Qin Shao. However, they did not expect the situation to change again. The situation was not good. "Hurry up, stop them," Vulcan shouted. With the 11 of them attacking together, they would soon be able to take down Qin Shao. They could not afford to make any mistakes at this time. Therefore, at this time, they must stop Brother Pure and Yuan. They must not let them come near here. Hearing Vulcan shout, the three men quickly rushed over and stood in front of Brother Pure and Yuan. They blocked their way and did not let them go to Qin Shao. The three men had suffered losses in Yuan's hands. Therefore, they were angry at Yuan, but also a little afraid of her. This young lady's strength was indeed a little scary when she unleashed it. "Hee, Yuan, let me deal with these people. You go and help Qin Shao," Brother Pure said to Yuan in a domineering manner. Yuan nodded and said, "Okay, Brother Pure. You be careful." "What are you saying? What do you mean by be careful? Are you looking down on me? My strength is still very strong." Brother Pure smacked his lips and said to Yuan unhappily. However, Brother Pure still rushed to the three men immediately. Yuan took a detour and wanted to break out from another direction to help Qin Shao. "Go and stop that girl," one of the three shouted, but the other two didn't do anything. Everyone knew Yuan's strength. The three men had all suffered losses in Yuan's hands. Therefore, no one dared to easily stop Yuan. Wasn't that courting death? Such a thing naturally needed to be carefully considered. The three men hesitated, but it was too late. At this time, Brother Pure came to the front of the three men and smiled at them. "Hee, your opponent is me. Don't think about attacking Yuan. Maybe I couldn't do anything to you just now, but now that you're all injured, my chance has come. You had a good time beating me up just now. Now, it's my turn to beat you up," Brother Pure said as he attacked with all his strength. Although the three men were all injured, their injuries were not serious and did not affect their strength much. Moreover, the three of them were together. At this time, the three men snorted coldly in unison and rushed to Brother Pure. On the other side, Yuan had already taken a detour and rushed over. When Fire God and Strength God saw Yuan rushing over, their expressions turned gloomy. They cursed the three men in their hearts. What was wrong with them? They couldn't even stop a little girl. How could they let her come here and cause trouble? There was no other way. Now that she was in front of them, they could only divert some of their strength to stop her. "Strength God, let's each pick one person to stop that little girl," Fire God said to Strength God. Fire God had seen Yuan's strength just now and naturally knew that Yuan could not deal with her alone. Therefore, they needed at least two people. Strength God had also seen Yuan's power and knew that she was very strong. Therefore, Strength God nodded and agreed to Fire God's suggestion. As a result, the Fire God and the Strength God both sent their people out to stop Yuan. With two less people, Qin Zhao's pressure eased a lot. With two less people, Qin Zhao could basically hold on. At least, there would not be an obvious disadvantage. On Yuan Yuan's side, she was still in a fierce state. She rushed towards the two people and continued to display her might. Once again, she forced the two people to retreat. The two of them joined forces, but they were still unable to stop Yuan Yuan. Moreover, they suffered a lot at her hands. Such a scene caused Fire God and Strength God to frown deeply, and a trace of coldness flashed in their eyes. Damn it! They had thought that they had already captured Qin Zhao and were about to kill her on the spot. However, they did not expect that at this time, Yuan Yuan would appear and disrupt their plans. They had thought that everything was settled. Yuan Yuan's appearance was indeed beyond their imagination. How could this little girl be so strong? It was fine if Qin Zhao was strong. After all, Qin Zhao was also considered a peerless demon, an unprecedented genius. It was understandable that someone with so much light around him was not strong. However, Miss Yuan did not have such a big halo around her. How could she be so strong? The two men gritted their teeth fiercely and tried their best to stop Yuan Yuan. However, they were directly beaten back by Yuan Yuan several times. This made them very embarrassed, and they had the urge to vomit blood. Chapter 3358. Not only Yuan Yuan, but Brother Pure also unleashed his full power. He was able to fight against the three men by himself. Even though the three men were injured by Yuan Yuan's attack, their combat power was not weakened by much. As soon as Brother Chuanjia made a move, he not only restrained the three men, but also suppressed them, completely blocking them from moving forward. Such a scene was incomparably shocking. Could it be that Brother Chuanjia had been hiding his strength from the very beginning? Otherwise, why would he suddenly unleash his full power? Just like Yuan Yuan, he was not strong from the beginning and had been suppressed all the time. However, he suddenly exploded. It was really a shocking thing. Yuan Yuan and Brother Pure unleashed their full power one after another, which naturally changed the situation. Brother Pure turned the tide and suppressed the three men. On Yuan Yuan's side, the two men could not do anything to her. They could not stop her at all. After Yuan Yuan forcefully repelled the two men, he once again launched a fierce attack on this side. Such a scene shocked the god of fire and the god of strength. The situation was very bad. If Yuan Yuan rushed over, they would not be able to kill Qin Zhao in one fell swoop. Could it be that all their efforts would be in vain? In such a situation, everyone was very willing to accept it. But at this time, what should they do? Yuan Yuan had already shaken off those two people and was already rushing over here to kill. The god of fire gritted his teeth and looked at the god of strength. The two of them looked at each other and discussed a countermeasure. There was no other way. At this time, they could only divert some of their forces to stop Yuan Yuan. Therefore, both sides sent out another person. In this way, there were 4 people to stop Yuan Yuan. The 4 of them blocked Yuan Yuan's path, and only then did they manage to stop Yuan Yuan. On the other side, although Pure Brother had burst out a strong fighting strength, he was besieged by the 3 people. It was difficult for him to escape. At most, he could only pin down the 3 people, but there was no way for him to come over and help. But in this way, Brother Pure was able to restrain the 3 men, while Yuan Yuan was able to restrain the 4 men. All of a sudden, there were 7 of them. Originally, there were only 14 people in this group. After being restrained by Brother Pure and Yuan Yuan, half of them had left. Only 7 people were left to deal with Qin Zhao. All of a sudden, the pressure on Qin Zhao was reduced by a lot. Qin Zhao suddenly felt relieved. Just now, when she was suppressed by 11 people, she did feel a little breathless. Now, there were only 7 people left. The pressure was reduced by a lot. Now that the pressure was reduced, it was obviously impossible for the god of fire and the god of strength to suppress Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao once again unleashed her power and turned the tide. The situation was reversed. Vulcan and Mighty God felt very uncomfortable. They complained in their hearts, but there was nothing they could do. They really did not expect Brother Pure and Yuan Yuan to be able to unleash such terrifying fighting strength. This was helpless. Therefore, the god of fire and the god of strength could only grit their teeth and fight with all their might. Qin Shao looked at the god of fire and the god of strength. Now that the situation had been turned around by him, he began to steadily gain the upper hand. It would not be long before he could completely turn the situation around. The tide was slowly tilting in Qin Zhao's favor. God of fire, god of strength, do you still want to continue fighting? You have completely lost your advantage. If you continue to fight, it will only become more and more disadvantageous for you. In your current situation, you have no way of winning against me, let alone killing me. Now, can we talk? Qin Shao said. He did not want to fight the god of fire and the god of strength. He was just forced into a corner. Now that he had the upper hand, he had to say it again. However, the god of fire and the god of strength were completely enraged. How could they give up so easily? They were certain that Qin Shao was the murderer. The people he killed were their people. How could they give up so easily? This was especially true for the god of fire. His hatred for Qin Shao had always been deep. He had always wanted to find an opportunity to kill Qin Shao. Now that such a great opportunity had presented itself, how could he give up so easily? Therefore, the god of fire naturally did not agree. He still snorted angrily and said, Qin Shao, don't even think about escaping. The debt between us must be settled properly today. Don't think that just because you are strong, you can make us submit to you. You can make us retreat. That is impossible. You killed our people. Today we must settle the score with you. Don't be too happy too early. You have only gained a small advantage. You have not controlled the situation yet. Isn't it too early to say that? Indeed, Qin Shao had only gained a small advantage. It was impossible to completely defeat the god of fire and the god of strength. Therefore, the god of fire naturally refused to admit defeat. Naturally, you would not give up so easily. Qin Shao shook his head. He wanted to settle the matter peacefully, but now it seemed that there was no other way. Since that was the case, it seemed that he still had to use his fists to do the talking. He still had to fight to the end. Forget it, forget it. He, Qin Shao, was also a little angry from being beaten up. No matter how he explained, the other party would not listen. They insisted on accusing him of murder. Qin Zhao's heart was already filled with anger. He took the initiative to settle the matter and ignored it. Then let's fight. Who's afraid of who? With two powerful helpers, Brother Pure and Yuan Yuan, Qin Shao was more encouraged and confident. Originally, Qin Shao was still very worried about Brother Pure and Yuan Yuan. Now it seemed that his worries were a little unnecessary. In such a situation, he had no scruples and could fight with all his might. Then let's fight. Qin Shao once again pushed his strength to the extreme. He roared in his heart, and his fighting spirit soared to the sky. He pushed his fighting strength to the extreme. When the wild dragon goes out to the sea, it would definitely roar and shake the 9 heavens, suppressing all who refuse to obey. Unparalleled fighting spirit, unparalleled dominance, and unparalleled brilliance. At this time, it was completely emitted from Qin Zhao's body. Boundless fighting spirit erupted with boundless fighting strength. Therefore, the situation was naturally reversed. It continued to tilt towards Qin Zhao's side. Originally, Qin Shao already had some advantages. With this, the scales directly tipped over. The situation began to be completely under Qin Zhao's control. Such a situation made the god of fire and the god of strength turn pale with fright. Their faces were full of shock. How could this be? Why was Qin Shao still erupting? What the hell was this? What kind of peerless demon was this? How could he continue to erupt? Shouldn't his strength have already reached its limit? The god of fire and the god of strength felt extremely bitter and shocked. The two of them could only grit their teeth and fight with all their might. However, their strength was obviously no match for Qin Shao. They had too few helpers now. There were only 5 of them. The combined strength of the 7 of them was simply unable to withstand Qin Zhao's ferocious attacks. Under Qin Zhao's powerful attacks, the god of fire and the god of strength were once again pushed back, and their formation was broken. As soon as the formation was broken, their strength collapsed instantly. Qin Zhao continued to charge towards the god of fire and the god of strength. If the two of them fought one-on-one, how could they be a match for Qin Zhao? The difference was simply too great. The two of them had fought Qin Zhao one-on-one and had been beaten badly by Qin Zhao. They simply couldn't withstand a single blow from Qin Zhao. Therefore, the two of them were sent flying by Qin Zhao. They spat out blood and looked a little battered. The joint attack had been completely scattered. Now, Qin Zhao could completely defeat them one by one. The other 5 people were also sent flying by Qin Zhao. They were all vomiting blood and were seriously injured. Qin Zhao's actions were also to disperse their strength so that they wouldn't be able to regroup and attack him again. This was to end the battle. Therefore, Qin Zhao didn't hold back at this time. The other 5 people were all seriously injured and their strength had been greatly weakened. The god of fire and the god of strength were Qin Zhao's main targets. Naturally, they didn't have it easy either. After being hit by Qin Zhao a few times, they were also seriously injured. At this time, these two groups of people were actually beaten to the point of vomiting blood and being injured by Qin Zhao's group of 3. The situation was miserable. Such a scene really made the god of fire and the god of strength feel ashamed. Ever since they were born, they had never suffered such a huge loss. It was simply a great humiliation. Almost all the people of the elemental sanctuary and the strength sanctuary were present, but they still ended up in such a situation. If word of this got out, the reputation of the elemental sanctuary and the strength sanctuary would be completely tarnished. Therefore, the two people's faces were extremely ugly at this time. As the leaders of their respective sacred domains, they were the ones who started and organized this battle. Therefore, they naturally had to bear the responsibility for this result. The atmosphere became extremely oppressive at this time. Qin Zhao waved his hand and said to Brother Pure and Yuan, "Everyone stop. Don't fight anymore." Brother Pure and Yuan also stopped. The 7 people on the other side naturally didn't dare to continue. They had all suffered a big loss just now, but there was no other way. They had to fight this battle. They had to hold on. They must not shrink back. Therefore, no matter what, they had to hold on with all their might. They couldn't take half a step back. However, it was obviously very difficult to hold on like this. They were holding on with their lives. However, as people of the elemental sanctuary and the strength sanctuary, they had to fight with their lives in the face of such a great hatred. Now, everyone had stopped, and the battle was temporarily quenched. However, the atmosphere was still incomparably tense and oppressive to the extreme. Both sides were still staring at each other, and they still didn't dare to relax. The battle was still on the verge of breaking out. It could erupt again at any time. Qin Zhao looked at the god of fire and the strength sanctuary and said, "Can we talk properly now? You guys are really too much. Why do you have to make such a situation? Why do you have to fight and kill? Why do you have to use your fists to solve problems that don't even exist? I've already told you to calm down. I'll give you a good explanation. But why don't you listen to a single word? Why do you let your emotions be dominated by hatred? Now that the battle has ended, can we all calm down and have a good talk? What's the matter? Let's talk it out. It won't be too late to make a judgment and a decision after that, right?" The god of strength's eyes were cold, but he slowly calmed down. Up until now, he had vaguely sensed that there was something strange about this matter. It might not be what he thought, and there might be some misunderstanding. Author Kanshang said, 3rd update. Chapter 33:59. However, the god of fire still could not calm down. Or rather, he did not want to calm down at all. There was a deep grudge between him and Qin Zhao, and he hated Qin Zhao to the core. How could he, the god of fire, calm down and talk nicely to someone he hated the most? Moreover, did he want Qin Zhao to absolve himself? Not to mention that this matter really happened. Even if it didn't, Now that he was in this position, he wouldn't easily back down. He would definitely fight to the death. However, the current situation was indeed very unfavorable for the god of fire. There were only 7 people from the elemental sanctuary here. How could the 7 of them do anything to Qin Shao? If the people from the strength sanctuary did not join in, then there was no chance at all. Moreover, the current situation was that even if the people from the strength sanctuary joined in, they might not be able to do anything to Qin Shao. They had already suffered a great loss just now. If they continued to fight, then the ones who would suffer a great loss in the end would be them. Such a situation was truly driving the fire deity crazy. He had calculated everything, but he had miscalculated. He knew that Qin Shao was strong, but he really did not expect Qin Shao to be so strong. He was very mad, very angry, and roaring in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. Now, what could he do? What could he do? Helpless, too helpless. The winner takes all. What else is there to say? Qin Shao, today's matter I admit defeat. You are strong, and we can't do anything to you. Consider yourself lucky. The god of fire snorted angrily, and his voice was incomparably cold and eerie. The power of hatred filled his chest, causing him to spew it out constantly. The god of fire gritted his teeth and continued, "But Qin Shao, don't be happy too early. For the time being, I can't do anything to you. I can't settle accounts with you, and I can't take revenge. However, I, the fire god, will remember this grudge. Our fire palace will also remember it. Even our heavenly laws Dao palace will remember it. We'll definitely get our revenge. We'll definitely settle the score with you, Qin Shao." Qin Shao looked at Vulcan. Qin Shao wasn't surprised by Vulcan's words. Fire deity's personality had always been like this. In addition to his previous hatred, it was impossible to get him to speak nicely. However, Qin Shao had to make this matter clear. Therefore, Qin Shao said in a deep voice, "Vulcan, you can hold a grudge against me however you want. But as a matter of fact, if you insist on distorting the truth and letting your selfishness guide you, that's your business. If you want to find me in the future, I, Qin Shao, will accompany you anytime. If you want to convict me in your fire palace, that's also your business. Whatever you want to do, I, Qin Shao, naturally can't stop you. However, there are some things that I, Qin Shao, have to make clear in front of everyone today. I'll still say the same thing. I, Qin Shao, will definitely admit to what I've done. If I haven't done anything, even if you kill me, don't expect me to admit to it. I didn't kill anyone from your fire palace. Don't even think about framing me for this. If you want to hear an explanation, I can explain it to you clearly. If you don't want to hear it, then forget it. I don't care. Whether it's the fire palace or the heavenly laws Dao palace. If you want to take revenge on me in the future, just come. What do I, Qin Shao, have to fear? My actions are upright. My actions are upright. And I have a clear conscience. I have a clear conscience. And I have a clear conscience in this world. If you, Qin Shao, talk big, you're still full of sophistry. You're just trying to absolve yourself. For a despicable and shameless person like you, I won't believe a single word you say." Vulcan angrily pointed at Qin Shao and said angrily, "Qin Shao, let's wait and see. I want to see how capable you are." Since he couldn't get through to Vulcan, Qin Shao couldn't be bothered to say anything more. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Vulcan chose to believe what he had determined to be the truth out of selfishness. Therefore, it didn't matter. As long as he was upright, he wouldn't be afraid of evil. Even if the heavenly laws Dao Palace came to punish him, Qin Shao could still stand upright. Qin Shao looked at the mighty god and said, "Mighty god, are you like Vulcan and won't listen to any of my explanations?" The mighty god didn't say anything. Instead, he looked deeply at Qin Shao, as if he was thinking about something. Qin Shao looked at the mighty god. Their gazes collided, as if they were trying to understand each other. Qin Shao and the mighty god didn't have any previous grudges, so the mighty god was still relatively calm. Perhaps because of Vulcan's provocation, the mighty god had been so angry that he hadn't been able to calm down and think about this matter. Now, the mighty god was still relatively calm. Qin Shao continued, "Mighty god, I, Qin Xiao, won't say anything about my character. I've already said this before. There are impersonators in the chaotic dimension. Yuan and I have both encountered them. She can also testify for me. Of course, you might think that Yuan is my good friend, so her testimony can't be trusted. But let me ask you this. What reason do I have to kill your people? Furthermore, if I really did kill them in front of all of you, what's the point of me quibbling like this? If I really dare to kill your people, do you think that I would need to speak so nicely and explain myself to you when I have the upper hand, mighty God? To put it bluntly, if I had fought to the death today, I'm afraid that not many people here would have been able to leave this place alive. I believe that the mighty God should believe in Qin Zhao's ability. But why didn't I do that? That's because I'm also an injured person. I'm innocent, so I want to explain myself to you clearly. If I really dared to kill your people without regard for anything else, would I need to speak so nicely to you now? Logically speaking, this doesn't make sense, does it? After hearing Qin Zhao's words, the mighty God couldn't help but fall silent. He was also thinking about this matter. However, this matter was indeed difficult for people to accept and understand clearly for the time being. After all, they hadn't verified the existence of impersonators, so naturally, there was no way to confirm it. The mighty God thought for a moment before saying, Qin Xiao, it's not that I don't believe you. Honestly speaking, what you're saying now is indeed very reasonable and very logical. It's just that I did see what happened earlier with my own eyes. I do have some guesses about the impersonator you mentioned. I've seen some of the situations before. However, all of this is just a guess. That includes you, Qin Xiao. You can't be 100% sure that impersonators exist, right? To you, impersonators are just a guess. There's no 100% proof that impersonators exist, right? If you can prove the existence of the imposter 100% and convince us, then this matter will be easier for us to understand. Based on your own words and your two friends' testimonies, we won't be able to convince you otherwise. To be honest, this isn't very convincing. After all, this matter concerns lives, so we naturally won't believe you so easily. Qin Xiao nodded and said, Yes, what the mighty God said is indeed true. From your point of view, I can understand how you feel. It's understandable that you can't believe me for the time being. However, what I said is indeed all true. I can be 100% sure of the existence of impersonators, and so can Yuan. Of course, it's normal if you feel that her testimony doesn't prove anything and that it's hard to convince you. After all, Yuan is my good friend. She might side with me. However, I still want to say that this matter wasn't done by me, Qin Xiao. It was the impersonators who secretly sowed discord and framed me, causing internal strife among the 6 regions. Believe it or not, mighty God, you can decide for yourself. I, Qin Xiao, I've already said everything that needs to be said. I don't have anything else to say. I can't explain it clearly, and I, Qin Xiao, can't do anything about it. After all, only Yuan and I have personally experienced this matter. Only the two of us can be 100% sure. Indeed, this matter is a little too inconceivable. In fact, we didn't believe it before either. We didn't dare to believe it. However, after experiencing it for ourselves, we had no choice but to believe that there really are people in this world who can completely disguise themselves as another person. We came up with the name impersonators ourselves. The mighty God shook his head and said, In the end, up until now, only you, Qin Xiao, have said this. It's indeed very difficult to convince all of us. Qin Xiao looked at the mighty God and asked, Do you believe it? The strength god glanced at Qin Xiao as a strange glint appeared in his deep eyes. Would he believe it? After a long silence, the mighty God said, It's useless for me to believe it. We can't let this matter go just because we believe it. A life of our strength shrine, it's not child's play. Even if I believe it, the power shrine has no way of believing it. When he heard the mighty God's words, Qin Xiao felt a lot better. He nodded and pursed his lips. Your words are enough. I, Qin Xiao, didn't say so much in vain. I, the mighty God, I'm still a person worthy of respect. I believe that the truth will come to light one day. The truth will always be there. No matter how dark this world is, there is no lack of righteous light. I, Qin Shao, have a clear conscience. I'm not afraid of anyone's doubts. I'm not afraid of anyone putting the blame on me. I will also prove my innocence. I will definitely uncover the impersonator and bring him before everyone. The mighty god said, "All right, then I'll wait for you, Qin Shao, to prove your innocence. But I'll also say this in advance. As long as you, Qin Shao, don't prove your innocence, this matter will not be resolved. I won't let you off, Qin Shao. The Power Shrine won't let you off either, Qin Shao." Qin Shao was very pleased that the mighty god had said this. At least he could see that the mighty god still believed him. But from the mighty god's position, as the leader of the Power Shrine, he naturally couldn't judge this matter based on his own selfish motives. He had to consider the people who had died in the Power Shrine, and he had to consider the reputation of the Power Shrine. The people of the Power Shrine were appeased for the time being. The mighty god still didn't care. He said coldly, "A lie is a lie. It will be exposed one day. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't hide your true colors. Impersonator? I think you, Qin Shao, are an impersonator." Chapter 3360. Whatever Vulcan said, Qin Shao no longer cared. Let him be. When a person's hatred reached a certain level, his soul would be distorted. Once the soul was distorted, he would become a lunatic, a complete lunatic. Fire deity was incomparably crazy towards Qin Shao. This was the only thing that could be done for the time being. Qin Shao also knew that it was very difficult for others to believe him without completely proving his innocence. There was nothing he could do about it. From another point of view, he could understand it very well. The only thing he could do now was to find a way to prove his innocence. It was unreasonable to think that he could wash away the suspicion with just a few words. The situation was finally under control. Right at this moment, two figures appeared and headed towards them. Seeing these two figures, Fire God's eyes suddenly emitted a strange light and cast it at the two figures. These two were none other than Gu Lingyue and Minghua Saint. Gu Lingyue and Minghua Saint also stopped when they saw this scene. They were somewhat puzzled. They could naturally tell that something big had happened here. Fire God said to Gu Lingyue, "Gu Lingyue, I contacted you earlier but received no response. Now you have finally appeared. Is the Water Palace sure you don't want to participate in such a big event? This is not just a matter of the Fire Palace. It's a matter of the Heavenly Law's Dao Palace's reputation. The people of the Fire Palace died at the hands of Qin Shao. Of the 5 palaces of the Heavenly Law's Dao Palace, except for the Water Palace, the people of the other 4 palaces are all here. The people of the Power Sanctuary are all here as well. We are all fighting for this matter, shedding our heads and spilling our blood, fighting to the death against that shameless Qin Shao. Are you people of the Water Palace just going to stand there and watch the show?" Gu Lingyue frowned slightly. They had indeed received a message from Fire God, but they were far away and did not rush over to pay attention. Gu Lingyue and the others were indeed not very clear about this matter. Now that they saw this scene, they realized that the situation was much more serious than they had imagined. Gu Lingyue asked in a deep voice, "Fire God, what's going on?" Therefore, Vulcan told him the whole story. Although he didn't add too much details, he still fanned the flames and described Qin Zhao's crime as unforgivable. From the standpoint of the big picture, he described how serious this matter was. The will of the Fire God was also meant to stir up Gu Lingyue's anger. The flames of war wanted her to attack Qin Shao. In the end, the Fire God began to interrogate Gu Lingyue, divine sovereign Minghua. "We've already fought with Qin Shao. He has 2 powerful helpers, and his own strength is also very strong. That's why he can be so unbridled and arrogant. He can look down on us. Now, the honor and disgrace of our heavenly law Dao Palace is all on you. Now, let's see if you're willing to fight for our heavenly laws Tao Palace. Although we're injured, as long as you're willing to help, we'll definitely fight to the death with you." The pressure was suddenly pushed to Gu Lingyue and divine sovereign Go Hua. How could Gu Lingyue not know the fire god's intentions? The fire god had done such a thing before. This time, he was doing it again. And this time, he was putting himself on a higher pedestal, and his words were very harsh. It was as if as long as she didn't do anything, she wouldn't be a member of the heavenly laws Tao Palace and would be a sinner. Moreover, as a young palace master of the heavenly laws Tao Palace and in a high position, she seemed to be duty-bound to do such a thing. If she stood by and didn't do anything, the fire god would probably say something else. Such a matter naturally put Gu Lingyue in a difficult position for a while. Divine Sovereign Minghua couldn't help but frown deeply. As for whether or not impersonators really existed, they actually had a certain degree of hesitation about this question. After all, Qin Xiao had told them that an impostor had pretended to be Gu Lingyue and swindled 3 power origin crystals from him. In fact, Gu Lingyue was very clear about this matter. It wasn't fake. Therefore, the impostor should exist. But now, the fire god was using righteousness to force her, wanting her to obediently submit and deal with Qin Xiao. What was she supposed to do? Divine Sovereign Minghua said, "Fire god, so many of you joined forces, but you couldn't do anything to Qin Xiao. You were even injured by Qin Xiao. My young palace master and I are weak, and our strength is far inferior to yours. How can we deal with Qin Xiao? You're asking us to help. Aren't you deliberately sending us to our deaths? Since you've already taken action and can't solve the problem, why don't we discuss this matter later? You've already lost once. Do you want to lose a second time? Wouldn't that make the heavenly laws Tao Palace lose even more face?" The fire god sneered and said, "Divine Sovereign Minghua, what you said is wrong. I think you're trying to shirk responsibility, right? If you had joined our camp from the beginning to deal with these 2 people together, would such a thing have happened? It's because you didn't come that we lost. Shouldn't it be time for you to make up for your mistakes? Don't you think you have the responsibility and obligation to help? What? Or could it be that all of you are simply trying to protect Qin Xiao? Are you in cahoots with Qin Xiao? Gu Lingyue, I think you're still thinking about your old friendship. You can't bear to do it, right?" The fire god's words were obviously directed at Gu Lingyue. The more he thought about it, the more upset he felt about this matter. No matter what Gu Lingyue did, he still felt that Gu Lingyue and Qin Xiao still had feelings for each other, and that there was a possibility of them rekindling their relationship. Therefore, he was filled with hatred. He had never been able to let go of this matter. He had always wanted to bring it up and talk about it. Gu Lingyue was so angry that her face turned green. She glared at the fire god fiercely. However, she also knew that this was the fire god's angry words and also his way of provoking her. What the fire god wanted to see the most was Gu Lingyue attacking Qin Xiao. No matter what the result was, this was the attitude he wanted. However, how could Gu Lingyue be led by the nose by the fire god? How could she allow the fire god to command everything? Gu Lingyue was also a little angry. She snorted and looked at the fire god with a cold and gloomy face. "Fire god, you're used to using me as a tool, aren't you? What you want to do to Qin Xiao is your business. Don't be so righteous and don't use so many things to pressure me. You've already done it. Now you want to do it. Don't you just want to see me attack Qin Xiao? What are you trying to prove? Are you trying to make you feel better? Who do you think you are, fire god? Why should I, Gu Lingyue, be ordered by you? Do I have to do something to make you feel better? What I want to do is my own freedom. I shouldn't be commanded and ordered by you, fire god. You, fire god, don't have the ability to stand at such a height." Hearing Gu Lingyue's rejection, the fire god was even more furious. He felt more and more that Gu Lingyue was still thinking about her old relationship with Qin Xiao. They still had that thought. As Gu Lingyue's fiancé, how could he allow such a thing to happen under his nose? Therefore, the fire god was completely angry. He said coldly and angrily, "Gu Lingyue, you don't have to say these words. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Do you want me to expose your thoughts in front of so many people today? Gu Lingyue, I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to attack or not? Right now, you're the only one who can take down Qin Shao. As long as you're willing to attack, the Heavenly Law's Tao Palace will immediately regain its face and avenge our great enmity. Our Heavenly Law's Tao Palace's honor and disgrace all depend on you, Gu Lingwei. Are you really not going to attack? Do you really want to disappoint all of us? This was a huge pressure on Gu Lingwei. Gu Lingwei was furious. This Wuxian was truly shameless and despicable. He was actually using such a method to force her. He was getting more and more overboard. He hadn't been so overboard or direct in the past. Now, he was really going a little crazy. Gu Lingwei also felt some anger and disgust towards the fire god in her heart. How could she, Gu Lingwei, be someone who would be manipulated by others? In particular, the fire god's increasingly overboard methods made her even angrier and more displeased. Therefore, Gu Lingwei was very determined. She looked coldly at the fire god and said, "Humph, do you think you can threaten me like this? You think you can make me obediently listen to you? Fire god, aren't you being too naive? I, Gu Lingwei, have always been amenable to coaxing but not coercion. The more you act like this, the more I won't listen to you. What can you do about it? Humph, do you think it's possible to use me as a weapon? Today, I won't attack. Whatever you want to say, fire god, go ahead and say it. You can even announce it to the world. Say it. I'm standing right here, and I'll listen to what you say about me to others. Say it." The fire god was furious. How could he really do such a stupid thing? He'd only used extinguish to provoke Gu Lingwei, but he hadn't expected that this woman would become angry out of humiliation and resist even more. This was something the fire god couldn't do anything about. No matter how angry he was, this was all he could do. If he said anything more, wouldn't he be looking for trouble for himself? No matter what, Gu Lingwei was his fiancée. If he said anything bad about his fiancée in front of outsiders, wouldn't he lose face? The fire god was well aware of this. Hearing the words of these two people, Qin Shao felt very uncomfortable in his heart. However, he was more or less relieved. At least this time, he saw that Gu Lingwei was resisting the fire god. She was no longer obeying the fire god's words and becoming his enemy like the previous few times. This time, no matter what the reason was, at least Gu Lingwei wasn't on the same side as the fire god and didn't attack him. Did that mean that Gu Lingwei still had feelings for him in her heart? Were all her vicious words from before just empty bravado? Qin Shao naturally hoped that was the case. Judging from Gu Lingwei's behavior and words just now, it was still possible. Therefore, Qin Shao was still somewhat relieved. However, Qin Shao was very unhappy with the fire god's madness. How dare he threaten Gu Lingwei like this? How abominable! How could the fire god treat his woman like this? Chapter 33:61. Qin Shao had an impulse in his heart. Should he vent his anger on the fire god? To be honest, a thought flashed through Qin Shao's mind, and that was to kill Vulcan. However, he suppressed this thought in the end. Firstly, Fire God was the young palace master of the Fire Palace. If he really killed Fire God in front of so many people today, he would be in big trouble. That would be a great provocation to the Fire Palace and even the Heavenly Law Tao Palace. Secondly, if he did that, he would not be able to clear his name. Qin Shao could admit to what he had done. However, Qin Shao would not admit to what he had not done. The fourth-step ancient saint from the Fire Palace and the fourth-step ancient saint from the Power Shrine were not killed by Qin Shao. This crime, Qin Shao, would definitely not admit to it. Of course, considering the big picture, he could not do such a thing. Therefore, this thought was quickly suppressed by Qin Shao. She could not allow such a thought to exist, unless it was to the point where he had to kill Fire God. For now, it was just anger rushing to his head. He had not reached the point where he had to kill Fire God. Gu Lingwei and Saint Minghua left. Strength God thought for a while, and also left with the people from the Power Sanctuary. Now that everyone had left, Vulcan could no longer cause any trouble. There was no way he could treat Qin Shao like he was now. Therefore, he also left. Soon, the crowd dispersed. After everyone left, Qin Shao let out an uneasy sigh. It was an indescribable feeling. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. He really did not know what to say. What was this? Qin Shao, it seems that Gu Lingwei still cares about you. Women are all animals who say one thing and mean another. Although they say something harsh, their hearts are actually very soft. The harsher a woman's words are, the softer her heart is. Therefore, brother, you still have hope. I support you in getting Gu Lingwei back. When I see that fire god, I'm so angry. I'm so angry. It's so annoying. Brother Pure grinned and said. Qin Shao smiled faintly. In fact, he was thinking the same thing. He also felt that Gu Lingwei still cared about him. As long as Gu Lingwei still remembered his old feelings for her, he would definitely chase her back. Even so, there was still a huge resistance. But there was no harm in that. Where there is a will, there is a way. This matter needed someone to do it for it to be possible. Qin Shao believed that she could do it. No matter how difficult it was, she would try her best to do it. She would not give up. In fact, Vulcan alone was no longer a hindrance to Qin Shao. To Qin Shao, the true obstacle was the Water Palace, the Fire Palace, and even the entire Heavenly Laws Tao Palace. If he really wanted to bring Gu Lingwei back to his side, then he had to deal with the Water Palace, the Fire Palace, and even the Tao Palace. Just how strong was this force? Not to mention the Heavenly Laws Tao Palace. Just the Water Palace, how strong was it? Therefore, it was still a little too far away from this matter. Qin Shao thought about it, but did not think too much about it. It was just that this matter would be one of his ultimate goals. Qin Shao shook his head and did not think about this matter for now. Brother Pure, your strength is very good. You've been very low-key in the past, and have been hiding your strength. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on Brother Pure. Brother Pure and Yuan's performance just now had surprised Qin Shao. Brother Pure grinned and said with a proud look, he of course. To be able to be brothers with you. Qin Shao, I naturally can't be weak. I can't fall too far behind you, right? Otherwise, wouldn't it be too embarrassing? My strength is actually average. It's just that when I'm fighting with my life on the line, I can explode a little. This time, it's all thanks to Yuan. She really went through a lot. I really have a whole new level of respect for her. She usually looks weak, but when she really fights with her life on the line, my goodness, it's really a little scary. Yes, this time it was all thanks to Yuan. She had made a great contribution. If it wasn't for Yuan, the consequences would probably be unimaginable. Qin Shao would probably have to give up his life here today. Yuan, thank you. It's all thanks to you today. You saved my life. Qin Shao said to Yuan. After being praised by Brother Pure and Qin Shao, Yuan suddenly felt very embarrassed. Her face flushed a little, and she said shyly, "Don't praise me like that. Actually, I don't have any strength. I'm just a little more timid and don't like to fight. But I still have some strength. I didn't hide my strength, nor did I say that I'm weak." Ha. Brother Pure laughed and said, Yes. Our Yuan is just too harmless on the surface. That's why many people are confused. So, this matter tells us that the more quiet, cute, and weak a girl is, the more we can't provoke her. It's fine if she doesn't fly into a rage. But once she does, it's really shocking. Yuan covered her face and looked very embarrassed. Oh, Brother Pure, don't say that. I'm embarrassed. Actually, I've never flown into a rage. Just now, I was a little anxious. Ha. Brother Pure laughed very happily. Yuan's face was already as red as an apple. She looked as if she wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. She was indeed a very shy girl. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. Let's go. Let's keep going, Qin Shao said. It was only then that Brother Pure and Yuan calmed down. The three of them continued to move forward. On the way, Brother Pure said something with a serious face. Brother, it seems that the impersonator deliberately did this to disturb the situation in the chaos space. This impersonator really knows how to pick people. He chose you and pretended to be you to kill people everywhere, to attract hatred, and to cause chaos. This is obviously a targeted and planned big conspiracy. But to be honest, choosing you is indeed the best choice. After all, your strength should be considered to be extremely powerful among all of us. You're not the strongest, but you're close. And you're in the limelight. So by dragging you out, it's easy to stir up the water in the chaos space. Once the situation is chaotic, many things will naturally erupt, and there will be internal strife. This is the impersonator's goal. He wants to see the people of the 6 regions kill each other. I have to say that this move is really ruthless. Brother, you're unlucky. You've been targeted by the impersonator and become their pawn. You've caused a lot of trouble. Just thinking about it makes me unhappy. It's too unpleasant. Those impersonators, don't let me catch you, or I'll definitely tear you to pieces. Qin Shao shook his head, smiled bitterly, and said, "We're not afraid of thieves stealing, but we're afraid of thieves thinking about us. Since you've been targeted by the impersonator, there's no other way. What else can you do except to admit that you're unlucky?" The impersonator's means are indeed a little unpredictable. This is their natural advantage. So, they'll naturally make good use of it to stir up the water in the chaos space. Now, I'm afraid this is just the beginning. The situation in the future may be even more chaotic. This, I'm afraid, is the so-called great danger in the chaos space. But we have no other choice. We can only face it with all our strength. Everything depends on strength. If we don't have enough strength, we'll only die a wrongful death. If we don't have the strength to resist, we won't even have the chance to explain. The chaos in the chaos space is probably just the beginning. So, we'd better be careful. The 3 of us should stick close together and try not to separate. I have a bad feeling that there's going to be a greater and more terrifying danger coming. Brother Pure nodded in agreement. The situation in front of them was indeed very worrying. The 3 of them staying together and concentrating their strength was very beneficial. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "I'm not worried about the fire god and the strength god now. They shouldn't cause any trouble for us in the short term. Of course, even if they wanted to, they don't have the strength to do so. What I'm more worried about now is that the imposter is still pretending to be me and committing crimes everywhere. He'll make more enemies for me and make more enemies. When the time comes, I don't want to make everyone my enemy. I'm afraid that no matter how strong I am, I won't be able to avoid it." The imposter was able to kill the fire god and the strength god's men in front of them. It's enough to show that he's very strong. With such strength and a flawless disguise, it'll be very easy for the imposter to kill people in my name. Not to mention those who haven't come into contact with me. Even those who are very familiar with me won't be able to recognize the imposter. I can't recognize the imposter either. I've been tricked by imposters before, so I have some experience in this. Brother Pure nodded and said, "Yes, that's true, but I'm afraid there's no way to stop this. Now, we can only take one step at a time. There's no other way. That is, unless we can find out who the imposter is." Find the imposter? How could Qin Shao not want to do that? But how could they find the imposter? No one knew what the imposter looked like. Even if they met the imposter, as long as the imposter didn't deliberately expose himself, there was no way to identify him. Moreover, it wasn't that easy to meet an impersonator, right? Therefore, this idea could only be thought about. At least, there was no way to do it for the time being. Qin Shao could only shake his head helplessly at such a matter. Forget it. There's really no other way. We can only take one step at a time. It's very helpless. In all these years of cultivation, Qin Shao had rarely encountered something that made him feel so helpless. This kind of helplessness really made him feel like he was going crazy. Qin Shao and the other 2 walked for a long time. Suddenly, they heard the sound of fierce fighting in front of them, and from the sound of the fighting, they could tell that there were quite a number of people involved in the fight. There should be 2 groups of people fighting there. Why are there 2 groups of people fighting? Could it be that they are fighting for the power crystal? Or is there a big conflict erupting? Brother Pure guessed with great interest. Qin Shao was also thinking about this. He shook his head and said, "No matter what the situation is, it shouldn't be a good situation. Let's go and have a look." Brother Pure was also a person who liked to join the fun. Naturally, he wouldn't miss a lively place. Therefore, the three of them quickly went over there. Author Clipchamp said, "Third watch, begging for flowers." Chapter 33:62. Soon, the three of them were able to see who was fighting. Brother Pure pointed at one of the golden-clothed men and said to Qin Shao, "That man seems to be Tian Holy Sun. I vaguely remember that he looks like him." Qin Shao raised his eyebrows and was surprised. The top three on the Heaven's Declaration Saint list were all extraordinary people. They had lived for a very long time and had been stuck at step 4 of the ancient saint realm. They wanted to create their own Tao and were all extremely ambitious geniuses. Tian Holy Sun had always been ranked first on the Heaven's Declaration Saint list. Qin Shao only knew that no one had ever been able to shake his position on the Heaven's Declaration. Now, he had finally met him. Even from afar, he could feel that the strength of this Heaven's Holy Sun was indeed too strong. Although there were two groups of people fighting, they were separated into two different battlefields. It was a very strange weapon. Qin Shao recognized it at a glance. It was very familiar. He had seen it before. When Qin Shao had first seen the weapon, he had seen it in a small world called Earth in the primordial universe. There was a picture of the nine-toothed palladium in the legends there. Qin Shao had also seen it when he was in the Gao village. It was the weapon in Zhu Beiji's hand. Could this man be Marshal Tian Peng from the heavenly court? Judging from his aura, he must be from the celestial realm. On the other battlefield, it was a 4-on-4 battle. Qin Shao did not know any of the people on the battlefield. Their strengths were on par with each other. Therefore, neither side could do anything to the other. Hey, what's going on with these two groups of people? Why are they fighting? They're fighting like this, but they don't seem to want to stop. It seems that they are really angry. They will only stop when there is bloodshed. Qin Shao looked at them and frowned. He was puzzled. I don't know what is going on. If it is not because of the power crystal, it is highly likely that the imposter is involved. If it wasn't because of the power crystals, then it was most likely the work of the imposter. Those impersonators would definitely not be idle. They would definitely use all means possible to start a fight and stir up chaos in the primal chaos space. Qin Shao was also thinking about whether or not she should intervene. This was a huge loss to the 6 regions. This was also what Qin Shao was worried about. Qin Shao did not dare to act rashly. The two groups of people were fighting fiercely. Therefore, they chose to ignore the arrival of Qin Shao and the other two. These people are really stupid, fighting their own people. Too stupid. Yuan pouted and said. But the person involved could not see clearly. Brother Qin Shao, are we going to stand here and watch? Aren't we going to help them? Yuan suddenly asked. We don't even know what's going on. We don't even know why they're fighting. If we act rashly, it's very likely to cause an even bigger misunderstanding. At that time, I'm afraid that those people will attack us. Who asked them to be so stupid? Let them fight slowly. Could it be that he could only watch on helplessly as this matter deteriorated in a bad direction? Wasn't the loss and weakening of the 6 regions exactly what those evil forces wanted to see? As a person with a heart of justice, how could Qin Shao watch such a thing happen? Therefore, Qin Shao made a decision in his heart. The rise and fall of the world was a crime for all. Upholding justice in the world was what he should do. It was something that he could not avoid. Brother Pure, Yuan, stay here. I'll go and take a look. Qin Shao said to Brother Pure and Yuan. His action made Brother Pure and Yuan look at each other in dismay. They were a little confused. This was Qin Zhao's style. This was Qin Zhao's style. Both of you please stop. Calm down. Listen to me, Qin Shao. Don't fight anymore. The people of the 6 regions, especially at times like this, should be united against a common enemy. The Heaven's Holy Sun and Canopy Marshal swept their gazes over to Qin Shao, their eyes flashing with a strange coldness. Tian Shengzi snorted coldly and said, Qin Shao? You're Qin Shao? The Qin Shao who's been in the limelight recently? I've long heard the news that you killed the people of the Fire Palace and the Power Shrine. How dare you criticize us? I really don't know why you're so thick-skinned. Do you have a right to be so overbearing, Qin Shao? The Tian Shengzi still held contempt and disdain for Qin Shao. It seemed that the fire god had done a good deed. He had spread the news everywhere and ruined his reputation. Marshal Tian Peng glanced over and sneered. Qin Shao, right? You're the pride of the immortal region. You're the leader of the younger generation in the immortal region. To think that you still have some sense of righteousness in you. Are you here to persuade us to fight? Get lost. Although we're both from the immortal region, I don't want to be associated with you. Get away from me. You're dirtying my eyes. He felt helpless. You're not calm at all now. So, I hope you can calm down and listen to me. I, Qin Shao, did not kill the people of the Fire Palace and the Power Shrine. Brother Pure and Yuan can testify for me. I've seen pretenders, and I've also been tricked by pretenders. So, I hope you can calm down and think about the conflict between you. You're hot-headed and you're fighting fiercely now. In the end, I'm afraid both of you will be defeated and injured. Please listen to me. Stop fighting for the time being. Calm down and talk about it. It won't be too late to discuss who's right and who's wrong later. Chapter 3363. Qin Zhao's words caused the Tian's Shengzi and Marshal Tian's canopy to snicker. Marshal Tian's canopy sneered as he glanced at Qin Shao. Who do you think you are, Qin Shao? You killed the people of the 6 regions, yet you still have the nerve to say that you don't want to see the people of the 6 regions killing each other? Do you have any shame? Scram. Don't grumble here. Don't get involved in our matters. Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious. I'm not trying to scare you. Qin Shao shook his head. He had already expected such an outcome. The two sides in the battle had already gotten a little angry. How could they easily give up at this time? Qin Shao was just an outsider. How could it be so easy for him to mediate? It's just that Qin Shao didn't want to see the two sides kill each other. Therefore, Qin Shao gritted his teeth and said, Tian's Shengzi, Marshal Tian's canopy, since you don't want to listen to me, Qin Shao, then forget it. However, since I'm involved in today's matter, I naturally can't just stand by and watch. If the two of you don't stop, then I can only offend Qin Shao. Offend? These words immediately angered the Tian's Shengzi and Marshal Tian's canopy. They glared at Qin Shao coldly. What a big tone. The canopy marshal's temper immediately flared up. He glared at Qin Shao and said with an unhappy expression, Qin Shao, brat, you sure have a big tone. What? Do you want to fight? Do you mean to say that you want to take on the two of us by yourself? Tian Shengzi, can you tolerate this? In any case, I can't tolerate this. In my opinion, why don't we postpone our battle? Let's deal with this arrogant brat first. I can't tolerate this bad temper of mine. The Tian's Shengzi wasn't as crazy as Marshal Tian's canopy. However, he was clearly angry. After glaring at Qin Shao, he said to Marshal Tian's canopy, You, old pig, can deal with Qin Shao alone. Do you still need me to do it? If I do, you don't need to join the fun. Do you still need us to work together? You may not be afraid of being ridiculed by the world, but I can't afford to lose face. The Tian Shengzi was ranked first on the saint list on the heaven list. Qin Shao was only ranked 5th. He, the heaven saint child, naturally had enough pride. He naturally couldn't join forces with the canopy marshal to deal with Qin Shao. He really couldn't afford to lose face. Being first on the saint list was Tian's saint is. Tian Zhao's canopy is. Tian Zhao's Tian canopy is canopy. Canopy's canopy. That's right. If we work together to deal with Qin Shao, won't we be giving him too much face? All right, you, Tian Shengzi, just stay there and watch the show. Leave this brat to me. The battle between the Tian's Shengzi and Marshal Tian canopy had stopped. The battle on the other battlefield also stopped. Since the marshal had stopped fighting, they naturally stopped as well. Marshal Tian canopy held the 9-toothed nail in his hand. He was in high spirits and looked valiant. He stabbed the nine-toothed palladium nail heavily into the ground. Instantly, he looked extraordinarily mighty. His battle intent surged into the sky, surging into the four seas and intimidating the heavens. He was a marshal who controlled millions of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. He was one of the most powerful people in the heavenly court. Marshal Tion Canopy's strength was undeniably powerful. Humph, Qin Shao brat. Everyone says that you're very strong, very heaven-defying. In the primal chaos space, you're even more arrogant, daring to act recklessly. I have always wanted to fight with you. I want to teach you a lesson. We are both from the immortal realm, so it's okay for you to be arrogant. However, you brat, how dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Are you courting death? Come on, Qin Shao brat. Don't say that I am bullying you. You can make the first move. I will give you a handicap. Marshal Tion Canopy was full of confidence. He looked at Qin Shao arrogantly, as if he did not take Qin Shao seriously. Marshal Tion Canopy was on par with the Tion's Shengzi, which showed how powerful he was. The Tion's Shengzi's strength had always been a mystery. He had always looked down on the heroes and held the #1 position on the heavens roll. For countless years, no one had been able to shake his position as the Tion's Shengzi. This was enough to show how powerful the Tion's Shengzi was. However, in the chaotic space, the Tion's Shengzi's strength would be greatly restricted. Even so, the Tion's Shengzi's strength was still not to be underestimated. Marshal Tion Canopy was also very confident. After all, he was one of the top people on the heavens roll. Especially in this primal chaos space, he felt that he could play to his advantage, which gave him more confidence and strength. Facing the Canopy Marshal, who was brimming with fighting spirit and confidence, Qin Shao smiled bitterly and shook his head helplessly. He did not want to fight with the Tion's Shengzi. However, if the Tion's Shengzi insisted on fighting, he had no choice but to accompany him to the end. Fighting to stop a fight might not be the best way, but sometimes it was effective. Qin Shao looked at the Tion's Shengzi and said, "Before we fight, I have a small request. I hope that the Tion's Shengzi can agree to it." The Tion's Shengzi waved his hand and said, "Don't worry. I won't kill you easily. At least, I will spare your life. If you have anything else to say it quickly." Qin Shao was speechless. He said, "Senior Tion Shengzi, I want to say, if Junior Qin Shao is lucky enough to win against Senior, I hope that Senior can stop fighting with Senior Tion Shengzi and the others. I hope that Senior can stop fighting and stop killing each other." What did you say? Hearing this, the Tion's Shengzi screamed as if someone had stepped on his tail. He stared at Qin Shao angrily. His face turned green from anger. "Bastard, ignorant junior. Do you mean that you have the confidence to win against me? Arrogant, arrogant. Simply arrogant to the extreme. How dare you? I have lived for countless years, and I have many achievements. I have always been respected as the immeasurable god of war. You are just a junior. How dare you say that you have the confidence to win against me?" This marshal wanted to be merciful to you. Now it seems that a brat like you who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth is not worthy of this marshal showing mercy. Junior, hurry up and make your move. Otherwise, I won't be polite anymore. Canopy Marshal was truly angered by Qin Zhao's words. It greatly stimulated the arrogance in his heart. How could he endure this? He was the Tion's Shengzi, who controlled millions of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. He was the immeasurable god of war. How could he lose to a junior? This made him feel extremely humiliated. Therefore, he was unable to restrain his anger. Qin Shao was stunned. He didn't think that his words would make the Tion's Shengzi explode. He didn't mean this, but thinking about it carefully, it was indeed easy to misunderstand. Forget it, he couldn't care less. If he wanted to do this, he would have to offend someone. There was nothing to say. In the end, the weapon to speak was still the fist. As long as he could cover it with his fists, everything would be easy to deal with. Therefore, it was better to fight. Qin Shao didn't hesitate and directly made his move. He cupped his fist to the Tion's Shengzi and said, "Senior, I'm sorry to offend you." After saying that, he charged at the Tian Shengzi. The Tian saint stood aside and watched the fight coldly. Speaking of which, he was somewhat interested in Qin Shao. In fact, he had been paying attention to Qin Shao previously. He had no choice but to blame Qin Shao for being too famous recently. Therefore, he had also attracted the Tian saint's attention. In just a few tens of millions of years, Qin Shao had only used a few tens of millions of years to go from the Heaven Shengzi to the Heaven Saint list to the 5th place on the Heaven Shengzi list. Moreover, Qin Shao had made it to the Heaven Shengzi list as a 3rd-step ancient saint. In the long history of the Great Thousand World, there were very few examples. In this generation of young people, he was a unique existence. The glorious achievements that Qin Shao had created were all things that the Tian saint could not compare with. Therefore, the Tian saint naturally paid attention to Qin Shao and felt a sense of crisis. For countless years, no one had been able to shake his position. This time, perhaps Qin Shao, had the possibility and the potential to shake his position. Therefore, the Tian saint naturally paid special attention to Qin Shao. He had not expected to meet him here. Now that he saw that Qin Shao was going to fight with the Tian's Shengzi list, he naturally looked forward to it. He had just fought with the Tian's Shengzi list, so he knew that the Tian's strength was not inferior to his. At least in the chaotic space, the Tian's strength was not inferior to his. If they were outside, the Tian saint was confident that he would be able to defeat the Tian's Shengzi list. However, in the chaotic space, his strength was restricted and there was no way for him to use it. This was also a sense of helplessness. The Tian saint was now watching the battle between Qin Shao and the Tian's Shengzi list. He wanted to see if Qin Shao really had the strength to kill the fire god and the strength god under their hands. The battle soon began. The Tian's Shengzi list brandished the 9-toothed palladium and attacked Qin Shao fiercely with great power. When the palladium came down, it made people feel as if the space was about to collapse. Facing the incomparably powerful Tian's Shengzi list, Qin Shao did not dare to be careless. With a move of his hand, the heaven-opening sword appeared in his hand. After the last tempering, the heaven-opening sword was now a world-divine weapon. Moreover, it was a life-divine weapon, so it was even more powerful. However, in the chaotic space, its power was greatly suppressed and restricted, so it could only be used as a weapon. However, since everyone was like this, there was nothing to worry about. The Tian's 9-toothed palladium was also overshadowed in the chaotic space. It did not have the invincible might of a peerless divine weapon. The power of the inner world burst out. This time, Qin Shao directly used 70% of his strength and fiercely rushed towards the Tian's Shengzi list. The battle in the chaotic space was extremely simple. Everyone's strength met strength, and their methods were relatively simple. The main thing was to compete with strength. Unless their strength was equal, they would depend on some methods, battle experience, skills, and so on. The first confrontation was naturally to compete with pure strength. There were no fancy moves, only direct methods, simple methods to burst out with strength. The two of them instantly clashed with each other. Chapter 33-64. Clang. Qin Zhao's heaven-opening sword clashed fiercely with Canopy Marshall's 9-tooth nail palladium. Instantly, the sound of a great Dao bell rang out. Intense sparks flew from the collision. The collision of the two forces instantly erupted. It was as if two stars had violently collided together. The power that erupted from the collision was enough to destroy everything. How powerful was Qin Zhao's 70% inner world's power? Canopy Marshall's strength was also very strong. He came with great confidence, wanting to take down Qin Shao. However, Canopy Marshall discovered that he was wrong the moment they exchanged blows. The corner of his mouth twitched fiercely, and his eyes widened. He discovered that his strength was no match for Qin Zhao's strength. In just one exchange, he was forced to retreat continuously. He was at a great disadvantage. In this confrontation, he did not act carelessly, nor did he hold back in the slightest. Instead, he went all out in this battle. Even so, in the exchange with Qin Xiao, under Qin Xiao's powerful attack, his strength couldn't withstand it at all. As soon as his power collapsed, Canopy Marshall was forced to retreat step by step. Naturally, he was forced back. After retreating dozens of feet, Canopy Marshall finally stabilized his body. However, he was clearly in a sorry state. He had fought with Tian Shengzi for hundreds of rounds, but he had never suffered such a loss. However, in the exchange with Qin Xiao, he actually suffered such an outcome. This made Canopy Marshall feel very uncomfortable. He felt as if he had been ruthlessly slapped in the face. Just now, he was disdainful of Qin Xiao. He even said that he wanted to take down Qin Xiao. However, he didn't expect to be slapped in the face by Qin Xiao in the blink of an eye. Canopy Marshall looked at Qin Xiao's expression. He was extremely embarrassed and couldn't say anything. He felt as if something was stuck in his throat. Such a situation was naturally very difficult for Canopy Marshall to accept. Tian Shengzi's brows furrowed deeply. Obviously, Qin Xiao's strength had greatly exceeded his expectations. He knew Canopy Marshall's strength. However, in just one exchange, Canopy Marshall had suffered a great loss. How strong was Qin Xiao exactly? This made Tian Shengzi look at Qin Xiao with a grave expression. If Qin Xiao could defeat Canopy Marshall in one move, didn't that mean that he could also defeat him in one move? This was obviously a great blow to his pride. For countless years, Tian Shengzi had been firmly sitting on the throne of the Heaven's Declaration Saintboard. No one had been able to shake his position. Now, did Qin Xiao really have the strength to challenge him and threaten his position? Although Qin Xiao's strength, Canopy Marshall's strength, Canopy Marshall's Canopy Marshall. Qin Xiao cupped his fists towards Canopy Marshall and said, "Senior Canopy, thank you for letting me win. Sorry for offending you earlier. It's just that when we were in the chaos space, Qin Xiao, took advantage of you. If we were outside, Qin Xiao would definitely not be a match for Canopy Marshall." Qin Xiao's words were rather humble, which made Canopy Marshall feel less uncomfortable. Canopy Marshall had already suffered a great blow. If Canopy Marshall's words were to provoke him, he would probably go crazy. Now that Qin Xiao was courteous to him, Canopy Marshall naturally could not find a way to vent his anger. Instead, he felt a sense of comfort in his heart. Ahem. Canopy Marshall coughed dryly and walked over. He looked at Qin Xiao with a strange gaze and said, "You are indeed a young hero. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Brat Qin Xiao, you are indeed very heaven-defying. I didn't believe in the past, but now I have to admire you. You are indeed the pride of the immortal realm. But you're also right. We are in the chaos space, so I can't display my full strength. That's why you took advantage of me. Fine. Today's battle is my loss." Hearing that Canopy Marshall was willing to admit defeat, Qin Xiao smiled and secretly let out a sigh of relief. Qin Xiao said, "Canopy Marshall, if that's the case, then I hope you can abide by our agreement." Canopy Marshall gave Qin Xiao a strange look and smacked his lips. Although he was very unwilling, he still said, "Okay." After dealing with Canopy Marshall, Qin Xiao looked at Tian Shengzi and said, "Senior Tian Shengzi, I wonder if you want to fight with me?" Tian Shengzi's expression was cold. He looked at Qin Xiao with a deep gaze. A strange cold light flashed in his eyes. A supreme domineering aura surged out. Tian Shengzi's aura was indeed incomparably powerful. Even Canopy Marshall could not compare to him. He said in a cold voice, "Old pig promised you, but I didn't." "Who are you, Qin Xiao? Why do I have to make this deal with you? I've never been restricted by anyone. I do what I want to do. Do you think you can stop me? Qin Xiao, what are you going to do? Don't pretend to be compassionate here. You're just putting on a sanctimonious and hypocritical act. Let me give you a piece of advice. Our matter is not something you, Qin Shao, can interfere with. Be sensible and leave on your own. Tian Shengzi's strength and domineering aura were truly that of a peerless king. His words were like a command from heaven. Heaven and earth did not dare to defy him. He was so powerful that it made people feel a little suffocated. Qin Shao was also a little uncomfortable. He really should not have gotten involved in such a matter. After all, this matter had nothing to do with him. It was indeed a little forceful for him to forcefully get involved. However, for the sake of the overall situation and for the greater good of the world, Qin Shao still could not stand by and do nothing. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "Senior Tian Shengzi, please don't be so angry. I, Qin Shao, have no other intentions. I just want you to calm down and have a good talk. Don't hurt each other and end up with both sides suffering losses. That would not be good for anyone." Senior Tian Shengzi and Senior Canopy Marshal are both senior experts. They are the leaders of our generation in the great wide world. They can represent their respective forces and even a saint region. I also believe that both of you are smart people and should be able to sense that there is something fishy about this matter. But why can't you calm down a little? Why do you have to fight? The more you fight, the angrier you will be. Then you won't think about anything else. Do both of you really not have the slightest doubt? The imposter that I mentioned does indeed exist. I, Qin Shao, swear on my character and even my soul. Humph. Tian Shengzi snorted coldly and said, "We have our own judgment on this matter. We don't need you to say anything. It's not up to you to teach us how to do things. Your words can't be said to me. Well, don't waste your breath anymore. I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to move aside or not?" Sigh, helpless. Qin Shao was really helpless. He really could not understand why these people would not listen to the truth. It did not make sense. Did they really not have the slightest doubt? Could it be that in the chaotic space, only the three of them believed in the existence of imposters? The others did not believe? They did not even have the slightest doubt? It did not make sense. Those who could enter the chaotic space were all top figures. They were the leaders of their respective forces and the outstanding figures of this era. How could people who stood at such a high position and were incomparably powerful and knowledgeable not have the slightest doubt in their hearts? It did not seem to make sense. Qin Shao really did not know what was going on. He was even very puzzled. But now that he had joined in, there was no reason to retreat. Therefore, Qin Shao could only fight to the end. "I'm sorry, Senior Tian Shengzi. I can't retreat. I can't watch you all kill each other. If Senior Tian Shengzi insists on fighting, then fight with me first," Qin Shao said with a resolute face. The heaven's holy sun snorted angrily. "Arrogant brat, you really consider everything beneath your notice. How savage." Okay. Since you insist, then there's nothing more to say. "Humph, today I want to see how capable you are, Qin Shao. How dare you do this?" Tian Shengzi was completely furious. Without any hesitation, he directly attacked Qin Shao. He knew that Qin Shao was very strong, but he still attacked. It was enough to show how angry he was. Perhaps he had been provoked by Qin Shao. That was why he had acted like this, disregarding everything else to protect his dignity. Boom! The moment Tian Shengzi attacked, it was indeed extraordinary. There was a rumbling sound. Such a loud sound caused people to be shocked. It felt as if the world was about to collapse and be destroyed. This battle formation was even stronger than Tian Peng's. He was indeed a strong opponent. However, Qin Shao was not afraid. The battle with Tian Peng had given Qin Shao a lot of confidence. No matter how strong Tian Shengzi's aura was, his strength must be similar to Tian Peng. If he could defeat Tian Peng, then he could definitely defeat Tian Shengzi. Therefore, Qin Shao still used 70% of the power of the world in his body to meet Tian Shengzi's attack. The two of them instantly clashed. It was as if two planets collided, and even more intense sparks erupted. Heaven and earth sank, the four seas collapsed, and the sky was destroyed. The sound of the collision of power was really frightening. In an instant, the world turned dark. It was as if all light had been annihilated. Although Tian Shengzi's aura was strong, he was still weaker than Qin Shao in terms of strength. Therefore, Tian Shengzi was also forced back by Qin Shao in this exchange. However, Tian Shengzi did not stop like Tian Peng. Instead, he charged at Qin Shao even more crazily. It seemed that Tian Shengzi's pride was not to be offended. Since Tian Shengzi was going crazy, Qin Shao had no way to retreat. He could only accompany him to the end. At this moment, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. As soon as this figure appeared, a huge vortex appeared in the void. It was as if a black hole had descended. It pressed down on Qin Shao and suppressed the world. The power of such a huge vortex was really terrifying. The turbulent power roared out from the black hole, as if it could annihilate everything. This power was so strong that it made Qin Zhao's heart tremble. Behind the vortex, there was an indistinct figure. Clearly, someone was controlling this formidable and terrifying power. This strength was actually much stronger than the heaven's holy sun and the canopy marshal. Just what kind of saint was this? However, Qin Shao did not have time to think so much. He could only fight with all his strength, pushing the power of his inner world to the extreme. Now it was 1 against 2. The situation was not good for Qin Shao. Soon, the two forces hit Qin Zhao's body one after another. The situation was as Qin Shao expected. These two forces were indeed incomparably powerful. It was enough to suppress everything. Although Qin Shao went all out, he was still not a match. He was directly defeated by this force and was sent flying. Author Cruel Death saying, Third watch, begging for flowers. Chapter 3365. After flying out for a full 1,000 feet, Qin Shao barely managed to stabilize his body. At this moment, a figure walked out of the vortex. He was wearing a long black robe, which made him look particularly eerie. His eyes, which were like black holes, made him look even more eerie. He stood there, giving people the feeling that there was an invisible vortex around him. It was like a looming black hole, which was lingering around him. It was swallowing everything around him at all times. It looked a little scary. Tian Shengzi stood beside the man, and both of them were releasing powerful auras. Seeing this person, Canopy Marshal couldn't help but frown. It was as if he was facing a great enemy. Qin Shao did not know who the man was, but he could guess who he was. He was obviously from the Great Way Sanctuary. He stood up for Tian Shengzi. He was so powerful that he must be one of the top few people on the Heaven's Declaration. In addition, the aura on his body gave people a feeling of annihilation. Qin Shao immediately guessed who the man in front of him was. He was Yuan Zhen, who was ranked second on the Heaven's Declaration. He was the only one who fit all these criteria. He had to admit that his strength was indeed terrifying. However, if Tian Shengzi was not here, Qin Shao felt that he might be able to fight with him. He might not even lose. Yuan Zhen's arrival made the atmosphere a little tense and oppressive. Yuan Zhen stared coldly at Qin Shao with his black hole-like eyes. He said in a cold voice, Qin Shao of the Immortal Realm, you're quite a busybody. How dare you look down on the Great Way Sanctuary? I wonder who gave you the courage to do so. Don't you like to fight? Come on, I'll fulfill your wish and let you have a good fight. Qin Shao frowned. It was not that he did not dare to fight with Yuan Zhen, but his goal was not to fight with anyone. His goal was to not see the people of the 6 domains killing each other and hurting the harmony. Now that the Yuan Annihilation God wanted to fight him, Qin Shao was naturally unwilling to do so. If this continued, the nature of the battle would change completely. At that time, he wouldn't be able to explain himself even if he was in the right. Moreover, Qin Shao was also considered weak. Although he had Brother Pure and Yuan Yuan as his helpers, he still seemed to be somewhat stretched. There was no meaning in a pure battle. In the face of Yuan Annihilation God's provocation, Qin Shao was silent for a moment. Just when Qin Shao was in a dilemma, a bright light suddenly appeared. Like a bolt of lightning, it flashed across the horizon and turned into a stream of light that descended from the sky. Golden light shone as if a swan was descending. One of them wore golden armor and held a golden staff in his hand. He wore a golden crown with 2 long feathers on his head, and his entire body was covered in golden hair. His appearance immediately made Qin Zhao's heart skip a beat. At a glance, he knew who the person in front of him was. This was also an existence that Qin Zhao had always admired and admired. Since the beginning of the primordial universe, he had heard of this person's legendary deeds. The person who had come was the victorious fighting Buddha, who ranked first on the divine list of the Heavens Declaration. In addition to the victorious fighting Buddha, he also had several famous titles, such as the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, and Sun Wukong. He ranked first on the divine list of the Heavens Declaration. It was said that he was the existence closest to the reincarnation sovereign in the Great Thousand World. He was definitely the first person below the reincarnation sovereign. It was even said that the victorious fighting Buddha's strength was enough to fight with the reincarnation sovereign. Regardless of whether this was true or not, at least the victorious fighting Buddha was definitely the first person below the reincarnation sovereign. The victorious fighting Buddha had come. The sky was full of golden Buddha flashes, reflecting the heavens and earth. Yuanzhen had appeared. The victorious fighting Buddha had appeared. The Heaven Saint and Marshal Tianpeng were also here. It was really a gathering of heroes. Ha ha! Yuanzhen, aren't you ashamed? You're already so old, but you still dare to bully the younger generation of the celestial realm. Do you really want to fight? Come. I, old son, will accompany you in battle. Coincidentally, I am also itching for a fight, but I haven't had the chance to find someone to fight with. The victorious fighting Buddha waved the Jingu Bang in his hand and bared his teeth at Yuanzhen. Yuanzhen's face darkened. He snorted and said, "Stupid monkey, why are you here to join in the fun? Qin Shao is not from the heaven realm, nor is he from the Buddhist sect." The victorious fighting Buddha grinned and said, "Don't make such a clear distinction. We are all from the celestial realm. We are all from the Great Thousand World. I, old son, just can't stand you bullying the weak. I quite admire this brat Qin Shao. You are a world god and ranked second on the divine list of the Heavens Declaration. Aren't you ashamed to stand up for others and bully a younger generation? I, old son, can't just stand by and watch. I definitely have to get involved. What's wrong? Are you, Yuanzhen, unconvinced? If you are, then let's fight. I'm always ready to fight with you." "You humph." Yuanzhen snorted angrily and scolded the stupid monkey. However, he felt helpless in front of the victorious fighting Buddha. In terms of strength, he was no match for the victorious fighting Buddha. He was afraid that he would be at a disadvantage if he fought with this stupid monkey. Therefore, it wasn't to the point where he had to fight this stinky monkey. Seeing that Yuanzhen was defeated, the victorious fighting Buddha walked toward Qin Shao and sized up Qin Shao. He looked as if he wanted to see who Qin Shao was. "Haha, are you Qin Shao?" the victorious fighting Buddha asked after sizing him up. Qin Shao cupped his fists and nodded. "Yes, senior. I am Qin Shao. I have long heard of the victorious fighting Buddha's supreme reputation. It is an honor to finally meet you today." The victorious fighting Buddha waved his hand and grinned at Qin Shao. I, old son, have heard of your great name since a long time ago. I know that an extraordinary genius has risen to prominence in our immortal domain. I have always wanted to meet you. Today, I finally get to meet you. Not bad. You are even more outstanding than I had imagined. Very good. Even Old Pig and the Heaven's Holy Child were defeated by you. Your strength is not bad. From the looks of it, Qin Zhao's reputation is not undeserved. To be able to reach such a level at such a young age, it is truly astonishing. I cannot help but admire you." After being praised by the victorious fighting Buddha, Qin Shao smiled and said, "Senior, you are too kind. Perhaps I have a slight advantage in the primal chaos space. If we were outside, it would definitely be impossible." The victorious fighting Buddha waved his hand and said, There is no need to be so humble. As a person, you should still be a little arrogant. When it's time to be heroic, you should also be heroic. Whether it is outside or in the primal chaos space, strength is strength. This is ability. Even if it is not absolute, it is enough to explain some things. So, you don't have to feel anything. If you can do this in the primal chaos space, you can still do this outside. Qin Shao smiled. Since the victorious fighting Buddha said so, there was no need for him to be humble anymore. Perhaps the truth was more or less the same. Qin Shao would not unduly belittle himself. It was just that he had always been a modest person. By the way, Qin Shao, I have heard that you killed the people of the Fire Palace and the Strength Divine Palace. Is that true? The victorious fighting Buddha suddenly asked. Qin Shao frowned. It seemed that the fire god was really sparing no effort to smear his reputation and take revenge on him. He was actually spreading rumors about him everywhere. Now, it seemed like everyone knew that he had killed the people of the Fire Palace and the Strength Divine Palace. Previously, Senior Tian Peng and Senior Tian Shengzi had also mentioned this matter. Now, the victorious fighting Buddha was bringing it up again. Qin Shao felt helpless. Senior son, if I say that this matter has absolutely nothing to do with me, that I did not kill anyone, and that everything was deliberately framed by impersonators, I wonder if Senior son would believe me? Qin Shao said with a serious face. The victorious fighting Buddha looked at Qin Shao and laughed. After laughing for a while, he said, "Although your words are hard to believe, most people might not believe you. But I, old son, believe you." Hearing the victorious fighting Buddha's words, Qin Shao was touched. That's right. Along the way, no one was willing to believe him, Qin Shao. But unexpectedly, the victorious fighting Buddha believed him. This made Qin Shao very happy. "Senior son, may I ask why you believe me?" Qin Shao asked. The victorious fighting Buddha grinned and said, "First of all, I, old son, believe in your character. I, old son, have always believed in my eyesight and intuition. You don't seem like an evil person. You should be a benevolent person. Moreover, you have some Buddhist nature. From what I, old son, know that you've comprehended Buddhism before. Unfortunately, you didn't walk the path of Buddhism. Those who can comprehend Buddhism generally have a pure and kind heart. Moreover, I, old son, also believe in the existence of impersonators. Although I, old son, have never encountered one, I still believe it's possible. According to some signs, there is indeed such a possibility. Of course, the most important thing is, based on your performance just now, I believe you're not that kind of person. You're a person who is willing to stand up for justice in the world. You're a righteous person. I, old son, don't believe you would do such a shameless thing. Moreover, I, old son, feel that you, Qin Shao, should also be a man who dares to take responsibility for his actions. If you say that it has nothing to do with you, then I, old son, am willing to believe you." Qin Shao smiled. It was very gratifying to be able to gain the trust and recognition of others. This made Qin Shao admire the victorious fighting Buddha even more. Qin Shao continued, "Yes, Senior Sunday, I can say with absolute certainty that impersonators do exist. Therefore, I feel that Senior Tian Peng and the others might also have impersonators involved in this matter. It's precisely because of this that I wanted to come out and stop them from killing each other. I feel that this would be a detrimental matter for the 6 regions." The victorious fighting Buddha nodded and said approvingly, "Yes, Qin Shao, you did the right thing. Thank you for stopping them. Yes, no matter what the reason is, killing each other is not a good thing. If I, old son, was here, I definitely wouldn't have let them act so recklessly. Even if there's something going on, it's time to calm down and talk things out clearly. At times like this, the people of the 6 regions should unite as one and face the outside world together. Only then will we have a chance of surviving this calamity. Internal strife will only benefit the evildoers. I, old son, will handle this matter. You don't have to worry about anything." Upon hearing the victorious fighting Buddha's words, Qin Shao nodded in satisfaction. With the victorious fighting Buddha taking care of this matter, there naturally wouldn't be any problems. There was nothing to worry about. Chapter 3366. Yuan Yin, what do you think about this matter? Don't tell me you also want to fight and kill? The victorious fighting Buddha asked Yuan Yin. Yuan Yin looked at the victorious fighting Buddha and said softly, "Fighting and killing is indeed meaningless. It's too damaging to harmony. However, this matter should be resolved, right? How do you intend to resolve this matter, victorious fighting Buddha?" The victorious fighting Buddha said, "Tell me everything that happened in detail and then analyze it in detail to see if there are any suspicious points." All right, Yuan Yin said and agreed to the victorious fighting Buddha's suggestion. Thus, the people from both sides recounted the matter in detail and the contradictions between the two sides. After listening, Qin Shao finally understood what was going on. It turned out that someone from the heavenly court had died at the hands of the great Tao sacred realm. That person belonged to Yuan Yan's faction. Therefore, the heavenly court's five-man team, led by Marshal Tian Peng, had come to find trouble with the Tian Shengzi's group. Coincidentally, the Tian's group of five was also looking for trouble with Marshal Tian Peng's group, because someone from their group had also died at the hands of the heavenly court. What was even more coincidental was that the person that both sides were talking about was the person who had died. In other words, the person who had died on the heavenly court side had become the murderer in the eyes of the Tian's group. On the other hand, the person who had been identified as the murderer by the heavenly court had become the murderer in the eyes of the Tian's group. It was precisely because of this that both sides insisted on their own words and refused to give in to each other, quarreling endlessly. Naturally, a big fight had broken out, resulting in the intense scene just now. Until now, both sides were still quarreling, each saying that they were right, and no one was convinced by the other. The people on both sides were full of arrogance. After all, these two sides definitely represented the two most powerful forces in the entire Great Thousand Domains. One side was the Heavenly Court, and the other side was the Great Tao Sacred Realms Yuan Clan and the Jiuqiandao Palace. These were people who represented the most powerful forces in the Great Thousand Domains. Naturally, they were full of arrogance and would not easily submit to others. Especially when it was such a big matter, neither side wanted to admit that their people were like this. With this quarrel, it seemed like they were about to fight again. Qin Shao frowned. This matter was obviously very strange. There was a big loophole there. However, why would the two sides continue to argue over such a huge loophole? Why would they end up fighting in the end? Would he still not believe his words? This situation was truly a little strange and puzzling for a moment. However, when Qin Shao saw the people on both sides arguing until their faces turned red, he seemed to understand why. It was probably due to their arrogance. Since both sides were unwilling to admit this matter, they naturally believed that it was the other party's fault. As long as they put the blame on the other party, their side would be able to wash away the blame. It was precisely because of this that neither side was willing to back down in the slightest, resulting in such a situation. In fact, as long as both sides took a step back and calmed down and thought about it, they would find that there was something very strange about this. It was a very simple matter, and it was not that complicated at all. It was far simpler than Qin Shao had imagined. Qin Shao had thought that it would be very complicated. He thought that the impersonator's methods were so brilliant that neither side would be able to think of this level. However, after knowing the whole story, Qin Shao really did not know what to say. For such a simple matter, was it necessary to fight to the death? It was completely unnecessary. If they ended up killing each other, the gains would not make up for the losses. These people are really drunk. I'm convinced. I really admire them. Their brains must be flooded with water, right? Brother Pure smacked his lips and muttered. Qin Shao shook his head at Brother Pure, indicating that he should not talk nonsense here. Otherwise, it would not be a good thing to provoke these people. After hearing this, the victorious fighting Buddha said to Yuan Yin, "This matter is very strange. If one person is killed by another, it is impossible for him to revive and kill the other person. These two people killed each other at different times and in different places. Is that possible? Isn't that a joke? Therefore, there is obviously something wrong here. Perhaps there really are impersonators in the primal chaos space. Yuan Yin, what do you think about this matter? Yuan Yin did not object to the victorious fighting Buddha's words. Instead, he nodded and said, "Yes, I also agree with the great sage. If that's the case, then there is indeed something very strange about this matter. Although we can't be sure for the time being, there is no harm in making a bold guess. Perhaps there are imposters in the primal chaos space. There are always unknowns in the primal chaos space. There may also be things in the vast thousand realms that we do not know about. There is no harm in making a bold assumption. That way, we will be able to explain things better. Let's not care about the truth of the matter for now. Let's first come up with a possible hypothesis and explain this matter rationally before slowly verifying it." The victorious fighting Buddha and Yuan Yin quickly reached an agreement. The smoothness of the matter surprised Qin Shao. Qin Shao had really thought that this matter would not be resolved so easily. He didn't expect things to go so smoothly. It was beyond his imagination. The victorious fighting Buddha and Yuan Yin had reached an agreement so quickly, and that was the best thing that could happen. Since the victorious fighting Buddha and Yuan Yin had reached an agreement, the others naturally did not dare to say anything. Thus, the contest between the two sides came to an end. However, it was clear that there was still some reluctance between the two sides. Marshal Tian Peng pursed his lips and said, "Big brother monkey, are we really going to let this matter rest? You know that these people are really too arrogant. They are really bullying us too much. They don't put us in their eyes at all. How can we let these people offend the prestige of our heavenly realm? If we don't teach these people a lesson today, they will really think that there is no one in our heavenly realm. How dare they flaunt their power in our heavenly realm? This old pig cannot tolerate it." Slap! As soon as Marshal Tian Peng finished speaking, the victorious fighting Buddha slapped him hard on the face. The victorious fighting Buddha glared at Marshal Tian Peng and scolded, "You stupid pig, you only know how to fight." Extraordinary times call for extraordinary treatment. This is the time for our 6 regions to unite and think of the big picture. You like to fight so much. When the great calamity arrives, you will be in the limelight. Why are you in such a hurry? After being scolded by the victorious fighting Buddha, Marshal Tian Peng immediately became obedient. It was clear that he was still very afraid of the victorious fighting Buddha. Qin Shao could only shake his head helplessly. So this was a reason why the two sides were fighting so fiercely. Well, both sides had their own pride and did not give in to each other. Naturally, there would be intense sparks. Once they started fighting, it would naturally be difficult to stop. Fortunately, the victorious fighting Buddha and Yuan Jun were presiding over the situation and controlling the situation. At this moment, a mighty force suddenly came over. There were dozens of people in this group. These people were divided into a few camps. There was the elemental sanctuary camp, led by the fire god, the power sanctuary camp, led by the mighty god, the immortal sanctuary camp, led by Fushi Zhantian, the sword cultivator sanctuary camp, led by Tao Hai, the great Dao sanctuary camp, led by Crown Prince Yuan, and the heart sanctuary camp, led by Master God Wu Xian. Famous names appeared one after another. The existences on the Heavens Declaration, God List, and Saint List were basically all gathered. Such a formation could not be said to be small. The people of the 6 great sanctuary had basically all gathered together. With a mighty formation, they were heading over here. There were many unfamiliar faces that Qin Shao had not seen before. The grandiose arrival of the troops really had a kind of monstrous aura, causing people to involuntarily feel a bit of fear in their hearts. Strange, so many people, why did they suddenly gather together? Something like this had never happened before. This was definitely the first time something like this had happened. The people of the 6 great domains gathered together. This gave people a feeling that it was not a good thing. It was very likely that something big was about to happen. The victorious fighting Buddha waved the Jingu Bang in his hand, and a ray of golden light flashed out his eyes as he looked at those people. Soon, the mighty crowd had already gathered here and gathered with the two groups of people. Everyone had gathered. There were actually close to 100 people. However, this number did not seem right. There must be more than 100 people from the 6 great domains who had entered the chaotic space. Therefore, there were still many people who had not appeared. Could it be that many people had died in the chaotic space? However, there were also some people that Qin Xiao did not see, such as the woodcutter old man, Gu Lingyue, and Saint Minghua. The woodcutter old man should be fine, right? Qin Xiao was a little worried that he did not see the woodcutter old man. However, after thinking about it, he felt that it should be impossible. The woodcutter old man was still very powerful, so he should be fine. Moreover, the woodcutter old man had always been a maverick and did not like to offend others. He was extremely low-key and would not provoke any enemies, unless he was targeted by the impersonator. That was somewhat possible. Qin Xiao knew that the impersonator was definitely terrifyingly powerful. Seeing these people, Qin Xiao couldn't help but frown deeply. He suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. He had a feeling that these people were coming for him. This premonition did not seem to be wrong. Sure enough, Qin Xiao soon felt many hostile and murderous gazes converging on him. These gazes were very unfriendly, which meant that there was something wrong. Very quickly, Qin Xiao also became the target of public criticism. Everyone's gazes converged on him. This also made the victorious fighting Buddha and the others look over with some doubts. So many people from the 6 regions gathered here. Could it be that they were here for Qin Xiao? If that was the case, then this Qin Xiao was a little too influential, wasn't it? It was definitely not an ordinary thing to be able to gather the forces of the 6 regions. Qin Xiao looked at these people, especially the fire god, whose eyes were full of undisguised resentment. It was so strong that it was almost tangible and was about to burst out. An intense rage, hatred, and murderous aura seemed to have formed a monstrous wave that swept towards him secretly, as if it wanted to devour him. Just this aura alone was already extremely powerful and oppressive. If someone was timid, they would have been scared out of their wits. Qin Xiao's frown deepened as he stared at the crowd. There were people from the immortal realm and the human realm among them. What were they doing? Chapter 3367. The first to step forward was still Huoshen. Huoshen angrily pointed at Qin Xiao and shouted, "Qin Xiao, you still haven't changed your ways. You've committed all sorts of atrocities. It seems that you've long since pledged allegiance to the Bloodbath Alliance. That's why you've killed so many people in the chaos. You've massacred our 6 realms. Qin Xiao, you've got some nerve. Your crimes are unforgivable. You deserve to die 10,000 times over. Today, the people of our 6 regions have gathered here for a single purpose, and that is to kill you, Qin Xiao. We will have you, Qin Xiao, pay for your blood with your blood. We will have you, Qin Xiao, receive the punishment you deserve. That's right. Someone from the Strength Saint realm has died at Qin Xiao's hands. Someone from the Heart Force Saint realm has died at Qin Xiao's hands. Someone from the Sword Saint realm has died at Qin Xiao's hands. Someone from the Great Tao Saint realm has died at Qin Xiao's hands. The various Saint realms express their stance one after another, all of them radiating intense hostility and murderous intent toward Qin Xiao. Although those from the Immortal realm didn't say anything, it was clear from their expressions that they were on the same side as the other 5 realms. From the looks of it, someone from the Immortal domain should have died at the hands of Qin Xiao. That was why it was like this. Otherwise, there was no reason for Fushi Zhantian to remain silent. The way Fushi Zhantian looked at Qin Xiao was cold and serene. His gaze was filled with a powerful force. Vaguely, there seemed to be a flash of murderous intent. Those from the 6 realms were enraged. They viewed Qin Xiao as the common enemy of the 6 realms. All the spearheads were aimed at Qin Shao. Yo, Qin Shao, it seems that I've underestimated you. Tian Peng teased as he looked at Qin Shao with a smile. He lifted his chin and continued. You're really something. You're really ruthless. I thought you only killed people from the Fire Palace and the Power Shrine. I didn't expect you to not let anyone from the 6 regions go. No one from any region can escape from your evil claws. Yes, yes. Very awesome. Even this marshal admires you. However, what you've done is extremely inadvisable. The battling Buddha looked at Qin Shao. In reality, he still believed in Qin Shao. He had said before that he didn't think there was anything wrong with Qin Shao, and he still insisted on this point. At this time, Qin Shao really wanted to cry, but had no tears. Impersonator, you're really ruthless in your play. Killing the Fire Palace and Power Shrines people wasn't enough? It seemed like the situation wasn't chaotic enough, and the water wasn't muddy enough, so they wanted to stir things up again. Now, the water in the entire chaotic space had been completely stirred up. After impersonating himself and killing people from the 6 regions, he had created so much hatred for himself. What was he going to do now? How was he going to resolve this? How was he going to appease the anger of the people from the 6 regions? Once hatred got to his head, it would be very difficult for him to calm down. If he couldn't calm down, he definitely wouldn't listen to anyone's explanation. Moreover, if there was no evidence for any explanation, it would be even less convincing. At the thought of this, Qin Shao felt a headache coming on. Previously, dealing with the people from the Fire Palace and Power Shrine was already a headache. It was all thanks to Brother Pure and Yuan's explosiveness at the last moment that they managed to escape. Now, they were facing people from the 6 regions. No matter how strong Qin Shao was, he was no match for them. There was no way he could deal with the people from the 6 regions. At the thought of this, he felt like killing himself. Moreover, the battle array this time was much stronger than the previous one. Brother, what the hell is going on? Isn't this too much? Brother Pure was really worried this time. Qin Shao laughed bitterly and shook his head. I also want to know what's going on. It must be the impersonator's doing. You're really going to let me die in this place. You're really overestimating me by using me for this big plan. It wasn't a good thing to be thought so highly of. Ahem. Brother Pure couldn't help but cough dryly and say helplessly, sigh, it's all because you're too strong and dazzling. So, only by using you as a pawn can we blow up the situation. No? Only then can we provoke the anger of the people of the 6 regions and stir up this pool of water. It seems that being too outstanding isn't a good thing. Fortunately, Brother Pure isn't strong or dazzling at all. So, this kind of thing won't happen to me. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled bitterly. Perhaps that was true. Anyway, Qin Shao must have been targeted by the impersonator. This should be the reason for this. However, all of this wasn't important now. What was important was that all of this had happened and had become an irrefutable fact. Therefore, there was no way to change anything. They could only deal with the current situation. Facing the accusations and anger of the people from the 6 regions, Qin Shao felt as if a knife was twisting in his heart. The feeling of being wronged was really unbearable. It was really worse than death. Brother Qin Shao, what should we do now? These people are so fierce. We're in danger. Yuan was timid to begin with. The situation in front of her made her even more worried. She looked at Qin Shao with a worried expression. She was so anxious that tears were about to flow out of her eyes. Seeing Yuan like this, Qin Shao felt a little distressed. At this time, Yuan was indeed going to suffer a little if she followed him. Qin Shao said to Yuan with a serious expression, if anything happens later, follow Brother Pure and let him protect and take care of you. Yuan, don't say anything or object. You must listen to me this time. Otherwise, I'll really get angry. And Brother Pure, if you still treat me as a brother, then listen to me this time and do as I say. You're not allowed to interfere later. Your task is to take care of and protect Yuan. I believe that as long as you don't get involved, The people from the 6 regions won't do anything to you. If Yuan wants to act rashly, you must stop her. Brother Pure, my good brother, I, Qin Xiao, have never asked you to do anything in my life. This time, I'm begging you. This. Brother Pure also looked conflicted and embarrassed. He didn't want to agree to such a thing. However, how could he not know that Yuan was the most important? He must protect Yuan, otherwise, how could he, Qin Xiao, face his master, Li Sheng? This matter was more important than Qin Xiao's life. Therefore, Brother Pure could only nod and agree. Don't worry, brother. As long as I'm still alive, I'll definitely protect Yuan. I won't let anything happen to her. Brother Qin Xiao. Yuan was a little anxious, but before she could finish her words, Qin Xiao snapped. That's enough. That's it. Otherwise, I'll really get angry and I'll really ignore you. Hearing Qin Xiao's resolute words, Yuan knew Qin Xiao's character. She knew that Qin Xiao was a man of his words. Therefore, Yuan had to swallow the words at the tip of her tongue and did not say it again. In the end, she gave up the idea. Brother Pure took Yuan to one side. Yuan's delicate face was really tender and pitiful. Her watery eyes sparkled with sparkles. The tears hanging in her eyes seemed to be about to burst out at any time. Her appearance really made people feel pity for her. After settling Brother Pure and Yuan, Qin Xiao felt much more relaxed. Although he had lost 2 big helpers, Qin Xiao was not afraid of anything. He had a clear conscience. Even if he died, what was there to be afraid of? Qin Xiao glanced at the people of the 6 domains. Looking at the furious crowd, he could see that a great disaster was about to befall Qin Xiao. In the face of the power of the 6 domains, which he had absolutely no way to resist, did Qin Xiao have any room to retreat? No, he had no room to retreat. He could only rest after a battle. Qin Xiao, do you admit to your crime? Fire Deity shouted again. He wanted to denounce Qin Xiao and make Qin Xiao admit to his crimes. Qin Xiao looked at Fire Deity. He did not show any sign of weakness, nor did he have the slightest intention to retreat. He looked at Fire Deity with a blushing face and said, Fire Deity, I've already made it very clear to you last time. I didn't kill anyone. There's a huge conspiracy going on here. There's an impersonator who's trying to frame me, pretending to be me and using my identity to slaughter the people of the 6 regions, stirring up conflict and stirring up chaos in the primal chaos space. Fire Deity snorted coldly and said, Qin Xiao, you're still saying the same thing. You said the same thing last time, and now you're saying the same thing? Even if you want to make up a lie, can't you be more serious? At least make up a different story, right? You're still saying the same thing. Who are you trying to fool? Do you think anyone will believe you? Qin Xiao, you're a complete beast in human face. You're a despicable, shameless villain and a treacherous person with wild ambitions. I think you've secretly sided with the Bloodbath Alliance or the Nightwalker clan, haven't you? You claim to be a righteous person and a chivalrous person. You're just a sanctimonious beast. You're so young, but you're already so pretentious. You're so shrewd. You're always saying that there are imposters. I think you're one of those imposters, aren't you, Qin Xiao? People of the 6 domains have died at your hands. I'm not the only one who saw you kill people. Fire Deity, everyone in the 6 domains saw it with their own eyes. Do you still want to deny it? You're about to die, but you still don't repent? Don't you know how to obediently admit to your crimes? If you obediently allow yourself to be captured now, then perhaps we can give you a quick death and leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, I'm afraid that even cutting you into pieces would be a light punishment. Fire Deity's words immediately received a lot of support. You may know a person for a long time without understanding his true nature. I used to think that Qin Xiao was a great person. I didn't expect that I was blind. Qin Xiao, how dare you slaughter people of the 6 domains and openly make an enemy of the 6 domains? You're courting death by standing on the opposite side of the 6 domains. Qin Xiao, you killed people of the immeasurable shrine. How should you be punished? Do you still want to deny it? Oomph. Don't even think about denying it. I saw it with my own eyes. How could I have wronged you? Qin Shao, I've really misjudged you. I misjudged you. I really didn't expect you to be so sinister and cunning. As a person of the immortal region, you didn't even let people of the immortal region go. Do you still have a little conscience? Conscience? How could he have a conscience? He'd have been eaten by dogs long ago. He even killed people of the 9 provinces of the mortal realm. Do you still have conscience? Isn't that laughable? Extremely laughable. Author Cruel Death 3rd update. Begging for flowers. Begging for flowers. Everyone, don't be too stingy. If you have any, just donate. Chapter 3368. The people of the 6 regions were condemning Qin Shao one after another, as if they wanted to nail Qin Shao to death in the abyss of evil. Judging from the angry voices, it could be seen that everyone was sure that Qin Shao was the murderer who slaughtered the people of the 6 regions. He was a heinous person. Therefore, everyone was enraged and wanted to kill Qin Shao as soon as possible. If he provoked public anger and became the target of public criticism, he would fall into the abyss of despair. Qin Shao knew very well that he was in a very bad situation now. If he couldn't calm the crowd down, he was afraid that he would definitely die today. Once they took action, Qin Shao would definitely be defeated. If he was defeated, it meant that he would die. There was no doubt about it. However, how could Qin Shao be willing to die here? What if he was humiliated and wronged to death here? Would he accept his fate? No. Qin Shao had never accepted his fate. He had always firmly believed that his fate was in his own hands and not in the hands of heaven. His life had always been in his own hands and was not controlled by anyone else. Even if the heavens wanted his life, Qin Shao, he would go against the heavens and break the heavens. What was there to be afraid of? Faced with the crowd's criticism and condemnation, Qin Shao did not flinch at all. Instead, he said firmly, "Everyone, I can understand your feelings at this time. I can understand what you all are thinking. However, before you all attack, please listen to me, Qin Shao, for a few words. I, Qin Shao, am right here and can't run away. You don't have to be in such a hurry, do you? Even if you want to kill me, Qin Shao, you should at least give me a chance to speak, right? Therefore, I, Qin Shao, would like to ask you to calm down for the time being and listen to me first. It won't be too late for you to make a final judgment." Hearing that Qin Shao wanted to say something, Vulcan naturally knew that Qin Shao wanted to exonerate himself. Therefore, he immediately shouted, "Everyone, don't be fooled by Qin Shao. This man is sinister, cunning, and despicable. He could tell any kind of lie. The evidence is irrefutable. Didn't the people of our 6 regions gather here to kill Qin Shao? Now that Qin Shao is right in front of us, what else do we need to say to him? In my opinion, let's kill Qin Shao first. There's nothing more to say." Vulcan's provocation also attracted the approval of many people. Originally, many people were full of anger in their hearts. At this time, they naturally wanted to find an outlet to vent their anger. They wanted to vent their anger on Qin Shao. However, there were some who disagreed with Fire God's words. Anyway, Qin Shao won't be able to run away. It doesn't matter if we wait a little longer. If we want to kill him, we should give him a chance to speak. That's right. We are righteous people. How can we be so overbearing? Even if we want to kill someone, we should let the other party know the reason before he dies. We can still give him a chance to speak. Qin Shao, if you have anything to say, just say it. I want to see what tricks you have up your sleeve. However, if you want to avoid death, don't waste your effort. That's absolutely impossible. Originally, some people agreed with Vulcan's suggestion. Vulcan also supported Vulcan. However, the leaders of the other 4 regions did not say anything. Instead, they maintained their silence. As a result, Vulcan's suggestion did not receive unanimous approval. Naturally, there was no way to carry out his plan. This made Vulcan very unhappy. He really did not want to give Qin Shao any chance to speak. If there was a chance to speak, there might be some tricks. It was very likely that there would be an unforeseen event. If he did not give Qin Shao any chance to speak or resist, he would directly nail Qin Shao to death and kill him in one fell swoop. That would save a lot of trouble. Wouldn't everything be over then? Wouldn't he, Vulcan, also get his revenge? But now, Vulcan had no way of changing everyone's opinion with his own strength. Therefore, Vulcan could only grit his teeth and grit his teeth. But there was nothing else he could do. Let's listen to what Qin Shao has to say today. He wanted to absolve himself of the crime? That was absolutely impossible. Vulcan would be the first to disagree. He would definitely pin the crime of murder on Qin Shao. As long as Qin Shao could not produce sufficient evidence to prove his innocence, Vulcan would definitely keep a close eye on Qin Shao. After Qin Shao's gaze swept across the crowd, he spoke with a serious expression. Everyone, since entering the chaotic space, I have been with Yuan Yuan. We have never been apart for even a moment. After that, Brother Pure has also been with me. Recently, we have been acting together as three people and have never been separated. I would like to ask you, those who said that they saw me, Qin Shao, killing people, the Qin Shao you saw, if I'm not wrong, was acting alone, right? Isn't this a very obvious flaw? Because the Qin Shao you saw was not me at all. In fact, it was the imposter. As soon as Qin Zhao's voice fell, a few questioning voices were immediately heard. Qin Shao, I saw you killing people. You were indeed alone. But this is not enough to prove that it was not you who killed people. Also, we have heard of your theory about the imposter, but so far, no one has proved that the imposter really exists. For the time being, it's just a guess. Since it's just a guess, it can't be taken as true. It's not enough to prove anything. You don't have to say that your two friends are testifying for you. They are very good friends of yours. It's not strange for them to give false testimony for you. You won't be able to prove anything with your words alone, only if you can provide concrete evidence. Qin Shao shook his head and said helplessly, If I had concrete evidence, I would have given it to you long ago. Why would I put myself in such a difficult situation now? I have two witnesses, but you don't believe them. You think that they're my friends and can't testify for me. But originally, when we moved through the primal chaos space, we were only in groups of 2 or 3. If you can't come out as a witness because of this, then I guess nothing can be proven. That itself is a very unreasonable thing. If you don't want to believe me, Qin Shao, then I can swear with my soul. This can't be false, right? Swear with your soul? Are you sure Qin Shao isn't joking? So this is your wishful thinking. A sarcastic voice sounded. Hearing this, Qin Shao frowned and thought, what does this mean? Swearing with my soul is being sneered at? It doesn't make sense. After the sarcastic person sneered, he continued, what a good soul oath. Why do you pretend to be confused, Qin Shao? This is the chaotic space, not the outside world. Everything is isolated here. All the laws are completely imprisoned. There's no way to use them. This is a place where even the laws have no way to shine in. Do you think a soul oath is useful here? It's useless at all. Don't you think it's ridiculous to say a soul oath here? That's it. A soul oath is completely ineffective in the chaotic space. But after thinking about it carefully, Qin Shao immediately felt relieved. It seems that such a situation does exist. After all, the chaotic space is a completely independent space. It is completely isolated from the outside world. This makes me speechless. Even the unique skill of a soul oath can't be used. Is it really impossible to explain clearly? If it is outside, once you encounter a situation that you can't explain clearly, you can use this unique skill. You can directly swear with your soul to show that you are telling the truth. In this way, it would be persuasive enough to make others believe what you said. However, in this chaotic space, even a soul oath has lost its effect. This is a very embarrassing thing. This trick also doesn't work. What should I do? How can I convince everyone? Just by relying on my mouth? Qin Shao wished that his mouth was so powerful. Qin Shao, what else do you have to say? Is this your so-called explanation? If that's the case, then I advise you to save your breath. It's useless. You can't move us with these words. There's no way we can believe you. Another person from the great Tao sanctuary spoke. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "Everyone, do you really believe that I, Qin Shao, am the one who massacred the people of the 6 regions? Don't tell me that I, Qin Shao, don't have any character in your hearts? Do you think that I, Qin Shao, am really a despicable, shameless, treacherous, and sinister villain? Those who know me a little know that I, Qin Shao, have always been at odds with the Bloodbath Alliance. I, Qin Shao, have always taken it as my duty to uphold justice in the world. I, Qin Shao, have also joined a righteous alliance long ago. I have always been fighting against evil forces and defending justice. I, Qin Shao, have a clear conscience. I am worthy of living in this world and guarding the righteousness in my heart. It has not been easy for me, Qin Shao, to get to where I am today. How could I possibly side with the Nightwalkers of the Bloodbath Alliance? Well, even if you don't believe me, then there's a situation. I don't know if any of you have thought about it carefully. That is, how stupid am I, Qin Shao, to kill people in front of others every time? And I only killed one person and left the other one alive. How crazy am I, Qin Shao, to be? If I, Qin Shao, really wanted to kill people, I would have planned it perfectly before I acted. I would not have left such a big flaw, would I? Moreover, I killed all the people of the 6 regions. Isn't that just drawing hatred to myself? Isn't that just looking for trouble for myself? If I wanted to kill people, would I have to be so high profile? Would I have no plan? Would I be so stupid? Let me ask you, if you were in my shoes, would you really be so crazy? Are you so reckless that you're courting death for yourself? No matter how stupid I am, I wouldn't be so stupid, would I? Qin Zhao's heartfelt words obviously did not get everyone's approval. Immediately, many people voiced their doubts. You may know a person for a long time without understanding his true nature. Who can be sure about this kind of thing? The Bloodbath Alliance's methods are very vicious. It's not impossible for them to rope you in. That's right. So what if you joined a righteous alliance? There may be spies in the righteous alliance. People who kill people are always crazy. I believe that they can do anything crazy. They may not be stupid. They just don't think so much at the time. It's normal to kill them first. Chapter 33:69. It's also possible that you did it on purpose. You deliberately used such an abnormal method to confuse us. You made it seem impossible for me to do it, so that you could use it as an excuse to escape our trial. It's possible, isn't it? Such a method doesn't seem to be clever, but in fact, it's very clever. That's right. There are still many people who use reverse tactics. It's very possible that you played such a trick. Seeing is believing. So many of us have seen it with our own eyes. How can you quibble? That's ridiculous. You want to use this as evidence? Then tell me that many people kill their brothers and fathers, deceive their masters and ancestors. Logically speaking, this is also unreasonable, right? If this is your only explanation, then I think you'd better shut up. I've given you a chance to speak. You could die now. Qin Shao, don't waste your breath. No matter how glib your tongue is, you can't escape death today. The so-called explanation is nothing more than your own words. That's right. Impersonator? Who can prove the existence of impersonators? Everyone, don't listen to his nonsense. Let's kill him together. Under the anger of the crowd, no one wanted to listen to Qin Shao anymore. The main thing was that there was no way to prove Qin Zhao's words. They would be questioned and denied. In such a situation, under the anger of the crowd, as long as there was no conclusive evidence, it was difficult to believe. What's more, there were some people who might not like Qin Shao from the beginning, such as Vulcan, who would jump out to stir up trouble, stir up everyone's emotions, and arouse everyone's anger. In this way, naturally, everyone would target Qin Shao and would not easily listen to Qin Zhao's words. Under the instigation of some angry people, the crowd began to attack Qin Shao again. They wanted to join forces to kill Qin Shao. In the face of such a situation, Qin Shao could only feel helpless. What could he do? He had explained everything that he could, but no one believed him. Now, how could he come up with conclusive evidence to prove the existence of impersonators? Unless he could catch an impersonator on the spot, but this was completely impossible. Therefore, this made Qin Shao feel a little helpless. He was unable to prove his innocence. Could it be that Qin Shao, was destined to die here today? No, no, no. Qin Shao was unwilling. He absolutely could not tolerate such a thing. It must not happen. It must not happen. But what should he do? How could he save his own life? He didn't know. There was no way to speak of. He couldn't even ask for help. Brother Chuanjie and Yuan obviously couldn't help. It was impossible for Qin Shao to let the two people join in such a dangerous thing. Therefore, no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't come up with a solution. There was no way to solve this problem. Humph! If there were only a dozen people, Qin Shao would still have the confidence to fight. Maybe he could even fight. However, there were dozens of people here. They were the main forces of the 6 regions. There were many famous supreme existences here. The top figures on the Heavens Declaration, Divine List, and Saint List were basically all here. But even the Holy Sun Yuan, World God Seagate, and even Old Man Destiny, who was an incomparably powerful figure, were all present. Under such circumstances, how could Qin Shao, possibly fight? This was something that he didn't even need to think about. This battle would only lead to death. There was no doubt about it. Such a battle was simply hopeless. There was no hope of winning. But besides fighting, what else could Qin Shao do now? Besides Brother Pure and Yuan who believed in him and were willing to help him. Who else could stand up for him at this time? No one else. This made Qin Shao feel isolated and helpless. Of course, Qin Shao also knew that he couldn't blame others. He really couldn't prove his innocence in this matter. It was normal for others to find it hard to believe. In fact, no one was wrong. They were all fighting for their own interests. Brother Qin Shao, don't die. I don't want you to die. Don't. Yuan finally couldn't hold it in any longer and started to cry. Her tears flowed down her cheeks, making people feel sorry for her. If Brother Pure had not held her back, she would have run out and died with Qin Shao. Brother Pure's eyes also turned red. He stared at Qin Shao. How could he not want to go out and accompany Qin Shao? How could he not want to fight with Qin Shao? But he could not. He had a more important task now, which was to protect Yuan. He could not let Yuan get hurt. This task was more important than Qin Shao's life. Brother Pure, don't hold me back. Let me go and help Brother Qin Shao. We must help him. Otherwise, he will die. He will really die. How can we watch Brother Qin Shao die? No, we can't do that. Brother Pure, I beg you. Let's help him together. Yuan is not afraid of death. I'm really not afraid of death. Yuan begged Brother Pure with a crying face. Yuan's desperate action made many people jealous of Qin Shao. Yuan was the daughter of Sage Li, the daughter of Reincarnation Master. How could she be so infatuated with Qin Shao? Was she willing to give up her life for Qin Shao? Brother Pure gritted his teeth and said to Yuan, I'm not afraid of death. I also want to go and help Qin Shao. He's my best brother. For him, I can even give up my life. But I can't do that. In contrast, your safety is more important than his life. Do you know that? Qin Shao doesn't want you to get hurt, so I can't let you go. Do you understand? Yuan shook her head and said, No, I don't understand. I really don't understand. I just know that Brother Qin Shao is dying. I can't watch him die. I can't. Did she not understand? Maybe, but was it useful? It could not change anything. Facing the angry crowd, the surging killing intent, and the ferocious eyes, Qin Shao was not afraid at all. However, Qin Shao was fearless. He still stood there with a determined look on his face, ready to fight. He had a clear conscience, so he was not afraid. Even if he died, he would be able to stand tall. However, Qin Shao was really unwilling to be wronged. Was he really going to die in this way? The methods of the impersonator were truly ruthless. They were truly too ruthless. Perhaps his performance in the chaotic space was too eye-catching. A tall tree attracts the wind, so he was targeted by the imposter. Could he only blame himself for being unlucky? Or did he have to go through these tribulations and tribulations if he wanted to be the savior of the world? How could it be so easy to be the savior of the world? Everyone, Qin Shao spoke again. In his loud voice, there was still indomitable, neither servile nor overbearing. There was no fear at all. He was still determined. He looked at the crowd with firm eyes and said, "Everyone, I know that you may not believe what I say now, and I can't convince you. After all, I really can't provide any conclusive evidence to prove that everything I said is true. Although I'm very sure, and I can guarantee with my integrity that everything I said is true. But to be honest, I really can't provide any conclusive evidence to prove the existence of the imposter. However, before you all attack, there are still some things that I must say. I must tell everyone. I, Qin Shao, have a clear conscience. I have a clear conscience, and I have a clear conscience. I will admit to what I did, but I won't admit to what I didn't do even if you kill me today. There will be a day when the truth will be revealed. If everyone insists on killing me, Qin Shao, today, then go ahead and do it. There is no need to feel any burden in your heart. From your point of view, you did nothing wrong. You are just adhering to your principles. So if you want to do it, then do it. However, I, Qin Shao, have something to say first. I, Qin Shao, am definitely not a person who will wait for death. Today, I will definitely not allow myself to be captured without a fight. I will definitely fight to the death. If all of you fight, then it will be a pure battle of life and death. There will be no feelings to speak of. I, Qin Shao, will definitely not show any mercy. Life and death will be up to fate. Everyone, let's do it. Qin Shao stood there with the sky-opening sword in his hand, looking quite resolute and heroic. He was high-spirited and vigorous, but also resolute and vigorous. Let's fight. Let's fight for our dignity and the unyielding belief in our hearts. Today's battle was not only for ourselves, but also for the justice of the world. Things had developed to this point and had been pushed to such a high level, so there was nothing to think about anymore. In fact, Qin Zhao's words could still move some people and resonate with some people's hearts. Some people really wanted to believe Qin Zhao's words. However, there were still people who jumped out and did not give people a chance to think too much. Everyone, please don't listen to this man's words. The way I see it, his mouth is still full of nonsense and lies. No matter how much he says, he is just trying to get away with the crime. He said that he has no way to prove his innocence, so there is nothing to say. Let's kill him first to avoid any more trouble. Fire God stood out again, once again arousing everyone's desire to kill Qin Shao. Many people nodded in agreement. Even if some people were willing to believe Qin Shao, they did not dare to say anything under such circumstances. They could only go with the flow and fight until the end. Let's do it. Let's do it. Someone gave the order, and the people of the 6 regions immediately took out their weapons and were ready to attack. As long as someone took the lead, they would be able to incite a great battle. Fire God stared at Qin Shao. He naturally wanted to be the leader and lead the people of the 6 regions to kill Qin Shao as soon as possible. He had been preparing for this for a long time and had also been looking forward to it for a long time. How much he wanted to see this day. And this day was about to come. How could he not be excited and happy? Just as Fire God was about to make the first move and officially start the battle, a voice suddenly sounded. Are you really going to act so rashly? Although Qin Shao has no way to prove his innocence, there are many things in this world where there is no way to prove one's innocence. Does not necessarily mean that one is guilty just because there is no way to prove one's innocence. Don't you think that your logic is very preposterous and shameless? Aren't you trying to pin a crime on someone else? Chapter 3370. Hearing this voice, many people couldn't help but be taken aback and look over. It was a woman's voice, very pleasant to the ears. Obviously, the first person to speak up for Qin Shao and speak up for Qin Shao was a woman. First, Li Sheng's daughter, Jin Yuan, cried for Qin Shao and desperately wanted to protect Qin Shao. Moreover, the fact that a woman had spoken up for Qin Shao caused many people to be astonished. Why was Qin Shao, so popular with women? Who was it this time? Everyone's eyes immediately looked over, and their gazes quickly landed on a figure. The person who spoke up for Qin Shao was none other than Gu Lingyue, the young palace master of the Heavenly Law Dao Palace's Water Palace. As the young palace master of the Heavenly Law Dao Palace's Water Palace, Gu Lingyue's status naturally went without saying. Such a woman of status actually stood up for Qin Shao at this time. This was really a very strange thing. After all, Gu Lingyue was also a member of the Heavenly Law Dao Palace. The people of the other 4 palaces of the Heavenly Law Dao Palace were all here, and all of them were furious and wanted to kill Qin Shao as soon as possible. Especially Huoshan, who was the leader of the 6 regions gathering this time. But Gu Lingyue, who was also a member of the Heavenly Law Dao Palace, stood up for Qin Shao. Wasn't this standing on the opposite side of the Heavenly Law Dao Palace? Wasn't this fighting against one's own people? Naturally, there were some people who couldn't understand what was going on, and they had a lot of guesses. Many people admired Qin Shao and were also jealous of Qin Shao. Gu Lingyue. Seeing that Gu Lingyue dared to speak up for Qin Shao, Huoshan was the most upset at this time. He had already secretly clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, his heart filled with resentment. His eyes were spewing out thick flames of anger. Abominable, truly abominable. He originally thought that Gu Lingyue might still have feelings for Qin Shao and was still thinking about their old relationship. In fact, it was very likely that she still had feelings for Qin Shao in her heart. It wasn't too bad before, and she didn't express it too clearly, but this already made Huoshan very unhappy. But this time, she actually directly expressed it. How could Huoshan, tolerate it? Therefore, Huoshan was also furious, and he stared at Gu Lingyue in a rage, as if he wanted to eat her. His appearance was indeed very unsightly. Gu Lingyue, as a member of the Heavenly Law Dao Palace, is to say this at this time. That's right, Gu Lingyue. What exactly is your relationship with this Qin Shao kid? Why are you shielding him like this? He killed the people of the 6 regions. This is an indisputable fact, something that many people witnessed with their own eyes. Even he can't deny it. So what right do you, Gu Lingyue, have to exonerate him? Could it be that you, Gu Lingyue, have also long become a demon? Otherwise, I really can't think of why you, Gu Lingyue, would speak up for Qin Shao at this time. Covering up for a murderer. Are you in cahoots with him? Gu Lingyue, you should take back what you just said. We reckon that you just said the wrong thing out of a moment of kindness. Otherwise, I'm afraid we'll have to think about this matter carefully. Gu Lingyue frowned coldly and looked at the people who were speaking. I have nothing to do with Qin Shao. As the young palace lord of the Heavenly Law Dao Palace's Water Palace, who dares to say that I'm a demon? Why don't you stand up and let's have a good talk? You've all opened your mouths and framed me like this. Is this what a man should do? What? You're allowed to speak, but I, Gu Lingyue, can't stand up and say a word? If you think I'm wrong, then you can refute me with convincing words. Why do you have to open your mouths and accuse others? Are you used to accusing others? Then tell us, what do we say wrong? That's right. If you have the ability, then show us the evidence. If you can't, then shut up and don't get in the way of us killing people. Gu Lingyue, although you're the young palace lord of the Heavenly Law Dao Palace's Water Palace, it doesn't mean that you're necessarily a good person. Don't think too highly of yourself. Gu Lingyue's words had clearly provoked a wave of anger. Therefore, many voices of objection sounded, not giving Gu Lingyue much face at all. In front of such angry people, there were indeed many people who could not remain calm and could not speak properly. Gu Lingyue looked at the people who were shouting very fiercely and said, "All right, since that's the case, then let me ask you. I just saw a lone sword cultivator saint die. Was he killed by you guys?" Ridiculous. This is simply ridiculous. Gu Lingyue, when did you learn to slander others? Gu Lingyue, what do you mean by that? Are you trying to forcibly accuse us of crimes? Do you have the qualifications to do so? Gu Lingyue, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. When did we kill a sword cultivator saint? How could we possibly kill someone from the Six Realms? Gu Lingyue continued. All right, since you all say you didn't kill him, then it's none of your business. That's fine. Prove your innocence. This request isn't too much, is it? As long as you can prove that you didn't kill him and that you're innocent, then I'll believe that you really didn't kill him. If you can't prove your innocence, then I'm very sorry, but I'll have to believe that you killed him. All right, when you prove your innocence, don't drag the people close to you out to testify for you. They don't have the right to testify. After all, they might help you exonerate you and lie. Come, prove your innocence one by one. You. The men were truly choked by Gu Lingyue's words. If that was the case, then how were they supposed to prove their innocence? They'd been with their companions the entire time and hadn't gone anywhere else. It was even more impossible for a murder to have occurred. But how were they supposed to prove their innocence? If their companions couldn't testify, then how were they supposed to do so? Wasn't that preposterous? One of the men snorted angrily and said, "Preposterous. This is the greatest preposterous thing in the world. How could such a thing happen? If you randomly accuse someone of something like this, then wouldn't everyone be guilty?" Gu Lingyue immediately retorted, "Didn't you randomly accuse Qin Shao of something like this? Now that I'm accusing you of something, you're unhappy? There are so many of you. Didn't you all firmly believe that Qin Shao was the murderer, and that as long as he couldn't prove his innocence, then he was guilty? Now that I casually accuse him of something, you can't prove your innocence either, can you? I just want to use this as an example to tell you that if you can't prove your innocence, then you're definitely guilty. In other words, how are you going to prove that everyone was killed by Qin Shao? Yes, you'll say that everyone has a witness, but everyone only has one witness. In other words, everyone's words were said by one person and determined by one person. There are no other witnesses to prove this matter, right? According to your logic, the testimony of one person isn't enough to be believed, is it? A gloomy voice sounded. Gu Lingyue, you're deliberately trying to exonerate Qin Shao. What are you trying to do? What's the relationship between me and this Qin Shao? Is it worth it for you to protect him like this? Even at the expense of the dignity of your Heavenly Laws Dao Palace? Your Heavenly Laws Dao Palace also has people who died at the hands of Qin Shao. Are you going to side with an outsider like this? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the world? We have 6 witnesses, enough to prove that Qin Shao is a murderer. The assumption you made just now, without even a single witness, is completely absurd. So your words, Gu Lingyue, have no logic to speak of. You're standing up for Qin Shao, but I think you're just doing it out of selfishness. Gu Lingyue shook her head. I don't have any selfishness. I'm not familiar with Qin Shao and have no relationship with him. I'm only saying this because I don't want you to kill the wrong person. In the face of a great disaster, we of the 6 regions should be united against the outside world and not kill each other. Moreover, I've also encountered some situations, and I've always felt that impersonators do exist. I'm just saying that I have no way to prove that impersonators do exist. Of course, even if I could prove it myself, I don't think you'd believe my words alone. So, I just want to urge everyone to restrain themselves and calm down. Don't act impulsively, lest you fall into the trap of others. Oomph. Suddenly, a mocking voice rang out. Oh my, Gu Lingyue, your words are very righteous, aren't they? But why do I feel like you're putting on a sanctimonious air? You dare say you don't have any selfishness? Others may not know, but I know that there's a lot of concern between you and Qin Shao. On your path of reincarnation, you and Qin Shao are very lovey-dovey in this life. You even had a wedding ceremony, didn't you? I think you're deliberately standing up for Qin Shao because of old ties, aren't you? You're Huishan's fiancé. This is something everyone knows. Don't you feel ashamed to say this in front of Huishan? The leader of the Golden Palace of the Heavenly Laws Dao Palace said, as if he were standing up for Huishan. Huashen's expression was already very ugly, and now it was even uglier. Huashen glared coldly at the leader of the Golden Palace. His words seemed to be standing up for Huashen. However, if he were to say it in front of so many people, wouldn't it be a disgrace to his reputation as the fire god? His fiancée was standing up for his old flame in front of him. How could he, the fire god, show his face now? Therefore, how could the fire god not be angry? His expression darkened. Gu Lingyue's expression was also ugly, and she was very angry. She glared fiercely at the leader of the Golden Palace and said coldly, "It's just a matter of the past on the path of reincarnation. It's long gone from my memory. I've already said what needs to be said. If you insist on saying this, that's your business. Then don't say anything. Shut up. That's right, what's there to say? Everyone, don't just stand there. Let's do it. Yes, let's kill Qin Xiao first." Seeing that Gu Lingyue stood up for him, Qin Xiao was touched. It seemed that Gu Lingyue had not completely forgotten about him. Unlike what she had shown before, she did not completely ignore him. It was just that she had her own difficulties, and she had no choice but to do this. If this was the case, then no matter what, he must break through all obstacles and bring Gu Lingyue back to his side. But, alas, it would be difficult for him to turn the situation around. Chapter 3371. I believe in Qin Xiao. He won't kill the people from the 6 regions. Don't you think it's too rash to come to such a conclusion that you want to kill Qin Xiao? At this moment, another voice abruptly rang out, and a figure walked out. It was a hunchbacked old man. He was extremely skinny, and his clothes were ragged. Qin Xiao secretly rejoiced in his heart when he saw the person who had come. He secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The man was none other than the woodcutter old man. The woodcutter old man was ranked 4th on the Heaven's Declaration Saint list. He was a very independent person and did not have good relations with anyone. It was as if there was no one in the entire great thousand world that he was familiar with. He was a loner and had always been a loner. Therefore, many people were surprised to see the woodcutter old man speak up for Qin Xiao. The woodcutter old man had never meddled in other people's business. However, this time, he actually spoke up for Qin Xiao despite the fact that the world was against him. This was very strange. It was too strange. Qin Xiao was also surprised. He had not expected the woodcutter old man to speak up for him at this time. This was something that would cause public outrage. Gu Lingyue had also angered the crowd when she spoke up for Qin Xiao. "Woodcutter old man, what's wrong with you today? Why are you suddenly speaking up for Qin Xiao? Are you very close to him? Or have we been wrong about you all this time? Have you also become an evil demon?" A man from the Great Way Saint region said. He was also ranked in the top 20 on the Heaven's Declaration Saint list. He was also a well-known figure. However, he seemed to be unhappy that the woodcutter old man had spoken up for Qin Xiao, so his words were very sarcastic. The woodcutter old man glanced at him coldly. His gaze was so cold that it was somewhat frightening. When a man was glanced at by the woodcutter old man, he felt inexplicably guilty and involuntarily took a step back. Such a subconscious action caused a trace of embarrassment to appear on his face, and he gritted his teeth in anger. "I'm an evil demon? Then who do you think you are? You like to pin charges on people, don't you? I dare you to say that again." The woodcutter's cold voice rang out. He did not hold back at all, directly revealing his edge, domineering and cold. As long as the man dared to say another word, there was no doubt that the old man would kill the man first. The woodcutter was definitely a man of his word, a man of his word, and a man of his word. Once provoked, there would definitely not be any good outcome for them. Therefore, how could that man dare to say anything more? This kind of eccentric person would never act according to common sense and would never be afraid of any factors. Moreover, he was indeed in the wrong at this moment. Just now, he had spoken out of turn, but he didn't expect to be beaten back by the woodcutter so quickly. Does it matter whether I'm familiar with Qin Xiao or not? Today, I'm speaking on behalf of my personal standpoint. I've seen Qin Xiao twice before, and I know his character very well. I believe that he won't kill the people of the 6 regions. Moreover, there are many doubtful points in this matter. There are many things that have not been completely clarified. Don't you think that it's too hasty to jump to conclusions? The implications of this matter are great. Have you ever thought about what if you kill the wrong person? Qin Shao is an unprecedented genius in the Great Thousand World. He's a person with great talent and potential. He's also a war general who can take charge of an area. Don't you think that it's ridiculous that you want to kill Qin Shao now when you haven't figured out everything? I know that some of you are just a little jealous, and you're just taking advantage of the situation. The catastrophe of the Great Thousand World is about to arrive, and there are still people with such dirty hearts. Don't you feel ashamed? In the face of this imminent catastrophe, if the 6 regions don't work together, I'm afraid that all of us here may die in the catastrophe. At this critical moment, instead of working together, you're thinking about killing each other. Isn't that ridiculous? The woodcutter's words struck a chord in many people's hearts. Indeed, some people had such thoughts. The woodcutter, who had always been a man of few words, had suddenly spoken so much today. Woodcutter, aren't your words a little too harsh? A cold voice sounded. It was the fire deity who had spoken. If there was anyone here who wanted Qin Shao dead the most, it would definitely be the fire deity. He had long wished he could cut Qin Shao into 1,000 pieces. First, Gu Lingwei had spoken up for Qin Shao. Now, even the woodcutter, who had always been a busybody, had stood up for Qin Shao. This really made the fire deity very unhappy. The fire deity glared at the woodcutter with a cold and angry expression. He was not afraid of the woodcutter at all. Whether Qin Shao killed the people of the 6 regions or not is not up to you to decide. You can't produce any evidence to prove that Qin Shao didn't kill anyone, can you? It's just based on your intuition. That's not enough, is it? Isn't that too irresponsible? This is a major matter that concerns the lives of several people in the 6 regions. How can it be changed with just a few words from you? There's nothing suspicious about it. The matter is already very clear. It was Qin Shao who did it. If I, the fire deity, said it alone, then perhaps I'm lying. However, at least 6 people in the 6 regions saw it with their own eyes and stepped forward to guide him. Isn't this enough to prove the problem? If this doesn't prove the problem, do you think a few words from you can prove the problem? In the face of the fire deity's rebuke, the woodcutter said coldly, "A suspicious point is a suspicious point. It doesn't matter how many people came forward to testify. Besides, you're the one who has the most experience here. I've also heard a little about the grudge between you and Qin Shao. You spared no effort to kill Qin Shao. Do you dare to say that you don't have any selfish motives?" The fire deity said angrily, "Yes, that's right. I admit that I do have some selfish motives. I do hate Qin Shao to the core and want him dead, but Qin Shao deserves to die. He deserves to die. I do have a personal grudge against him, but can this erase his crimes? I have absolute reasons to kill him. Why can't I? Just because I have a grudge against him, I have to suppress my hatred and not show it? Is there a problem if I show it? Is it deliberate? The woodcutter, you've lived for a long time. Tell me, what kind of logic is this?" The woodcutter shook his head and said, "Everyone has their own selfish motives. This is nothing. I also have my own selfish motives. Otherwise, I wouldn't have stood up for Qin Shao. However, selfishness is selfishness. As a person, one has to pay attention to the conscience of heaven and earth. The truth is the truth. There is indeed a big problem in this matter. This can't be ignored. No matter what you think, I absolutely believe that Qin Shao is innocent. I also believe that there are indeed imposters. You are all existences standing at the peak of the great wide world. It's impossible that you don't know that anything is possible. You can't completely deny this matter just because it has never appeared before. You can't say that it doesn't exist just because you can't prove it for the time being, right? There's no harm in daring to assume everything, right?" The fire deity sneered and said, "At the end of the day, you just want to exonerate Qin Shao. Then I'll make it clear to you. We must kill Qin Shao today. Old woodcutter, do you really want to get involved?" Do you want to go against the law of the world? Do you want to save him from our hands? However, it's not that I look down on you, nor am I deliberately mocking you. I'm afraid that with your strength alone, you won't be able to do anything at all, right? Therefore, I'd like to give you a piece of advice. There are some things that are best left alone. If you don't take care of other people's business, you'll hurt yourself. The woodcutter did not say anything else. Instead, he fell silent. His face was gloomy, and no one knew what he was thinking. It seemed that he was hesitating whether to make a move or not. Could it be that he, the woodcutter, would really go against the law of the world and become enemies with the people of the 6 regions for the sake of Qin Shao? It was obvious that this situation was not something that could be changed by 1 or 2 people stepping forward. How could a few people be able to withstand the power of dozens of people from the 6 regions? If he stepped forward, he would only be asking for trouble. Senior Woodcutter, Qin Shao is very grateful that you've stepped forward to speak up for Qin Shao. I'm very touched. Thank you for your righteousness, Senior. Qin Shao will remember it. However, this is between me and the 6 regions. Senior, you don't have to get involved. Qin Shao, have a clear conscience. Why would I be afraid of being framed? Even if I die today, Qin Shao, will not accept this accusation. Don't even think about putting this accusation on me. Qin Shao. Qin Shao saluted the woodcutter with cupped fists. He was very grateful to the woodcutter. Although Qin Shao had met the old woodcutter twice before, they had some interactions there. However, Qin Shao did not expect that the woodcutter would step forward to speak up for him in this matter. Stepping forward in such a situation was equivalent to standing against the people of the 6 regions. How much courage and determination did one need to do such a thing? However, the woodcutter did it without hesitation. With such affection, it was enough. Qin Shao was very touched. The woodcutter looked at Qin Shao and suddenly burst into laughter. After laughing heartily at the sky, the old woodcutter's cold eyes became resolute. If you're born as a human and you don't even dare to do what you want to do, then what's the point of living? Wouldn't it be too cowardly if you don't even dare to stand up for something that you've decided on? Wouldn't it be ridiculous if you shrink back because you're afraid of death and lose your bottom line? The woodcutter old man, have lived my entire life. I can be considered to have experienced countless storms and experienced countless life and death situations. I've long since seen through everything. I thought that standing aloof from worldly affairs and being a loner would be a carefree life. However, after cultivating for so many years, I gradually understood that there are some things that I have to persevere on. I stepped forward to speak up for Qin Shao, not only because I want to believe in him, but also for the safety of the Great Thousand World and the survival of the 6 regions. Everyone is responsible for the rise and fall of the world. However, the sad thing is that at this time, there are still many people who are extremely selfish. Today, the woodcutter, will step forward to fight with you. What do you think? Author Kinshang said, 4th update, it's the last few days of the month. Chapter 33:72. What? The woodcutter's words immediately caused an uproar. Many people were greatly shocked and looked at the woodcutter in astonishment. They were all wondering if the old man had gone crazy. Was he really going to be so crazy? Was he really going to become enemies with the people of the 6 regions? Did he really want to die? Standing out at this time and risking his life for Qin Shao, wasn't that simply courting death? There was no way he would have a chance to live. He was crazy. He was really crazy. The woodcutter had always been a maverick. He did not fight with the world, did not incur enmity with others, did not meddle in other people's business, and did not belong to any faction. Therefore, he had never offended anyone or any faction, and his sense of existence was very weak. It was also because of this that not many people were hostile to the woodcutter. However, the woodcutter's somewhat crazy actions really surprised many people. Apart from being surprised, they were also quite angry and displeased. Anyone who stood up for Qin Shao should be killed together with him. The woodcutter straightened his body and stood there like a javelin. He stood proudly in the sky and shone with a peerless sharpness. He stood there as if he was unbreakable and indestructible. This was his resolute attitude, and no one could doubt him. Once the woodcutter old man decided on something, there was no room for regret. Looking at the woodcutter, Qin Shao was so touched that he did not know what to say for a moment. He felt that he did not have a deep friendship with the woodcutter, and they had only met 3 times previously. Including this time, they had only met 4 times. The time they had spent together was also very short. Perhaps they did not know each other very well. However, such a senior had taken the initiative to stand up for him at his most dangerous time and disregarded his life to support him. How precious was this? This was something that only close friends could do, but the woodcutter had done it. However, Qin Shao also understood that the woodcutter had done this not only because he thought highly of him, but also because the woodcutter had a heart to protect justice in the world. He had a heart to work hard for the peace of the great thousand world. There was a persistence there, and there was a bottom-line principle that he insisted on. Such a person was worthy of incomparable respect. Qin Shao looked at the old woodcutter and didn't know what to say. There was no need to say anything at this moment. Therefore, it was better not to say anything. Old woodcutter, are you really going to die for Qin Shao? This matter has nothing to do with you to begin with. It's too late for you to regret and leave now. Once we make our move, there will be no leeway for us to turn back. Humph, you're only seeking your own death by joining in. Do you, woodcutter old man, really want to be so crazy? Vulcan sneered and said to the woodcutter. The old woodcutter glanced at Vulcan and didn't say anything else. He had already explained everything with his actions. There was no point in saying anything else. Therefore, it was better not to say anything. As an old woodcutter, he didn't like to talk much. Today, he had already made an exception. Since the woodcutter old man insists on seeking death, let's grant him his wish. Humph, what a lunatic. Let's kill him together. Humph, he's only ranked 4th on the Heavens Declaration. He really thinks he's a big shot. He's courting death. Many people were affected by Vulcan's words and started to scold him angrily. In the face of these scoldings, the old woodcutter still stood there resolutely. At this moment, a figure suddenly walked out of the crowd and stood in front of Qin Shao. It was obvious that this person wanted to stand up for Qin Shao and fight with Qin Shao. Just like the old woodcutter, this person had done something crazy. The most surprising thing was that this person was Gu Lingwei. Gu Lingwei actually stood up for Qin Shao. Could it be that the rumor that Gu Lingwei was a couple with Qin Shao on the reincarnation road was true? Moreover, she still has feelings for Qin Shao. Therefore, when Qin Shao was in danger, she was so crazy that she stood up for him without any regard for her own life. Such a move could not help but make people think of these aspects. Gu Lingwei, crack, crack. Vulcan clenched his fists so hard that they almost broke. The anger in his chest was like an uncontrollable volcano that was about to erupt. His anger had reached an extreme level. He was so angry that his whole body trembled violently. Dense killing intent flashed in his eyes, which was extremely terrifying. How could his fiancée be so crazy for another man without any regard for her own life? Wasn't this a great humiliation to him? How could he, the god of fire, tolerate such humiliation? Hateful, hateful. At this moment, he wished he could kill Gu Lingwei. This woman had embarrassed and humiliated him in front of so many people. Many people were dumbfounded when they saw Gu Lingwei stand up for Qin Shao. Qin Shao was surprised and happy at the same time. He really hadn't expected Gu Lingwei to stand out without regard for her own life. She wanted to fight and die with him. Qin Zhao's face suddenly burst into a big smile. He felt warm and comfortable in his heart. In this case, Gu Lingwei still loved him. It must be so. This made Qin Shao even more certain of this matter. This was also something he had always wanted to know. Today, he finally got a very definite answer. The pressure in his heart had been lifted at this moment. Gu Lingwei was a woman worth him risking his life for. a woman worth him protecting for a lifetime. However, the situation was still very unfavorable to him at this moment. Therefore, Qin Shao naturally did not want Gu Lingwei to come out and fight with him at this time. It was too dangerous. Young palace master, what are you doing? Come back quickly. We can't get involved in this matter. Saint Minghua immediately became anxious and hurried over to pull Gu Lingwei away. However, Gu Lingwei was unusually determined. She was not moved at all and had no intention of leaving. Saint Minghua was really anxious. However, she was inferior to Gu Lingwei in terms of strength and status. How could she force Gu Lingwei to leave? If Gu Lingwei really did not want to leave, there was nothing she could do. Sister Minghua, I know what I'm doing. I've never been clearer than now. I've been hiding and suppressing myself. I've said goodbye to the past and everything. I want to be a cold and ruthless woman. I can do this. I really can. I've been working very hard to be Gu Lingwei and be the young palace master of the Water Palace. I also think that I can continue to do this because this is my mission. This is a fate that I can't get rid of. It's a responsibility that I should bear. I've never complained. I've been working hard. I really want to do well. But I really can't do it. I can't watch Qin Shao be killed here. Therefore, I have to stand up today and fight side by side with Qin Shao and the woodcutter old man to bring back some light for our great thousand world. Sister Minghua, don't try to persuade me. I've made up my mind. You should know my character. Lingwei. Saint Minghua wanted to say something, but after looking at Gu Lingwei, she hesitated. In the end, she swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. How could she not know Gu Lingwei? In terms of understanding of Gu Lingwei, Saint Minghua was probably the one who knew her best in the entire Water Palace. Gu Lingwei's thoughts could not escape her eyes. She also knew Gu Lingwei's character very well. She also knew what Gu Lingwei was thinking in her heart. She knew all of this. She was very clear about it. However, was she really going to watch Gu Lingwei die today? What should she do? She could not persuade Gu Lingwei, and there was no other way. She would rather die than let Gu Lingwei be hurt at all. However, it was useless. Even if Gu Lingwei was willing to die, it would not change anything today. Alas! Saint Minghua could only sigh and shake her head. She then let out a long sigh and said, Fine, fine. Sister Lingwei, since you insist on doing this, I can't persuade you. Since that's the case, I'll die with you. Otherwise, I won't be able to go back and complete this task. Gu Lingwei stepped forward, and Saint Minghua also joined in. In this way, in addition to the woodcutter old man, there were two more people who joined Qin Zhao's team. They wanted to fight with Qin Shao and protect Qin Shao with their lives. Such a matter was truly driving one crazy. They admired and envied him. There were actually so many people who were willing to die with Qin Shao. What the hell were they thinking? Crazy. All of them are crazy. What kind of ability did Qin Shao have? What kind of magic did he have to make people so crazy about him? The people of the Heavenly Law's Dao Palace all had ugly looks on their faces. This was also a disgrace to the Heavenly Law's Dao Palace. Could it be that the people of the Heavenly Law's Dao Palace were going to kill each other? Were they really going to kill Gu Lingwei? Fire Deity was about to go crazy. At this moment, he really wanted to strangle Gu Lingwei to death to vent the hatred in his heart. His fiancée, his woman, actually gave up her own life for another man. Ha ha! How ironic, how ironic. To the fire god, this was a great humiliation. Gu Lingwei, you deserve to die. You deserve to die. Fire Deity roared madly in his heart. If he could, he wanted to kill Gu Lingwei. The woodcutter old man, Gu Lingwei, and Saint Minghua stepped forward one after another, which naturally made some subtle changes to the situation. However, the overall situation was not affected much. With just the strength of these three people, there was no way they could change anything. It was nothing to the strength of the 6 regions. At most, it would just add a little trouble. It was not a big deal. Brother Pure and Yuan were also greatly encouraged and touched. Brother Pure, even Sister Gu Lingwei stepped forward bravely. She risked everything and even betrayed her water palace to stand up for Brother Qin Shao and fight for Qin Shao. She is willing to sacrifice her life for Brother Qin Shao. Since Sister Gu Lingwei dared to do it and is not afraid of death, why should we be cowards? No, we have to go out and fight with Brother Qin Shao. Even if we die, so what? Brother Pure, don't hold me back. Let me go. I want to fight with Brother Qin Shao and die with him. Yuan was the most touched and encouraged, so she also pushed Brother Pure away and rushed out to stand on Qin Xiao's side. She wanted to stand on the same side as Qin Xiao. This time, Brother Pure did not stop her. Not only did he not stop her, but he also walked out with her. Chapter 3373. How can Brother Pure miss out on such a thing? Brother Pure laughed heartily and stood beside Qin Xiao. He and Yuan each stood on one side, as if they were Qin Xiao's two guardians. Seeing that Brother Pure and Yuan had also stood out, Qin Xiao immediately became a little anxious. First Gu Lingwei, now Yuan, this made Qin Xiao a little crazy. Gu Lingwei, Yuan, what are you doing? This is not something you can get involved in. Hurry up and leave. Don't do anything stupid for me, Qin Xiao said anxiously. Gu Lingwei took a deep look at Qin Xiao and said, "Don't misunderstand. I'm not doing this entirely for you, but for the justice in my heart. The justice in my heart is firm, and the peace of the great thousand domains. You, Qin Xiao, don't have such a big influence in my heart. Whatever I, Gu Lingwei, want to do, I don't need your permission. So, Qin Xiao, you don't have to say anything about what I'm doing. I know very well what I'm doing." Lingwei, Qin Xiao still wanted to say something, but he was directly interrupted by Gu Lingwei. "Okay, you don't have to say anything. I don't want to hear it. Let's leave this matter at that." After saying that, Gu Lingwei turned her head to one side, as if she was no longer paying attention to Qin Xiao. This action really made Qin Xiao feel very helpless. There was no other way. It seemed that it was impossible to make Gu Lingwei leave. Alas, Qin Xiao really didn't want to see this, but what could he do now? When women became serious, it was indeed a very scary thing. Qin Xiao had no other choice. This was the only way. Qin Xiao looked at Yuan, but before she could say anything, Yuan spoke first. "Brother Qin Xiao, you don't have to say anything. I know what I'm doing. Even big sister Gu Lingwei is willing to fight for you without regard for her life. So why can't I? I don't care. Even if you beat me or scold me, I won't leave. I'll fight with you and die with you. It's no big deal. I'm not afraid of death. What's there to be afraid of? These people are too evil. They're too much of a bully." You also, Qin Xiao was even more speechless and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Gu Lingwei couldn't persuade him, and neither could Yuan. Sigh, these two silly women, really silly women. Why do you have to do this? Death was not a good choice. It was not a good thing. If these two women couldn't persuade him, Brother Pure definitely couldn't persuade him either. So Qin Xiao couldn't be bothered to speak to Brother Pure. He just looked at him deeply and said, "Good brother for life." Good brother for life. Dying together is also a touching thing, isn't it? Brother Pure grinned and laughed loudly. Even in the face of death, he couldn't be weak. He should be heroic and righteous. The momentum that a man should have couldn't be weak. In this way, a total of 5 people stepped forward to fight with Qin Xiao and die for Qin Xiao. The most enviable and admirable thing about Qin Xiao was that there were 2 great beauties who stepped forward, and both of them were of noble status. One was the young palace master of the Water Palace, and the other was the daughter of Sage Li. These 2 beautiful women were coveted by many people, but they were willing to risk their lives for Qin Xiao. The affection between them was enough to make people understand. A woman who was willing to die for a man must like this man, or even love this man deeply. What do we do now? If we really fight, we can't kill them too, right? Kill them too. What's there to do? They asked for it, so they can't blame us. Since they asked for it, we'll just fulfill their wish. Cough. Are we really going to kill them too? Won't we make a big deal out of this? Let it be. What's there to be afraid of? What else can we do? Just because Gu Lingyue and the others stepped forward to stand up for Qin Shao, we have to shrink back. That doesn't make sense, does it? The people of our 6 regions have already gathered here. How can we retreat? If we want to fight, we can only stand until the end. There's no room for negotiation. That's right. Who cares? Let's just do it. If anyone dares to help Qin Shao, we'll just kill them. There's nothing to say. Although there were beauties like Gu Lingyue and Yuan, they still couldn't quell their determination to kill Qin Shao. Moreover, such a situation would only infuriate some people even more, causing some people to become excited as if they had taken drugs. Their desire to kill Qin Shao also became a little stronger. There were only 5 people, so they couldn't change anything. Although they knew that they couldn't change anything, Gu Lingyue and the others still stepped forward without hesitation, regardless of their lives. This was the strength of their resolute belief that supported them. Ha ha ha, interesting. It's getting more and more interesting. Right at this moment, another burst of laughter rang out. A burst of boorish laughter erupted from the battling Buddha's mouth. The victorious fighting Buddha, who ranked first on the Heavens Declaration and was second only to the reincarnation supremacy, naturally attracted a lot of attention when he spoke. Everyone looked over and focused their attention on the victorious fighting Buddha. The victorious fighting Buddha carried his Jingu Bang on his shoulder and walked toward Qin Shao. Such an action caused many people to have some guesses in their hearts. They also had a bad premonition. Qin Shao also looked at the victorious fighting Buddha. For a moment, he didn't understand what the victorious fighting Buddha wanted to do. The victorious fighting Buddha's action made the atmosphere a little tense and oppressive. No wonder he was the victorious fighting Buddha. Just one sentence from him could change a lot of things. After taking a few steps, the victorious fighting Buddha stopped. He chuckled and said, "You people are really interesting. It seems like you're used to fighting among yourselves and killing each other. That's why you don't take it seriously." All of them are extremely enraged by this matter. They've seized the opportunity to kill the people that they don't like. However, I, old son, am different from you. I, old son, still believe in Qin Shao. I also believe in the existence of impersonators. Of course, I, old son, don't have any proof. I've only come to this conclusion based on my experience, my feelings, and the many things I've encountered in the primal chaos space. I, old son, also feel that you people have gone too far. These children have stepped forward without any hesitation and are not afraid of death to protect the justice of the world. I, old son, am the victorious fighting Buddha. I possess boundless light and boundless Buddha. How can I just watch as you people do this? Your actions have no regard for the righteousness of the great 1,000 realms and the safety of the world. You're only doing this for your own selfish reasons. Don't you feel that your actions are very shameful? If you don't feel that you must insist on fighting, I, old son, will play with you today. If anyone wants to kill Qin Shao, they'll have to ask if the Jingu Bang in my hand agrees to it first. I, old son, haven't fought in a long time. My hands have been itching for a fight recently. Perhaps I, old son, will be itching for a fight today. Come, all of you. Come at me. The victorious fighting Buddha stepped forward. Marshal Tian Peng also came with his 9-tooth nail. Ha ha ha, brother monkey, if you want to play, bring me along. How can you leave me out of fight? If you want to play, let's play together. I'm your loyal companion, brother monkey. The victorious fighting Buddha and Marshal Tian Peng both stepped forward. The other 4 people from the heavenly court also stepped forward. This meant that the 6 people from the heavenly court had joined in. They stood in Qin Zhao's camp and supported Qin Shao. The situation was starting to take a turn for the worse. It was no longer a subtle change. This was a big one. The strength of the victorious fighting Buddha and Canopy Marshal was undeniably powerful. With their participation, the balance was naturally broken. Including the woodcutter old man and the other 4, there were a total of 11 people. There were also freakishly powerful existences like the victorious fighting Buddha and martial Tianpeng. There was also Qin Shao. He was also a freakishly powerful existence. As such, this power had become extremely powerful. It was absolutely not something that could be looked down upon. The people from the 6 regions were speechless. Many people were confused. What was going on? What was going on? Was there a need for this? Many people who had been full of passion and wanted to make a move could not help but hesitate at this time. The situation had changed a lot. If they attacked again, even if they still had the absolute advantage, they would have to pay a heavy price, right? If they wanted to kill Qin Shao, who knew how many people would have to die here, who would be willing to sacrifice themselves? At first, everyone was furious because Qin Shao was alone. There were dozens of people from the 6 regions. With dozens of people against Qin Shao, they were naturally fearless. They felt that they could do anything to him. However, it was different now. The current situation wasn't so good. Many people were wondering how charismatic Qin Shao was. He was able to make so many people stand out and fight for him. They were even willing to risk their lives. Crazy, this was really crazy. Such a thing really made them jealous. Looking at the victorious fighting Buddha and the others, Qin Shao was so touched that he didn't know what to say. Senior son, Senior Canopy, thank you. Since he didn't know what to say, he might as well make it simple. Qin Shao thanked the victorious fighting Buddha and Martial Tianpeng. Martial Tianpeng waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "Why are you thanking me? I'm not doing this for you. I'm just following Brother Monkey. I just want to fight a little. Don't thank me and don't be touched. I'm not familiar with you." Although Martial Tianpeng said that, how could Qin Shao not know that he said that on purpose? The victorious fighting Buddha didn't care. After glancing at Qin Shao, he said, "Qin Shao, I, old son, admire you very much. How can I watch you die? So, you have to live well. Hee hee. No matter what others do, I, old son, believe in you." The word believe was enough. Chapter 3374. Even though the victorious fighting Buddha and Canopy Marshal had spoken so casually, as if their actions had nothing to do with Qin Shao still couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. However, Qin Shao was no fool. How could he not understand the meaning behind their words? At this moment, he could only feel touched in his heart. The victorious fighting Buddha had used his boundless dharma and supreme brilliance to illuminate the heavens and earth and intimidate everything. The victorious fighting Buddha's support had indeed given Qin Shao a sense of security and had completely affected the entire situation. However, this was still not enough. Although the situation had caused a huge impact and had broken the balance, many people were worried. However, how could the anger of the people of the 6 regions be quelled so easily? The fact that the people of the 6 regions had gathered here meant that they were full of fighting spirit and murderous intent. How could they so easily break the decision that they had made? If they stopped just like that, how could the people of the 6 regions still have any face left? This was especially so for the forces that had lost their people. Wouldn't they be utterly disgraced? Naturally, many people would not agree to such a thing. Moreover, the situation had already reached this point. Many people no longer had a way out. Regardless of whether it was because of their pride or because of their burning anger, they did not want to give up so easily. Seeing so many people supporting Qin Shao had indeed made many people feel extremely unbalanced. Jealousy had also given birth to some hatred. The fire god spoke again. "Victorious fighting Buddha, Martial Tianpeng, all of you want to stand up for Qin Shao, right? I have always respected all of you. I believe that the people of the 6 regions also respect all of you very much. However, when it comes to such a major issue, won't the 2 of you become a laughingstock? The murderer who killed the people of the 6 regions is now here. We want to bring him to justice and let him receive the punishment he deserves. However, the 2 of you insist on going against the law and going against the people of the 6 regions to support Qin Shao. What is the meaning of this? Right now, I really don't understand the intentions of the two of you. Don't tell me that the victorious fighting Buddha really wants to intimidate the people of the 6 regions with his own strength. Although the victorious fighting Buddha is extremely powerful, and we all admit that he is the strongest person after the reincarnation supremacy. However, no matter how powerful he is, does he think that he can rely on his own strength, or rather, the strength of the heaven realm, to save Qin Zhao's life? Does he think that the 6 regions are nothing? Isn't such an act a little too arrogant? The people of the 6 regions have already gathered together to suppress Qin Zhao. Naturally, we won't give up so easily. Otherwise, won't we be ridiculed by the world? How can the dignity of the 6 regions be trampled and humiliated like this? Fire God's words were so loud that even the apathetic could hear it. His words made the peoples the heavens realm fighting Buddhisms. That's right. This matter was related to the dignity of the 6 regions. It was related to the dignity of the forces behind them, who didn't have a strong sense of pride in their hearts. If he admitted defeat in this matter and retreated, wouldn't he be ridiculed by the world? How could they easily back down in such a situation? Would they back down just because the victorious fighting Buddha was on their side? No, they couldn't. They couldn't do that. Therefore, the fighting spirit in many people's hearts was ignited once again. It burned fiercely and fiercely. This made the anger in their hearts even more turbulent and surging. The fire god looked at the people of the 6 regions again and said in a loud and clear voice, "Everyone, please don't forget our original intention and why we're here. We're here to uphold our justice, for our dead companions, for our dignity, and for the justice in our hearts. Now, the murderer is right in front of us, but some people insist on defying the world and jumping out to protect Qin Zhao. Are we supposed to back down because of this? Are we afraid? Everyone present here represents the peak powers of the 6 regions, the leaders of the various major powers, and the face of the various major powers. If we compromise because of some resistance, wouldn't that be the biggest joke in the world? Therefore, we must fight. We must fight. So what if the victorious fighting Buddha and the others are on Qin Zhao's side? Are we afraid? Are we afraid? Are we still going to be us? No, we can't back down. We have no room for retreat. We can only fight. There are dozens of people in the 6 regions. As long as we work together, we'll be invincible. No force or person can stop us. We'll definitely be able to wipe out everything and get our revenge. The victorious fighting Buddha is indeed very powerful. He's indeed very respected by us. However, he made a mistake today. We don't have to take it to heart. Let's just fight. It's nothing. There's no such thing as enemies. It's just that we're on different sides. I, the fire god, am here. Please don't back down. Stand up bravely and fight alongside me. We'll take back the dignity that belongs to us. The fire god's words were indeed very inspiring. They could stir the blood in everyone's hearts. These words made many people's blood boil with excitement. Yes, dignity was the most important thing. Sometimes it was even more important than life. Moreover, there are many people. Many things will be magnified by a lot. The 6 regions had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers. Therefore, they didn't have to worry about anything. If they really fought, as long as they worked together, they would be able to wipe out everything. There was no need to fear the victorious fighting Buddha. Because of this, the people of the 6 regions were still full of fighting spirit. They still didn't have the slightest intention of backing down. The fire god had once again stirred their fighting spirit to an extremely high point. The victorious fighting Buddha didn't seem to care at all. He grinned and waved the golden banded staff in his hand. Come. Since you're not willing to back down, let's fight to our heart's content. I, old son, don't like to talk so much nonsense with you. Anyway, it's not going to work. You have your own opinions, and I, old son, have my own opinions. We just have different opinions and different standpoints. There's nothing else to it. There's no need to say anything else. Let's fight. An extremely angry voice rang out, and a tall and imposing figure stood out. He glared at the victorious fighting Buddha and said furiously, "Sun Wukong, do you really think you're that powerful? Do you really think you can suppress the people of the 6 regions with your strength alone? Isn't this action a little too overbearing? How can we, the people of the 6 regions, be suppressed by the victorious fighting Buddha alone? If you insist on fighting today, then don't blame us for not holding back. Although you're very strong, 2 fists are no match for 4 legs. I'm afraid you won't be able to win against the people of the 6 regions. Sun Wukong, have you really thought this through? Are you really going to fight us to the death for someone who has nothing to do with you? Are you going to die here today? Once the battle really starts, I'm afraid it'll be a fight to the death. No matter how powerful Sun Wukong is, there's a chance he'll die here. This is the chaotic space, not the outside world. If it were the outside world, Sun Wukong might still have some ability to preserve his life. However, no matter how powerful Sun Wukong is, he won't be able to use it here. Here, his strength is limited, and so is his ability to preserve his life. Ha ha ha! The victorious fighting Buddha laughed loudly. His laughter was still as calm as ever, and he didn't show any signs of weakness. He was still as heroic and righteous as ever. He still possessed that peerless and overbearing aura. The victorious fighting Buddha looked at the person who spoke and said, "So what if I live? So what if I die? Old son, don't say that I've become indifferent to life and death, but I'm not afraid of death, am I? I'll do what I, old son, believe should be done. Even if I have to throw my life away, so what? Why wouldn't I dare to fight? Old son, I've already made up my mind. Even if I have to fight to the death, it's nothing. I won't back down." Someone has to protect the righteousness of the world. What you're protecting is what you believe, and what old son, am protecting is what old son, am protecting. Perhaps there's no right or wrong. It's just a matter of personal opinions. Old son, am not saying that you're wrong. I just hope that you can calm down and deal with this problem properly instead of escalating the situation to such an extent. The reason why old son, am standing up, other than the 2 reasons I mentioned earlier, is because there's another very important reason. There's also a conflict between our heaven realm and Yuan Yan's great Tao sanctuary. Just now, Tian Peng and Tian Shengzi's group were also fighting fiercely. If Qin Shao hadn't appeared in time to stop them, there might have been people sacrificed in that battle. As for the reason why we fought, I'll explain it so that everyone can understand what's strange about it. One of our people from the heaven realm was killed by a person from the great Tao sanctuary. So Tian Peng brought a few people to find trouble with the people from the great Tao sanctuary to take revenge. But at the same time, one of Tian Shengzi's people was also killed by our people from the heaven realm. They were also looking for us to take revenge. When the 2 sides met, they naturally fought. But in the end, they found out that the murderers we identified were actually killed by the other side. Doesn't everyone find this matter very strange? 2 people died at different places at different times, but the other party was the same person. How is this possible? Therefore, we also have reason to suspect that behind this matter, there's a plot by the imposter. They want us to fight and disrupt the entire chaotic space. Do you all think that there's a better explanation for this matter other than the imposter? If there is, then who will come out and explain it to me? Or do you all think that old son, am lying? There are more than 10 people on both sides who can bear witness to this matter. Old son, Tian Peng, Yuan Yin, and Tian Shengzi can testify. The 4 of us have testified at the same time. Is there anything else that you all have to doubt? What? Was there really such a thing? When a victorious fighting Buddha said this, it immediately caused an uproar. Many people began to discuss. Chapter 3375. How could 2 people kill each other at the same time and place? How is that possible? This was only possible if someone had disguised themselves as them to commit the crime. Could it be that impersonators really exist? That can't be. Are there really impersonators? Could it be that we have really wronged Qin Shao? Many voices of discussion rang out, and the atmosphere suddenly became less tense. The fire deity was furious when he saw that the situation he had worked so hard to stir up had dissipated. If this matter was really done by impersonators, then it would be very strange. Based on the situation along the way, if there really is an impersonator, then this impersonator must be extremely smart and cunning. He must be very skilled at scheming and plotting. Impersonating two people, killing two people, and framing two people. What kind of logic is this? I'm afraid that even a 3-year-old child would find it very strange. As soon as Vulcan's questioning voice fell, it immediately attracted many voices of support. Yes, I also find it hard to believe that this was really done by impersonators. How could they be so naive? Such a low-level mistake shouldn't have happened, right? I also find it hard to believe that the victorious fighting Buddha wouldn't deliberately make up a story just to side with Qin Shao, right? If it wasn't deliberately made up by the victorious fighting Buddha, then what is going on? The fire deity looked at the victorious fighting Buddha and said, "Victorious fighting Buddha, please give us a reasonable explanation for this situation. The situation you're talking about is completely incomprehensible. Therefore, I, old son, can't explain it clearly either. However, I, old son, am certain that this matter must have something to do with impersonators. Methods don't necessarily have to be conventional. The more unconventional and unconventional they are, the more likely they are to have sinister intentions. Now, when I, old son, say it out loud, no one can understand it. No one believes it. When looking at a problem, you don't have to look at it from the surface." When he put it this way, it did seem to make some sense. It was an obvious mistake, so both sides refused to admit it. It was because of this that a great battle broke out between Martial Canopy and Holy Sun Tian. Therefore, this matter was indeed thought-provoking and thought-provoking. Victorious fighting Buddha, at the end of the day, you still can't come up with a reason that can convince everyone. If even the most basic logic can't be explained, how can we believe it? However, this matter concerns the dignity of the people of our 6 regions. We cannot easily back down. The battling Buddha shrugged. It's fine. I know I won't be able to convince you. Since that's the case, let's do it. I, old son, will have a good fight today. Even if I die, it's fine. Fortunately, there were many people from the 6 regions, so there was nothing to worry about. The person who came was none other than Yuanju. The victorious fighting Buddha had always been the most powerful person in the Great Thousand World, second only to the reincarnation supremacy. He had always occupied the first place on the Heavens Declaration. For countless years, no one had been able to shake the positions of these 2 people in the slightest. Both of them were invincible and powerful. Just their names alone were enough to strike fear into people's hearts. Fortunately, they were in the chaotic space, so their strength was greatly restricted. They would not be as strong as they were outside. After all, no one knew just how freakishly powerful the battling Buddha and Yuan Yin were in the outside world. With such invincibility, it was not impossible for him to fight against all of them by himself. After all, Holy Sun Tian was also a legendary figure. He, Holy Sun Tian, had always occupied the first place on the Heavens Declaration saint list. He was also an extremely powerful existence. Holy Sun Tian had also stepped forward. Tian Ho, naturally, had undergone a great change. From the looks of it, the 6 regions no longer had the upper hand in the battle. The battling Buddha rolled his eyes at Yuanju and said with a grin, "I thought you would stand aside and watch the show. You're finally willing to step forward? I just wanted to see more of your performance. Since I've seen enough, I naturally have to step forward." Qin Shao also smiled. Yes, he also felt that he was really lucky this time. His luck was really heaven-defying. This was indeed something that Qin Shao had not expected at all. With such a powerful force here, it was enough to intimidate everyone. Perhaps this was why the heavens did not want to destroy him. The people from the 6 regions were not very calm now. However, The atmosphere had been stirred up by the fire god. What should we do now? What should we do? Do we really have to fight? This is not a joke. If we fight again, I think many of us will die. Is it worth it? If we really have to fight, then we'll just pile up the lives. Who has the courage to sacrifice so fearlessly? Who will want to take the lead? Anyway, I won't do such a thing. Yes, I don't want to die either. If it was just a moment ago, I might have given it a try. But now, I think there's no need to fight anymore. I'll give up. Are you really going to give up? Don't you even care about your dignity? Of course I'm going to fight. I won't be like you, cowardly and cowardly. The situation had indeed become very unfavorable. Even the victorious fighting Buddha and Yuanju had stepped forward to support him. Chapter 3376. The situation had taken a subtle turn. Many people had different thoughts in their minds. The people of the Six Realms weren't very united in the first place. They had only come together because of a common hatred and anger. Under the instigation of the fire god and the others, they had gathered here to suppress Qin Shao. They had raised the banner of upholding justice and defending the dignity of the Six Realms to besiege Qin Shao. But in reality, there were indeed some people who had selfish motives. If the people of the six regions wanted to kill Qin Shao alone, it would naturally feel like everyone was pushing him down. Everyone could also roar and shout that they wanted to kill Qin Shao. But now, the situation was completely different. Naturally, there weren't many voices. Therefore, the situation had become a bit of a stalemate. There were indeed many people in the Six Realms who weren't willing to back down. A white-robed old man walked out with a monstrous aura that shook the surroundings. He stood in front of the victorious fighting Buddha and Yuan Yin and looked at them coldly. His aura didn't pale in the slightest. He quickly spoke, "Victorious fighting Buddha, brother Yuan Yin, we've known each other for countless years. Are you really going to do this today? My Xuanji sect also has people who died at Qin Zhao's hands. I'm afraid it's hard to explain and convince the masses by calling him an imposter. This is between us and Qin Shao to begin with. You're stepping forward to produce sand for Qin Shao. How can this be justified? Today's matter, with just the two of you, you want us to back down? Isn't this a bit too overbearing? Isn't this a bit too unreasonable? We're old acquaintances. Aren't we forced to fight each other on the battlefield?" Someone who could speak to the victorious fighting Buddha and Yuan Yin in such a manner obviously had a powerful background. The victorious fighting Buddha looked at him and said, "Tianji Elder, you can't say that. I've already stated my reason for stepping forward. I'm not saying that I'm blindly biased towards Qin Shao. I'm just asking everyone to calm down. Don't jump to conclusions so easily. Don't start a fight right away. Things might not be what you think. So, it's better to deal with it calmly." It turned out that this white-robed old man was Elder Tianji. He was ranked third on the heavens list. Although he wasn't as famous as the victorious fighting Buddha and Yuanjun, the fact that he was ranked third on the heavens list was enough to show how powerful he was. Old Man Profound Theory was the leader of the Profound Secret School. Someone from Xuanji sect had died at the hands of an imposter. Naturally, he wasn't going to let the matter rest so easily. Profound Theory cultivators' ranking on the Heavens Declaration had always been lower than that of the victorious fighting Buddha and Yuan Yin. After today's incident, if he were to back down, then where would his face be? Therefore, Old Man Profound Theory didn't want to back down so easily. He still wanted the victorious fighting Buddha and Yuan Yin to back down and not get involved. However, it was quite clear that the battling Buddha wasn't going to give him any face. He was still as resolute as ever. Calmly deal with it? Tell me, how should I deal with it calmly? How are we supposed to calmly deal with something like this? Profound Theory asked in a cold, angry voice. The victorious fighting Buddha shook his head and said, "Old Man Profound Theory, you're a living fossil. You've lived for much longer than I, Old Man Sunday. How can you be so unreasonable? You're ranked third on the heavens list. You're the leader of the profound secret school. You're such a supreme existence, yet you're speaking like a young man. There are many suspicious points in this matter. Why can't we deal with it calmly? There are many problems that others can't think of. Don't tell me that you, old man profound theory, can't think of them as well. You've said so much, yet you're still going to do this? You're making me feel very strange. What exactly are you trying to do? Old man profound theory's weathered face became even colder. His eyes flashed with a complicated light. Yuanyan also said, "That's right, old man profound theory. Why do you have to be so tangled up with those people? This kind of matter needs to be dealt with calmly. There are many suspicious points in this matter. Are you going to turn a blind eye to it? Is it simply because someone from your profound secrets sect died that you profound secrets, old man? If that's the case, then someone from our side died as well. Won't we also go crazy?" Old man profound theory said in a deep voice, "That's your problem. It has nothing to do with the old man. The old man will only deal with the old man's problem. Today's matter cannot be easily backed down just because of your support. I'm afraid it won't be that easy for you to take Qin Shao away." When old man profound theory stepped forward to speak, many people began to respond. Fire God was naturally the first to respond. "That's right. No matter how much you say, it won't change the fact or prove anything. Since that's the case, it's impossible for us to back down. At most, we'll just fight. Do you really think we're afraid of you?" Fire God, Tao Hai, and the Strength God also stepped forward. Many people stood out to speak. Although it was only a small number of people, these people represented the forces behind them. Every one of them represented a force and had a group of forces supporting them from behind. Therefore, this wasn't something that could be underestimated. Grandmaster Profound Theory took the lead, standing there with an air of arrogance. With him overseeing things, many people felt a little more confident. The victorious fighting Buddha said, "Our purpose in standing up is not to fight everyone. Of course, I, old son, have never been afraid of fighting. So, you don't have to try to threaten me with your numbers. I, old son, will never fall for it. I just want you to calm down and think about it carefully. Don't blindly jump to conclusions. Otherwise, you'll bring great losses to the great 1,000 realms and the 6 regions. Otherwise, you'll fall into the trap of evil. I'm not standing up to protect Qin Shao. I'm standing up to resolve this matter properly." Old man Profound Theory looked deeply at the victorious fighting Buddha and asked in a low voice, "Then what do you mean? Do you want to fight or not? If you don't want to fight, why don't you back down?" The victorious fighting Buddha shook his head and said, "Whether you fight or not is up to you. If you insist on fighting, I'll naturally accompany you to the end. If you don't want to fight, then we could discuss anything. Isn't it better to talk things out? The truth of Qin Zhao's matter might not be what you see. I, old son, completely believe in Qin Shao, but I also believe in your words. Everyone should be right, but it's very likely that there's something going on in the middle. In the end, aren't you still trying to make excuses for Qin Shao? If you do this, will you be able to convince the others? Will you be able to make the people of the 6 realms willingly back down?" Old man Profound Theory said in a low voice. The victorious fighting Buddha thought for a moment and said, "How about this? I'll propose a plan and see if you can agree. Since both sides have their own principles, neither of us wants to back down. How about this? For the time being, we don't have a way to prove the existence of the imposter, so we can't completely clear Qin Zhao's name. However, you can't be 100% sure that Qin Shao is the culprit behind Qin Zhao's massacre of the 6 realms. So, since Qin Shao is very suspicious right now, let's not push the blame onto him for the time being. How about this? If Qin Shao can't prove his innocence by the end of the 100-million-year period, and if he can't find the imposter, then we won't participate in this matter. If you want to do anything to Qin Shao, we definitely won't say a word. What do you think?" The victorious fighting Buddha's words immediately caused the people of the 6 realms to discuss among themselves. Old man Profound Theory frowned deeply as he considered the matter, Weighing the pros and cons, Fire God's eyes flickered with anger. He naturally didn't want to agree to this proposal. Thus, he didn't think too much about it and immediately objected. I object. We absolutely can't give Qin Shao so much time. If we delay, things will change. Long delays may lead to unexpected changes. This is something we've already confirmed. Why should we give Qin Shao another chance? With so many witnesses from the Six Realms, we can definitely convict Qin Shao of the crime. There's nothing fishy about it. Those who say it's fishy are just trying to absolve Qin Shao of the crime. But at this point, Fire God's voice seemed a little weak. Not many people supported him. After all, there was a very practical problem involved in this. If they didn't agree to this plan, then they would have to fight. Everyone's lives were precious. Who would be willing to step forward and sacrifice themselves? Who would be sacrificed? Probably no one would be willing to sacrifice themselves for this matter. Once the war started, there would definitely be a lot of bloodshed. Many people would have to be sacrificed. This was a very practical matter. Thus, many people had no choice but to seriously consider this matter. They had already begun to think of retreating. What's more, the victorious Fighting Buddha had already made a huge concession. He didn't blindly protect Qin Shao either. Instead, he gave him a deadline. Yuan Yin also said, "That's right, everyone. Why don't you think about it? Right now, all of us are in the primal chaos space. No one can leave. For the next 100 million years, everyone can only stay in the primal chaos space. If it's real, it can't be fake. If it's fake, it can't become real. So, if Qin Shao really is the murderer, when the time comes, he definitely won't be able to prove his innocence. He'll still die. If we kill Qin Shao now, wouldn't it be a tragedy when we find out that he's an imposter in the future? Wouldn't it be a very laughable and shameful thing? Anyway, Qin Shao can't run away. Why don't we give him some time to prove his innocence? If you don't even give him the time and opportunity to prove his innocence, how can he prove it? Isn't this very unreasonable? I also support the victorious Fighting Buddha's suggestion. Why don't you think about it carefully? If we really have to fight, I'm afraid no one will have a good time. I'm afraid it will bring immeasurable disaster to the 6 regions. This is what those evil people and dark forces want to see. The people of the 6 regions should unite as one and face the enemy together. Author, cruel death, it's the last 3 days. Please send flowers. It'll be a waste if you don't send them. Chapter 3377. Although the victorious Fighting Buddha solution didn't sound like a very good one, it wasn't convincing enough for everyone to agree with. However, this plan was still feasible. Until there was no better solution, it wasn't a bad one. The most important thing was that the current situation was indeed very unbearable. Everyone, are you going to compromise just like that? Are you all willing to endure such humiliation? Could it be that the hot blood in your hearts has already dissipated? Are you all going to let go of your hatred just like that? Let go of the dignity of our 6 realms? Let go of the dignity of your own faction? Are we going to cower just because of a few words from the victorious Fighting Buddha and Yuan Jin? You're retreating now. Is it right to hold back those who have died? Are you right to hold back your conscience? So everyone, please listen to me, the Fire God. Don't be intimidated by a few words from the victorious Fighting Buddha. There are many of us from the 6 realms. As long as we work together, what do we have to fear? We'll definitely be able to overcome everything. This time, the Fire God's words didn't receive much response. After all, many people's hearts had already been shaken and lost their will to fight. Thus, the Fire God's provocation wouldn't be effective this time. Seeing that no one responded to him, the Fire God flew into a rage out of humiliation. You're all cowards. Cowards. However, no matter how angry he was, no one responded to him. Even the Strength God fell silent, his expression frosty. He didn't say anything. The victorious Fighting Buddha looked at profound theory. Of the 6 realms factions, Profound Theory was clearly the most virtuous and respected person. He was the one with the most authority. What do you say, Profound Theory? Are you going to fight, or are you going to agree to my plan? Profound Theory had been pondering this question for a long time. After thinking about it for a long time, he finally came to a decision. Profound Theory looked at the victorious fighting Buddha and said, "All right, I agree to your plan. If Qin Shao can't prove his innocence by then, and if he can't prove the existence of the impostor, then we'll gather again. If that's the case, we'll definitely regroup and kill Qin Shao. I hope that when the time comes, you all will keep your word and not get involved." The victorious fighting Buddha nodded and said, "Don't worry, old man, Profound Theory. We're also people who care about face. Naturally, we'll keep our promises. At that time, we will definitely not interfere in the slightest." Vulcan was very unhappy. He stood up and said to Profound Theory, "Profound Theory Elder, you can only represent your Profound Theory sect, right? At most, you can represent the Great Tao Sacred Realm. What right do you have to represent the other 5 realms? To make decisions for the other 5 regions?" Our elemental saint realm will be the first to disagree. Old man, Profound Theory, if you're willing to back down, then your Profound Theory school can withdraw. Otherwise, the entire Great Path Sacred Realm can withdraw. Leave this matter to the other 5 regions. It's enough. We don't need the help of the Great Path Sanctuary. Even now, Vulcan was clearly still unwilling to give up. He still wanted to put up a fight, hoping to turn the situation around. Profound Theory glared at Vulcan with displeasure. "If you don't want to, then do it yourself. This old man won't stop you. Vulcan, if you have any grudges against Qin Shao, then do it yourself. It's one thing for you to drag in people from the Heavenly Law's Tao Palace, but why must you drag in people from the other 5 regions? The people of the other 5 regions also have their own ideas. They are not acting under your orders. If you want to do something, no one will stop you. You can do it yourself. Why do you have to provoke others? You're a coward if you don't act. You're a disgrace. If you want to die, no one will stop you. But don't drag others down with you." Profound Theory's words made Vulcan furious, but there was nothing he could do. Indeed, Vulcan knew his own limits. He knew he wasn't a match for Profound Theory. Whether it was outside or in the chaos space, he probably wasn't a match for Profound Theory. In front of Profound Theory, the fire god naturally had to rein in his temper. Vulcan looked at the leaders of the other regions, but he was quickly rejected by the leaders of the other regions. Apart from Strength Sanctuary's Might God, who hadn't yet expressed his stance, the other 4 regions all expressed their agreement with Profound Theory. They all accepted his proposal. Now, only Elemental Sanctuary and Strength Sanctuary hadn't expressed their stance. The victorious fighting Buddha's fiery eyes of truth swept over, his gaze landing on Vulcan. "What does Elemental Sanctuary say? If you want to fight, then hurry up and do it. Don't waste my breath. I, Old Sun, will face you all alone. That way, people won't say I'm bullying you." If such domineering words had come from anyone else's mouth, Vulcan definitely wouldn't have been convinced. But when these words came from the victorious fighting Buddha's mouth, Vulcan had no choice but to accept them. How could he dare fight the victorious fighting Buddha? Therefore, Fire Deity had no choice but to admit defeat. "Fine, Elemental Sanctuary accepts." Vulcan fiercely clenched his teeth, squeezing out a few words with great difficulty. These words made him feel very uncomfortable, as if a knife had been twisted in his heart. But there was nothing he could do. At a time like this, he could only agree. The victorious fighting Buddha looked at the strength god. This time, before the victorious fighting Buddha could speak, the strength god directly admitted defeat. "My Strength Sanctuary also agrees with this plan." The victorious fighting Buddha nodded in satisfaction. "Good. Since everyone agrees with Old Sun's proposal, then it's settled. If anyone dares to violate this agreement in the future, then don't blame Old Sun for being impolite. You should all believe that Old Sun is a man of his word, a man of his word, and a man of his word. Therefore, I hope that everyone will properly abide by this agreement. When the time is up, Old Sun definitely won't participate in it in the slightest. Since the people of the 6 regions had already agreed, there was naturally nothing more to say. The people of the 6 regions left one after another. Vulcan was furious and immediately left as well. He didn't want to stay there any longer. Staying there would only make him feel worse. Gu Lingyue also left. Before Qin Shao could say anything, Gu Lingyue and Ming Hua Sein had already left. The woodcutter old man had also left with the crowd. He didn't say anything to Qin Shao either, so Qin Shao didn't have to say a word of thanks. Soon, only victorious fighting Buddha and Yuan Annihilation God were left. Qin Shao was extremely grateful to these 2 people who had saved his life. He clasped his fist and said, "Senior victorious fighting Buddha, Senior Yuan Annihilation, thank you for stepping forward and saving my life." Canopy Marshal was immediately unhappy. He said, "Qin Shao, you still have me." Qin Shao coughed awkwardly and immediately said to Canopy Marshal, "Senior Canopy, thank you for stepping forward. You spoke up for me. Qin Shao can't thank you enough. Qin Shao will remember your kindness. I've offended you before. I hope Senior Canopy will be magnanimous and not hold a grudge against Qin Shao." Canopy Marshal was finally satisfied. He waved his hand and said, "Well said. I'm not such a petty person. I'll take it that you didn't know what happened before. I forgive you." Qin Shao smiled. Canopy Marshal was indeed an interesting person. Previously, he had misunderstood the Canopy Marshal. It turned out that the Canopy Marshal was quite loving. However, Qin Shao had a question. Canopy Marshal and Zhu Beiji should be the same person. Whether it was in the legends of the small world called Earth in the primordial universe, or in the statue recorded in Gao Laozhuang, Zhu Beiji had the head of a pig and the body of a human. He didn't look like this at all. Shouldn't he look like a pig? Canopy Marshal in front of him was handsome, tall, and powerful. He was definitely a handsome man. Wasn't the difference between the two a little too big? The difference was like heaven and earth. However, Qin Shao didn't have the nerve to ask this question. It seemed that this wasn't the right time to ask this question. It would be very disrespectful. The victorious fighting Buddha grinned and said, "Qin Shao, this is all I can do. I bought more than 80 million years for you. But you can only rely on yourself for the rest. Of course, we'll also look for the imposter and try to find him as soon as possible. If we can't find the imposter before the deadline, then there's really no way to make things clear. I'm afraid I won't be able to reverse the situation. Whether you live or die will depend on your own luck, Qin Shao. But I don't believe that as long as the imposter is still in the chaotic space, there will be a way to find him. Many reincarnation supremes of the 6 regions are guarding outside the chaotic space and have sealed the entire chaotic space. Don't even talk about life inside. Not even a sliver of space can escape. Therefore, unless the imposter commits suicide and dies in the chaotic space, there's absolutely no way he can escape. However, the imposter must be very powerful to be able to kill people wantonly in the chaotic space. Such a powerful existence shouldn't have killed itself so easily, Lin Feng said. Let's all work hard together and try to find the imposter. Not only will we clear your name, but we'll also restore the dignity of the 6 regions. Upon hearing the victorious fighting Buddha's words, Qin Shao was greatly moved. He looked at the victorious fighting Buddha and said, "Senior son, thank you for trusting me so much. While others were doubting me, Senior son was able to trust me so firmly. He trusted this person whom he met for the first time. I, Qin Shao, really don't know what to say. I can only thank you. I, Qin Shao, will definitely do my best to clear my name. I also believe that there will be a day when the truth comes to light. I, Qin Shao, will definitely not die in vain in this chaotic space." That's right. How rare was it to have complete trust in someone? She had only met him once. It could be said that she didn't know him at all. They had always been strangers, but she could actually trust him so much. Therefore, Qin Shao was very grateful and respected the victorious fighting Buddha very much. In addition to strength, The victorious fighting Buddha's character was even more admirable. All right, then that's it. We have to go. You guys be careful. After saying this, the victorious fighting Buddha left with the people of the heavenly realm. The Yuan annihilation god and the others also left. In the end, only Qin Shao and the other two were left. Everyone left, and the crisis of death was thus resolved. Author, Cruel Death 6th Update. Continue to ask for flowers. Chapter 3378. Ha ha, brother, you really are, really your luck is heaven-defying, ha ha ha. After sending everyone off, Brother Pure immediately laughed happily. He clicked his tongue and said, Tisk, TSK, TSK, I never thought that you would be able to escape this calamity with such a perfect method. I was really in despair at that time, and my mind went blank. I thought that brother was definitely going to die this time. But I really didn't think. First, it was the woodcutter old man, then Gu Lingwei, then the victorious fighting Buddha, and now Yuan Yen. They all came out one by one to support you, and they were willing to disregard their lives to fight with you. What kind of friendship is this? What kind of charisma is this? Ha ha! Who in the great thousand domains is still unconvinced? Is there a second person who can do this? No, absolutely no. In the whole world, only my brother Qin Shao can do this. Qin Shao smiled. He was indeed very happy. He had never thought of such a thing, and he didn't dare to think about it at all. This time, it had given him too many surprises. These were all situations that he couldn't imagine, but they really happened. However, what made Qin Shao the happiest was that Gu Lingwei was willing to disregard her life and offend the heavenly law's Tao Palace to stand up and speak for him. Qin Zhao's thoughts seemed to have been seen through by Brother Pure. Brother Pure chuckled and said, But brother, the happiest person for you should be Gu Lingwei. I have to say, I misjudged Gu Lingwei before. I thought that she was really cold-blooded and heartless, that she really turned her back on you and threw you to the back of her mind. Her cold-blooded way of doing things really made brother very unhappy. But today, seeing her stand up for you without hesitation, regardless of her life and death, I forgive her. It seems that she just has some difficulties of her own, which is why she was like this before. But in her heart, she still has you, brother. It's a favor. How can it be so easy to give up? Yuan nodded as well, and said, That's right, that's right. Big brother Qin Shao, I knew it. Big sister Gu Lingwei definitely still loves you. I merely said that big sister Gu Lingwei had her own difficulties and had no choice. Qin Shao smiled. Yes, that should be the case. He also believed it now. In fact, he had his suspicions before. However, he now knew that Gu Lingwei had been forced to do what she had done. She had her own difficulties and difficulties. It could only be said that many things were out of her control. Now that he understood, he felt relieved. Yuan, what about you? Brother Pure suddenly asked. Me? What about me? Yuan looked at Brother Pure in confusion. Brother Pure grinned. Don't you also love Qin Shao? Yuan was stunned by the question. She was completely dumbfounded. She stared at Brother Pure with wide eyes, stunned on the spot. After a long while, she finally reacted. Yuan hurriedly shook her head and waved her hands, saying, No, I don't know anything about love. I'm still young, okay? Ho, Brother Pure, don't talk about me like that. You'll lead me astray. I'm Big Brother Qin Zhao's sworn brother and sister. We're relatives. It's not like what you said. What are you talking about? I don't understand at all. I don't understand at all, and I don't like to understand. Do you understand? Qin Shao also glared at Brother Pure speechlessly. Brother Pure smiled strangely. He said, Okay. I'm just joking. Let's not talk about it anymore. Ha. Don't be nervous. It's actually nothing. Let's not talk about this. Let's get down to business. Although there's still more than 80 million years, it will definitely not be an easy task to find the imposter. Therefore, we still have to plan this matter carefully and figure out how to find the imposter. If we can't prove our innocence, we'll still be in great danger in the end. Qin Xiao nodded. This was indeed a matter of urgency. It was something that needed to be thought about. This matter indeed gave Qin Xiao a headache. Of course, it was more of anger. The imposter is indeed shrewd and cunning. He's very targeted, purposeful, and resourceful. Step by step, he pushed me to the point where I'm the public enemy of the 6 regions. And his purpose is to let the people of the 6 regions besiege and kill me. I believe that the imposter's purpose is to create chaos in the chaotic space, not just to kill me, Qin Xiao. But there's one thing that I don't quite understand. If he's just trying to create chaos in the chaotic space, it's difficult to achieve a good result by just framing me, right? After all, no one could have predicted the situation just now. If the victorious fighting Buddha and the others hadn't stepped forward to protect me, I would definitely have died in the hands of the people of the 6 regions. If the people of the 6 regions joined forces to kill me, Qin Xiao, it wouldn't be difficult at all. So, Brother Pure, do you think that the imposter's purpose of creating chaos in the 6 regions doesn't seem to be achieved by doing this? Qin Xiao shook his head. He had been thinking about these questions in his heart, but there were still some doubts. Brother Pure thought for a moment and said, "Yes, Qin Xiao. The situation you described is indeed very puzzling. I can't explain why. However, since the imposter did this, he must have his own intentions. It won't be easy to completely throw the primal chaos domain into chaos and cause the 6 regions to kill each other. Perhaps this matter needs to be done step by step. After all, it's still early. There's still more than 80 million years to carry out this matter. It's possible that there will continue to be explosions in the future. Let's do it step by step. Perhaps framing you is just the first step." If this move succeeds, it's very likely that he will do the same in the future. Yes, Qin Xiao agreed with Brother Pure's statement very much. After thinking about it, he felt that this statement was very likely. It was indeed so. Qin Xiao said again, "There's one more thing that I'm very puzzled about. The matter between Tian Peng and Tian Xingzi is also very strange and illogical. I find it hard to believe that this matter was really planned by the imposter. Perhaps it's a rebellious heart, or perhaps the imposter deliberately did this to set up a smoke bomb to confuse everyone. However, I still feel that this matter is not like that. It doesn't seem to be the doing of the imposter, because this matter didn't achieve any effect. If the imposter wanted to plan this matter, it's impossible that he didn't achieve any effect. Generally speaking, the imposter only schemed against me and turned me into a murderer who slaughtered the people of the 6 regions. This scheme is very good. It achieved very good results. In my case, how could there be such a trick that only a child could play? Isn't this very illogical? Isn't the contrast a little too big? What can he achieve? I really don't understand this matter." Brother Pure nodded and said, "Yes, Qin Xiao, you're right. When I first heard about this matter, I also felt that it was very strange and difficult to understand. I also felt that it was very illogical. After your analysis, I also feel that it's very likely that there's a problem with this matter. Speaking of which, it doesn't seem likely that it has anything to do with the imposter. Of course, it's still a little hasty to conclude this matter for the time being, but we can't completely rule out this possibility. In other words, everything is still possible. It's just that there are some aspects that we haven't thought of yet. After all, we can't understand everything. It's also possible that we've entered a wrong way of thinking." After shaking his head, Qin Xiao nodded and said, "Yes, it's also possible. A wrong way of thinking is indeed possible. However, I still adhere to a principle. That is to say, if this matter was done by the imposter, there must be a purpose. If the imposter wants to do something, there must be a goal. Otherwise, it would be completely meaningless. I don't quite believe that the imposter would do something meaningless. They really couldn't understand. They really couldn't understand." After thinking for a while, Qin Xiao and Brother Pure both shook their heads. Forget it. Since they couldn't figure it out, they wouldn't think about it anymore. No matter how much they thought about it, they wouldn't have any clue. It would only give them more headaches. What they had to do now was to find a way to uncover the imposter. Brother Pure, have you ever thought that the imposter is very likely to be among us? In fact, there might even be imposters in the 6 regions just now. Qin Shao suddenly thought of this. Qin Shao had seen the imposter before. Previously, the imposter had disguised herself as Gu Lingyue and swindled 3 power origin crystals from him. At that time, although Qin Shao had some doubts and felt that there was something very wrong with Gu Lingyue, he didn't think too much about it. At that time, he really didn't think that there would be imposters in this world. That was why Qin Shao came up with such a thought at this moment. Brother Pure frowned and thought for a while before saying, "It can't be, right? How could the imposter be so brazen? Just by blending into the crowd of the 6 regions? Yes, I think it's still possible." Qin Shao nodded and said, "Only by blending into the crowd quietly and then waiting for an opportunity to strike can they possibly strike accurately and succeed every time. In this way, they can hide very well and not let others discover their existence. It's also more convenient for them to act and not be suspected by anyone." There's another situation. How did these imposters enter the chaotic space? The many reincarnation supremes of our 6 domains are guarding the chaotic space, completely sealing it off. In theory, there shouldn't be any other life form that can enter the chaotic space from the outside, unless there's originally a life form in the chaotic space. But this possibility should be extremely low. If there was, the Samsara Supremes would have discovered it after so long. Therefore, I think the most likely possibility is that they were sent in by the Samsara Supremes. It's just that they disguised themselves so well that even the Samsara Supremes didn't discover them. Or maybe they were sent in by the evil Samsara Supremes, such as the Samsara Supremes of the Immortal Domain. Author Kanshang said, 7th update. Let's go crazy today. Are there any more fresh flowers? We'll continue the battle tomorrow and the day after. Chapter 3379. Qin Shao remembered that the woodcutter had told him not to trust anyone except himself. In other words, anyone could be the imposter. The imposter was hiding in the crowd, but he would constantly change his appearance. Hiding in the crowd was the safest option. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place was the safest place. In fact, it was also a kind of reverse psychology. For Qin Shao now, Yuan had always been by his side, so there was naturally no problem. Since entering the chaos space, Yuan had never left his sight for a moment, so there was no problem with Yuan at all. Brother Pure should also be no problem. Last time, he had tested Brother Pure and confirmed that there was no problem. Later on, they had been together all the time, so Qin Shao did not notice any problem. Therefore, as far as the current situation was concerned, Qin Shao could only trust Yuan and Brother Pure. Other than them, he could not easily trust anyone else. Even if he saw the woodcutter again, he had to be careful. After all, the imposter's means were really too brilliant. Even the people closest to him could not detect his disguise. For example, last time when Qin Shao saw Gu Lingyue, he did not notice anything at all and was deceived in the end. Of course, if Qin Shao met her again, he would definitely be able to tell the difference. It was just that this kind of discrimination was based on a very, very familiar situation. In the chaos space, except for Yuan and Brother Pure, Qin Shao was most familiar with Gu Lingyue. Everyone else was unfamiliar to him. Therefore, there was no way for him to distinguish the imposter from the others. In short, he had to be careful in everything he did. There was still more than 80 million years before he could get out of the chaos space. For Qin Shao, this was a relatively long time. What should he do in such a long time? This was also a question Qin Shao was thinking about now. Of course, finding the imposter was naturally the first task, and it was also the deciding factor whether he could get out of the chaos space alive or not. However, To find the impersonator, it was not effective to search blindly. If he could not find a key method, it would probably be ineffective. But how could he effectively distinguish the impersonator and catch the impersonator? Qin Shao did not have an idea for a while. This matter could not be rushed for the time being, so he could only think about it slowly. For the time being, he was not in a hurry. So, what was the thing that needed to be done now? Searching for the power crystal was one option, but the power crystal was too rare. It was too difficult to find one. What else could he do? Cultivation? Qin Shao thought of cultivation. But in the primal chaos space, there were no laws or great Taoists. How could one cultivate? It seemed that there was no way to cultivate. However, Qin Shao had some ideas. Over the years in the chaos space, he had been enlightened and touched. Although the power of the great Tao and the great Tao in the chaos space were completely blocked and did not exist at all, there was his own power in the chaos space. It seemed that there was also a set of his own operation, which could be called the great Tao. It seemed that this could also be used for cultivation, right? There were differences in strength, right? In terms of strength, application, and technique, there should be some differences, right? This was something Qin Shao had been thinking about before, but he had not calmed down to study it properly and try it out. So for now, he did not know whether it was feasible or not. However, no matter whether it was feasible or not, he would only know after trying. Now that he was in the chaos space, if he couldn't find the imposter in the end, then the only way to save his life was to rely on his own strength. If he had absolute strength, he might not be able to fight against the people of the 6 regions by himself, but as long as he could survive in front of the people of the 6 regions, it would be possible. As long as he was strong enough to kill a few people, it should be a strong deterrent effect, and the others would not dare to act rashly. In this way, there might be a chance for a turn for the better. Even if the people of the 6 regions gathered together, they seemed to be mighty and terrifying on the surface. But in fact, they were still scattered, and everyone had their own selfish motives. It was impossible for people who had nothing to do with this matter to be really willing to risk their lives for it. It was precisely because of this that the power of the 6 regions was actually far from being as strong as imagined. That was why Qin Shao thought of this path. She had to be prepared for both sides. Of course, this was also a path that he had no choice but to take. In the best-case scenario, he would naturally be able to find the imposter and prove his innocence, so that he could walk out with a clean record instead of using his fist to solve the problem. Even if he used his fist to solve the problem, in fact, the problem was still not fundamentally solved. It only meant that he could save his life and get out. But after he got out, would this matter be over? Obviously, it was impossible, and it was obvious that there would be constant trouble. But there was no other way, and this was the only way for the time being. Let's cultivate. Qin Shao planned to give it a try at this time to see if he could cultivate in the chaotic space for a while and if he could gain something. This was a new attempt, just like a new creation. Naturally, it was a very difficult thing. Qin Shao decided to stop cultivating first, and Yuan and Brother Pure also tried it since they had nothing to do. The 3 of them were also constantly exchanging their experiences and thoughts. They were able to glean more ideas from the exchange. Power, the power of the chaotic space. This power is different from any other power, and it is incompatible with all the powers in the Great Thousand World. It is extremely strange and incomparably powerful. It even makes people feel that the power of the chaotic space is stronger than any power in the Great Thousand World. This power has some of the characteristics of pure power, and also has the characteristics of the power blessed by the heavenly way. The strength of power does not completely depend on the power itself, but more on a kind of sublimation of the power, a kind of understanding, and a kind of application of the power. This is like a mortal life without a trace of cultivation, but is born tall and strong, and has great power. Although he has great power, he is very clumsy and does not even know how to punch, and his speed is also very slow. Such a person, no matter how great his power is it is very difficult for him to hurt others. If a person who is much weaker than him has some tricks up his sleeve, he can easily defeat this person who is much stronger than him. Just like when I was very weak, power was only a cornerstone, and the method of using power was like building bricks. Only when one's method of using power was better and stronger could one build a building on the cornerstone of power. The cornerstone of power was only a piece of land, and it could not even become a small hut, let alone a tall building. The number of cornerstones depended on the strength of the cultivator's control, understanding, and application of power. Therefore, what I need to do now is to imitate this and use the power of the chaotic space in a clever way to strengthen my control of the power of the chaotic space. Only in this way can I erupt with greater power. In fact, in terms of this cornerstone alone, I should have an advantage over everyone. If I can upgrade the use of the power of the chaotic space, my strength will rise to a new level. I still have a power origin crystal on me, and I can use it to digest and improve my strength. The more it is like this, the more I need to equip myself with greater power. Qin Shao was immersed in the study of the use of the power of the chaotic space. This kind of cultivation was actually no different from other kinds of cultivation. It was just that this was a brand new domain, a brand new thing, and there was no experience to be found, so it was more difficult. It could be considered a pioneering act. How difficult would it be to achieve that? In terms of cultivation, 80 million years was nothing at all. Qin Shao and the other two gave up on searching for power origin crystals and instead worked hard to cultivate. The talent and potential of the three of them were absolutely powerful and absolutely heaven-defying. Therefore, the three of them communicated with each other, and their cultivation sped up, and they constantly made new discoveries and gains. Time passed quickly. 10 million years, 20 million years, 30 million years. Time flowed quickly. In a chaotic space, the chaos was still increasing, and new things were constantly happening. There were always some inexplicable conflicts that would cause conflicts between the 6 regions, and bloodshed would occur from time to time. There were also some evil people, such as the people of the immortal domain, who were waiting for opportunities to cause trouble and create chaos. The chaos in the chaotic space was intense, and the Great Thousand Realms was not peaceful, and there would be turbulence from time to time. In the 6 regions, the power of darkness slowly appeared and increased. A lot of the power of darkness came to the surface. The chaos in the 6 regions had already begun before, but as time passed, it became more and more intense. The top forces of the 6 regions were also having a headache over these things, and they were actively making arrangements to guard against them. The entire Great Thousand Realms was shrouded in dark clouds, and the atmosphere was oppressive, making people feel a little suffocated. It had lost the peace and tranquility of the past, and also lost some of the colors of the past. The Bloodbath Alliance and the Nightwalker clan were also more unscrupulous. The development of the Bloodbath Alliance had already penetrated all parts of the Great Thousand Realms and all parts of the 6 regions. Although these forces were not strong, they were everywhere, and they could still cause countless incidents, breaking the peace that the Great Thousand Realms should have, causing the 6 regions to be in turmoil and accelerating the development of the situation. It was as if the 6 regions were gradually being dragged into a black hole. Those universes were also being attacked. Not only the 6 regions, but also the Great Thousand Secret Realms and the endless universes were not spared, and they were all involved in the terrible turmoil and the overall situation. The Dark Sanctuary and the Technological Sanctuary were probably the only ones that were relatively calm. On the surface, these 2 sanctuaries were still calm, and nothing had happened, and there were no disturbances. Such a situation also aroused everyone's suspicions. Why were only the Dark Sanctuary and the Technological Sanctuary able to escape? Many voices came out, saying that these 2 sanctuaries were actually in cahoots with the Bloodbath Alliance and the Nightwalker clan. These 2 sanctuaries were the power of darkness, and they were standing on the opposite side of the 6 regions. Author Kanshang said, 8th update. I'll continue tomorrow. I won't eat or rest. I'll pay this month's debt. Chapter 3380. The winds and clouds of the world were surging endlessly. A great calamity was about to befall the great thousand world. Countless living beings were trembling in fear. The entire great thousand world was shrouded in a gloomy aura of death. Dark clouds covered the sky, and the great Tao wailed. Living fossils that were in deep slumber also walked out from the various secret realms of the great thousand world. Someone looked up to the sky and roared, "I'm already old, and I can't enjoy my old age in slumber. Let's fight." The world is in chaos, and I'll take advantage of the situation to stir up the winds and clouds of this world. It'll be the last time I shine. There were also people who frowned and pondered deeply. They lowered their heads and didn't say anything. After a long time, they shook their heads and turned to hide. There were also people who sighed, "Alas, I've been hiding here for countless years. I don't care about the affairs of the world, and I don't fight with the world. Now that the world is in turmoil, how can I sit here peacefully? Forget it, forget it. I've been quiet for so long, it's time for me to go out and move around. I'm afraid that no one remembers me, right?" There were also people who were ecstatic. "Ha! Damned heavens! In order to survive, I've been hiding in this endless darkness for countless years. Now I can finally kill my way out, and I can finally hold my head high. Humph! So many people wanted to kill me back then. This time, I'll settle the score with you one by one." On the other side, in the chaotic space, Qin Shao and the others were still immersed in cultivation. This time, 60 million years had passed unknowingly. This was also the longest time Qin Shao had cultivated since he was born. Qin Zhao's power origin crystal had been completely digested by him. After 60 million years of cultivation, Qin Shao had gained a lot. The power of the chaotic space could indeed be used in a way. After 60 million years, Qin Shao finally had a big breakthrough, and he had gained a lot in the use of the power of the chaotic space. In fact, to put it simply, the power of the chaotic space could be regarded as a high-level law, which was more profound than the laws and great Tao that existed in the great thousand world. It was a law in great Tao, and it could be said that there was experience to be found in cultivation. However, it was completely different, and even fundamentally different. There were at least some roots between the 8 great cultivation paths and the 5 fundamental laws. However, the power of the chaotic space was completely different from the great Tao of the great thousand world, and there was no similarity at all. This was a great Tao, and it was a great Tao of laws. 60 million years of focused cultivation and the communication between Yuan and Brother Chunjia had helped each other to improve. It was also because of the inspiration and guidance of the mass origin crystal that Qin Shao was able to reap great benefits and achieve a breakthrough. Qin Zhao's strength had increased by quite a bit. After all, Qin Zhao's inner world was very strong, and his foundation was very strong. Now that Qin Shao was able to use the power of chaos space, he naturally became more powerful and experienced, which made Qin Shao more confident. He had been cultivating for 60 million years in the use of the power of the chaotic space. For the time being, he could only do so much. It would not be easy to improve. Therefore, cultivation was temporarily put aside. Now, if he wanted to improve his strength, he would have to start from the foundation. If he could improve the power of the chaotic space, he would naturally be able to improve his strength. But this required the power of the chaotic space. The preciousness of the power of the chaotic space was also reflected at this moment. This reminded Qin Shao of the 3 power crystals that the impostor had swindled him out of. If he had those 3 power crystals, his strength would have increased by quite a bit. However, the matter was in the past, and there was no way to pursue it. He could only stop thinking about it. It was indeed very depressing to think about it. He shook his head and threw away these distracting thoughts in his heart. Now, there were only 20 million years left. It seemed that there was still a lot of time, but he could not waste any more. Now, he must seize the time to find a way to find out the identity of the chaotic space. Although he did not have any clues, he would take one step at a time and think of a way to find some clues. There was no way, no matter how difficult it was, there had to be a beginning. Regardless of whether he could do it or not, he would do it first. And at this moment, Yuan Yuan suddenly stretched out her hand in front of Qin Shao. Two power of the chaotic space appeared in her hand. These were the power of the chaotic space that Yuan Yuan had. She had obtained them previously. Seeing the power of the chaotic space, Qin Shao could not help but be stunned. He looked at Yuan Yuan. He naturally knew what Yuan Yuan meant, but Qin Shao immediately shook his head and said, "No, I won't take your power of the chaotic space. Quickly keep it. Why don't you use this power of the chaotic space? It will be very helpful for your strength to improve. Every power of the chaotic space is invaluable. It will be of great help to your divine body and other aspects of strength." However, Yuan Yuan shook her head and said with a determined face, "Brother Qin Shao, I don't need any strength. I have never craved for strength, and I won't think too much about it. No matter how strong you are, it is useless to me. Moreover, my strength is not weak. That is enough." These two power of the chaotic space are useless to Yuan Yuan. Now, Brother Qin Shao, you need strength the most, so these two power of the chaotic space are for you. You can absorb these two power of the chaotic space and improve your strength a lot. Yuan Yuan also knows that it is very difficult to find out the identity of the chaotic space. So, as long as Brother Qin Shao is strong enough, you will be able to protect your life. Only then will there be hope. Yuan Yuan doesn't want to see Brother Qin Shao. Do you know that there is something wrong with you? So, if you don't want these two power of the chaotic space, then Yuan Yuan will throw them away. Anyway, Yuan Yuan won't take them. It was the first time that Qin Shao realized that Yuan Yuan could be a little stubborn. He felt helpless for a moment. Alas, there was no other way. Since Yuan Yuan had said so, Qin Shao also believed that Yuan Yuan would really do such a thing. So, he could only accept it. "Okay, then I will accept it," Qin Shao said helplessly. Seeing that Qin Shao was willing to accept her two power of the chaotic space, Yuan Yuan suddenly smiled happily and danced with joy. This girl was just so innocent and pure. Happiness and sadness were written directly on her face. She never hid or pretended to be happy. She was cute from the inside out, even deep in her bones. Such a woman really made people want to protect her for life. Ahem, Yuan Yuan, you are so generous. You're making things difficult for Brother Chunjia. I'm not as generous as you are. But since you have taken action, I have no reason to not take action. Brother Pure smacked his lips and took out a power of the chaotic space. He said to Qin Shao with a pained look, "Brother, I am not as rich as Yuan Yuan. I only have one power of the chaotic space left. Come on, take it. One more power of the chaotic space will be of great help to your strength." Qin Shao shook his head and said, "No need, Brother Pure. You should keep it for yourself. Yuan Yuan doesn't care about strength. You don't care either. Why are you imitating Yuan Yuan for no reason? Look at your pained expression. I feel embarrassed just looking at it." Brother Pure grinned and said, "You are right. Why should I copy Yuan Yuan? She likes you, and I don't like you. She doesn't care about strength, but I care a lot. How can I not feel pained? I only have one power of the chaotic space left. How can I bear to take it out? But I am too prideful. I saw Yuan Yuan take action. If I don't take action, it will be so embarrassing. Forget it, forget it. Let it be. It will be over soon. Since I've already taken it out, you can keep it." With that, Brother Pure directly stuffed the power of the chaotic space into Qin Zhao's hands. He said again, "Let's not talk so much nonsense. We don't need to play with such pleasantries. I have taken it out. Just take it. You don't need to say anything else." "Ha ha. If you die, won't it be a greater loss for me? So you have to live. You have to live." Qin Shao understood what Brother Pure meant. He knew what he meant. Qin Shao could not refuse such a kind gesture. After thinking for a while, he decided to accept it. He could only accept it. After all, it was a kind gesture from his brother. He could not refuse it. It would only hurt Brother Pure. With Yuan's and Brother Pierce gifts, Qin Shao was really touched. However, there was nothing more to say. With these three power of the chaotic space, Qin Shao did not hesitate and immediately began to digest them. Now, he was in a state of extreme thirst for power of the chaotic space. Naturally, he needed the power of the chaotic space to replenish his basic strength and improve his strength. After digesting the three power of the chaotic space, Qin Zhao's cultivation of the chaotic space's nomological laws had improved a lot. The nomological laws that had been difficult to progress further had also improved and gained some gains. Although it was not particularly big, it was a very good thing to have some gains. After all, such gains were extremely difficult to obtain. Soon, the three power of the chaotic space were completely digested. Qin Shao sensed it for a while, and could clearly feel that his strength had improved by quite a bit. This feeling of power was really wonderful. It could give people a very strong sense of confidence. Qin Shao touched his nose and could not help but think, if I were to fight Yuan Annihilation God again, I wouldn't be at a disadvantage like last time, right? But last time, I didn't lose to Yuan Annihilation God. After all, Tian Xingzi was also there. It could be considered that the two of them joined forces to attack me. But if I were to fight with the two of them again now, I should have absolute confidence that I can beat them. However, I feel that the victorious fighting Buddha is extremely strong. I don't know if I can beat the victorious fighting Buddha now. Although Qin Shao was indeed very confident in his strength, Qin Shao still respected the victorious fighting Buddha very much. Last time, he had deeply felt that the power emanating from the victorious fighting Buddha was unusually strong. The victorious fighting Buddha's strength was definitely unfathomable. Even though Qin Shao had the absolute advantage of his internal world, there were all kinds of strange things in the great wide world. Just because he had something unique did not mean that others did not have something unique as well. Chapter 3381. After digesting the three power crystals, Qin Shao and the other two finally left the place. Fortunately, no one came to disturb Qin Shao in the past 60 million years. After traveling for 10,000 years, they finally saw a strange light flashing in the distance. When they got closer, Qin Shao and the other two saw that there was indeed a big situation ahead. There were tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of meteorite-like objects forming a huge sphere, hovering over there, looking extremely strange. The visual effect was also amazing. Now that they saw so many meteorite-like objects, they were naturally shocked and surprised. Most of the people who were still alive in the chaotic space were probably here. They were all familiar figures. It was another large gathering of people from the 6 regions. Qin Shao and the other two also quickly went over there. Many people cast strange looks at Qin Shao, who had disappeared for 60 million years. Although they had not seen each other for 60 million years, Hua Shun's hatred for Qin Shao did not diminish at all. Instead, it seemed to have increased a little. However, other than Vulcan, the other people didn't look at Qin Shao with that much resentment. Anyway, Hua Shun had always been incompatible with Qin Shao. They had always been at odds with each other and had always been in a hostile relationship. The deadline was not up yet, so everyone did not say anything about Qin Shao. Even Hua Shun did not say anything. He just looked at Qin Shao coldly, but did not say anything. This huge sphere was a huge space formed by millions or even more meteorite-like objects. The meteorite-like things that they had encountered earlier were like meteorites. They were like shooting stars that would move around and flicker incessantly. They were like sacred guardians guarding this space. What was in this space? Everyone gathered here, as if they were thinking about this matter, but they did not seem to have a clue. Qin Shao came to the side of the old woodcutter. The old woodcutter glanced at Qin Shao with a flash of surprise in his eyes. Qin Shao, it seems that you have been cultivating in seclusion all these years. There has been no news of your whereabouts, the old woodcutter said. Although Qin Shao respected the old woodcutter very much, he also remembered the old woodcutter's words in his heart. He could not trust anyone easily. Therefore, Qin Shao naturally would not trust him easily. He only said that his strength had increased by digesting a few power crystals. He did not say that his strength had increased by comprehending and cultivating the power of the chaotic space. The old woodcutter frowned slightly and said, "This old man does not know, and he has not figured it out for the time being. Some people tried to go in there, but they were directly smashed into pieces by the meteorite-like objects and died." There are millions of meteorite-like objects here, and each of them is extremely powerful and moving at an extremely fast speed. But from what I feel, the greater the danger, the greater the opportunity inside. Now, let's see who can enter this space. After saying that, the old woodcutter shook his head helplessly. In that case, the situation was indeed terrifying. If it was so terrifying, it was very likely that there was an extremely great opportunity inside. Therefore, it was time to see who would be able to obtain the ultimate opportunity inside. An ultimate opportunity was enough to make people go crazy and risk their lives for it. There were already people who tried, but they were instantly killed. This was too shocking, too terrifying. Even the victorious fighting Buddha and the Yuan annihilation god stood there with a solemn expression, staring at the space with deep eyes. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "I can't see anything. I just got here and only looked for a while. Naturally, I can't see anything." Millions of meteorite-like objects are tightly packed together, forming a huge net, layer after layer of protection. It's like an impenetrable and unbreakable wall. The lethality of these walls is extremely strong. If you dare to go over, you will most likely die within these walls. Millions of meteorite-like objects. It's really hard to imagine. In that case, it's possible to let people rush in. Such a move is obviously impractical. There's no way to be realistic. This is sending many people to their deaths in order to help others. No one is stupid enough to do such a thing. So at present, it seems that there is no other way. For the time being, Qin Shao did not have any way to speak of. Qin Shao felt that since this was the ultimate test and the ultimate opportunity, it should not be invulnerable. There should be a way to solve it. Every time one encountered a problem and felt that there was no solution, it could only be said that one had not really understood it, or that one was not strong enough. That was why one felt that way. It was just that no one had thought of it yet. To be able to pass this test and obtain this opportunity was already a very good thing. There must be a way. What they had to do now was to figure out how to find a solution. Qin Shao felt that it would not work if they relied on brute strength. Chapter 3382. Everyone was worried about this matter and fell into deep thought. The atmosphere was depressing. The ultimate land, the ultimate test, was something that everyone was thinking about carefully. Everyone wanted to obtain the ultimate opportunity. As long as they could pass the ultimate test, they would be able to obtain the ultimate opportunity. This was a fatally tempting thing for anyone. This should be the ultimate test in the chaotic space, as well as the ultimate opportunity. By the way, Senior Woodcutter, why do I feel that there are fewer people in the 6 regions? Is everyone here? Qin Shao suddenly asked. The woodcutter nodded slightly and said, "Yes, there are indeed fewer people in the 6 regions. There should be about 40% fewer people. According to what I know, most of the people from the 6 regions have died. However, the strange thing is that not many people died at the hands of the impersonators. Some of them died of unknown causes, and some of them killed each other. There were also some evil people who were eliminated and died in this battle. The people from the 6 regions have suffered heavy casualties this time. Many people who are on the Heaven's Declaration and Heaven's Declaration have died in there. I don't know if all the people from the 6 regions are here. However, if it's possible, those who should be here, right? If there are still people who are not here, They could be impersonators or evil people. We have been here for 2 to 3,000 years. Basically, we have not seen any new people coming here. I guess those who should be here are all here. There are probably only a few people left in the 6 regions. When Qin Shao had arrived, he had realized that there were fewer people in the 6 regions. There were only about 100 people here. If this was all, it was obvious that the people from the 6 regions had sacrificed a lot. Moreover, Qin Shao did not see anyone from the land of the celestial realm. Did this mean that all of them had died in the chaotic space? If that was the case, it was good news for Qin Shao. Qin Shao did not have a good impression of the people from the land of the celestial realm. They were all evil people. All of them had died in the primal chaos space. That was what they deserved. The few people that Qin Shao had met earlier had also disappeared. They should be dead as well. If that was the case, it was a good thing. However, the 6 regions had suffered such heavy casualties this time. It was a huge loss for the 6 regions and the various top forces. The chaotic space was really messed up. Until now, it was still filled with an unpleasant atmosphere. It was as if there was a trace of gunpowder in the air. Qin Shao could clearly feel that there was a lot of resentment in the air. Many people seemed to be enemies. Such an atmosphere could be said to be extremely bad. There's also Qin Shao. The people of the 6 regions have been very angry over the past tens of millions of years. Not only are they scattered, but there are also many conflicts that have erupted. Many forces have fought with each other, and there are many misunderstandings and anger. I think the people of the 6 regions are the angriest about you. Therefore, your situation could be said to be worrisome. You should think of a way to ferret out the imposter as soon as possible. Otherwise, the woodcutter couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. The victorious fighting Buddha and the Yuan annihilation god have already made a promise to the people of the 6 regions. At that time, if we can't find the imposter and prove your innocence, then I won't be able to intervene in this matter anymore. Qin Shao nodded heavily. Yes, I understand, Senior Woodcutter. Thank you for your concern and reminder. I've also been thinking about this matter and doing this. But for now, there really isn't much to be gained. It's too difficult to ferret out the imposter. The imposter has hidden himself too deeply, so I still need time and opportunity. I'm also anxious about this matter, but there's no other way. The woodcutter nodded and said, Yes, there's no other way. You can't rush it even if you want to. Forget it. We can only take one step at a time. Let's not talk about this now. Now that everyone is staring at the ultimate land, let's not talk about this for now. After saying that, the old man continued to study the ultimate land. Qin Shao didn't say anything else and also began to study it. Qin Shao naturally wanted to obtain the ultimate land, the ultimate test, and the ultimate opportunity. If he could obtain it, it would be enough to save his life, right? However, Qin Shao was thinking about something else as well. Could the imposter be amongst the people from the 6 regions? According to his previous speculation, Qin Shao felt that the imposter should be among the people of the 6 regions. The most dangerous place was also the safest place. This kind of disguise was the most brilliant and least likely to be discovered. Qin Shao felt that this possibility was not small. Therefore, Qin Zhao's eyes were also looking around secretly. He also wanted to see if there was a possibility of someone being the imposter. However, who was the imposter? There was no way to detect it directly by looking or feeling. The imposter's disguise could be said to be flawless, and it was simply impossible to detect it. After secretly sizing it up a few times, Qin Shao still didn't gain anything. He didn't have a single clue. Therefore, Qin Shao could only pretend for the time being. At this moment, Canopy Marshall suddenly walked over. Boy, how is it? You seem to be in a good mood. What's wrong? Could it be that there's some good progress in the matter of the imposter? Canopy Marshall asked. Qin Shao also felt that Canopy Marshall was a little strange. When they first met, Qin Shao directly competed with Canopy Marshall, and they even fought. Moreover, he even made Canopy Marshall suffer a loss in his hands. Later, Canopy Marshall actually stood up for Qin Shao and protected Qin Zhao's life. This was a great kindness, and Qin Shao had always remembered it in his heart. Now, seeing Canopy Marshall take the initiative to walk over and care for him, Qin Zhao's heart was more or less moved. Thinking about it, it was still a little strange. When Qin Shao saw Canopy Marshall for the first time, he really felt that this person was not a good person and was not easy to reason with. But he didn't expect that Canopy Marshall was actually quite reasonable and even helped him. This made Qin Shao feel a little embarrassed. Therefore, when he saw Canopy Marshall, Qin Shao smiled and cupped his fists. "Thank you for your concern, Senior Tian Peng. However, I'm ashamed to say that I haven't made any progress on the impersonator for the time being. In fact, I haven't been investigating the matter of the imposter all these years, so it's been delayed." "Oh." Canopy Marshall frowned and stared at Qin Shao. He said in a somewhat bad mood, "You little brat, what the hell are you doing?" "I, Monkey, did my best to stand up and protect you. I fought for a chance for you to live. I, Monkey Bro, have been actively investigating the matter of the imposter. I haven't been idle either. These years, I've been running around to investigate the matter of the imposter. I want to find the imposter. We've been working so hard for your life, but you haven't investigated the matter of the imposter in these 60 million years? Don't you know that you'll be beaten if you talk like that?" Seeing that Canopy Marshall was a bit angry, Qin Shao immediately said, "Canopy Marshall, you're right. However, I asked Canopy Marshall to calm down. I've been cultivating in seclusion for the past 60 million years, so this matter has been delayed. It's not that I don't want to investigate this matter. I also want to find the imposter as soon as possible so that I can prove my innocence and get rid of these charges. Regarding this matter, I, Qin Shao, am definitely the most anxious. I deeply understand that this is my own matter and it concerns my life and death. So, how can I not be concerned about it? How can I not be anxious? But this matter is too difficult. But it's too difficult. No matter how anxious you are, it's useless. You have to have a certain method to be effective. Otherwise, there's nothing to be gained by investigating blindly. I've been cultivating in seclusion for the past 60 million years to improve my strength. It's also to prepare for many things. If you want to find out who the imposter is, you won't be able to do it without great strength. However, I, Qin Shao, am indeed a little negligent in this matter. I, Qin Shao, should be scolded for this. I, Qin Shao, am deeply moved that Canopy Marshall and Victorious Fighting Buddha are so active in investigating this matter. I really don't know how to thank the two seniors." After hearing Qin Zhao's words, Canopy Marshall's anger subsided a little. He waved his hand to Qin Shao and said, "Forget it. Since you have such thoughts, I can't blame you entirely. At the very least, you can be considered to have put your heart into it. It's not that you don't care about this matter, but it's true that it's really too difficult to find the imposter. Brother Monkey and I have been investigating for so many years, but we still haven't made any progress. It's indeed a very unpleasant thing. It's too sullen. It's normal that you haven't made any progress. Forget it, forget it. Let's not talk about this matter. It's good that you know." Qin Shao nodded. He was naturally aware of this matter. This was a matter that concerned his life. How could he not be aware of it? His life was his. If he didn't even care about his own life, how could he expect others to care about him? For the Canopy Marshall to be so serious about this matter, Qin Shao felt very grateful in his heart. "By the way, Qin Shao, do you have any thoughts about this matter?" Canopy Marshall suddenly asked. What thoughts? Why did Canopy Marshall suddenly ask him this? It sounded like there was nothing wrong. It was indeed a very normal situation. But Qin Shao inexplicably had a thought. Why did Canopy Marshall suddenly ask him this? Why did it sound a little strange? It seemed like there was no problem, but it was just a feeling. Was there really no problem? This was indeed something worth thinking about. At least, Qin Shao was a little cautious at this time. For Qin Shao now, except for Brother Pure and Yuan Yuan, he wouldn't trust anyone else. Chapter 3383. Anyone else could be an imposter in disguise. Marshal Tian Peng suddenly came over to ask him so enthusiastically. This in itself seemed a little abnormal. Qin Shao didn't say a word to Marshal Tian Peng previously, and Qin Shao didn't think that Marshal Tian Peng would appreciate him. After all, he was someone who had embarrassed Marshal Tian Peng before. Did Marshal Tian Peng really not have a trace of resentment in his heart? Now, Marshal Tian Peng was asking him about his thoughts. Was Marshal Tian Peng trying to get information from him? Qin Shao couldn't help but think in this direction. Therefore, Qin Shao naturally had some thoughts in his mind, and he became a little more cautious. Naturally, Qin Shao wouldn't easily speak of his own conjectures and assumptions. After thinking for a while, Qin Shao said, "Senior Tian Peng, I don't have any good ideas for the time being. I just feel that the imposter is very well hidden, and it's extremely difficult to find him. I also feel that impersonators are everywhere, and there's no way to capture their existence. Moreover, I've been in seclusion for the past 60 million years, and I haven't investigated the imposter. Therefore, I don't have any good ideas for the time being. I wonder if Senior Tian Peng has any good ideas on your side? Can you share them with Qin Shao, so that Qin Shao will have more ideas in his future investigations?" Marshal Tian Peng nodded and said, "Yes, that's right. After all, you've been in seclusion for the past 60 million years. It's normal that you don't have any good ideas. Forget it, I'll be a good person to the end. Who asked Monkey to be so enthusiastic about helping you? There's no other way. Although I'm not very willing, I have to listen to Monkey Bro." After complaining a little, Marshal Tian Peng said formally, "It's like this. Monkey and I have discussed this problem many times. According to some of our investigations, based on the current situation, we all suspect that the imposter should be hiding among the people of the 6 regions. The imposter should have been hiding among us all this time, hiding in our surroundings. Only in this way can the impersonator so smoothly stir up trouble time and time again, stirring up chaos in the chaotic space, causing endless storms and heavy casualties. The imposter's methods time and time again can be said to be incomparably accurate. Moreover, no one has been able to catch his traces and discover his schemes. Every single time I've succeeded. It's definitely not an easy thing to do. The most likely possibility is that the imposter has been hiding in our 6 regions." Huh? Hearing Marshal Tian Peng's words, Qin Shao couldn't help but be shocked. These thoughts, Marshal Tian Peng's thoughts, were completely consistent with his previous deductions. Originally, he was a bit wary of Canopy Marshal, so he didn't say this out loud. There was no problem. However, it was better to be safe than sorry. Even if he was wrong, it didn't matter. Qin Shao immediately nodded and said, "Yes, yes, yes. Senior Tian Peng is right. Logically speaking, that should be the case. The possibility of this should be very high. So, Senior Canopy, you're saying that the imposter should be hiding among us. Now, the imposter is around us?" Marshal Tian Peng quickly scanned the surroundings, then lowered his voice and said to Qin Shao, "Yes, that's what I think. What do you think?" Qin Shao calmly scanned the surroundings again, then nodded and said, "I also think that the possibility is very high. However, even if we guess that the imposter is hiding among the people of the 6 regions and is right beside us, we don't have any good methods to find him. The imposter hides too deeply. It's very difficult to make him reveal himself. Unless there's someone very close to him, then we can confirm it through some questioning. Otherwise, there's no way to confirm it. The imposter is so shrewd and cautious. He's sinister and cunning. He definitely won't give himself away." Marshal Tian Peng smacked his lips, looking very unhappy. He pursed his lips and said, "Isn't it just that? If it's so easy to find him, I would have done it long ago. He doesn't look like anyone, but he looks like everyone. I almost wanted to drag them out one by one and interrogate them. What the hell is this? It's really annoying, really annoying. We clearly know that the imposter is hiding in the crowd, but we can't find him. Is there anything more annoying than this? Marshal Tian Peng was unhappy, but Qin Xiao was helpless. He had thought of this long ago, but he didn't have a way to implement it. Therefore, he could only watch and take one step at a time. He didn't have any good methods for the time being. Canopy Marshal's expression was filled with righteous indignation. His emotions were also very rich. After a while, he calmed down. Marshal Tian Peng waved his hand and said, "Forget it, forget it. Let's not talk about this headache. Once you talk about it, I can't help but want to beat you up." "Phew, calm down. I can't be so careless. Okay, I won't talk about this with you. I'm going to continue studying this space. This is the ultimate opportunity. I have to get a share of it." Seeing that Marshal Tian Peng was about to leave, Yuan couldn't help but ask, "Senior Tian Peng, I have a question that I want to ask you. Can I?" Such a cute question made Marshal Tian Peng's heart burst with joy. Marshal Tian Peng's eyes lit up as he looked at Qin Xiao and grinned. His grin made him look like a pig. Compared to his handsomeness, it seemed out of place. Qin Xiao was speechless. It seemed that Marshal Tian Peng's personality was the same as Zhu Beiji's. They were both so lecherous. Little beauty Yuan, what question do you want to ask me?" Ask. Just ask. When it comes to beautiful women's questions, I have always answered them to the best of my knowledge. Let alone one question. Even if you asked me 100 questions, I wouldn't have a problem. Let's not talk about ordinary questions. Even if you want to ask me if I'm married and have children, I'll tell you. Ask. Little beauty Yuan, you don't have to be polite with me. Marshal Tian Peng said like a pig. Marshal Tian Peng looked like he was asking for a beating. Brother Pure was a little annoyed. He transmitted his voice to Qin Xiao. "Brother, this stupid pig seems to be up to no good again. What a beast. He even dares to have designs on Yuan. If he dares to mess around later, we won't be polite with him. We'll beat him up first. Brother, if you feel that it's inconvenient, leave it to me. Although I might not be able to suppress Marshal Tian Peng with my strength, I feel that I should be able to put up a fight." Qin Xiao glanced at Brother Pure and knew what Brother Pure was thinking. He shook his head and said, "Don't think too much. Marshal Tian Peng shouldn't be such a person. Maybe he's just a little pompous. He shouldn't offend people so easily." Yuan didn't notice anything. Instead, she looked at Marshal Tian Peng curiously and asked a question that almost made Marshal Tian Peng vomit blood. "Marshal Tian Peng, you clearly look like a pig. Why did you make yourself so handsome? Are you disgusted with your own appearance? Is that why you don't dare to face it? Is that why you turned into this appearance to confuse yourself?" Hearing this question, Qin Xiao and Brother Pure almost suffered internal injuries. They really couldn't help but laugh. Marshal Tian Peng was still waiting for Yuan to ask him some questions. He didn't expect Yuan to ask such a question. It really made Marshal Tian Peng vomit blood. What kind of question was this? She shouldn't have asked such a question. This question was very awkward. Okay? Marshal Tian Peng, hadn't been this embarrassed in a long time. Today, Yuan's question made his mouth twitch. Cough. Marshal Tian Peng's face was filled with embarrassment, and he coughed twice. Yuan blinked and looked at Marshal Tian Peng expectantly. She was waiting for his answer. Seeing that Marshal Tian Peng didn't answer, Yuan said again, "Marshal Tian Peng, why aren't you talking? Isn't it like this? What we know shouldn't be wrong, right? Brother Qin Xiao and I went to Old Gao Village and saw your statue. We also heard many legends about you. Marshal Tian Peng, tell me quickly. I'm really curious. I feel like Marshal Tian Peng and Zhu Beiji are two completely different people. What's going on? It's too strange. Also, that Zhu Beiji doesn't seem to be a human. But Marshal Tian Peng, you are a human. There seems to be a lot of things that don't make sense. It really makes me puzzled." Marshal Tian Peng, can you tell Yuan? It had to be said that women's curiosity was really big. As for Yuan, she was a very curious woman. Therefore, Marshal Tian Peng didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Yuan Yuan's question. This was an unbearable memory of his past. Now, no one dared to mention it in front of him. If it was a man who asked this question, Marshal Tian Peng would definitely flip on the spot. However, in front of the cute and innocent Yuan Yuan, Canopy Marshal, really couldn't get angry at her. However, Canopy Marshal really didn't want to answer this question. After all, this was a scar on his heart. Wasn't mentioning this matter the same as sprinkling salt on his scars? Marshal Tian Peng gave Qin Shao a look, hinting for Qin Shao to help solve this problem. Qin Shao could also see Marshal Tian Peng's predicament. Actually, when Yuan Yuan asked, Qin Shao's heart skipped a beat. He knew that something was going to happen. Such an awkward question shouldn't be asked face to face. Seeing Marshal Tian Peng's expression, Qin Shao naturally understood that Marshal Tian Peng didn't want to talk about this past. He had his own difficulties, so why make things difficult for him? Chapter 3384. Qin Shao nodded at Canopy Marshal. Then, Qin Shao pulled Yuan Yuan and said, "Okay, Yuan Yuan, this is Canopy Marshal's private matter. You don't need to ask. But Senior Tian Peng just said that we can ask private questions. Isn't that right, Senior Tian Peng?" Yuan Yuan blinked her eyes and added. She didn't seem to be willing to give up on this question. Yuan Yuan couldn't understand other people's thoughts, so she didn't know that Canopy Marshal was embarrassed. She also didn't know that Qin Shao didn't want her to ask anymore. After being reminded by Yuan Yuan, Canopy Marshal felt even more awkward. He wanted to slap himself a few times. He shouldn't have said so much. Now, he was being forced to answer. Okay, Yuan Yuan, Canopy Marshal still has important things to do. If you really want to know, then ask next time. Let's forget about it now. Qin Shao said again. Canopy Marshal immediately nodded and said, Yes, 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 little beauty Yuan Yuan. I remember that I still have important things to do. Let's stop here today. Let's talk about this next time. Okay, little beauty Yuan Yuan. I'm leaving. After saying that, Canopy Marshal ran away like a wisp of smoke. He only stopped when he was very far away. After he stopped, people who were close to him could see that Canopy Marshal was secretly wiping his cold sweat. It seemed that he was badly frightened. On the other side, seeing Canopy Marshal run away, Yuan Yuan pouted. However, Yuan Yuan didn't say anything. She just felt a little disappointed that she didn't get the answer she wanted. Ha ha ha. Brother Pure finally couldn't help but laugh loudly. He laughed very happily. He was still unhappy with the way Canopy Marshal was looking at Yuan Yuan with shining eyes. Brother, I'm also curious about this matter. Aren't you curious? Brother Pure said to Qin Shao. Qin Shao glared at Brother Pure and said, There's nothing to be curious about. Everyone has their own history. It's obvious that Senior Tian Peng doesn't want to talk about it. Why do we have to poke at his sore spot? That's very unreasonable. You two don't be so nosy. Brother Pure shrugged. He was not a gossipy person. However, at this time, a man suddenly walked over and laughed at Qin Shao and Brother Pure. Qin Shao couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly when he saw this person walking over inexplicably. He sized the person up with some vigilance. Qin Shao didn't know this person, nor had he seen him before. He didn't show up last time. From the looks of it, he should be someone from the Great Path Sacred Realm. The man looked back at Canopy Marshal. After confirming that Canopy Marshal was far away, he felt relieved. He said, Fellow Taoist Qin Shao and fellow Taoist Pure seem to be interested in Canopy Marshal. Don't you know about this matter? This isn't a very mysterious matter. Many people know about it. How can you not know? Hearing the man talking about Canopy Marshal, Yuan Yuan's interest was immediately piqued. He immediately looked over and said with a smile, Yes, yes, yes. We want to know about Canopy Marshal. Do you know about it? Qin Shao and Brother Pure looked at the man and glanced at each other. They felt a little strange. This was the first time they met this man. Why is he so enthusiastic? He actually took the initiative to come over and tell them about Canopy Marshall. What's going on? Does he have an ulterior motive? Otherwise, wouldn't it be very strange? Therefore, Qin Shao couldn't help but think in this direction. In any case, he would make some assumptions. He wasn't being paranoid. It's just that Qin Shao didn't want to let go of any assumptions or people. No matter who it was, he would treat them with caution. What's more, this person was a little strange. Qin Shao naturally had to treat him with more caution. However, Qin Shao didn't say anything for the time being. The man's interest was piqued as he continued. Speaking of this matter, it's quite interesting. In the past, it was also regarded as a legend. It was very exciting. There are many stories that happened in our great Tao sacred realm. I also saw some situations back then, so I know a little about Canopy Marshall's matters. This story is very exciting. Brother Pure waved his hand impatiently and urged, "Don't talk about those useless things. Hurry up and get to the point." The man laughed and said, Okay. Then let's get to the point. Canopy Marshall was originally the Marshal of the Heavenly Court in the Immortal Realm. He controlled all the heavenly soldiers and generals in the Heavenly Court. He had a high position and was extremely powerful. He was deeply trusted by the Heavenly Emperor. In the Heavenly Court, there was a legendary beauty called Chang. Speaking of which, this Chang, he has many legendary stories. She even has a wonderful legendary story with a Saint Emperor of the human realm of the immortal region. Brother Pure couldn't help but interrupt the man and said, "Are you going to get to the point or not? Don't talk about other things." "What Chang-yi? We're not interested in listening to Chang-yi's story now. We only want to hear about Canopy Marshall. You only need to say Canopy Marshall's name. Just ignore the others." "Ahem." The man coughed and looked strangely at Brother Pure, saying, "Chang-yi's story is very, very interesting. There are many stories. Many of them are closely connected. It'll be really interesting if you tell them all. If you only talk about Canopy Marshall, it'll be much less interesting. How about you reconsider, Tao Friend Pure?" Okay, don't stare, I know. I won't say anything, just Canopy Marshall's story." The man was a bit scared of Brother Pure's appearance and raised his hand to surrender, continuing, "Canopy Marshall is also a romantic and elegant person who likes beauties. Chang, he is known as the #1 beauty in the immortal realm. Even the Heavenly Emperor fell in love with her. That's why Canopy Marshall is naturally attracted to Chang. However, due to Chang-yi's special identity, Canopy Marshall could only suppress his love in his heart and didn't dare to show it. But love is a poison. The deeper it goes, the scarier it is. After a long time, some problems will naturally arise. Finally, one day, Canopy Marshall received some provocation and was in a bad mood. He borrowed the strength of alcohol and directly went to Chang-yi's residence, the Moon Palace. Finally, in a moment of impulse, Canopy Marshall wanted to fight Chang-yi. In the end, he caused a big mess and made a big mistake. The Heavenly Emperor was furious and directly sent Canopy Marshall into the cycle of reincarnation. After entering the cycle of reincarnation, Canopy Marshall was unlucky and threw himself into the body of a pig. Originally, Canopy Marshall's reincarnation in this life could be considered as basically crippled. However, fortunately, Canopy Marshall stayed in the Heavenly Court for so long and made many friends. Therefore, someone secretly helped Canopy Marshall, allowing him to slowly recover his strength. What was even more fortunate was that Canopy Marshall met Tang Xuanzong, Sun Wukong, Sha Wujing, and Little White Dragon by chance. So the 5 of them formed a group and wandered the Great Thousand World. They made a name for themselves in the Great Thousand World. At that time, they were also regarded as a legend and were very popular for a time. In this, there are many. The more the man spoke, the more excited he became. He was about to start talking nonstop. Without waiting for the man to continue, Yuan interrupted him. "So, Zhu Beiji is actually one of Canopy Marshall's reincarnations?" Canopy Marshall was sent into the cycle of reincarnation by the Heavenly Emperor and then awakened the memories of his previous life. In the end, He returned to Canopy Marshall and continued to control the heavenly courts, heavenly soldiers, and heavenly generals, right? The man nodded and said, "Yes, that's basically it." "Oh, so it's like that." Yuan nodded and felt relieved. The man was about to continue talking when Brother Pure interrupted him. Okay, brother, that's enough. We understand everything you said. We also know everything we want to know. That's enough. As for the rest, there's no need to say anything more. We're not interested. Okay, you can leave. Thank you." The man still wanted to say something, but he felt that Brother Chunja wasn't very friendly. So, he gave up and left, feeling a little bored. After sending the man off, Brother Pure smacked his lips and said, "Canopy Marshall is really interesting. There's such a legend there. No wonder Canopy Marshall is from the heavenly court and the victorious fighting Buddha is from Buddhism." They actually became life and death brothers. So there's such a story. In the legends of the Hongmeng universe's small world on Earth, there's a story about how they went through 81 difficulties to obtain the scriptures from the West. The descriptions in the book are vivid. Many of the stories are consistent with each other. However, the details might be a little different. The story of going through 81 difficulties to obtain the scriptures from the West is a little ridiculous. It might be true. However, the victorious fighting Buddha, Marshal Tianpeng, and the other four are roaming the great 1,000 realms together. They are only roaming the 8 regions. They are not roaming the celestial realm or the human realm. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. The legends are only records of the later generations. Naturally, there are some discrepancies. Moreover, it was passed down from the immortal realm to the small world of the universe. Naturally, there are more discrepancies. Let's not talk about the small world of the universe. Even some of the records in the immortal realm might have a lot of discrepancies. These things are not important. We're just taking a look. It has nothing to do with us. Ha ha. Brother Pure laughed and nodded. Yes, it has nothing to do with us. However, we found this legend from the small world of the Earth very interesting. Now, we have more or less figured out what's going on. After so many years, a small matter that has been weighing on my heart has finally been resolved. Yuan was still there, deep in thought. No one knew what he was thinking. Chapter 3385. Qin Shao also began to study the space seriously, thinking about how to enter it, pass the ultimate test, and obtain the ultimate opportunity. Everyone was silent. Everyone was fighting for their own camp. The ultimate opportunity might be enough to change everything. If the victorious fighting Buddha and the others obtained it, it was very likely that they would be able to take a step further and reach the level of reincarnation supremacy. This might not be impossible. Qin Shao stared at the space. Those meteorite-like objects were constantly flashing in his eyes, like dazzling meteors. Those flashing lights looked dazzling, but in fact, they had the power to destroy everything and devour mountains and rivers. Qin Shao had also fought with those meteorite-like objects. Naturally, he knew the power of those meteorite-like objects. They were absolutely not to be underestimated. How can one catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? Wealth comes from danger. How can one obtain an opportunity without going through hardships and dangers? I don't think there will be a good way. No matter what the method is, it will definitely be extremely dangerous. First of all, I guess I have to enter that space. If I don't face those meteorite-like objects directly, I won't be able to find a feasible way. But if I want to enter that space, I will have to bear great risks. If I can't handle it, I will be doomed eternally. There might not even be room for maneuver. Is there enough room for maneuver with my current strength? Qin Shao was also thinking about this matter in his heart, weighing the pros and cons of this matter. This was a path that couldn't be taken easily. After all, once he took the first step, it was very likely that there was no turning back. Once he took the first step, it might be the abyss of death. Life and death could be decided with a single thought. Naturally, he had to be very careful in making a decision on such an important matter. He wasn't afraid of risking his life. What he was afraid of was that even if he risked his life, there was no chance of success. If there was a possibility, he would more or less have a trace of confidence in his heart before going all out. Then, he would be duty-bound and determined. For Qin Xiao now, everything in front of him was still unknown. How could he face the unknown? She didn't know. For the time being, Qin Xiao hadn't figured out a reason. She was still thinking hard, studying and pondering. Yuan also seemed to be lost in thought. Occasionally, her jade-like eyes would flicker with light. From time to time, he would blink his eyes as if he had thought of something. From time to time, he would frown slightly, as if he was very puzzled. Yuan seemed to have an innate perception power towards primal chaos space. From the moment she entered the primal chaos space, she had a special ability to sense the primal chaos space. As soon as she entered, she could easily absorb the power of the chaotic space to quickly improve herself. Now, she seemed to have gained some ability to sense this space. However, for the time being, there didn't seem to be any good conclusions. There were many questions that troubled Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao couldn't figure them out. At this moment, a figure suddenly stood out. It was Saint Sun Tian. His heroic spirit reached the clouds, and his aura overflowed the sky. He stood there as if he was a great sin that could fight against all eternity. His sharpness was revealed, and it was enough to shake the heavens and the earth. Saint Sun Tian was the #1 on the Heavens Declaration Saint list. He had always been the #1 on the Heavens Declaration Saint list. There was no doubt that he was powerful. He was recognized in the Great Thousand World as the #1 person in the ancient saint realm. He had occupied the #1 throne for countless years, and no one had been able to shake him in the slightest. This was enough to show how powerful Saint Sun Tian was. At this moment, he was standing there, shaking the heavens with his strength. How domineering was that? How powerful was that? How shocking was that? He was weak, but he could suppress the endless heavens. It was as if the entire space was trembling because of him. Everyone's gaze quickly fell on Saint Sun Tian. When they saw his actions, they knew that he was going to try to make a move. Since Saint Sun Tian had stood out, it naturally made everyone look forward to it. They wanted to see if Saint Sun Tian could rush in. Saint Sun Tian stood there, releasing his aura, but he didn't make a move for the time being. Everyone was silently looking at Tian Shengzi. Brother, do you think Saint Sun Tian can succeed? He won't be able to take the initiative, right? Brother Pure asked. Qin Xiao shook his head and said, I don't know. Since Saint Sun Tian dares to make a move, he must have some confidence in himself. As for whether he can succeed or not, it depends on Saint Sun Tian himself. If he can really enter the space smoothly, it won't be a big deal. There's no such thing as taking the initiative. It's fair to compete. It just depends on whether he dares to try first. Saint Sun Tian is taking a huge risk by taking the initiative to try first. Well, that's true. Brother Pure nodded and said. After waiting for a while, Saint Sun Tian finally made a move. His whole body released rays of shocking light, which was like a sacred divine light, and fiercely rushed into the space. He charged forward heavily, and a strong shock wave burst out. As soon as Saint Sun Tian entered the space, those meteorite-like things suddenly became incomparably turbulent. Millions of meteorite-like objects began to surge violently, as if they had triggered a grand formation. Originally, the stone-like objects were rapidly flying into space. Now that the heaven's holy sun had entered, the speed of the meteorite-like objects became even more turbulent, and their speed increased by a lot. Layers of meteorite-like things formed a protective barrier, forming an energy wall, blocking everything. The meteorite-like things ruthlessly smashed towards Saint Sun Tian, as if they were going to directly smash him into pieces. Such a situation could be said to be extremely dangerous. Everyone who saw it was shaken to the core. In the face of such a powerful siege, it was really hard to imagine what kind of power would be needed to block it. Therefore, this scene made many people feel anxious for Tian Shengzi. Saint Sun Tian's face was solemn, and his expression was incomparably cold. He had also expected this situation, so as soon as he came in, he burst out with all his strength. His figure was a little strange, and he wanted to use a clever method to rush through. Such a move had really achieved a miraculous effect. Saint Sun Tian did not meet those meteorite-like things head-on. Instead, he used an exquisite calculation to pass through the gaps of those meteorite-like things. Such a move really made people cry out in surprise. To be able to do such a thing, it was really amazing. However, Saint Sun Tian only broke through the first obstacle and was quickly blocked by the second obstacle. The second wall was much more densely packed than the first wall. Therefore, Saint Sun Tian had no way to break through the second wall. Using the same method, it was useless in front of the second wall. In the end, there was no other way. The Heaven Saint Child was forced to fight these meteorites head-on. But with Saint Sun Tian's strength, how could he fight so many meteorite-like things head-on? After a confrontation, he naturally fell into a disadvantage. He was directly hit by a meteorite-like thing, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Such a scene caused many people to be shocked, and they sucked in a breath of cold air. In their hearts, they were really nervous. Looking at the situation, Saint Child Tian was going to die in there. This was too terrifying. The current situation was extremely dangerous. Saint Sun Tian's strength was not enough to fight against so many meteorite-like things, and there was no way for him to escape. Therefore, he could only fight head-on. However, if he fought head-on, only death would await him. There was no need to think about it. Even if he wanted to retreat now, there was no way for him to do so. The situation could be said to be precarious. Many people were speechless, and they did not know what to say. Of course, there were also some people who were gloating. But all in all, the Heaven's Holy Son's prestige in the 6 regions was extremely high. After all, he was the person who ranked first on the Heaven's Declaration Saint list. For countless years, he had been famous and was respected by many people. Seeing that his life was in danger, many people sighed for him. At this critical juncture, a figure suddenly rushed out. It was none other than Yuan Zhen. He and Saint Sun Tian were both from the Great Dao Saint region, and they were old acquaintances. They had a close personal relationship, and it could be said that they had gone through life and death together. Therefore, when Yuan Zhen saw that Saint Sun Tian was in danger, he also rushed out recklessly to pull Saint Sun Tian back from the gates of hell. Yuan Zhen's strength was indeed very strong. He quickly broke through the first wall and came to Saint Sun Tian's side. He did this to save Saint Sun Tian, and he did not want to try to break into the space. Therefore, Yuan Yin didn't hesitate. As soon as he arrived, he grabbed Tian Shengzi and pulled him out. However, as soon as he came in, he naturally became the target of the meteorite-like things. One by one, the meteorite-like things surged towards Yuan Zhen. Boom! Boom! In order to save Saint Sun Tian, Yuan Zhen naturally did not have the strength to deal with the meteorite-like things at the same time. In addition, there were too many of those meteorite-like things. Their speed was too fast, and their power was too strong. Therefore, it was indeed not an easy task to defend against it. Because of this, when Yuan Zhen and Saint Sun Tian retreated, they were also attacked by the meteorite-like things. The two of them had nowhere to hide and were finally hit by a few meteorite-like things. Fortunately, the two of them successfully escaped from the space, and the meteorite-like things naturally did not chase after them. Whoosh! Their lives were saved. However, both Yuan Zhen and Saint Sun Tian were heavily injured, and the corners of their mouths were full of blood. Although Yuan Zhen was still fine, he only suffered one heavy blow. Saint Sun Tian's situation was not so good. He had suffered at least 3 heavy blows. At this moment, Saint Sun Tian's face was somewhat pale. Not only was he injured physically, but also mentally. He had attacked with full confidence, but it failed miserably. If it wasn't for the Yuan annihilated god saving him, he would have died there. What kind of huge setback was this? What kind of unbearable thing was this? He, Saint Sun Tian, had worked hard for countless years. He always had an incomparably firm belief in his heart. He always wanted to create a Tao that belonged to him. All this time, he had never suffered any setbacks. All this time, he had stood proudly in the world. How many people in the world could compete with him? This time, he had taken the initiative to attack first. It could be said that he had some confidence. However, the result was such a crushing defeat. It was really a shame. Chapter 3386. The people of the six regions gasped when they saw that Tian Shengzi had suffered a crushing defeat and almost died in there. How terrifying! It was simply too terrifying. Tian Shengzi was so powerful, yet it almost died in there. If he couldn't even break through, was there still a need to try? If he wanted to try, he would be courting death. Not everyone was like Tian Shengzi, who was not only strong, but also had a primordial spirit that was willing to risk everything to save him. Tian Shengzi's failure naturally made many people beat a retreat. Some people still had some fantasies in their hearts, but after seeing this, they completely dispelled those thoughts. It was a very dangerous thing to have any fantasies at this point in time. The slightest carelessness could really lead to death. Naturally, no one was willing to think about something that was completely hopeless. Therefore, many people gave up completely. Forget it, forget it. I have no fate with this ultimate opportunity. I'd better give up. It's not easy to stay alive. Forget it, I also give up. I don't want to think about this anymore. All in all, I've gained quite a lot in the primal chaos space. It's a pretty good opportunity. Well, there's nothing to think about purely throwing away one's life. Be content with what you have. Many people gave up directly. Such a terrifying situation did not give many people the courage to try. However, there were still some people who did not give up. However, the fact that Tian Shengzi and Yuan Yin had no way of succeeding made people even more cautious. The atmosphere became even more eerie. What kind of ultimate opportunity is this? It's a little too scary. It's not intended for anyone to get it all. Brother Pure smacked his lips and complained. Qin Shao shook his head and chuckled. It's a little too scary. The possibility of getting it is indeed very small. Therefore, I estimate that at most, only one person can get it. It's even possible that no one can get it. It's hard to say, hard to say. Although it was dangerous and difficult, whether one could get it or not depended on the person. Qin Shao had always had a bit of faith in his heart. He still firmly believed that there was a possibility of success. However, it was still up to them to find this path. Since Tian Shengzi and Yuan Yin had no way of breaking through, it seemed that just relying on brute strength was obviously not enough. The Heaven Saint Child had passed through the first wall, which could be considered a small success. It also gave people some enlightenment. There should be some skill involved in this. Tian Shengzi had used ingenious control to pass through the gaps of those meteorite-like things. He had calculated everything and passed through with extreme precision, so he did not have to face those meteorite-like things. If they were to clash head-on, who would have the strength to resist millions of meteorite-like objects? Therefore, a head-on clash would definitely not solve any problems. To put it bluntly, it was a matter of technique. However, this skill wasn't just limited to movement techniques. From the outside, one could see that there were a total of 3 walls. It was unknown whether there were more inside. Just by looking at the 3 layers of barriers and walls, Holy Sun Tian was only able to break through one of them. He had almost died on the second one. Yuan Yin Shun could not do it either. How could one break through the second and third walls? Every time one went inside, the degree of horror would not just multiply, but increase exponentially. Just thinking about it made one feel scared. How was he going to break through these 3 walls? Qin Shao had been thinking deeply about this question. He made inferences based on the current situation, but he still had no clue. After all, what he saw was only superficial and superficial. He could not see what was deep inside. He was afraid that he would have to try it himself in order to gain a deeper understanding of it. Therefore, Qin Shao also thought that it seemed that he had to give a try first. Otherwise, it would be difficult to think of a reason just by standing here and thinking out of thin air. Only by making some attempts, summarizing the situation from failure, and comprehending the situation would there be a better effect, right? Qin Shao quickly came to a decision regarding this matter. No matter what, he could not give up so easily. He could not back down just because Tian Shengzi and Yuan Yin had failed, right? At the very least, he had to try and see the specific situation before making other plans. This was the ultimate opportunity. How could he give it up so easily? Yes, he had to give it a try. After making up his mind, Qin Shao made the final preparations. At this moment, the victorious fighting Buddha suddenly spoke. Yuan Yin, what do you think of the situation inside? Yuan Yin looked at the victorious fighting Buddha and frowned. He shook his head and said, the situation is worse than I imagined. The first wall is still okay. We can use tricks to get through it, and we should be able to break through it by force. But the second wall is too scary. I don't think I can break through it. The second wall can be said to be almost invulnerable. I can't find any flaw at all. It's difficult to pass through it. But if you break through it by force, it's too scary. In an instant, hundreds and thousands of meteorite-like things will come crashing at you at the same time. The power contained in it is indeed too terrifying. It's enough to destroy everything. If you meet this terrifying power head-on, you might be destroyed and devoured in an instant. At that time, I felt great danger in the aura of death. So, I didn't dare to fight at all. I pulled Tian Shengzi and retreated in a panic. I'm afraid it's difficult to enter it. At the end, Yuan Yin shook his head as if he was about to give up. The victorious fighting Buddha couldn't help but frown deeply. His fiery golden eyes emitted a strange light as he stared deeply into the space. However, the victorious fighting Buddha didn't back down because of this. Soon, he stood up again. I, old son, have never believed in the supernatural. I've never been afraid of anything. I can even break through the sky. I don't think these meteorite-like things can stop my Jingu Bang. Yuan Yin, since you can't do it, let me give it a try. Watch me. I'll definitely poke a big hole in it. The victorious fighting Buddha's words were extremely domineering. However, he did have the right to say such domineering words. He was the existence closest to the reincarnation supremacy in the Great Thousand World. He was the #1 person on the Heavens Declaration. He was the undisputed king, who knew how many world deities had died in his hands. The victorious fighting Buddha had monstrous combat strength. He was known as the great sage, heaven's equal. The victorious fighting Buddha fought against everything and could win. He was the only true Buddha after Shakyamuni. The victorious fighting Buddha's move instantly made everyone excited. They all looked over, eager to see the exciting performance of the victorious fighting Buddha. Naturally, no one doubted the strength of the victorious fighting Buddha. When the Heaven Saint failed, Yuan Yin also said that it was extremely dangerous. He didn't dare to try again. Therefore, it seemed like the victorious fighting Buddha was the only one who could succeed. For the others, they had basically given up. Now it all depended on the victorious fighting Buddha. Under everyone's gaze and anticipation, the victorious fighting Buddha didn't hesitate and quickly made his move. The moment he made his move, it was shocking. The moment the Jingu Bang was thrown out, it shook the ancient times and caused the ancient times to ring. The heaven and earth shook as if the chaotic space was about to collapse. It was a shocking sight. Golden light surged out and destroyed the space. It was extremely terrifying. If they didn't know that it was the victorious fighting Buddha who had made his move, they would have been scared out of their wits. Many people had never seen the victorious fighting Buddha make his move. Now that they saw it, they were indeed shocked. Quite a number of people were deeply shocked by this scene. This was also the first time that Qin Shao had seen the victorious fighting Buddha make his move. He was slightly moved. No wonder the victorious fighting Buddha was the #1 person on the Heavens Declaration. No wonder he was the existence closest to the reincarnation supremacy. The moment the victorious fighting Buddha made his move, it was indeed extraordinary. The moment the Jingu Bang was thrown out, the heaven and earth were destroyed, and the ancient times surged. Such a scene was truly terrifying. It was enough to shock everyone. Qin Shao admired the victorious fighting Buddha very much. He also hoped that the victorious fighting Buddha would be able to do well. Qin Shao stared at the victorious fighting Buddha, not wanting to let go of any small details. The Heaven Saint and Yin also stared at the victorious fighting Buddha. They had lost, and now they wanted to see if the victorious fighting Buddha could perform well. Marshal Tianpeng was a little nervous. He seemed to be prepared to save the victorious fighting Buddha at any time. Rumble. The victorious fighting Buddha was indeed extremely domineering. He used his strength to fight against strength. With his powerful strength, he charged towards the space. With the Jingu Bang in his hand, he could stir up the wind and clouds in the heaven and earth. With a strike of the Jingu Bang, everything in the heaven and earth would be destroyed. Everything would be subdued by the Jingu Bang. The victorious fighting Buddha actually went head-on against those meteorite-like objects. With his powerful strength, he fought against them head-on. With an extremely fast speed, he charged towards the meteorite-like objects. Before those meteorite-like objects could react, the victorious fighting Buddha slammed his Jingu Bang and smashed a few meteorite-like objects. He forcefully tore open a small hole and flew into it. Such a scene caused quite a number of people to be quite shocked. Domineering. Too domineering. The Heaven Saint and Yin were not as domineering as the victorious fighting Buddha just now. They had only broken through the first wall by chance. After that, they were defeated by the second wall. However, the victorious fighting Buddha was really domineering. With his powerful strength, he had broken through the first wall and smashed a few meteorite-like objects. He had broken through the first wall in such a domineering manner. After breaking through the first wall, the victorious fighting Buddha did not hesitate. He continued to display his domineering might to the end. He continued to wield the Jingu Bang in an unparalleled manner and with absolute strength. He fought against the heavens with his strength. In his eyes, all obstacles in the heaven and earth could be broken through with a single strike of his Jingu Bang. Golden light surged, annihilating the sea. His momentum shook the heavens, and the great Tao roared. The victorious fighting Buddha once again launched a ferocious attack on the second wall. He unleashed all his strength and charged towards it. Hundreds and thousands of meteorite-like objects formed an airtight wall. Like a giant hand, it rumbled towards the victorious fighting Buddha. "Break for me, old son!" The victorious fighting Buddha roared and smashed his Jingu Bang down heavily. Author Kan Shang said, 7th update. Are there any more flowers? Chapter 3387. Silence filled the air as everyone stared at the victorious fighting Buddha. Success or failure would all depend on this. The domineering aura that the victorious fighting Buddha exuded seemed to be able to conquer everything. Everyone was looking forward to the victorious fighting Buddha. They wanted to see if the victorious fighting Buddha could withstand these meteorite-like objects. Boom! An earth-shattering sound reverberated through the world like thunder. The sound of the great Tao chime reverberated through the 9 heavens. Just this sound alone was deafening, causing many people to feel uncomfortable. This was the sound of an intense collision that erupted from the confrontation, showing just how terrifying the intensity of this confrontation was. Golden light surged and scorched the stars. It was as if the entire space was going to be annihilated. At this moment, the victorious fighting Buddha's body was glowing with golden light. It was as if he was bathed in golden water. He was truly an unparalleled god of war. Boom, boom, boom. The meteorite-like objects were blown apart by the victorious fighting Buddha's Jingu Bang. They bloomed in the air like flowers in full bloom. Such a scene was simply too exhilarating. It was simply too exhilarating. Everyone had seen and fought with those meteorite-like objects before. They knew how terrifying those meteorite-like objects were. At this moment, watching the victorious fighting Buddha explode one pill after another was simply too satisfying. It was simply too satisfying. The aura of an unparalleled god of war stood proudly with the Jingu Bang in his hand. It was as if he was invincible. This was the victorious fighting Buddha. He was using his strength to break through the second wall. He was smashing those meteorite-like objects until they exploded one by one. Everyone felt that the victorious fighting Buddha was about to break through the second wall. There was hope for him to enter the second wall and obtain the ultimate opportunity. However, the victorious fighting Buddha was the one who obtained the ultimate opportunity. That was enough to convince everyone. After all, he was the undisputed number one person below the reincarnation supremacy. He was the number one person on the Heavens Declaration. The invincible victorious fighting Buddha was the great sage, Heaven's equal. Who would dare to be unconvinced? Furthermore, the victorious fighting Buddha's prestige was extremely high. After all, the victorious fighting Buddha was a Buddhist. He was kind-hearted and did not kill. Instead, he was willing to help others. When he traveled in the great wide world, he also left behind many good names. His story was widely circulated, and it was also the most popular myth in the great wide world. Opportunities were obtained by those who were capable and those who were virtuous. There was nothing wrong with that. The victorious fighting Buddha was definitely someone who possessed both qualities. If he were to obtain this ultimate opportunity, naturally, no one would be jealous of him. After an intense battle, the battling Buddha shattered a series of meteor-like objects. However, very soon, even more meteorite-like objects were rushing towards him. The battling Buddha was extremely powerful, but even he was unable to withstand wave after wave of ferocious attacks. Thus, in the end, the battling Buddha was still forced back by a powerful force. With this retreat, their momentum naturally weakened. Once they weakened, the situation would definitely collapse. As such, the victorious fighting Buddha knew that he had lost the upper hand, so he did not continue to struggle. Instead, he quickly retreated. Thankfully, the battling Buddha wasn't injured, and he was only forced back in defeat. Many people drew a sharp intake of breath upon seeing the battling Buddha retreat in defeat. How terrifying! Wasn't the second wall simply too terrifying? Even someone as powerful as the battling Buddha couldn't force his way through it. Didn't that mean that no one would be able to enter it? One had to know that there was still a third wall behind it. Moreover, what was behind the third wall? These were all unknown things. They were all unknowns. There might not be any other dangerous trials, or there might be other dangerous trials. No one could say for sure. However, at this moment, no one could even break through the second wall, let alone the other ones. The battling Buddha's defeat made many people shake their heads and sigh. From the looks of it, no one would be able to obtain this ultimate opportunity. The battling Buddha shook his head in displeasure and helplessness as he walked back. He frowned deeply as he pondered over something. Even though he had been defeated, the battling Buddha was most likely still a little disgruntled. He was so close to breaking through the second wall, but at the last moment, he didn't manage to hold on. The battling Buddha's battle record was much better than the Heaven's holy sons. However, it still wasn't enough. He had still lost. Brother Monkey, is there really no other way? Canopy Marshall asked. The battling Buddha shook his head and said, "It's probably impossible to force my way through. I couldn't even break through the second wall, let alone the third. These three walls are too terrifying. The second wall is already impenetrable. It's impossible for anyone to break through. I, old son, really don't understand what kind of strength is needed to break through these three walls. If I, old son, wasn't restricted, I might be able to do it. However, in this chaotic space, I, old son, feel that no one can do it." "Then forget it." Canopy Marshall shook his head and said, "If even you, Brother Monkey, can't do it, then no one else can. Forget it, forget it. I'm not playing anymore. It's not fun at all." There are still more than 20 million years left. Let's just wait here. Anyway, I've already gained a lot. I can't be bothered to care about other things. At this moment, the thought of giving up quickly spread and enveloped everyone's heart. If we can't even beat the battling Buddha, then there's no need for us to think about fighting. Let's give up. Yeah, this is the ultimate opportunity. No one can obtain it. It's far too difficult. I feel like we can only succeed if we give all of our power origin crystals to the victorious fighting Buddha and allow him to absorb them and increase his strength to a large extent. TSK, what kind of rotten idea is that? If you want to give it to him, then give it to him. Let's not talk about how I don't have any power origin crystals. I won't give it away. Cough, don't be agitated. I'm just giving an example. I don't have any power origin crystals either. Forget it, forget it. Let's not think about it. Let's just wait for the deadline and leave this place. I've had enough of this place. Yeah, I've had enough. I've long wanted to leave. If I don't leave now, I feel that I might die here. The fire god's eyes flickered with a strange light. He suddenly walked out, glanced at the crowd, and said, "Everyone, please listen to me first. Perhaps there was some unhappiness in the past, but it's all in the past. We shouldn't dwell on this matter and be immersed in anger. I think everyone is very clear that we have entered the primal chaos space for a great opportunity. The opportunities one obtained along the way were not bad. However, I think that compared to this ultimate opportunity, they're not worth mentioning. Now, this ultimate opportunity is right in front of us. Are we really going to give it up just like that? Are we really going to give up this great opportunity that can change our fate? The reincarnation supremes of the 6 regions allowed us to enter the chaotic space because they wanted us to obtain the ultimate opportunity. It's very likely that we can create a reincarnation supremacy. When the calamity of the Great Thousand World is about to arrive, it'll be of great significance to the 6 regions if we can produce a reincarnation supremacy. The reincarnation supremes of the 6 regions did not hesitate to send us in because of this consideration. Over the past 70 million years, nearly 40% of the people of the 6 regions have died in the chaotic space. It can be said that our 6 regions have paid far too much blood and sacrificed far too much for the sake of this ultimate opportunity. If we give up now, how can we face the people of the 6 regions? How can we face the reincarnation supremes of the 6 regions? How can we face the people of the 6 regions who have died for us? Therefore, we can't give up so easily. We absolutely can't. The fire god's words stirred up the hearts of the people. In this regard, the fire god seemed to be well versed in it. Moreover, his words were spoken at a very high level, which was even more touching. Fire god, since you're saying this, do you have a good idea? If you have a good idea, why don't you just say it directly? Why do you have to say so much? Who doesn't understand this logic? Everyone here is a top-notch existence in the Great Thousand World. Is there a need for you, Fire God, to speak so righteously about such a small matter? A man asked. Many people's gazes fell on Vulcan. They were very curious if Vulcan had any good ideas or something like that. If the Fire God had a good idea or something, they would be willing to listen to it. The Fire God continued, "It's not that there's no way. However, the premise of my idea is that everyone needs to work together. If everyone can't work together, it'll be in vain. Therefore, as people of the 6 regions, we should let go of some of our previous unhappiness and face this problem together. Let's seize this ultimate opportunity together. We're not only doing this for ourselves, but also for the 6 regions and the entire Great Thousand World. Many people knew about the fire god's character. Therefore, many people were naturally disdainful when they heard the fire god's words. He sounded so sanctimonious, but no one knew what sinister thoughts he was hiding in his heart. They might as well believe in ghosts rather than the fire god. The man who had asked the question earlier chuckled and asked again, "Fire god, don't beat around the bush. Just say what you have to say. I'm afraid everyone knows what you're thinking. What are you hiding? Just say it openly. Don't make it seem so mysterious." The fire god looked at everyone and said, "All right, since that's the case, I'll say it. It's like this. Just now, everyone saw the victorious fighting Buddha make his move. Although the victorious fighting Buddha didn't manage to break through the second wall, he was close. He almost broke through the second wall. In other words, given the victorious fighting Buddha's strength, he could almost break through the second wall. In that case, can we make a bold inference? As long as we're strong enough, we can break through the 3 walls? If we combine our strength, I believe it should be easy to do this, right? In other words, there's no need for all of us to step forward. As long as half of us step forward, that would be enough. Therefore, I, the fire god, volunteered to step forward and take the lead. Who is willing to fight with me? The god of fire, step forward. As long as half of us are here, we'll definitely be able to break through the 3 walls, pass the ultimate test, and obtain the ultimate opportunity. We'll open the path together, and whoever gets the opportunity in the end will depend on their own abilities. This is very fair. What do you all think? Author, Cruel Death, the 8th update is the last day. Friends who still have fresh flowers, please send them. Thank you. Chapter 3388. As soon as Fire God's words came out, it caused a lot of laughter. Who wouldn't have thought of this idea? Everyone had thought of it long ago, but no one thought that it was feasible. Therefore, no one came forward to mention this because, after careful analysis, they all felt that it was not feasible. But no one expected that Fire God would dare to come forward and propose such a method. He wanted to form a team and use this method to pass the ultimate test. Many people snorted disdainfully at this. I thought that you, Fire God, would spit out some golden teeth. I didn't expect you to be so old-fashioned. What a brilliant method. I thought of it millions of years ago. Am I proud? Fire God, can you be any more funny? Is this what you call a feasible method? Who wouldn't have thought of it? But the question is, are you going to die? Fire God, even if you want to die, don't drag us down with you. What kind of joke is this? If we join forces to break through, do you know how many people will die in there? Why don't you fight, Fire God? Even if you don't want to live, I still want to live. I'm not going to play with you. Fire God, I think you're going crazy for the opportunity, aren't you? Are you trying to get others to work for you so that you can reap the benefits? Your wishful thinking is really well thought out. Very, very well thought out. I can't help but admire your thick skin, Vulcan. Not bad, not bad. Fire God, you can play by yourself. Otherwise, you can bring the people of the elemental sanctuary with you. We're not going to play with you. This is too funny. Who doesn't know that you're going to die? I still want all of you to work for me, and then let me get a great opportunity. Many voices of mockery and ridicule rang out. Everyone was naturally furious at Vulcan's suggestion. In fact, many people had thought of this method, but they felt that saying it would cause public anger, so no one dared to say it. However, Fire God dared to say it, so naturally he attracted a lot of criticism. Although many people were criticizing Fire God, they were just venting their anger. In fact, they were really considering it in their hearts. After all, everyone had their own selfish motives. Everyone would think that as long as they were a little more shrewd, they might also benefit from it. This method indeed required the sacrifice of many people, but it didn't mean that they had to sacrifice themselves. If he could survive this, wouldn't it mean that he had obtained the ultimate opportunity? Wouldn't those people have made a wedding night for him? Things are like this. Often it was something that people would scoff at. It was just that no one dared to casually stand out and mention it. However, once someone dared to stand out and mention it, it would cause many people to ponder. The god of fire had grasped this point, which was why he dared to propose such a method. How could he not know that everyone was thinking of this method? However, no one dared to mention it. Since no one dared to do it, then Fire God would do it. Vulcan glanced at everyone and continued, "That's right. Everyone is right. I have to admit it. However, everyone, please think about it carefully. How can there be gains without sacrifice? The greater the gain, the greater the sacrifice. As the saying goes, wealth comes from danger. One can't trap the wolf without sacrificing the child. This is a principle that has never changed since ancient times. If we want to get it, we naturally have to pay a price and bear a great risk. This is the ultimate opportunity. If it was so easy to obtain, would it still be called the ultimate opportunity? Such an opportunity naturally requires one to risk their lives for it. If everyone values their lives like gold and is unwilling to risk their lives, then how can they obtain such an ultimate opportunity? Therefore, please think about it seriously. What is the meaning of our lives? For cultivators like us who have cultivated for countless years, which one of us doesn't want to stand at the peak? Which one of us doesn't want to become the reincarnation supremacy? Now, I'm afraid this is our only hope, our only chance. If everyone is afraid of death and gives up, then there will never be a chance. Moreover, the calamity of the great wide world is coming, and the great wide world has already begun to shake. If we don't seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity now and see if it is possible to obtain the ultimate opportunity, then we might die in the chaos when we go out. Instead of that, why don't we go all out now? Maybe we can still have a chance to live. In fact, we might even be able to obtain the ultimate opportunity. Let's all attack together and have a fair and just battle. Let's all agree that no one should be selfish and rush over together. In the end, life and death are up to fate. What's wrong with being fair and just? I always feel that if I die, I will be working for others. With such thoughts, I will naturally be timid and cowardly. Naturally, I won't be able to achieve anything. Therefore, whether or not you want to fight with me and take this opportunity depends on what you think. Do you want to continue being timid and cowardly, or do you want to fight vigorously now? The fire deity's words felt like he was interrogating one's soul. Every word was sharp and powerful, striking directly into the depths of one's soul. One had to admit that the fire deity was very good at manipulating people's emotions. His methods were very brilliant. He grasped the key points and then exaggerated them without restraint to arouse the fighting spirit of others. These words caused many people to be greatly moved, and their blood began to boil. However, victorious fighting Buddha, heaven's holy son, and the others ignored the fire deity and couldn't be bothered to interfere. It was everyone's freedom to make their own decisions. If everyone was willing to fight, take the risk, and throw their lives away, that was their own business. TSK, your words sound better than a song. You sound so sanctimonious. You are really shameless. I have never seen such a shameless person. Brother Pure smacked his lips and scolded with a displeased look. Yuan Yuan also said unhappily, yes, his mouth is full of lies. This person is too shameless. How can he be like this? He is clearly the one who wants to obtain the ultimate opportunity, but he instigates others to work for him, to make a wedding dress for him, to help him obtain the ultimate opportunity. How shameless. I feel that he will cause many people to die by doing this. We've already lost so many people from the 6 regions. If another group of people were to die, wouldn't the losses be a little too severe? Qin Shao shook his head and said, "Forget it, we will not participate in this matter. There is no other way. Everyone has their own subjective opinions. We don't have to say anything. If some people are willing to fight, that is their business. We are not fools, and we all understand the knack of it. If there are still people who are willing to step forward, it means that they have the same idea as the fire god. They all want to borrow the strength of others to fight for an opportunity. If that is the case, then they are all the same. What is there to say? Let them be. We will just watch the show. Brother Pure and Yuan nodded. That was indeed the case. They could not be bothered to say anything more. The fire god's gaze swept across those who were tempted. Once again, Vulcan's words were targeted at every single one of them, striking them with precision. Every word he said seemed to be able to penetrate the depths of the other party's soul and capture their hearts. It had to be said that this method was really very effective. Many people were stimulated, encouraged, and tempted by the fire god's words. There were already many people who were ready to make a move, but they had not made the final decision yet. After all, no one had stepped forward yet. Naturally, some people were not confident. If they wanted to take on the ultimate test, it would be impossible to do so without enough people. Even if they did not really need half of the people, they should at least need 1/3 of the people, right? If they did not even have 1/3 of the people, it would be very difficult to take on the challenge. How could it be so easy to pass the ultimate test? Finally, a man stepped forward. This man was none other than the mighty god. Previously, the mighty god had joined forces with the fire god to deal with Qin Shao. They had wanted to kill Qin Shao. The mighty god had a good relationship with the fire god. At this time, he was also the first person to step forward and support the fire god with practical actions. I think the fire god is right. The fire god is brave and responsible. He is indeed a hero of the present age. Based on this point alone, he is worthy of our admiration. Everyone should have thought of this method long ago, but no one dared to step forward and say it. The fire god dared to step forward and say it out of his enthusiasm. He really wants to do something for the 6 regions. Everyone is here for the same dream and goal. Life in this world can be incomparably long. The calamity of the great thousand world is coming, and we need more courage and more responsibility. Otherwise, our lives will be dark, and there will be no meaning for us to live. This time, it's a great opportunity for all of us. Why don't we take advantage of this opportunity and give it a try? Everyone is standing at the peak of the great thousand world. We are all leading figures of the various great forces. We should all take on some responsibility. The more important it is at this time, the more we have to step forward and fight for this ultimate opportunity. So what if we die? Do we not dare to fight for it? Wealth comes from danger. If everyone takes action together, do you know that you will be the one to die? I, the mighty god, have absolute confidence that I will be able to obtain this ultimate opportunity. That's why all of you should have the same level of confidence. If everyone has strong self-confidence, then our strength will become incomparably strong. I, the mighty god, will be the first to step forward and support the fire god. There are also like-minded people. Please step forward bravely. Let's fight together. Let's fight together. The mighty god's strong support had taken the lead. Many things were like this. When someone took the lead, others would follow. Therefore, as soon as the mighty god's voice fell, many people stepped forward and expressed their desire to join in. As more and more people stepped forward, many people's confidence was naturally boosted, and they stepped forward as well. In an instant, the atmosphere became heated. Chapter 3389. Humans were like this. Most of the time, they were observing and hesitating. At this time, it was necessary for someone to stand up and take the lead. With someone taking the lead, they would suddenly feel a lot more confident and be willing to come out and participate. After all, taking the vanguard was something that required a lot of courage to accomplish. It was precisely because of this that many people had actually thought of this method. However, no one dared to rashly stand out and bring up this method despite the fact that it was against the law of the world. After all, this method would certainly require a lot of sacrifices. It was a matter of sending people to their deaths. Naturally, it was easy to offend people. However, Fire Deity was not afraid of offending people. He was not afraid of being ridiculed by many people. He stood up resolutely and became the initiator. With his encouragement and motivation, it was only natural that many people were moved by his words. However, although many people were moved, they still did not dare to stand out and join the fire deity's camp easily. After all, they were still thinking about how many people would stand up. If there weren't many people who stood up at that time, then wouldn't he end up in a very embarrassing situation if he stood up easily? Therefore, naturally, many people were observing. They were all wavering and did not have much confidence to stand up. With someone taking the lead, naturally, many people would respond to his call, and the crowd would respond. As more and more people stood up, some people who did not intend to participate at all began to waver. In the end, they could not help but stand up and join the camp. Seeing that everyone was so eager to join the camp, Fire Deity was overjoyed and very proud. He glanced at the victorious fighting Budachin, Xiao, and the others. These people had obviously sneered at him from the beginning. He was secretly proud. So what if they sneered at him? Weren't there still so many ginseng joining his camp? As long as there was enough power, he would be able to make good use of it this time. This was the ultimate great opportunity. Fire Deity was incomparably passionate about it and wanted to obtain it crazily. Once he obtained this ultimate great opportunity, he would have a chance to become the reincarnation supremacy. Once he became the reincarnation supremacy, he would be able to trample everyone here. Then, when he came to kill Qin Xiao, no one would dare to stand up and stop him. Only in this way could he completely defeat Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao had long become the deepest thorn in his heart. He wanted to pull it out completely. Therefore, only by killing Qin Xiao could he put an end to this matter. He must kill Qin Xiao. He must. The ultimate fortuitous opportunity had also become a magic weapon that could determine his victory. Not only would he be able to take revenge, but he would also be able to fulfill his ultimate dream. This was the best of both worlds. Naturally, he would be eager to get the best of both worlds. Naturally, he could disregard everything and step forward to provoke everyone to start battle. In the end, a total of 30 people joined the Fire God's camp, which was close to a third of the ginseng. Among them, there were many people on the Heavens Declaration. Qin Xiao also knew some of them. They were all well-known figures. In order to obtain this great opportunity, everyone was willing to risk everything to fight for it. Such courage was commendable. When the Fire Deity saw that no one else wanted to join him, his team of 30 people was considered strong enough. Therefore, the Fire Deity stopped. He did not need anyone else to join him. The Fire Deity spoke again. Everyone, thank you for your trust and support. I, the Fire God, am honored and happy to receive your support. We are all fighting for the same dream. We are all brave warriors who do not hesitate to die. We are all fighting for our future, the future of the 6 regions. We are all real heroes who are risking our lives for it. Since everyone has come together for this, there are some things that we have to make clear in advance so that everyone can keep their promises together. Only in this way can we be invincible. We are the strongest. Only then can we obtain the ultimate opportunity. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. The Fire Deity continued. In order for our strength to be completely united, we have to make 3 rules. We want to set 3 rules, and I hope that everyone can make a promise together, keep your promises together, and fight for a tomorrow together. First, we have to be absolutely united. We have to trust each other, be absolutely friendly, and be of one mind. Second, before we pass the 3 tests, we can't be on our own. We have to be a team. Third, before we pass the ultimate test, we can't have any selfish motives. We can't scheme against others. Fourth, we have to advance and retreat together. When we need to take action, we have to take action together. We can't hide, play tricks, or even take advantage of others. I hope that all of us will keep these 4 points in mind and respect them. If anyone dares to violate it, they will become the public enemy of all of us. We will all suppress them together and kill them. Does anyone have any objections to what I have said? If there is, you can say it now. If there isn't, then it's settled. Let's start. The Strength God was the first to agree. Nothing can be accomplished without rules. Since we are temporarily united, we have to make these 3 rules. I think that the fire deity's words are very comprehensive, very accurate, and very good. I agree. Everyone expressed their agreement one after another. At this time, everyone was still very united. After all, before they passed the ultimate test, they had to be united. Only in this way could they have a glimmer of hope. If they couldn't be united at this time, then there was no chance at all. Okay, then let's go. Everyone, listen to my orders. When I give the order, everyone will go all out. Don't hold back. The fire deity waved his hand and led everyone in that direction. A mighty operation was about to start. The curtains were about to open. Those who didn't participate in the operation all looked over. There were also many voices of discussion. Brother, do you think these people have a chance to succeed? Brother Pure raised his eyebrows and asked Qin Shao. Previously, he was very disdainful of the fire deity's actions. Firstly, he felt that the fire deity was very hypocritical and shameless. Secondly, he thought that the fire deity had no way to succeed. But he didn't expect the fire deity to succeed. They actually managed to organize a team of 30 people. Such a force was absolutely not to be underestimated. It was absolutely powerful. If a team of 30 people could really unite as one and work together, they would really be able to erupt with an extremely powerful force. This was somewhat beyond Brother Pure's expectation. Qin Shao wasn't too surprised. He had already expected that there would be some people who would respond to it. There must be some people who wanted to take the risk. There must be some people like this. In fact, there should be a lot of them. It was just that some people had the ambition, but not the wild guts. Therefore, there were only 30 people who stood out in the end. However, a team of 30 people was not small. Qin Shao shook his head and said, in terms of strength alone, if the strength of 30 people can be completely combined into a rope, it will be very terrifying. But it shouldn't be too strong. In terms of the number of people, it is still a little lacking. If there are more than 50 people, then I think the possibility of success should be very high. So, there are many people who are ambitious, but there are not many who really dare to come out and risk their lives. At this time, those who are willing to come out and risk their lives are a little crazy. They're crazy enough. But I think the possibility of success is not very high. Brother Pure curled his lips and nodded. Yes, I also think the possibility of success is not high. They're just a group of motley crew. They can't achieve anything. With a leader like the fire god, they can't achieve anything. But brother, why don't we take the opportunity to explore in the dark? Cough, take the opportunity to explore in the dark. Qin Shao coughed dryly and glared at Brother Pure. How could he come up with such a bad idea? Qin Shao felt a little ashamed of such a thing. He shook his head and said, if you want to explore in the dark, then go ahead. Don't drag me into it. I'm not very interested in this matter. Don't think like that. Brother Pure smacked his lips and said again, brother, you have to think like this. What they can't do, we can still do it. Who knows, we might be able to use this opportunity to obtain the ultimate opportunity. Anyway, these people are going to die. It has nothing to do with us. If they go to die like this, they will die in vain. Then why don't we take advantage of them and make a contribution to the 6 regions and the great thousand world? Doesn't the fire god like to say that he is making a contribution to the 6 regions and the great thousand world? We're doing him a favor. Isn't this a good thing? Qin Shao was speechless for a while. However, Brother Pure's words made sense. It seemed to be the case. However, Qin Shao would definitely not do such a thing. Therefore, Qin Shao shook his head and said, you can go if you want to, but I definitely won't go. I won't wallow in a mire with them. I won't take advantage of them. Cough. Brother Pure was speechless. He rolled his eyes at Qin Shao and said, I really don't know what to say to you. Forget it. Since you don't want to play, I won't play either. It's boring to play alone. Why don't you play with me, Yuan Yuan? Yuan Yuan immediately shook her head and waved her hand. No, I don't want to. I'm not interested. Even Brother Qin Xiao doesn't want to play. I don't want to play either. Qin Xiao rolled his eyes at Brother Pure and said, "Don't lead Yuan astray." Brother Pure smacked his lips and felt that it was very boring. He thought that he had thought of a good way to play, but he didn't expect that no one would respond to him. Sigh, how boring. Was he going to let go of such a good opportunity? Forget it, forget it. He could only let it go. On the other side, the fire god and his people were about to take action. Everyone's eyes were fixed on them. Chapter 3390. Qian Qian, everyone listen to my command. Kill. Under fire god's command, the 30 of them charged towards the space at the same time. A huge formation formed by 30 people charged towards the first wall ferociously. With an unparalleled tyrannical aura, they charged towards the first wall in a majestic manner. Boundless energy surged out in an instant, enough to destroy everything in its path. After all, it was a group of 30 people. When they attacked with all their might, the power they unleashed was undeniably strong. Naturally, it was much stronger than the victorious fighting Buddha. Under such a powerful force, the first wall was easily opened. Everyone rushed towards the second wall. The victorious fighting Buddha was so close to opening the second wall. He was so close. Now, Fire God and the other 30 of them had joined forces and combined their strength into a rope. Therefore, the 30 of them could unleash an unprecedented amount of power. Under this unprecedented amount of power, the 30 of them launched a fierce attack on the second wall. Would they be able to break through the second wall? Judging from the powerful aura that these 30 people exuded, it was possible for them to do so. Therefore, everyone was looking forward to it. They were waiting for the eruption of the 30 of them. Everyone, we must hold on. We must combine our strength. We will succeed. We can do it. Fire God said loudly, encouraging the crowd and stirring up their passion and strength. As long as everyone worked together and combined their strength, they would be able to unleash an extremely powerful force. Fire God and the other 30 of them came with the same purpose. They came with the determination to fight with their lives on the line. At this time, they were burning with all their strength. Naturally, they were able to unleash a powerful combat strength. Gathering all their combat strength together, they were naturally able to unleash a monstrous combat strength. Although the second wall's hindrance was extremely strong, under the cooperation of everyone, they were finally able to tear open a big hole. However, under the impact of those meteorite-like objects, 5 of them were accidentally hit and sacrificed on the spot. After sacrificing 5 people, they managed to tear a hole in the second wall. However, the hole was not big. Although the hole was opened, everyone rushed in and triggered those meteorite-like objects again. At the same time, the meteorite-like objects on the third wall exploded. Thousands upon thousands of meteorite-like objects surged toward them like a torrential rain, whistling through the air. The destructive power was like Mount Tai pressing down on them. Heavy attacks and destructive blows were enough to destroy everything. Not good. Retreat, retreat. It's over. How can this be? How can it be so terrifying? This. No, I don't want to die. Facing the third blockade, everyone panicked. All of them were at a loss for what to do and were terrified. Everyone was trying to escape, but it wasn't that easy to do so. Those meteorite-like objects, Fire God, and the rest. The meteorite-like objects. The battle formation was instantly broken. How can this be? How can this be? Damn it. How can this? I broke through the second wall, but I still lost to the third wall. I can't accept this. Vulcan roared like a madman in his heart. He had thought that this time, he would be able to break through the 3 tests and obtain the ultimate opportunity. However, he did not expect that he would be blocked by the third wall. There was no way to break through it. Looking at the third wall, he was in despair. He did not have the courage to continue moving forward, because he knew in his heart that moving forward meant death. As long as he dared to take a step forward, or even if he retreated a step later, he would die. There was no room for negotiation. This was too scary, too scary. Vulcan had never faced such a terrifying situation before, and it scared him out of his wits. Fortunately, he escaped quickly and grasped the opportunity well. So, he managed to escape in time. After he escaped, the opening in the second wall closed. There were still more than 20 people who did not come out. They were completely trapped. Thousands of meteorite-like objects surrounded those people, making them like turtles in a jar. Naturally, their fates were tragic. There was no way to survive. One by one, they died miserably. Such a scene was enough to shock anyone who saw it. The battle outside was also very fierce and cruel. In the end, only the fire god and the strength god managed to escape. The rest of them had all died inside. A total of 28 people, all of whom had died in there. Quite a number of people from various forces were completely annihilated this time. Everyone who saw this was extremely shocked, and they all sighed with emotion. Fire god and strength god escaped, but they were still in shock. They stood there with stiff and cold expressions, as if they were scared out of their wits. They did not speak for a long time. Such a blow to them was also very, very big. The onlookers were also extremely shocked. Terrifying, this was simply too terrifying. 28 people died in there just like that. These 28 people were all at the top of the Great Thousand World. They were the leaders of the various forces. Many of them were supreme existences on the Heavens Declaration. They were the absolute elites of the 6 regions, the absolute core figures. It was a pity that so many people had died in such a short time. As a result, more than half of the people from the 6 regions had been killed or injured. I knew it. How can this motley crew accomplish anything? They will only be courting death if they go there, Brother Pure said as he smacked his lips. He had always disliked Fire God. Fire God was Qin Zhao's enemy, which meant that he was Brother Pure's enemy. Qin Zhao might have suppressed his emotions well, but Brother Pure was a person who hated evil. He would not hide his hatred. Qin Zhao shook his head and said, "You don't have to say anything. After all, so many people have died. It's a great loss to the 6 regions." Pure Brother pursed his lips and said, "That's because we all offended the Fire God. If it wasn't for the Fire Society jumping out and instigating everyone, this wouldn't have happened. Otherwise, how could so many people have died? Fire God and Strength God, who were the happiest, came out unscathed. Everyone else died in there. Don't you think this is ironic? I don't like it. Why didn't they die in there?" Qin Shao smiled. He was also thinking about this. That's right. Why didn't Fire God die in there? It wasn't that Qin Zhao's heart was dark. In fact, this matter was instigated by him, the Fire God. With so many people dead, he, the fire deity, could not absolve himself from the blame. 28 people died, but Fire God came out unscathed. Naturally, people felt that this was too unfair. In comparison, Qin Shao also hoped that Fire God was the one who died and not anyone else. However, this was just a thought. Since things had already come to this, there was no point in thinking about it. Many people in the crowd shook their heads and sighed. "Sigh, I already advised him not to go, but he didn't listen. Great, now you've lost your life. How can the ultimate test be so easy to pass? Even the victorious fighting Buddha couldn't pass the second wall. It's true that wealth comes from danger, but if it's too dangerous, there's no need for it. It's equivalent to throwing one's life away. Forget it, forget it. I don't want to think about it anymore. I'll just wait for the deadline to come. Yes, I don't have any delusions. There's no way out of this situation. No one can pass this ultimate test and obtain the ultimate opportunity. In my opinion, this ultimate test is very likely to be a scam. They want to send us to our deaths and kill us. Do you have to be so imaginative? This is something that the Reincarnation Supremes have investigated. How can there be such a situation? Everyone's discussion was very intense. Brother, what do you think of this matter? Brother Pure suddenly asked. Qin Shao looked at Brother Pure and said, "Do you have any ideas?" Brother Chuanjia grinned and said, "Of course. Of course, we need to have some ideas. However, I think this ultimate test is too terrible, so I'd better give up this idea. Forget it, I don't want to think about it. It's more important to stay alive. Maybe I'm not fated to obtain this great opportunity. Since I'm not fated to obtain it, I won't force it." Qin Shao smiled. This was not like Brother Pure's style of doing things. Would he give up so easily? But then again, in the face of death, Brother Pure wouldn't be as persistent as him. When it was time to let go, Brother Pure was absolutely decisive. However, was there really no possibility at all? Was there really no one who could pass this test? Did they really have to give up? From the looks of it, that seemed to be the case. If they didn't give up, it was very likely that they would die here. Who dared to rush in rashly? Qin Shao didn't dare to give it a try, but if he gave up without even trying, he felt a little unwilling in his heart. Such a thing had never been Qin Zhao's style of doing things. Unless it was truly impossible, Qin Shao, would definitely not give up. What's more, what he was facing was an ultimate opportunity. If he could get it, how many benefits would it bring? Perhaps no one knew, but it was enough for everyone to let their imagination run wild. Perhaps many people imagined that if they could get this ultimate opportunity, it was very likely that they could become reincarnation supremacy. However, was this the real situation? Qin Shao also thought about this problem. He also felt that this possibility should be relatively high. After all, the victorious fighting Buddha and Yuan Jun were infinitely close to reincarnation supremacy in terms of strength. They were the most powerful existences below reincarnation supremacy. No one could challenge their positions. If this ultimate opportunity did not allow them to become reincarnation supremes, then wouldn't it be meaningless? Then there is no need for them to take this ultimate test to get this ultimate opportunity, right? One had to know that even they had successively failed in this ultimate test. No one knew what the real situation was. However, Qin Shao was still fantasizing about this ultimate opportunity. There was still more than 20 million years left. If he gave up now, there was still time to study it. Anyway, now that he had nothing to do, he might as well study it. Chapter 3391. Qin Shao continued his research. Many people from the 6 regions had already given up. Many of them even sat on the ground and drank. There were also groups of 3 to 5 people chatting. There were also some people who were still unwilling to give up. Perhaps they were bored and continued their research. For example, the fighting immortal Buddha, Yuan Yin, heavenly sage, profound theory old man, and the woodcutter old man had not given up and were still researching. It's already like this. You still don't want to give up? Really? Brother Pure waved his hand. Although that was what he said, his hands were not honest. He was also researching from time to time. It would be difficult for him to make any progress if he purely relied on his own research. Therefore, Qin Shao thought that he could communicate with the woodcutter old man, the fighting immortal Buddha, and the others. However, this was everyone's little secret. Probably no one would be willing to share it with others. Communicating with others was akin to sharing one's comprehension without tasting it. No one would be willing to do such a thing. Qin Shao thought of the woodcutter old man. For now, only the woodcutter old man could make Qin Shao confident of giving it a try. Perhaps the fighting immortal Buddha could also give it a try. As for the others, Qin Shao naturally would not ask for a rebuff. Qin Shao came to the woodcutter old man's side. The woodcutter old man glanced at Qin Shao. This time, he did not say anything and continued his research. Senior, have you come up with anything? I have some insights, but they're very fragmented and I can't piece them together. Therefore, I don't have any specific ideas for now. Therefore, I came here shamelessly to see if I can exchange some insights with Senior Woodcutter Old Man and exchange some insights. Of course, my insights are definitely not as much as the Woodcutter Old Man's. Qin Shao said with a sincere expression. He directly expressed his intentions. The woodcutter old man looked at Qin Shao and frowned. After thinking for a while, he said, "All right, let's exchange some insights then. In any case, this old man's head is still full of fog. I haven't been able to figure out anything. If this continues, it won't be of any use. Perhaps if we can learn from everyone's strengths, we can gain something." Hearing the woodcutter agree, Qin Shao smiled happily. In order to show his sincerity, Qin Shao immediately explained some of his comprehensions. Although it was very messy and scattered and couldn't be pieced together, it was still some comprehension after all. Of course, it was also possible that he wasn't right. The old man carefully listened to Qin Shao's insights and carefully analyzed them. He obtained some useful information which gave the old man new ideas in certain aspects. After digesting the information, the old man said to Qin Shao, "If I sum up all my insights, I'll have to rely on the power of the chaotic space law to find a path. That will be enough to pass this ultimate test. However, I only have an idea. I don't have any clue as to how to use the laws of chaos space to find a feasible path. The laws of chaotic space are very difficult to control in the first place. How to use them is even more difficult. If I want to use the laws of chaos space to find a path, I don't know how to operate it." Huh? The old man's words gave Qin Shao a lot of inspiration. That's right, the laws of primal chaos space. This should be the most likely possibility. After all, the most powerful thing in the chaos space was the laws of chaos space. It was precisely because of the existence of the laws of chaos space that they felt it was difficult to move an inch in the chaos space. If the chaos space was regarded as a complete celestial body, then the basis of the operation of the chaos space was the laws of chaos space. The chaos space in front of them should also have the laws of chaos space. Therefore, it was indeed possible to rely on the laws of chaos space to find a way out. This idea was indeed feasible. Qin Shao also thought in this direction. However, even if he had a direction, it wasn't so easy to find a way out. Therefore, Qin Shao's mind was still blank. He still didn't have a clear idea. It was too difficult to find a way out. However, Qin Shao still grasped a very important point, and that was the laws of chaos space. Yes, the laws of chaos space were the fundamental key. Everything should revolve around this. That is to say, as long as he could use this point as the center and as the foundation to conduct in-depth research, it was very likely that he would be able to find a way out in the end. This could be considered a great gain. At the very least, it could be considered as a guiding signal on the road ahead. After discussing with the old man, Qin Shao walked over to the victorious fighting Buddha. Before Qin Shao could speak, the victorious fighting Buddha took the initiative to speak. "Qin Shao, you want to exchange some insights with me, right? Ha ha ha. This kid is very shrewd. You just finished talking with the old man, and now you're looking for me. Brat, are you planning to discuss this with everyone? Then, you'll gather the strengths of everyone and research a way out?" Upon hearing the victorious fighting Buddha's words, Qin Shao smiled awkwardly and said, "Senior son, you must be joking. I do have such an idea, but I'm not so thick-skinned as to do it. Besides, even if I was thick-skinned enough to do it, I might run into a wall everywhere. I'm only a little familiar with Senior Firewood Chopper and Senior Sunday. I also understand a little about the two seniors' characters and admire their noble character. That's why I dare to come forward and ask." As for the others, Qin Shao, naturally wouldn't think about it. The victorious fighting Buddha laughed even more happily. He looked at Qin Shao with his fiery eyes and said, "Ha ha, I know. I'm just joking. Don't be nervous. Come, let me see how much you've learned." Qin Shao didn't hesitate. He told the victorious fighting Buddha in detail what he had learned from the old man. After listening, the victorious fighting Buddha gave Qin Shao a strange look and said, "Hey kid, You're really telling me everything without holding anything back. Of course I'm not holding anything back. In front of senior son, I, Qin Shao, will always be very sincere, Qin Shao said. Ha ha, interesting kid. The victorious fighting Buddha laughed heartily. Good, good, good. In that case, I, old son, won't be stingy. What I, old son, learned is sincerity could only be exchanged with sincerity. Qin Zhao's sincerity was exchanged for the victorious fighting Buddha's sincerity. The victorious fighting Buddha didn't hold anything back, and he told Qin Shao everything that he had learned and experienced. After listening, Qin Shao couldn't help but admire the victorious fighting Buddha again. No wonder he was the #1 person on the heavens list. No wonder he was the person closest to the reincarnation supremacy in the Great Thousand World. He was indeed powerful. The victorious fighting Buddha's experience was much more than Qin Shao and the old man. Moreover, the victorious fighting Buddha already had a rough idea of what to do. If he took another step forward, he would have a rough idea of what to do. Once he had a rough idea of what to do, success would be just around the corner. Therefore, after absorbing the victorious fighting Buddha's experience, Qin Shao had more ideas. He even had a rough idea of what to do. After digesting the victorious fighting Buddha's experience, Qin Shao suddenly felt more confident. For the time being, there was still a layer of fog and dark clouds. However, at that moment, there were already some methods to remove the fog, to remove the dark clouds. All right, you can slowly comprehend the rest. I, old son, will continue to comprehend it. Why don't we compete and see who can find the best path? Old son has high hopes for you. However, I, old son, am very confident in myself. Good luck, Qin Shao. Among the younger generation, the only one who can make me look at you in a different light is Qin Shao, the victorious fighting Buddha said. He had a high opinion of Qin Shao. After hearing the victorious fighting Buddha's words, Qin Shao felt a little embarrassed. After nodding his head, Qin Shao returned to Brother Pure and Yuan's side. Brother Pure immediately asked curiously, Brother, how was it? Did you gain anything? From the looks of it, you must have gained a lot, right? Qin Shao smiled. As expected, nothing could be hidden from Brother Pure. With a single glance, he knew what he was thinking. However, in front of Brother Pure, Qin Shao had nothing to hide. He nodded and said, Yes, I did gain something. It's not small, but it's not too big either. It's just that I have a lot of ideas now. I have a general direction, and I have more confidence. However, I don't have the slightest confidence that I can walk this path. There are still more than 20 million years left. I hope I can do it. Brother Pure, do you want to hear it? Brother Pure grinned and said lazily, Since you want me to hear it, I'll take the trouble to listen. Originally, I wasn't interested. After all, I definitely have no hope of passing this ultimate test. Well, it doesn't matter. Come on, brother, tell me about it. Qin Shao rolled his eyes at Brother Pure. He obviously wanted to hear it, but he pretended that he didn't want to hear it. Bitches are so delicate. Qin Shao told Brother Pure about his current experience in detail. Yuan also listened carefully. I didn't know what great experience I had. It turns out to be this. That's right. I also thought about it. It's just that I didn't tell you. That's right. It's the law of the power of the chaotic space. Everything must be developed around the law of this power. If you can completely control the law of this power, then naturally, nothing will be an obstacle. Speaking of which, isn't it very easy? It's only if you can do it. What's the use of just talking about it? I can also talk about it, but I know that I can't do it. Brother Pure grinned and looked like he was asking for a beating. How could Qin Shao not know that he was bragging? Maybe he could think about a little, but it was definitely not so simple. With the experience of the woodcutter old man and the victorious fighting Buddha, it was more realistic. Brother Qin Shao, I have something to show you. Yuan suddenly said to Qin Shao, making Qin Shao look at her. Author Kan Shang said, 4th update. Chapter 3392. Yuan waved her hand, and suddenly a ray of light shot out from her palm, forming a strange image in the air. As for this image, it was demonstrating one thing. Qin Shao looked at this strange image seriously, and at first glance he was greatly shocked. In an instant, all eyes were completely attracted, and they were completely immersed in it. Although the image was very short and disappeared in half a day, it touched Qin Shao greatly and made Qin Zhao's heart tremble. So, it can be like this, it can be like this, it can actually be like this. Yes, the law of chaotic space power, the laws align, a surface and countless points. Qin Shao was immediately overjoyed. With the stimulation of the image just now, Qin Shao had many thoughts in his mind, and these ideas were very likely to help Qin Shao find this path. So naturally, Qin Shao was wild with joy. At this time, in Qin Zhao's mind, there were many ideas. Many ideas made Qin Shao see the path ahead more and more clearly, and the fog and dark clouds were dispersed a lot. It could even be said that Qin Shao already had a rough model in his heart. He only needed to take one more step to construct that path. Yuan, you are really amazing. Thank you so much. Qin Shao said to Yuan with a happy face. He couldn't help but admire Yuan. It seemed that she really had an extraordinary perception of the law of chaotic space power. No wonder she could easily absorb the chaotic space power from the beginning when she first entered it. Some people's talent was really innate, and this was something that couldn't be envied. Yuan's talent in this area was a happy thing. Being praised by Qin Shao, Yuan suddenly smiled like a blooming flower. Brother Qin Shao, you are too polite. You don't have to thank me. I am your sister. It's good that I can help you, Brother Qin Shao. Anyway, I have no interest in this. I don't want to take the ultimate test. It seems that I am scared. I don't want to die. I don't want to take this risk, Yuan said with a smile. Qin Shao smiled. He didn't need to be so polite with Yuan. With Yuan's help, Qin Shao felt that he could quickly find a way out. So he immediately fell into deep thought and continued to study and comprehend. What Qin Shao and Yuan didn't notice was that a pair of eyes in the distance looked in their direction from time to time, and there seemed to be a trace of endless resentment in those eyes. Those eyes naturally belonged to none other than Gu Lingwei. Sai, Sister Lingwei, are you really still not over him? Holy Sovereign Ming Hua sighed and asked. She had a lot of helplessness, and she also felt sorry for Gu Lingwei. She had watched Gu Lingwei grow up, so she knew how much Gu Lingwei had suffered since she was young, and how many responsibilities she had shouldered. She had worked harder than ordinary people since she was young, and she had always borne things that others couldn't bear. However, she didn't expect that she would fall so deeply in love with a man on the reincarnation path. She loved him so much that she couldn't extricate herself. Love? For them, it was something that they couldn't even think about or hope for in their entire lives. However, Gu Lingwei had committed such a taboo. Had Gu Lingwei's efforts in the past year been in vain? Gu Lingwei looked at Saintess Ming Hua and bit her lips hard. Sister Ming Hua, can you really let it go? Can you really forget it? I also thought that I could do it. I really tried my best to do it, and I really wanted to do it. But Qin Shao appeared in front of me again and again. He broke the line of defense in my heart again and again. He completely defeated my efforts again and again. I really tried my best. If Qin Shao hadn't broken my heart again and again, I would have really let him go. I would have forgotten about him. I would have buried him in the deepest part of my heart. I wouldn't think about him anymore, and I wouldn't miss him anymore. I told myself countless times that I must do it. I must do it. But I'm really sorry. I'm useless. I still couldn't do it. I still couldn't do it. Just now, when I saw Fire God and the others were about to kill Qin Shao, I couldn't control myself anymore. I couldn't control myself anymore. So, I still stood up to protect Qin Shao, because I can't watch him die. I really can't. I really can't do it. Alas, Saintess Ming Hua sighed again and shook her head. Even if you can't do it, It's because you're willing. It's human nature. I already know that you haven't completely let go of Qin Shao. You can't do it. At least, you can't do it in a short time. But Sister Lingwei, you should know very well that there's no possibility between you and Qin Shao. Fire God won't allow it. Our water palace won't allow it either. Even the heavenly law Taoist palace won't allow it. So you can't do this. If you do this, you'll not only hurt yourself, but also Qin Shao. You should know the consequences of this. I'm afraid you can't imagine how serious it will be. Hearing Saintess Minghua's advice, Gu Lingwen knew that she wasn't just trying to scare her. It was true. How could she not be aware of this? If she didn't know this, she wouldn't have suppressed herself like this. She even injured Qin Shao in the elemental sanctuary. It was because she knew this that she was in so much pain and was so conflicted. I know, Sister Minghua. I know what to do. Gu Lingwei pursed her lips and said. Saintess Minghua nodded and said, well, it's good that you know what to do. Some things, although beautiful, don't belong to you. So, you should let go of what you should. Don't go too far in pursuing something. The greater the desire, the more terrible it is, and the more serious the consequences may be. Qin Shao naturally couldn't hear the conversation between Gu Lingwei and Saintess Minghua. If he heard it, he would probably be overjoyed. He had always wanted to be sure whether Gu Lingwei had really forgotten him, and whether he still existed in her heart. Although he had basically confirmed it now, he hadn't heard Gu Lingwei say it herself after all, so was naturally a little uncertain. Qin Shao was immersed in his comprehension. With so many insights and experiences, he felt a little bit of light in his heart. Under this light, he had to open up a path. It was very difficult to open up a path. If he could succeed, he would have a chance to get the ultimate opportunity. For the sake of this ultimate great opportunity, Qin Shao naturally had to give it his all no matter what. Most people had given up, and only a few people still persisted in their research. Time passed quickly. Everyone had been staying here. Nothing happened, and no danger came. He reckoned that if he didn't attempt this ultimate test, he could just stay here peacefully and wait for the time limit to arrive. Author Cruel Death 5th Update. Chapter 3393. There was originally no path in this world, but when many people walked on it, a path would appear. Therefore, a path, in a broad sense, was created by many people. When many people walked on it, it naturally formed something that everyone recognized, and this thing was called a path. But what Qin Shao wanted to do now was to walk on a path that no one had ever walked on before. Moreover, he wanted to create a path. This was to use one's will to influence everyone and make them believe in him. The act of creating something new was very difficult. In Qin Zhao's mind, thoughts and ideas constantly emerged and collided with each other, constantly creating fierce sparks. This was a collision of ideas, a collision of ideas. Amidst the intense collisions and the flickering sparks, there were many roads that appeared. There were countless possible paths, and Qin Shao had to consider them one by one to see which one was feasible and could be walked on. Thoughts, ideas, laws of power, paths. These endless thoughts exploded in Qin Zhao's mind with a bang. If it was an ordinary person, they definitely wouldn't be able to bear it. Qin Shao used his powerful will to control everything and absorb all these things. Just absorbing them wasn't enough. He had to create them. This was the difficult part. 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 1,000,000 years, in the blink of an eye, 5,000,000 years had passed. Apart from the victorious fighting Buddha, Yuan Yin, Heaven's holy son, profound theory old man, and the woodcutter old man, who were still persisting, everyone else had given up. They were all waiting for the deadline to arrive and leave the chaotic space. The victorious fighting Buddha and the others didn't seem to have any clues. Their faces were solemn, sometimes frowning, sometimes pondering, sometimes shaking their heads, and sometimes showing some helplessness. After 5 million years of comprehension, Qin Shao had completely integrated all the information in his mind and analyzed it comprehensively. Finally, there was a path. Qin Shao repeatedly confirmed this path in his mind. After confirming that it was feasible, he made a decision. Since it was feasible, he would give it a try. Qin Zhao's eyes suddenly opened, and a golden light burst out from them. He finally moved and walked over to that side. After so many years, someone finally made a move. Seeing Qin Zhao's action, Brother Pure suddenly seemed to be startled. He was speechless and said, "Damn, brother, are you really going to break through?" Brother Qin Shao, Yuan was also a little worried. After all, this was not child's play. If he was not careful, it was very likely that he would die inside. Qin Shao smiled confidently and said, "Yes, I'm going to give it a try. You don't have to worry about me. I'm confident. Don't worry. Even if it doesn't work, I won't necessarily die in there. Didn't Tian Shengzi, Fire God, and the others make it out alive?" The victorious fighting Buddha easily retreated as well. "I was only going to give it a try. If it really doesn't work, then it won't be too late for me to retreat. It might not be dangerous. So, you don't have to worry about me. After cultivating diligently for 5 million years, I still have some confidence in confidence." Brother Pure clicked his tongue and said with a look of support, "Good brother, I didn't stop you from going. On the contrary, I'm looking forward to you going. As your brother, I'll definitely support you with both hands. Go break through this ultimate test. I'm also looking forward to you getting the ultimate opportunity. You're the savior in the prophecy of the ancient desolate tribe. I believe you can do it. You definitely can. If you can't do it, then no one in this world can. So, no matter what, do your best. Yuan, and I will be here waiting for your good news." Qin Shao smiled and shook his head. "Brother Pure, why don't you go with me? The prophecy of the ancient desolate tribe also said that you're the savior. Both of us are. Maybe the two of us share the same fate. If you go with me, I think the possibility of success will be greater." Ahem. Brother Pure coughed and immediately shook his head. "Forget it, brother. Please forgive me. I'm very clear about my own capabilities," Lin Feng said. "I'm feeling very weak. I don't have any confidence at all. If you want me to do this, why don't you just kill me?" No, I'm definitely not going." Qin Shao was just joking with Brother Pure. Naturally, he knew that Brother Pure would definitely not go. So, this time, he could only go alone. Qin Shao was somewhat confident in his strength. With this ambition, he wanted to give it a try. Qin Shao quickly walked to the front of the first wall and was ready to start. At this moment, numerous gazes landed on Qin Shao, casting incomparably astonished gazes. This Qin Shao, has he gone mad? No one has dared to try again in 5 million years. But Qin Shao dares to stand up alone? Is he courting death? Another person who's overconfident. Even the warring immortal Buddha had been defeated. Qin Shao dared to challenge it? He really thinks too highly of himself. He's young and impetuous. Does he really think that he's the #1 genius of the great wide world? Let him go to his death. Anyway, it's his business if he dies. What does it have to do with us? I hope he dies inside. That way, we don't have to do anything. That's right. He hasn't settled the score with the 6 regions yet. Impersonator? How can there be an impersonator? It's clearly Qin Shao who slaughtered the people of the 6 regions. Everyone, don't forget that the people of the 6 regions were slaughtered. Seeing that Qin Shao was going to go through the ultimate test, many people were surprised, and many people began to mock and ridicule him. Many people still remembered what had happened before. On the other side, when the fire god saw that Qin Shao dared to walk out, his eyes flashed with a dark light. He hated Qin Shao, and he hated him with all his heart. When he saw Qin Shao come out, he also said ruthlessly, Qin Shao, you're really bold and confident. I organized 30 people to go in, but in the end, they could only escape in a sorry state. Even the fighting immortal Buddha could only reach the second wall. How dare you try? That's good too. If you die in there, it will save me a lot of trouble. It'll save me the trouble of finding a way to kill you. Qin Shao. Go, go. Perhaps I can take this opportunity to block your path of retreat. As long as you dare to go in, I'll never let you come out alive. He thought viciously in his heart, and a vicious plan immediately came to his mind. The fire god immediately looked at the strength god and transmitted his voice. The woodcutter's eyes flashed with a strange light. He looked at Qin Shao deeply, but he didn't say anything. Qin Shao, do you want to try? The fighting immortal Buddha asked. Qin Shao nodded and said, Yes, senior son, I want to try. How confident are you? The fighting immortal Buddha seemed to trust Qin Shao very much and asked. Qin Shao smiled and said, I don't know, but I have to try. Let's do our best. Whether I'm confident or not, it all depends on the effort. I can only say that I'll try my best and give it a try. After all, the dangers inside are still unknown for the time being. I don't dare to say anything big. It's meaningless. I can only say that I'm somewhat confident and confident. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come out so easily. After hearing this, the fighting immortal Buddha nodded and looked at Qin Shao approvingly. Not bad, not bad. It all depends on the effort. No matter how difficult or dangerous something is, it's possible as long as you dare to do it. I failed the last time. All these years, I've been trying to figure out why I failed. I've been thinking and researching, but I'm very ashamed that I haven't been able to figure it out. I keep feeling that this might really be an unsolvable situation. If we use brute strength, perhaps we can only break through the 3 walls if all of us work together. However, that's obviously not very realistic. Our 6 regions have already suffered enough casualties. We can't afford any more casualties. Seeing you stand up bravely, I'm impressed. Secondly, I'm looking forward to seeing if you can bring us a surprise. Qin Shao nodded slightly and said with a serious expression, I'll try my best. Thank you for your words, Senior Sunday. I hope I can succeed. Ha, good. I hope you can succeed. Old son, will wait for your good news. The fighting immortal Buddha laughed. Qin Shao also laughed. Wait for my good news. Then let's wait. I might really be able to do it. Let's do it. Qin Zhao's gaze quickly turned cold, becoming incomparably serious and solemn. Without any hesitation, he stepped forward resolutely and walked towards the first wall. Everyone's eyes were on Qin Shao as they followed Qin Zhao's footsteps towards the first wall. Everyone was waiting to see if Qin Shao could pass this ultimate test. Qin Zhao's gaze was extremely firm, like a sharp weapon that couldn't be rushed. The first wall was getting closer. Those meteorite-like things exuded a powerful and terrifying aura. It was as if a wave of heat was surging over. Terrifying waves of heat, extremely destructive power. Under the attack of these destructive forces, ordinary people wouldn't be able to resist at all. Qin Shao had personally experienced the power of these meteorite-like objects, so he naturally knew how powerful they were. However, Qin Shao wasn't afraid at this time. He didn't need to confront these meteorite-like objects head-on. Of course, even if he had to confront them head-on, with his current strength, Qin Shao wasn't afraid of anything. This was just the first wall. Qin Shao was confident that he could break it easily. Qin Zhao's figure moved skillfully and smoothly, passing through the blockade of those meteorite-like objects. He easily and smoothly broke through the first wall and entered it. Such a simple action had truly shocked quite a few people. Although the previous 3 groups of people had done this, and all of them had passed the first wall, but it seemed that no one was as relaxed and fast as Qin Shao. Almost in the blink of an eye, Qin Shao had already passed through the first wall. His speed was really too fast. Not only was his speed very fast, but he also seemed to be too relaxed. It seemed that this was not difficult for Qin Shao at all. There was no resistance at all. Qin Shao directly passed through. Seeing this, many people were naturally shocked. They even widened their eyes and looked at Qin Shao in surprise. Author Cruel Death, the 6th update. Chapter 3394. Qin Shao used the same method as Tian Shengzi, but Tian Shengzi still had a hard time passing the first wall, didn't he? Qin Shao was able to pass through the first wall so easily. What's going on? I don't know. Could it be that this kid really has some heaven-defying ability? That's impossible, right? Could it be that he really has a chance of succeeding? I don't know. Let's wait and see. It seems that we really can't underestimate Qin Shao. This guy has indeed created a lot of miracles along the way. Humph. I don't believe that he can create another miracle this time. Even the victorious fighting Buddha couldn't pass the second wall, and the fire god and the other 30 people failed. How can Qin Shao succeed? Many cries of surprise rang out. Even the battling Buddha and the others were quite surprised to see this. Although they still believed in Qin Shao's ability, they also felt that since Qin Shao dared to take the ultimate test, he must have some confidence. Otherwise, Qin Shao wouldn't have stepped forward so easily. Qin Shao's character was still known by quite a number of people. Although he had lived for a short time, he was a very steady person and had always been very steady in his actions. Brother Pure, do you think Brother Qin Shao can pass the ultimate test? Yuan asked. She was still a little worried in her heart. Brother Pure pursed his lips and said confidently, "Even I believe in Qin Shao." How can you not believe in him? Don't worry. Your brother Qin Shao has a lot of experience and will definitely succeed. We should believe in him. Don't worry. Just wait and cheer for him. Hearing Brother Pure's words, Yuan immediately smiled happily and said, Oh, then I won't worry. Hee. This girl was very easy to comfort. Guling Yue's icy jade-like eyes looked faintly at Qin Shao, although her face was expressionless, like a piece of thousand-year-old ice. However, at this moment, there were also some turbulent waves in her heart. In such a dangerous situation, she was praying in her heart that nothing must happen to Qin Shao. However, she was also looking forward to Qin Shao's success. At this time, Qin Shao, who had passed through the first wall, was completely immersed in this ultimate test. His eyes were cold and his heart was as calm as an ancient well. Just as he had expected, the first wall was easily broken through. The difficulty of the second wall increased exponentially compared to the first wall. Obviously, it was more difficult. However, didn't he, Qin Shao, come here precisely because of these difficulties? Wasn't he here to challenge these dangers and difficulties? Therefore, Qin Shao didn't hesitate at all and immediately attacked the second wall. Qin Shao's actions had affected the hearts of many people, causing many people to tense up. Of course, there were also many people waiting there to watch a good show. They were waiting for Qin Shao to die inside. On the other side, Vulcan and the others had secretly made preparations and were waiting for an opportunity to act. When Qin Shao wanted to retreat, they would quickly block Qin Shao's retreat and let Qin Shao die inside. It was much easier to kill with the help of those meteorite-like things. As long as they could hold off Qin Shao for a while, Qin Shao would definitely die. At this time, he was attacking the second wall. Qin Shao didn't know how many people outside were scheming against him. He didn't bother to think about these things. Now, he was fully focused on how to get through the second wall. Soon, Qin Shao rushed to the second wall. While using the nomological body movement, Qin Shao also held the sky-splitting sword and attacked fiercely. While using his body movement, he attacked fiercely and used his powerful strength to split those meteorite-like things. The two paths moved together, and soon a path was opened. After opening this path, Qin Shao didn't hesitate and immediately went through it. In this way, Qin Shao broke through the second wall. It seemed that it wasn't too difficult for him. He also broke through the second wall easily and smoothly. Such a scene caused many people to cry out in surprise again. Qin Shao had passed through the first and second walls so easily. Could it be that he, Qin Shao, would really be able to pass this final test? Thinking about it, they felt that it was too unbelievable. Tian Shengzi and Yuan Yin only broke through the first wall, victorious fighting Buddha only broke through the first wall, and Vulcan and the other 30 people only broke through the second wall. Vulcan and the others had joined forces with a total of 30 people, but they had sacrificed a total of 28 people just to break through the second wall. This was the result of blood and lives. It was an extremely tragic result. However, Qin Shao was actually able to break through the second wall so easily. It was truly a sight that made everyone's eyes widen in shock. How did Qin Shao do it? With his own strength, he easily passed through the second wall. It was too heaven-defying. Those who were gloating and hoping that Qin Shao would die inside were speechless at this time. They were greatly shocked. This situation was obviously not what they wanted to see. However, this was the reality. What could they do? Fire God wanted to vomit blood. He was prepared to make sure that Qin Shao would die this time. If Qin Shao died in the ultimate test, it would be the best thing. If Qin Shao had a chance to escape, he would definitely not let him escape. He had secretly contacted some people and formed an alliance to kill Qin Shao. As long as Qin Shao dared to come out, he would definitely kill Qin Shao. Of course, Vulcan naturally hoped that Qin Shao would die in the ultimate test. That would save him a lot of trouble. It would save him a lot of trouble. If they wanted to kill Qin Shao, the victorious fighting Buddha and the others would be in trouble. Now that he saw Qin Shao break through the second wall so easily, Vulcan was really unhappy. He had also entered the second wall, and he knew how terrifying the second wall was. He really couldn't accept that Qin Shao could do this. How did Qin Shao do it? He couldn't accept it. He really couldn't accept it. But what could he do even if he couldn't accept it? What could he do now except to curse in anger? Vulcan gritted his teeth and prayed in his heart. Qin Shao, humph, humph. Even if you were lucky enough to break through the second wall, it's useless. You definitely won't be able to break through the third wall. Definitely. Maybe the second wall can't kill you, but the third wall will definitely kill you. Definitely. Vulcan knew how terrifying the third wall was. He was the first to break through the second wall. But as soon as he rushed in, he felt an overwhelming aura of destruction surging towards him before he could even get close to the third wall. In the face of that destructive power, he couldn't resist at all. That was the aura of death, the aura of absolute death. Vulcan understood that he would definitely die when he came in contact with it. So, he didn't even think about it and escaped in a panic. Fortunately, he escaped quickly and came out alive. Qin Shao would definitely die in there. Definitely. Victorious fighting Buddha, it seems that we are all dead. The world now belongs to the young people. It's Qin Zhao's era. Perhaps we, the living fossils, will all come to an end. Yuan Yin sighed emotionally as he spoke. He was indeed greatly moved. The victorious fighting Buddha smiled and bared his teeth. Yes, we are all old. Once upon a time, this world also belonged to us. It was also the time when we were unparalleled in our youth. But the era that belonged to us has also passed. Indeed, it's time for us to come to an end. It's time for us to retreat. The new era should belong to Qin Shao. Looking at him, he exudes the aura of youth and the rising sun. I, old son, really miss him. It's just that we can't go back to the past. Unknowingly, we have all become old. Yuan Yin smiled bitterly and shook his head. Yes, we are old. We can't go back to the past anymore. However, our lives can be considered to have bloomed brilliantly. This life has not been a waste. The victorious fighting Buddha and Yuan Yin sighed and lamented. It also triggered many people to reminisce. Everyone was young once, but their youth was no longer there. Time was something that they couldn't reverse. Returning quickly was beautiful. It was something that was worth reminiscing about. Victorious fighting Buddha. Do you think that Qin Shao will be able to pass the ultimate test? Yuan Yin asked again. It seemed like he was very concerned about this question. Although he didn't attempt the ultimate test alone, he had fought against it when he saved the heaven's holy sun. Therefore, Yuan Yin was well aware of how powerful the ultimate test was. The victorious fighting Buddha smiled and said, "Yes, he will definitely be able to. I believe in Qin Shao." Oh, Yuan Yin raised his brows and took a deep look at the victorious fighting Buddha. After a long while, he said, "Only because you believe in him?" The victorious fighting Buddha bared his teeth and said, "Yes, only because I believe in him. Isn't that enough? What else could it be? What else could it be? We all know how dangerous the ultimate test is. However, we don't know how strong Qin Shao is. Therefore, this is an unknown in itself. To anyone, including Qin Shao himself, this is an unknown. In the face of the unknown, why do we need to make a definite answer? Believing in him is enough." "Yes." Yuan Yin nodded in agreement. "That's right. It's enough as long as I believe him." However, how rare was it to believe in someone? For two people who weren't familiar with each other, he believed that this was the greatest kind of friendship. Perhaps Qin Shao was worth it. On the other side, Qin Shao had already hit the third wall. He had already expected this. The third wall would definitely be several times more terrifying than the second wall. Therefore, as soon as Qin Shao hit the third wall, he immediately felt the aura of death surging towards him. A wave that could devour everything rushed towards him. It was incomparably terrifying and destructive. How terrifying! It was too powerful. It was no wonder that Vulcan and the others turned pale with fright and fled as soon as they came into contact with the wall. This third wall was indeed too terrifying, causing Qin Zhao's heart to involuntarily tremble. However, he had already prepared for everything. He also expected that it would be so dangerous and terrifying. For him, this was an extremely terrifying test. It was a battle of life and death. If he failed, he would die trying. Qin Zhao's belief was still extremely firm at this moment. He didn't flinch at all. He only had the determination to move forward bravely. The path of the law of power, open up. Qin Zhao's thoughts surged. His hands quickly struck out with a strange force. The strange force was like a silk ribbon, softly flying out. Now was the time to test the results of his 5 million years of cultivation. Success would depend on this move. Qin Shao had bet everything on it. If he failed, the possibility of him escaping was not high. Chapter 3395. It was rare to be crazy in one's life, and one should be frivolous when one was young. As long as there was a little bit of confidence, Qin Shao was fearless and dared to risk everything. The great fortuitous encounter this time was worth Qin Shao risking his life for. If there was no trace of confidence at all, Qin Shao might have hesitated for a while. But as long as there was a trace of confidence, it was enough for Qin Shao to risk his life without hesitation. On the third wall, thousands of meteorite-like things surged with monstrous momentum and were extremely terrifying. At this time, Qin Shao only felt that thousands of meteorite-like things had turned into a storm and were roaring towards him. They were so dense that they covered the sky and the sun, and there was no gap left at all. It was simply a huge killing net, and it was simply invulnerable. Such a terrible killing formation, with the power to destroy and obliterate everything, directly rushed towards Qin Shao. How terrible was it? There was no need to look at it at all. One only needed to feel the breath of death from afar, and it was enough to make people timid and not dare to fight anymore. Previously, when people like the God of Fire came in, they did not need to go any further once they passed through the second wall. As long as they passed through the second wall and entered the space inside, they could feel the thick and terrible breath of death. It was like a huge wave that hit directly into the depths of their souls. Under the impact of this breath, it was enough to completely collapse the line of defense in people's hearts. When the momentum of the army was defeated in an instant, there was naturally no trace of confidence. Without the confidence to fight, it was natural that they would be defeated immediately. They did not even have the courage to fight and could only flee in defeat. Existences like the god of fire and the god of strength could not resist at all. They could only flee in defeat, and it was very embarrassing. At this time, Qin Shao came in and naturally suffered such a terrible impact. But Qin Shao was not afraid of anything. He had already prepared for everything. In the face of this terrible destructive force, Qin Shao used the Tao of the law of strength to lead the way, and with the power of the law, he forcibly opened a path. There were thousands of meteorite-like objects in front of them, and every one of them was huge. Thousands of them were grouped together. Naturally, they seemed to cover the sky and cover the sun. The entire space was tightly wrapped and impenetrable. This was simply an unsolvable trap. At this time, Qin Shao was trapped in this murderous situation. It seemed to be unsolvable. There was no way to solve it at all. At this time, everyone was staring at Qin Shao. They saw that Qin Shao was trapped by the meteorite-like thing. Some people shook their heads and sighed, feeling that it was a pity that such an unprecedented genius was going to die here today. However, he couldn't blame anyone else. This was the path that Qin Shao had chosen. Naturally, Qin Shao had to bear all the consequences by himself. Unfortunately, it was indeed a pity. Many people could not help but admire him in their hearts. Qin Shao indeed lived up to his reputation. He could indeed be called the #1 young genius of the Great Thousand World. It could be said that Qin Shao fully deserved this title, and it was not empty at all. How long had it been since he started cultivating? It had only been a little more than 100 million years, but it was a result that no one in the world at that time had achieved. No one could compare to such a heaven-defying feat, whether it was the victorious fighting Buddha, Yuan Yin, or the heavenly saint. None of them could compare to Qin Shao. No one in the younger generation of the world could surpass him. If such an unprecedented genius was given time to grow, who knew how terrifying he could become? It was a pity that he was going to die here today. It was indeed a pity. Of course, there were also many people who were gloating. They had been looking forward to Qin Shao's death for a long time. Seeing that Qin Shao was going to die there, they were so happy that they couldn't help but clap their hands and cheer in their hearts. In particular, the group of people led by Hua Shun had long been eager to see Qin Shao die. Hua Shun was incomparably happy to see Qin Shao die. Big brother Qin Shao, Yuan believes in you. Yuan will wait for you here. You must work hard. You must break through. Big brother Qin Shao, you're the best. In Yuan's heart, you'll always be the best. Yuan clenched her fists and showed a very cute look. She had a slight smile on her face, but she wasn't that nervous. She was cheering for Qin Shao, even though Qin Shao couldn't see or hear her. Gu Lingyue's spiritual eyes also flickered with a hint of nervousness. In her heart, she was also praying that nothing would happen to Qin Shao. This scene made the atmosphere of the scene extremely oppressive. Many people's hearts were in their throats. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Life and death depended on this confrontation. On Qin Zhao's side, she finally clashed with those meteorite-like things. A strange power lingered around Qin Shao, turning into an invisible hand and protecting Qin Shao like an invisible protector. It pulled those meteorite-like things away from Qin Shao, causing them to deviate from their original trajectory and not smash towards Qin Shao as originally planned. This was the power of the law of strength. It was a path that Qin Shao had comprehended. How to explain it? Let's use a very simple analogy. It was as if many boulders were rolling down from the mountain. If a person stood at the foot of the mountain and faced the dense rolling boulders, it would be a dead end. There was no way to avoid it. It looked like an unsolvable situation. What was the path that Qin Shao had comprehended? It was to use the means of the law of strength to create a racetrack. Then Qin Shao arranged all these racetracks around himself. When the boulders rolled down, they would enter the racetrack that Qin Shao had set up. And the racetrack would cause the rolling boulders to change their direction. Instead of smashing towards Qin Shao, they would fly in another direction. In this way, the boulders could be completely led to one side, reducing the danger to the greatest extent. Of course, there might be some scattered boulders. At this time, Qin Zhao's powerful strength was needed to completely destroy those scattered boulders. So at this time, Qin Zhao was probably in this state. On the one hand, he used the means of the law of strength to lead those meteorite-like things away from himself and change their trajectories so that they couldn't attack him. On the other side, Qin Zhao used his full strength to deal with the scattered meteorite-like things. With his powerful strength, he completely shattered those scattered meteorite-like things. Qin Zhao's strength was still very strong now. It was enough to deal with those meteorite-like things. Not to mention one or two scattered meteorite-like things. Even if dozens of meteorite-like things came at once, Qin Zhao could still easily deal with them. In such a case, those meteorite-like things still couldn't hurt Qin Zhao at all, no matter how crazy they were. Under Qin Zhao's powerful strength, those meteorite-like things all retreated from Qin Zhao. In the eyes of outsiders, this phenomenon was very strange. It was like those meteorite-like things had their own intelligence and spirituality. It seemed that they were really afraid of Qin Zhao. After seeing Qin Zhao one by one, they all chose to retreat. Some of them who were not afraid of death rushed towards Qin Zhao, but they were all directly smashed by Qin Zhao's powerful strength. Such a domineering move immediately aroused a burst of exclamations. Many people widened their eyes in shock and looked at Qin Zhao dumbfoundedly. Am I hallucinating? Ahem, I don't think so. This is too scary, isn't it? Yet what's going on? Are those meteorite-like things all retreating as if they have seen a devil? Why are they all avoiding Qin Zhao? Shouldn't they hit him hard? It's weird, too weird. What magic did Qin Zhao use on Earth? Why are those meteorite-like things avoiding him? It can't be that Qin Zhao can really pass this ultimate test, right? Judging from the situation, it's really possible. It's too scary to think about, isn't it? Many people felt that it was very scary. It was too scary. Thinking about it, they all felt that it was a very incredible thing. If Qin Zhao was really able to pass the ultimate test and obtain the ultimate opportunity, then especially those who were not optimistic about Qin Zhao and hoped that Qin Zhao would die in the test were also greatly frustrated at this time. Amidst the exclamations outside, Qin Zhao continued to perform his incredible legend. He kept moving forward. The fact also proved that his comprehension and cultivation in the past 5 million years was right. He was going in the right direction and comprehending the right path. With this right path, Qin Zhao naturally felt a little invincible. Since he had found the right path, coupled with Qin Zhao's powerful strength, it would not be too difficult for him to deal with this test again. With powerful strength as his backing, Qin Zhao could deal with it with ease. There were not many meteorite-like things scattered out, and there was no way that they could threaten Qin Zhao at all. Therefore, Qin Zhao had an irresistible momentum and an unstoppable might. In the end, he smoothly passed through the third wall. After passing through the third wall, Qin Zhao disappeared in front of the eyes of the crowd. His whole body completely disappeared into the space behind the third wall, and the space on the other side was invisible to the crowd. It meant that Qin Zhao had completely disappeared. The third wall quickly returned to its original appearance. The 3 walls were still standing there, still exuding a sacred and inviolable momentum. Qin Zhao had passed through the 3 walls. The situation behind could not be seen. Did it mean that Qin Zhao had passed this ultimate test? The entire place was silent. Many people were looking at each other in dismay, unsure of what was going on. Did Qin Zhao really pass this ultimate test? It should be maybe yes. Did he really pass the ultimate test? Doesn't that mean that the ultimate great opportunity will be taken by him alone? Well, what else can I do? Do you want to try again? Forget it. How dare I? I'm not stupid. Will I do something that will lead to my death? Alas, I'm just envious. I'm so jealous. But it's true that jealousy is not enough. Forget it. I'm convinced. I'm really convinced. I thought that Qin Zhao would die in there. Now it seems that I miscalculated. Fire God wanted to vomit blood again. How could such a thing happen? How could Qin Shao not only not die in there, but also pass this ultimate test? How could this be? How could Qin Shao do this? Abominable. This was too abominable, too abominable. Why did the heavens treat Qin Shao so kindly? Fire God was not convinced. He was really not convinced. Author Kan Shang said, 8th update. Chapter 3396. Haha, victorious fighting Buddha. It seems like we've all lost. Well done. This kid is terrifying. I have to admire him. Yuan Yin smiled and said to the victorious fighting Buddha. The victorious fighting Buddha bared his teeth and said, yes, I admire him. I really admire him. This time we've all lost. We've lost completely. We've lost to a brat who's still wet behind the ears. I'm convinced. Sure enough, there are new talents in every generation. Qin Shao is not bad. He's also a good person. Very good, very good. It's a good thing that he's passed the ultimate test. It's a good thing for everyone. Yes, it's indeed a good thing. Fortunately, Qin Shao did what we couldn't do. This is an extremely meaningful matter for our 6 regions, and even our entire vast thousand world, Yuan Yin said with a nod. The two chatted for a while before Yuan Yin suddenly asked, do you want to try again? In any case, I don't want to try anymore. I better know my limits and give up on my own accord. There's no point in trying again. It's simply impossible to accomplish. So, I'd better not embarrass myself. The victorious fighting Buddha shook his head and said, forget it. Since you've already given up, there's no reason for me to persist. I want to try again. I've already tried once before. I couldn't even pass the second wall. Moreover, you saw how terrifying and turbulent the situation was when Qin Shao triggered the third wall. It was probably about 10 times stronger than the second wall. If I can't even pass the second wall, how can I pass the third wall? Qin Zhao's method should be an application of the laws of strength. He has comprehended a way to resolve this, but I have no way of comprehending this way. So I know my limits. There's no need to try again. If I can't comprehend this path and just rely on my own strength, I'll probably only be able to pass through the second wall this time. Once is enough for me to embarrass myself. If you do it again, wouldn't you be looking for trouble? Yuan Yin chuckled, shook his head, and didn't say anything else. On this side, the discussion about Qin Shao became more and more intense. She thought that no one could succeed, but she didn't expect that Qin Shao would succeed. If everyone were to think of who had the highest chance of succeeding, then the battling Buddha would definitely be the first to take the blame. After the victorious fighting Buddha, the origin annihilation god should be ranked second. Third place was most likely the sky sage, old man profound theory. Qin Shao would definitely not be able to enter the top 3. He might not even be able to enter the top 5. However, such a quiet person was actually able to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat without batting an eyelid. He directly broke through the 3 walls and was the first to complete the ultimate test. This was something that no one had expected. No matter what, Qin Shao had risen to power in defiance of the natural order. No one dared underestimate him in the slightest. Since those who disliked Qin Shao and those who hated Qin Shao now had a new evaluation of Qin Shao in their hearts. Qin Shao didn't feel the slightest bit of commotion outside. After breaking through the third wall, he entered a space of nothingness that was similar to a land of chaos. There was no sky, no earth, no space, no time, nothing. It was an indescribable feeling, and there was no way to describe it with words. It was an extremely strange space. After breaking through the 3 walls, everything seemed calm and peaceful. There wasn't the slightest sense of danger. Qin Zhao's gaze quickly settled, and he looked ahead. When he saw what was in front of him, his eyes couldn't help but widen. This was because what appeared in front of his eyes were numerous power origin crystals. There were hundreds and thousands of power origin crystals, and they were like the stars in the sky, spiraling there. They were arranged there one by one, forming a large sphere. Looking over, it was like a bunch of fireflies blooming there, lighting up the entire starry sky. These flashing lights were like gems that attracted people. So many power crystals? One look was enough to make people go crazy. Even Qin Xiao couldn't stay calm at this time. With so many power origin crystals, it simply caused a huge impact to him. One must know that previously, even if he added the power crystals that were cheated by the imposter, he only got a total of 5 power crystals. Later, Yuan and Brother Pure gave him some. However, Qin Xiao only absorbed and digested 5 power crystals himself. If it was before, Qin Xiao would definitely think that 5 power crystals were considered a good number. But when he looked at it now, he realized how pitifully few 5 power crystals were. It was too pitifully few. Looking at the hundreds and thousands of power crystals, Qin Xiao was wild with joy. Is this the ultimate great opportunity? Isn't this ultimate great opportunity a little too great? There's so many power crystals, I reckon it's much more than what all the people outside have gotten previously. Qin Xiao couldn't help but think in his heart. This time, there were only slightly more than 100 people from the 6 regions who came in. Even if each person got an average of 2 power crystals, there would only be 2 or 300 of them. But there were hundreds and thousands of power crystals here, far more than 2 or 300 of them. With so many power origin crystals, if the people outside were to find out, who knew how crazy they would be? Not to mention the others. Even Qin Xiao had the impulse to go crazy when he saw it. This huge treasure trove was too terrifying. The impact it brought to people at this time was indeed a little too strong. Qin Xiao felt a little overwhelmed. He also tried his best to keep calm and not to embarrass himself too much. It took him a lot of effort to calm himself down a little. Qin Xiao had always been an extremely calm person. It was the first time he was so agitated. There was no other way. The power crystals were really too precious. The value of each of them couldn't be measured by numbers. With so many power crystals, he didn't know how much benefit it would bring to him. It was impossible to measure. Moreover, this ultimate great opportunity was also obtained by Qin Xiao at the risk of his life. It was a path that he came up with after 5 million years of meditation and cultivation. Then he fought with his life. Before this, Qin Xiao had already planned for the worst. He had also thought that he might die in it. But Qin Xiao still went in without hesitation. He risked his life and came in. Fortunately, he succeeded. This was a reward that he exchanged with his life. Therefore, it was even more precious. After a while, Qin Xiao calmed down. After calming down, Qin Xiao walked over. Soon, Qin Xiao came in front of the power crystals. He didn't encounter any obstacles, which made Qin Xiao completely relieved. Qin Xiao originally thought that he might encounter some obstacles. It seemed that he was thinking too much. Without the slightest obstruction, Qin Xiao casually grabbed a power yuan crystal and held it in his hand. Looking at the power crystal in his hand, Qin Xiao was overjoyed. It was a power crystal. How difficult was it to get one in the outside world? For the sake of one power origin crystal, it was enough to cause 2 people to fight to the death. But in this place, he could easily take the power crystals as if they were free. He could take them as he wished. This kind of feeling was really indescribable. It was too good, too good. After living for so long, it was probably the first time he felt so good. Every time he grabbed a handful, he would get a power crystal that couldn't be measured by its value. It was a treasure that could make 2 of the top existences in the great 1,000-world fight to the death. How could there be any adjectives to describe this feeling? Qin Xiao harvested without restraint. Soon, he got more than 100 power crystals. Looking at the large number of power crystals in his hand, Qin Xiao's joy began to numb. But after feeling numb, Qin Xiao's heart suddenly moved. Something's not right. That's right. Something doesn't seem right. What was going on? Something was not right. How could there be such an easy thing? Wasn't this a little too easy? He had obtained so many power crystals all of a sudden. Moreover, he had obtained them so easily. There was no resistance at all. There must be something wrong. This was an unchanging truth. He had obtained it too easily. Indeed, it made him feel uneasy. In fact, it was not easy. After all, Qin Shao also broke through the 3 walls and passed the ultimate test. However, the biggest problem was that there were simply too many power crystals. There were over 1,000 power origin crystals, and there was no resistance at all. He could pick them up as he wished. Just like picking up beans, he could pick them up as he pleased. There seemed to be no problem. After all, it was possible for the ultimate opportunity to be bigger. But after thinking about it carefully, Qin Shao still felt uneasy. He felt that there was something wrong. Something was not right. Could it be illusion technique or something? It's still too early for me to be happy. I still need to confirm whether there is a problem with these power crystals. Often, failure on the verge of success is due to the last moment of complacency. It should be that I can't be too happy at any time. I must control my emotions and think of all possibilities. I don't know if this ultimate test is completely over. Once I am confused by the appearance, it is very likely to be the beginning of my death. Don't die here because of a moment of carelessness at the last step. It was terrifying to think about it. After analyzing it in his heart, Qin Shao felt a sense of lingering fear. This time, he was indeed overjoyed and excited. He had never been like this in the past. The attraction of these power crystals was one aspect. After thinking about it carefully, Qin Shao felt that there might be another factor. Logically speaking, his emotions shouldn't be so easily agitated. Today, he was too agitated. Thinking about it, he felt that he was too agitated. This in itself was something that was not quite right. After analyzing it carefully, Qin Shao felt more and more that something was not quite right. He felt that there were many things that were still suspicious. Therefore, Qin Shao analyzed it more seriously. He quickly and completely calmed himself down. He was no longer attracted by these power crystals and affected his feelings and thoughts. The more it was like this, the more he had to abandon all the factors. He had to be calm, absolutely calm. Author Kanshong said, 9th update. Chapter 3397. Only with absolute calmness could he see through the problem thoroughly. The problem in front of him seemed to be very clear, but Qin Shao felt that it might not be clear enough. Therefore, Qin Shao needed to be absolutely calm and study this problem carefully. Qin Shao looked around carefully, not missing any details. He carefully checked those power origin crystals and found that there seemed to be no problem. Everything seemed to be normal. Nothing seemed to be wrong. Nothing seemed to be wrong. Was there really no problem? Or was he thinking too much? However, it was always better to be safe than sorry. It was always a good thing to be careful in this matter. In such a matter, a little carelessness might lead to eternal damnation. Qin Shao naturally wouldn't be careless at all. He would rather be more careful. There was no harm in that. After carefully inspecting it and sizing it up, he indeed didn't find any problems. However, Qin Shao was still not at ease. For some reason, he had an inexplicable feeling in his heart that this matter didn't seem to be so simple. The appearance was too good, so good that it was almost perfect. However, the more perfect something was, the more terrible it was. The more perfect it was, the more likely it was to be fake. It was precisely because of this consideration that Qin Shao was still not at ease and still didn't give up. There was no problem on the surface, and he couldn't feel that it was an illusion. If that was the case, then it could only mean that it was too brilliant. Even Qin Shao had no way of detecting whether it was real or fake. It was also possible. Qin Shao carefully reviewed all the situations after he came in. He didn't miss a single detail. He had to analyze it again. From the overall situation, after careful analysis, Qin Shao did find some problems. There are indeed some strange points. although the strange points are very, very small. If I didn't detect it in the room, I wouldn't have found it at all. But if I think about it carefully, I feel that these points are real. These power origin crystals feel real, and they don't seem to be fake. If everything in front of me is fake, isn't it too terrible? This chaotic space, can it really do this? Even my perception can be completely deceived. But Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly thought of the imposter. Since there were imposters in this world, why couldn't such a situation happen? It was also possible that some of the power origin crystals were fake. Yes, fake. Qin Zhao's heart jolted once again. It was as if he had touched something, causing Qin Zhao to catch a ray of light. Yes, fake. Qin Zhao's eyes fell on those power origin crystals again, and this bold idea came to him. That's right. Was it possible that some of these power origin crystals were fake? What if some of them weren't real strength origin crystals at all, but were in disguise? Thinking of this possibility, Qin Xiao didn't know why, but she felt that this possibility was still relatively high. There should indeed be such a possibility. However, thinking about it, whether these power origin crystals were fake or not, what did it matter? Then, what effect would it have on him? Speaking of which, it didn't seem to have any effect at all. Who cares? It doesn't matter if there's a disguise or not. I just need to take away all the power crystals. Anyway, there was no restriction on how many he could take away. After taking away all of them, he would go out and test them one by one. Then, he would naturally know whether they were fake or not. Wouldn't the problem become simple? Whether they were fake or not, he would know after testing. This was the simplest way. But was it really so simple? If that was the case, then there would be no problem at all. But why did he still feel that there was a problem? After thinking for a long time, Qin Xiao still couldn't think of a reason. He shook his head helplessly. It was really a headache. Qin Xiao had always believed in his own feelings, so he didn't dare to jump to conclusions easily. He didn't dare to say that he was thinking too much. He continued to study it seriously, but he still couldn't figure out the reason. Since that was the case, he couldn't drag on like this. So, Qin Xiao finally made a decision. Forget it. Let's take all the power origin crystals first. After getting them, I'll think about it when I get out. If there are any more dangerous tests, they should have appeared. Since I can't figure it out, I can only take one step at a time. I'll just take it as it comes. It's not a good idea to keep thinking like this. I'll only doubt myself more and more and lose confidence. I, Qin Xiao, have always been a very confident person. I shouldn't keep thinking about this problem. After thinking through this, Qin Zhao's heart suddenly became clear and relaxed. So, Qin Xiao didn't care about other things. He directly kept all the power origin crystals. There were a total of 1071 pieces, more than 1,000 pieces. Such a number was really huge. It was enough to make countless people go crazy. Maybe he didn't need so many of them. If he could bring them out, he could give them to some people around him to improve their strength. However, he had to be very careful if he brought them out. Once they were exposed, it would probably cause endless trouble. Every single elemental crystal was worth a world deity's life on the line for. More than 1,000 pieces? That was something unimaginable. Perhaps even the reincarnation sovereign would be envious of it. After taking all the power origin crystals, Qin Xiao was ready to leave. But the problem still came. There's no way to leave this place? What's going on? With these power origin crystals, I've completed the ultimate test. I've also obtained the ultimate opportunity. But why can't I leave this place? Qin Xiao walked around this strange space for a long time, but there was no way out. He also tried. No matter how strong he was, there was no way to tear open a hole. There was no way to get out of this place. There was no automatic guidance, no door, no way to tear open this strange space. It was strange. There was no way to leave this place. It didn't make sense. It didn't make sense at all. If he had passed through the ultimate test and obtained the ultimate opportunity, There should have been a door that would allow him to leave this strange space. But in fact, there was no such situation. Therefore, Qin Zhao's face darkened. A thought came to his mind. It's coming. It seems like my premonition is right. This matter is not as simple as it seems. The test might not be completely over yet. I haven't truly obtained this ultimate great opportunity. I think it's impossible to bring these over 1,000 power origin crystals out of here so easily. Then what's going on? What's the problem? Qin Zhao frowned deeply as he thought about this matter. However, he couldn't figure it out at the moment. He couldn't think of a reason. After thinking carefully, Qin Zhao's train of thought returned to its original position. Could it be that there's really a disguise among these power origin crystals? Does it mean that this invisible test is for me to find the real origin crystals among these power origin crystals? As soon as this bold idea came to his mind, Qin Zhao felt that he was too daring. But it seemed that except for this idea, he couldn't think of any other idea. There was still some logic to this idea. There was still some possibility. It was precisely because of this that Qin Zhao dared to think about it. Qin Zhao had also carefully analyzed this idea. He felt that the possibility was not small. But was this really the case? If the direction was wrong, there was no way to succeed at all. Therefore, the direction was indeed very important. Qin Zhao now also needed to determine the right direction. Then, it would be much easier to study and analyze along this direction. In this direction, Qin Zhao didn't dare to be 100% sure immediately. He still needed to think about it and do some analysis. After carefully analyzing and thinking for a while, Qin Zhao finally felt that this was the only direction he could think of based on the current situation. He still felt that this possibility still existed, and it shouldn't be small. Therefore, Qin Zhao was willing to give a try. He was willing to gamble. He was willing to fight for this direction. No matter what, he had to give it a try to know whether the direction was right or wrong. Right? This step had to be taken sooner or later. No matter how serious the consequences would be if he made a mistake, Qin Zhao was mentally prepared. Thinking of this, Qin Zhao didn't hesitate. He immediately took out all the power origin crystals and returned them to their original positions. After all the power origin crystals were returned to their original positions, Qin Zhao began to study these power origin crystals. Each power origin crystal was almost the same. They were no different from the power origin crystals Qin Zhao had seen before. Every single one of them looked real, whether in terms of appearance or aura, they were all real. Therefore, there was no way to distinguish which one was real and which one was fake just by looking at them. In terms of feeling, each of them was real. If that was the case, it would prove that his own thoughts were wrong. No, if this idea was wrong, then he couldn't think of other possibilities. Therefore, there was still a possibility that this idea could be true. He should continue to study it. Qin Zhao didn't give up this idea. He continued to study it. Maybe he didn't have a deep understanding of the power origin crystals, or, yes, if these power origin crystals were similar to the disguise origin crystals of the imposter, then there was no way to distinguish them from the real ones, whether in terms of appearance or feeling. Impersonators were capable of passing off the fake as the real thing. The disguise origin crystals could do the same. Therefore, it was normal for him to be unable to detect any problems at the moment. It would be abnormal if he could detect them so easily. Thinking of this possibility, Qin Zhao felt inexplicably excited in his heart. He had always wanted to find the imposter, but he couldn't think of a good way. This time, it gave him a lot of inspiration. If he could find the disguise origin crystals, then when he went out, he should be able to find the imposter, right? Author, Cruel Death said, "The 10th month, the crazy July is over. In August, let's continue the battle. In advance, I'll ask for the flowers for next month. After midnight, we can send them. Please continue to support Cruel Death." Also, Cruel Death's new book is also being updated at the same time. The word count is still low, so you can bookmark it first. The title of the book is Special Madman's Wife. You can search for it and have a look. Please continue to support Cruel Death. Chapter 3398. That's right, that's indeed possible. This should be something that's connected. In other words, some of these power origin crystals were disguised and not real origin crystals. If the two were connected, he only needed to study this problem thoroughly. As long as he could find the disguised power origin crystals, wouldn't he be able to ferret out the imposter? Even if he couldn't ferret out the imposter in the end, he probably had the strength to protect himself. Moreover, Qin Xiao still had some confidence in his own strength. He could definitely fight. Not to mention clearing his name, Qin Xiao definitely couldn't tolerate such a thing. From this point alone, Qin Xiao naturally wanted to ferret out the imposter, bring him to justice, and kill him in the chaotic space to avenge the deaths of the people from the 6 regions. This was a problem that he had to solve. If he couldn't solve it, he wouldn't be able to get out of here, not to mention that he wouldn't be able to obtain this ultimate great opportunity. This ultimate great opportunity wasn't that easy to offend. Can the difference between the real and fake power origin crystals be tested through cultivation? In fact, Qin Xiao had already thought of this idea, but he had already rejected it. It wouldn't be so easy to solve this problem. It was just that it had been bothering him and giving him a headache. Therefore, Qin Xiao couldn't help but think of this idea. What he had to do now was to try all kinds of methods. The more he was at his wit's end, the more he had to try. Thinking of this, Qin Xiao didn't hesitate and immediately began to try. In fact, there was naturally no surprise. This method naturally couldn't work. Those power origin crystals seemed to be sealed by a strange force, preventing the power inside from leaking out. Qin Xiao had already thought of this. Then what should he do? There should be some disguises in these power origin crystals. The power that sealed these power origin crystals was very strange and powerful. Qin Xiao couldn't figure out the reason at all, so there was no way to break this power. Details determined everything, and ideas determined success or failure. Most of the time, difficult problems started from the details. This was a necessary process. Coupled with everything she had experienced in the chaos space over the past 80 million years, all the bits and pieces kept replaying in Qin Xiao's mind like a movie. This was a huge project, a matter that required a lot of brain power. It was as difficult as looking for a needle in a haystack if you wanted to analyze something useful from such a huge database. However, Qin Xiao was not afraid of anything. He was serious about this matter. During these million years, Qin Xiao did nothing. Instead, he stood there and analyzed everything he had seen, heard, and felt all along the way. A million years of research and analysis, this was a very boring thing, enough to make people collapse. However, Qin Xiao wasn't upset at all. Instead, he took it seriously and carefully analyzed everything. While he was collecting them, he had some concrete ideas. In fact, the things that are disguised are exactly the same no matter how you look at them. They can even be disguised. However, no matter how identical they are, there will always be some differences. For example, when we see ourselves in the mirror, how can there really be a real self in the mirror? It's just that the mirror is disguising itself so that we can see and feel it. That's why we believe that there's a real self in the mirror. For example, when we see a stone, is it really a stone? Maybe in the eyes of others, it's just a pile of shit. Maybe in the eyes of some living beings, it's a gem. Similarly, when we see a disguised person, we can't tell the difference. That's because our eyes, our heart, and our thoughts think that the disguised person is someone we know. Then why is that? That's right, why is that? Because there is an invisible force that blinds our eyes, our hearts, and our consciousness. That's why we see what we think is an illusion. In this way, the matter could be explained very well. What could be done to break this invisible force? This question was very difficult, but it did not bother Qin Xiao. However, after a million years of research and analysis, Qin Xiao had many ideas, and Qin Xiao had some good ideas. This force is a very clever use of the law of the power of the chaotic space. The law of the power of the chaotic space is the foundation of everything. Everything can't be separated from the law of the power of the chaotic space. This invisible force is too clever. Based on my current level of mastery of the law of the chaotic space, it's impossible to break it. It's still not easy to break it. This also forces me to continue to cultivate. The thoughts in Qin Zhao's mind became increasingly clear. What he had to do now was to continue along this line of thought and strive to walk out of this path as soon as possible. It was a brand new great way of the law, a great way of the law that was more brilliant than all the great ways of the law in the great wide world. Even with Qin Zhao's unprecedented talent and potential, he still felt that it was very difficult. If Qin Zhao was given enough time to cultivate and comprehend, there would naturally be no problem. Chapter 3399. Time continued to fly by. 1,000,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. 10,000,000 years wasn't that fast. Unknowingly, 15,000,000 years had passed. There were only 6,000,000 years left before the time limit was up. No one else tried again. Even the Yuan Miasma Heavens, Saint Sun, and the others had given up one after another. The others had long given up. The victorious fighting Buddha tried again, but it still ended in failure. He only managed to pass the second wall and was defeated on the third wall. This time, it was fortunate that the victorious fighting Buddha had escaped quickly. Otherwise, he might have died inside. The victorious fighting Buddha, who managed to escape, was seriously injured. Such a scene was enough to make one's heart tremble. Previously, when they saw Qin Zhao pass the ultimate test without much difficulty, they didn't have a very direct feeling about it. Although they felt that it was very dangerous, they did not know how dangerous it was. Now that the victorious fighting Buddha had been defeated and escaped with serious injuries, everyone had a very direct comparison. They could deeply understand how terrifying and dangerous it was inside. They could not help but admire Qin Zhao's methods and strength. It was truly heaven-defying. However, 15,000,000 years had passed, and there was still no movement from inside. This made everyone very suspicious. What's going on? Why is there no movement at all? Could it be that something has happened? I don't know. We can only see the situation on the third wall. We can't see the situation on the other side at all. No one knows what's going on inside. It's been so long, but Qin Zhao still hasn't come out. I'm afraid something might have happened to him, right? Bah, 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 you jinx. You don't have to be so vicious, right? Qin Zhao is the only one from our 6 regions who has entered. If he can return victorious, it will be a good thing for our 6 regions. Do you want him to die in there? Then I really want him to die in there. Many voices of discussion rang out. Yuan did not seem to be worried. Her pair of jade-like eyes were fixed on the other side without blinking. It was as if she did not feel tired at all. While the discussions outside were lively, Qin Zhao, who was in that strange space, was still immersed in the cultivation of the chaotic space's nomological laws. He had to cultivate faster and improve his understanding of the chaotic space's nomological laws as soon as possible so that he could break that invisible force. After 15,000,000 years of meditation and cultivation, Qin Zhao's improvement naturally benefited a lot. In terms of the chaotic space's nomological laws, Qin Zhao had obviously gained a lot and improved. At this moment, Qin Zhao's eyes were looking at those power origin crystals. Although it seemed that there were no problems, Qin Zhao still looked at it very seriously, sizing it up one by one, and carefully analyzing it. Using the chaotic space's nomological laws, he tried and experimented to absorb some useful things from it and cast aside some useless thoughts. Countless failures. Even if he did not succeed, he must have gained something from it. Qin Zhao used this method to constantly absorb what he needed and improve himself. Step by step, he brought himself closer to the peak of the chaotic space's nomological laws. Finally, Qin Zhao's attempt had a great breakthrough. Using the chaotic space's nomological laws, Qin Shao finally succeeded in opening a hole in the seal on a power origin crystal. As soon as the hole was opened, a force suddenly gushed out from inside and poured into Qin Zhao's body. Qin Zhao's body could easily absorb this force. Qin Shao was very sure that this familiar force was the power of the chaotic space. It was the same power as the previous power origin crystal. In other words, this power origin crystal was real. Finally, through the means of the chaotic space's nomological laws, he opened a hole and found a real power origin crystal. Now that he'd found the method, Qin Shao was naturally overjoyed. With such a breakthrough, Qin Shao did not have any hesitation and immediately followed the same pattern. Using this method, he was invincible. It was very effective. If the method was correct, then it would actually be much easier to do things. If the method was wrong, then no matter how hard you tried, it would be of no avail. You might even be doing useless work. At this time, Qin Shao found the right method. Then, he quickly started to check those power origin crystals one by one. Sure enough, as Qin Shao guessed, there were indeed disguised power origin crystals. Those disguised power origin crystals, once the seal was opened, revealed their original appearance. They were actually disguised by stones. It was strange and magical. An ordinary stone could actually disguise itself as a power origin crystal. If he didn't break the seal, he wouldn't be able to tell the difference at all. Such a method was truly too brilliant. Everyone who saw it gasped in amazement and felt that it was inconceivable. If Qin Shao was not able to use the method of the chaotic space's nomological laws to find out the truth, Qin Shao would also find it hard to believe. Anything, if you can't do it, will feel very difficult, mysterious, scary, and strange. But when you really do it, you will find that it is just like that. In fact, there is nothing mysterious. The problem with mystery is that you don't understand it. Once you understand it, then no matter how mysterious it is, it will not be mysterious anymore. Disguised power origin crystals really accounted for the majority. Along the way, 80 to 90% of them were disguised power origin crystals. Although such a situation made Qin Shao feel a little disappointed again and again, it hit Qin Zhao's heart again and again. But Qin Shao was still able to let it go. When he thought of this possibility, he was already mentally prepared. And Qin Zhao's worst-case scenario was that all the power origin crystals here were disguised. With this worst-case scenario, the current situation was still better. After all, only 80 to 90% of the power origin crystals were disguised. In other words, there was still 10 to 20% that were real. There were more than 1,000 power origin crystals here. 10 to 20% was a relatively large number. In the end, after checking all the power origin crystals, he found that the real number of power origin crystals was not bad. There were a total of 168 of them. Of course, at the same time, there were also more than 900 that were disguised. Such a large number of disguised figures made one's heart ache. If these are all real, how good would it be? I still can't think like that. One can't be too greedy. Just like the saying in my hometown, a greedy man is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. 168 power origin crystals is more than enough. This harvest is indeed incomparably huge. The ultimate big opportunity is totally reasonable. Qin Shao was a person who knew how to be content. Actually, not to mention that he was content, the value of 168 power origin crystals was unimaginable. Anyone who saw this would probably go crazy. There were probably only so many power origin crystals in the outside world, right? Here, it was equivalent to the total number of power origin crystals in the outside world. And all of them were given to one person. How huge would the harvest be? It was really something that no one dared to imagine. So many power origin crystals. How should he deal with them? Qin Shao was also thinking about this at this moment. If he brought all of them out, it seemed to be a very dangerous thing to do. In that case, why not use this opportunity to cultivate here for a while? Anyway, now that he could devour these power origin crystals, it was absolutely safe to cultivate here. Not only was it absolutely safe, but no one else knew about it. In this way, he could increase his strength to a great extent, and when he went out, he would have more strength to deal with all the troubles. Since he had obtained this ultimate great opportunity by himself, he was afraid that he would attract many jealous gazes. On this point, Qin Shao still had to take some precautions. Thinking of this, Qin Shao immediately decided to start devouring the power origin crystals to increase his strength. But right at that moment, something else happened. The whole strange space suddenly shook violently, as if a level 12 tsunami had suddenly erupted. In an instant, an earth-shaking situation appeared. The entire space seemed to have turned into a huge whirlpool, like a huge black hole. The appearance of such a situation immediately caused Qin Zhao's heart to be greatly shocked. His expression swiftly turned cold. What's going on? What's going on? He felt that something was wrong. Qin Shao did not hesitate, and immediately reached out to grab those power origin crystals. But the violent shaking of the space caused those power origin crystals to become turbulent, and one by one, they flew up. Those power origin crystals just now were like docile little sheep, quietly staying there without any movement. But now, they had turned into meteorite-like things outside like shooting stars. Even if Qin Zhao's movements were extremely fast, he merely caught 6 pieces of power essence crystals too. The other 162 power origin crystals flew towards the center of the turbulence, and all of them gathered there. Huh? Qin Zhao's brows furrowed deeply. What the hell was going on? If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have wasted any more time. He would have kept all the energy crystals earlier. But now, why did they all gather over there? Moreover, a strange force surged out, like an invisible hand, and grabbed all the power origin crystals. All the power origin crystals gathered together, and they were enveloped by a strange, invisible force flying around. Not good. Qin Shao felt that the situation was not good. The power origin crystals that were about to be in his hands are going to fly away, just like that? No. Qin Shao did not agree. At this point, there was no reason for him to let the power origin crystals fly away. Therefore, Qin Shao did not hesitate and rushed towards that direction, wanting to snatch those power origin crystals back. Who dared to snatch the power origin crystals from him? That would depend on whether Qin Shao agreed or not. Qin Shao came with the determination to risk his life, and he was like a powerful god of war, with an unparalleled fighting spirit. Powerful energy surged out completely, and it was enough to fight against the heavens and earth. Qin Shao quickly rushed over, but just as he was about to get close, he was hit by a powerful force. This wild force was too strong and actually sent Qin Shao flying. Chapter 3400. Qin Shao was knocked back to his original spot and barely managed to stabilize himself. This made Qin Zhao's face turn extremely ugly. What's going on? What's going on? Qin Zhao's eyes were extremely cold as he stared at the other side. He had no idea what was going on. Why did the great opportunity fly away when it was already in my hands? It doesn't make sense. Isn't this a joke? It's impossible. It doesn't make sense at all. No, it shouldn't be. Qin Shao furrowed his brows deeply as he thought about this matter. He truly felt that there was something fishy about this matter. He had a feeling that the situation here was not simple. Therefore, Qin Shao fell in a deep thought. He stared at the other side, trying to figure out what was going on over there. Qin Shao still couldn't believe that the great opportunity that he had obtained with great difficulty flew away just like that. After watching for a while, Qin Shao found some clues. His heavy heart was slightly relieved. Qin Shao discovered that the power origin crystals on the other side were not swallowed away. Instead, they were fused together under that strange power. They were originally small power origin crystals. Now, They were all broken and fused together to form a sphere. The power origin crystals were originally a kind of crystallization of the chaotic space's power. They were turned into a sphere by special means. Now, this strange force had turned those power origin crystals back to their original state and turned them into a gas. Therefore, soon, a massive gas of the chaotic space's power appeared. Qin Shao witnessed the whole process of those power origin crystals being refined and turned into this massive gas. Therefore, Qin Shao was very sure that this massive gas was the chaotic space's power. After the massive gas was formed, the whole space became calm again. The strange force also disappeared and returned to its original state. The only difference was that the more than 100 power origin crystals had turned into a mass of gas of the chaotic space's power. This made Qin Shao a little puzzled. That's strange. Can't I absorb energy crystals too? Isn't it the same? But why do they have to turn these crystals into gas? The 6 power origin crystals that I grabbed in a moment of desperation were saved. They didn't turn into gas and are still in my hands. If I didn't grab them in time, these 6 crystals would have turned into gas. Why is this strange space doing this? This question was indeed a little strange. Wasn't it superfluous? But obviously, that was not the case. Qin Shao had every reason to believe that there must be a reason for doing so. It couldn't be an unnecessary move. The primal chaos space was extremely brilliant. It was filled with supreme wisdom. So, how could there be such a superfluous thing? Then what was it for? After thinking about it carefully, Qin Shao came to a conclusion. Maybe the primal chaos space doesn't want people to bring the power origin crystals out of here. After turning these power origin crystals into gas, I can't bring the gas of the primal chaos space away. I can only absorb and digest them here. But fortunately, I still have 6 power origin crystals in my hands, allowing them to escape this calamity. Although many people from the 6 regions have obtained the power origin crystals, they would have digested those power origin crystals in the primal chaos space. Now that there are no more power origin crystals outside, the power origin crystals in here have turned into gas. This means that the power origin crystals won't leak out of the primal chaos space. But I don't know if this is absolute. Finally, Qin Shao thought of another question. Thinking of his question, Qin Shao didn't dare to be careless. Instead, he analyzed it seriously. If that was the case, then he would have to test himself to see if he could bring the 6 energy crystals out with him. Qin Shao originally wanted to bring these 6 power origin crystals out. Even if he didn't use them in the future, he could still give them to others. Qin Shao thought of his younger brother Qin Yi, Chang Mingyue, Big Brother Desolate Land, Big Brother Heavenly Court, and the others. The benefits brought by a power origin crystal were incomparably huge. It was a priceless treasure for anyone. But if the primal chaos space had the power to prevent the power origin crystals from being brought out, then the situation would be troublesome. If he were to lose 6 power origin crystals because of this, it would be a win-win situation. It's just that Qin Shao wasn't sure if there would be such a situation. He couldn't think of a reason for this kind of thing. Forget it. Let's not think about this first. If possible, try not to bring the power origin crystals out. Even if you want to bring it, try to bring only 1 or 2. If something really happens, I'll feel better if I only lose 1 or 2. 6 is indeed a bit too much. However, I can give some to Yuan and Brother Pure. These 6 power origin crystals shouldn't be of any use to me. After thinking for a while, Qin Shao quickly made a decision. Qin Shao looked at the gas of the primal chaos space. That was the gas formed from 162 power origin crystals, which was equivalent to 162 power origin crystals. To Qin Shao, this was a sumptuous feast. Without any hesitation, Qin Shao immediately rushed over there, ready for all accidents. But fortunately, no accidents happened. Qin Shao smoothly entered the gas of the primal chaos space. As soon as he entered, Qin Shao immediately felt refreshed, and his whole body was numb to the bone. In an instant, there was an indescribable feeling of beauty. Xiao Qian's entire body and mind were immersed in a beautiful state. A wondrous feeling assaulted his body and soul. Wonderful, it was really wonderful. Such a thing was really better than anything in the world. Using the word fairy to describe, it was far from being able to express its true meaning. Anyway, as soon as he entered, it was enough to make him forget everything. He was immersed in it wholeheartedly and enjoyed this wonderful feeling. At this moment, Qin Xiao was like a hungry wolf, crazily and greedily devouring the power of the primal chaos space. Qin Xiao's body was completely immersed in the gas of the primal chaos space. The gas penetrated Qin Xiao's body, constantly tempering and polishing Qin Xiao's body and improving it in all aspects. Every inch, every spot, every cell, and every meridian was imprinted into it. Moreover, there was a lot of power seeping into it, and wave after wave of tempering. Every refinement was an improvement, a leap forward. A few leaps were equivalent to a breakthrough. This was simply a process of infinite transformation and improvement. It was simply wonderful, wonderful, as if it would never reach the top. It was beyond people's common sense and understanding. It was like a container. Logically speaking, no matter how big the container was, there should be a fixed amount, right? However, the current situation was that you didn't know how big the container was. You just kept filling it, but there was no way to fill it. You just had to keep filling it, and you didn't have to worry about whether it would be full or not. It was very strange, very magical, and beyond people's imagination and common sense. Qin Xiao felt that it was too strange. His divine body had become very strong now. Could it still be infinitely improved? If he could really swallow and digest all the gas of the primal chaos space, how strong would his divine body be? It was unimaginable. Qin Xiao couldn't imagine it all. A power origin crystal was a huge transformation and improvement for Qin Xiao. It was a quantitative breakthrough. This was equivalent to 162 power origin crystals. Could it be that he could make 162 transformations and breakthroughs? Was this possible? From the looks of it, it seemed that this was indeed a possibility. The power of the primal chaos space could give people unlimited imagination and confidence. None of the forces in the Great Thousand World could compare to such power. Therefore, it made people feel that the power of the primal chaos space was stronger than any power of the Great Way in the Great Thousand World. It was a power of a higher level. However, if this was really the case, then it would be very difficult for people to understand. If this was the case, why did this power only exist in the primal chaos space? Why didn't this power exist in the Great Thousand World? Moreover, the power of the primal chaos space was fundamentally different from any power in the Great Thousand World. Could it be that the primal chaos space was not something from the Great Thousand World? Was it something from another world? Could the power of the primal chaos space be something from another world? Could it be that there were other worlds outside the Great Thousand World? It was hard to imagine. It was really hard to imagine. However, there was indeed such a possibility. After all, when Qin Xiao was still in his hometown, the small world, he really didn't think that there was such a vast world like the Great Thousand World outside the Hongmeng universe. Therefore, this possibility might not be impossible. However, even the Reincarnation Supremes didn't dare to be sure about this matter. They didn't know if such a situation existed. Wasn't it strange that the top existences in the Great Thousand World couldn't be sure about this? Was it hard to imagine? However, there was no need to think about this for the time being. It was better to leave it to the Reincarnation Supremes to think about it. They were much more knowledgeable than him. If they couldn't figure it out, then it would be difficult for him to figure it out. Of course, this matter wasn't that important to him. He didn't care about it for the time being. For the time being, the more important thing for Qin Xiao was to temper and improve himself and make himself stronger. At this moment, he was completely immersed in devouring the gas of the primal chaos space. This feeling of constantly growing stronger was simply too wonderful. For a cultivator, there was nothing more wonderful in this world than this. At this moment, Qin Shao indeed felt that his divine body was becoming stronger and his power was increasing. Moreover, it didn't stop at all. It kept rising crazily. Author Kanshong said, "Third update, flowers." Chapter 34:01. It was as if he was a balloon that was expanding rapidly. However, Qin Shao was not worried that he would explode because of the power of the chaotic space. Everyone's body was like a piece of jade that could be polished infinitely. It could be polished infinitely, making it infinitely perfect. Therefore, Qin Shao was not worried that he would explode because of the power of the chaotic space. However, although there was no risk of him exploding, there was still a problem that was revealed in the end. Soon, Qin Zhao's body was full, and there was no way for him to absorb any more power of the chaotic space. Qin Shao was slightly surprised by this. I thought that my body would be able to absorb the power of the primal chaos space without limit. I thought that my body would be able to transform and improve without limit. I didn't expect that there would be a time when it would be full. However, I am indeed strong enough now. I am probably more than 100 times stronger than before. I don't know how strong my holy body is now. I just feel that it is far from being comparable to those on the Heavens Declaration. Just the power of the holy body alone is enough to fight with a world god. This is just the power of the body, but it has reached such a terrifying level. I have a feeling that even if I stand there and let a world god attack me with all his strength, he might not be able to hurt me. The strength of his body gave Qin Shao infinite confidence. Compared to before, he could clearly feel that his holy body and the pure power of his body had become much stronger. If he had been an ant in the past, he was at least a giant elephant now. He had such an obvious feeling. This feeling gave Qin Shao a lot of confidence. It should be enough for his body to be so strong. If he purely relied on cultivation and breakthroughs to improve his body, the speed would be very slow and the improvement would be very limited. It could even be said that Qin Shao was very confident that his current sacred body was comparable to the existence of reincarnation supremacy. In fact, as long as reincarnation sovereign didn't make a move, no one would be able to hurt him. Every time the power of the primal chaos space seeped into his body, it was a tempering and transformation of his body. In total, Qin Shao had undergone such tempering, transformation, sublimation, and metamorphosis more than 100 times. The final result was naturally astonishing. It should be known that before Qin Shao entered the chaotic space, his saint body was abnormally powerful. But even so, there was a limit to how strong he could be. If the current Qin Shao was compared to before he entered the chaos space, he would have improved by more than 100 times. It should be hundreds or even thousands of times. It was hard to estimate what level Qin Zhao's divine body had reached after such a terrifying and exaggerated level of improvement. Perhaps he could only verify it in actual combat to know exactly how strong he was. Since his sacred body was already saturated, he would let his inner world absorb it. Because his inner world had absorbed a lot of the primal chaos space's power before, Qin Shao wanted to let his body absorb it first. He wanted to improve his body as much as possible in order to have a better way to save his life. Saving one's life was actually the most important thing in many cases. Qin Shao began to use his inner world to absorb the remaining gas of the primal chaos space's power. He estimated that there was still nearly half of it left. It seemed that after turning into gas, the effect was better than the power crystal. It was purer and easier to absorb. Qin Zhao's inner world was also very strange. It seemed to be able to expand infinitely. With the primal chaos space's power entering his inner world, Qin Zhao's inner world continued to transform, sublimate, and become more powerful. This time, the primal chaos space's power was abundant. Qin Zhao also became very hungry at this time. His inner world crazily swallowed the primal chaos space's power. While his inner world was crazily swallowing the primal chaos space's power, Qin Zhao also began to cultivate his inner world. He continued to create his own Tao, the Tao of his inner world. During his previous cultivation, Qin Zhao had already constructed a preliminary model. Although it was still only a preliminary model and was not very complete in all aspects, it was already a good start. With this good start, it would be of great inspiration and help to his cultivation path. During the more than 90 million years of cultivation in the primal chaos space, although it could be said that he did not cultivate his inner world and did not continue to walk the path of creating his inner world's Tao. However, during these more than 90 million years, Qin Zhao had carried out another kind of cultivation. Qin Zhao cultivated and comprehended the law of the primal chaos space's power. He mastered a very profound law of power and opened a kind of cultivation that was different from the great wide world. And this experience also gave Qin Zhao a lot of inspiration. In fact, in a narrow sense, wasn't this also a kind of creation? Of course, this kind of creation did not belong to oneself. Instead, it was a kind of cultivation that did not exist in the great wide world. As for the Tao of the inner world, it was something that had to be created by oneself. Although it was not equivalent, there were many similarities in it that could be used for reference. This was a kind of inspiration in cultivation. And this kind of inspiration also gave Qin Zhao a lot of inspiration. When Qin Zhao created the cultivation system of his inner world now, he suddenly had many more ideas. With many ideas, he naturally had many ideas when he did things again. They could all be used to try one or two things. With the help of these many ideas, Qin Zhao's creation of the cultivation path this time was obviously much easier. It was no longer like before, when every step was extremely difficult. It was too difficult to take a step forward. This time, it was much easier. He could take many steps in one go. The things that had troubled Qin Zhao for a long time before could be easily solved now. The law of the power of the chaotic space was a brand new thing. The cultivation process from knowing nothing to mastering was actually a kind of creation process from nothing. It was just that, relatively speaking, such a creation would be much simpler. But in fact, there was no reference at all, and there was no guidance in any cultivation method. It was also a kind of cultivation that started from nothing. Now, for the cultivation system of the inner world, what Qin Zhao wanted to build was to let people cultivate the Tao of the inner world from nothing. He wanted to create a complete cultivation system. As long as this complete cultivation system was created, the Tao of the inner world would basically be created. This was a main line. Without this main line, there would be no Tao of the inner world. It was precisely because of this that Qin Zhao now used all his thoughts and skills to create the cultivation system of the inner world. He used all his efforts on this main line. Only when this main line was completed, then everything would be done. Now, Qin Zhao had many ideas to build this main line. One by one, these thoughts gushed out like a fountain. It was a very strange and magical feeling. It could even be said that Qin Zhao didn't need to think too much at all, and they jumped out naturally. Perhaps the preparatory work in the early stage had caused a butterfly effect. Therefore, a lot of things naturally jumped out and entered Qin Zhao's mind. This main line was becoming more and more mature, clearer, and stronger. A main line was vaguely taking shape. It was about to be completely constructed. Moreover, this main line had begun to sprout branches and branches had also begun to appear slowly. A main line, and then there were countless branches on it, and finally a complete system was formed. This process was like a seed, from the seed to the germination, then to the sapling, then to the slow growth, and finally to the towering tree. Now, what Qin Shao needed to do was this process. Now, what appeared in front of Qin Shao was that this main line had appeared and was about to take shape completely. Once the main line was fully formed, it would begin to sprout branches and start to move towards a complete system. This was also what Qin Shao had been working hard on before, but there were so many obstacles that Qin Shao had no way to get to this point. Unexpectedly, he could finally get to this point today, and it was so easy to get to this point. In addition to the accumulation and improvement of these years of cultivation, there is also the enlightenment of more than 90 million years of cultivation in the chaotic space, which allowed Qin Shao to easily break through the dangers in one fell swoop. In addition, now that the power of the chaotic space was refining and improving the inner world, it also gave Qin Shao too much inspiration, too much help, and too much push. These pushes have been pushing Qin Shao forward, so that Qin Shao could understand many problems faster and better. After mastering a comprehensive study, he could summarize his own ideas. Then, in his mind, he could build a world that belonged to him. Creating a complete cultivation system was actually building a world that belonged to him, wasn't it? There were too many things involved in this, and they were innumerable and endless. It looked as vast and complicated as a sea of stars. It was full of dangers and extremely difficult to do, making people feel that it was difficult to move an inch. This was the path of creation, an extremely difficult path that hindered the path of countless cultivators. How difficult was it to create one's own Tao? In an era, there were only a few in the 8 regions. This path was simply a path of no return. But once Qin Shao started, he did not look back. He never regretted and never thought of giving up. He would persevere to the end. He must go to the end. The power of Qin Zhao's belief was incomparably strong and firm, and it had never wavered. It was this powerful belief that supported Qin Shao, allowing him to move forward fearlessly without any fear. He had never retreated in the slightest. Boom! A Tao cry resounded in Qin Zhao's mind, reverberating through the ages and destroying the firmament. This main storyline had actually been completed. Qin Shao was overjoyed. The completion of the main line was equivalent to more than half of the success, and he was a big step closer to creating the Tao of the inner world. As long as he continued on this path, in time, he could completely succeed and create the Tao of the inner world. The success of the main line also gave Qin Shao a reassurance. This was a confirmation. Only now could he truly and completely prove that the Tao of the inner world was a path that could be taken. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.